Chapter 762. Where are my clothes? Very well. I shall take my leave. The high priest departed, accompanied by her 2 loyal aides, their spirits visibly dampened. Early the next morning, Ye Feng bid farewell to the 3 enchanting beauties and embarked on his solitary journey toward the coastline. As he walked, he perused the second tier of the sacred demon technique. Upon completing the second tier, he delved into the fourth, repeatedly examining it from beginning to end and then back again. This technique contained numerous complexities that surpassed Ye Feng's comprehension. Even he required a significant amount of time to decipher its esoteric texts. The second tier necessitated cultivation in an intensely stimulating environment, with a speed surpassing that of ordinary methods by more than double. An intensely stimulating environment? Ye Feng recalled the previous night's encounter with the 3 imperial consorts. However, at that moment, he had been preoccupied with strategizing, leaving no time for cultivation. Wait a moment. Ye Feng suddenly gazed up at the heavy snowfall above. With temperatures plummeting to absolute zero, was this not the very essence of an extreme environment? If he were to sit in the snow and cultivate now, would it not accelerate the progress of the sacred demon technique? Without hesitation, Ye Feng found a sturdy branch and sat cross-legged, allowing the technique within him to commence its automatic operation. Of course, he also held a high-grade crystal pill in each hand. As time trickled by, Ye Feng sensed his bones taking on an increasingly golden hue. Simultaneously, the color of his marrow was nearing a pure purple. After a day had passed, Ye Feng rose from the snow, feeling utterly frozen. Indeed, cultivating in such extreme conditions had enhanced his speed compared to before. However, the second tier of the sacred demon technique proved exceedingly challenging. Ye Feng felt that it would require at least another 10 to 8 years of continuous practice, supported by an unending supply of crystal pills, to potentially reach the second tier's realm. Should he manage to find a level 50 crystal pill, he was confident he could undoubtedly break through to the second tier of the sacred demon technique. Of course, he could also utilize ordinary crystal pills in conjunction with the frigid temperatures to gradually push through. He believed that, after a decade or so, he could still surpass the second tier. Yet, he feared that he might succumb to the bitter cold before achieving that level. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. By this point, Ye Feng had arrived at the coastline. The heavy snow had nearly concealed all the trees, and even the streams were entirely blanketed by the snowfall. What was to be done? Ye Feng's expression darkened. He had only located 2 medicinal herbs, thanks to the efforts of 2 powerful allies who had dug the pits for him. If left to his own devices, he might search for a century and still not gather the herbs from the beast's skins. Moreover, he still needed to collect crystal pills ranging from levels 1 to 10, presenting yet another formidable challenge. Oh, Tubba, what am I to do? Ye Feng sighed deeply, suddenly leaping several meters into the air before crashing down into the snow with a resounding thud. As he excavated, clumps of snow flew upwards, and he swiftly dug a pit 20 meters deep. Below lay a massive layer of ice, likely formed from seawater. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Feng began to carve into it with his curved blade. After several meters of digging, he finally witnessed a surge of seawater emerging from beneath the ice layer. What a surprise! It is indeed peculiar that the seawater beneath the ice possesses a hint of warmth. Ye Feng marveled, swinging his curved blade once more. Instantly, countless fish surged forth, having long been trapped at the ocean's depths, now finally discovering an escape. With a swift motion, Ye Feng grasped a massive bluefin tuna, which, though active in the sea, immediately stiffened upon reaching the shore, its body freezing, leaving only its eyes momentarily darting before ultimately settling fixedly on its face. With a sudden movement, Ye Feng tore off a chunk of frozen fish flesh and began to chew, followed by another, and yet another, until the entire bluefin tuna was consumed. Here, at the root of the Black Tree River, could it be that the seawater harbors some ethereal essence? Contemplating this, Ye Feng reached to scoop up the seawater. However, in the next instant, the water froze solid, rapidly spreading downward. Not so, Ye Feng exclaimed in surprise, urgently wielding his curved blade to dig. Even with his strength, it took him 5 minutes to breach the ice layer. Yet, he dared not pause but instead stirred the seawater incessantly with his blade, striving to prevent it from freezing. However, this effort proved futile. After merely a dozen stirrings, the surface froze into ice. The secret must lie at the seabed. Gritting his teeth, Ye Feng activated the divine demonic art of the venerable saint, delivering a powerful punch to the ice layer, creating a 5-meter square hole. Now, I shall dive into the depths, he declared, stripping off his clothing and standing stark naked in the snow pit. As the chilling wind sliced against his skin, blood scales emerged, a protective mechanism in response to the cold. In an instant, his body plunged into the seawater like a fish. Surprisingly, the internal temperature of the water remained between 1 and 2 degrees, at least not freezing. Through the light filtering from above the ice, Ye Feng could vaguely discern sediment and several fish skeletons below. Kicking forcefully, he propelled himself toward the depths of the ocean. The sound of bubbling echoed in his ears as he opened his eyes wide in the inky abyss. The deeper he swam, the murkier it became. Yet, Ye Feng's body sensed an enigmatic aura permeating this maritime expanse. As expected, the root of the Black Tree River indeed concealed a secret. Elated, he swam toward the source of the energy. At that moment, a large shadow swept past above him, resembling a shark, moving with such speed that Ye Feng could not discern its features. Startled, he felt a surge of fear, not due to any inadequacy in confronting a shark, but from the sheer terror of the deep sea. Best to return, he thought. Ye Feng began to paddle upward, and after several meters, his hands finally grazed the ice layer. In the next moment, he pulled his fist back. Suddenly sensing something unusual behind him, he turned. What on earth? A monstrous fish, adorned with menacing fangs, lunged towards his back with lightning speed. In an instant, a surge of electricity erupted from Ye Feng's fingertips. Within moments, all the fish within a radius of several dozen meters from him lay belly up, floating toward the icy surface. Ye Feng sensed his own body. The electricity he had unleashed seemed capable of stunning these fish, yet it did not affect him, the host. Chuckling to himself, he thought, in future encounters with formidable foes, I shall simply plunge into the water and see how they fare against me. With a buoyant spirit, Ye Feng drew back his fist, and with a thunderous boom, a thick ice layer, measuring several meters, was blasted open, revealing a slick, streamlined body that shot forth from the opening, landing deftly on the ice. A chilling wind swept through, piercing him like 1,000 daggers. He hastily sprinted towards the snow pit he had just excavated. Inside the pit lay a layer of accumulated snow. Ye Feng quickly cleared it away, hoping to retrieve the garments he had cast aside. If he did not recover his clothes soon, he would surely succumb to the frost. Where are my clothes? Where are they? Ye Feng trembled violently in the biting wind, his hands frantically rummaging through the snow. However, after scouring every inch beneath the hole, he still could not locate his fur coat. A shiver coursed through him. In such frigid weather, who could have done this? Who? He felt an eerie chill, as if shadows lurked all around him. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed. Hey, ghost. Could you spare me a fish? Ye Feng looked around, bewildered, only to find himself on a scorching beach, where Su Yun gazed at him with a sorrowful expression. Mr. Su, I know you have been compromising for some time, but now, I am fine. I need you to leave that useless Ye Feng immediately. Turning his head, Ye Feng spotted a tall figure emerging from the woods, striking a taekwondo pose. Wang Tao. Ye Feng shook his head vigorously. He recognized this as an illusion, but found himself utterly powerless to escape its grasp. Despite being amidst the heat of the beach, he felt as if his entire body were being pricked by needles. I cannot endure this illusion. I will freeze to death. Ye Feng extended his tongue and bit down gently. A surge of pain coursed through him, and the world around him began to morph incessantly. One moment it was a frozen wasteland, the next a blazing beach, and then a concrete jungle. Help me, someone save me. Ye Feng felt his body growing immobile. The illusion was too vivid, and he could not break free. If he remained ensnared in this mirage, he would perish, exposed to the absolute zero of the elements. For the first time in his life, Ye Feng comprehended the terrifying nature of inner demons. Suddenly, a fierce tiger lunged at him. Instinctively, he recoiled, but with a thud, he fell into the icy abyss, slowly sinking downward. Bubbles escaped from his lips as he plunged deeper into the icy depths. Though he found himself submerged in water, his eyes were filled with visions of terror. The haunting gazes of those who met their demise, by Ye Feng, Chun Li, Wang Xiong, and He Li, haunted him. Initially, these looks seemed innocuous, yet upon prolonged observation, Ye Feng discerned an overwhelming depth of resentment within them, sending chills down his spine. In the next moment, innumerable pale hands emerged from the abyss, grasping his shoulders, tugging at his hair, and pulling at his legs, dragging him toward the ocean's darkest depths. Help! Help! A stream of bubbles erupted from his lips as he gazed upward, noting the diminishing light filtering through the ice above, while the surrounding waters grew increasingly frigid. Am I to perish? Ye Feng recognized this as the manifestation of his inner demons, yet he felt powerless to escape their grasp. Ye Feng, close your eyes and avert your gaze. A voice resonated in his mind. Duo, Yen Hina's voice. Do not doubt, this is my true voice. You are ensnared by your inner demons. Do not look, do not trust anything you hear, see, or feel. Rely on your sixth sense to discern the true path and swim back to the surface. The clarity of her voice sharpened. Ye Feng, akin to a drowning man clutching at a lifeline, disregarded the authenticity of her words and obediently shut his eyes. Yes, swim upward without pause. If anything obstructs your ascent, use sheer force to break through it. No matter what stands in your way, you must shatter it. However, her voice grew increasingly indistinct, reminiscent of a tenuous mobile signal in the mountains, with some words barely audible. Just then, a beautiful figure swam into view. Her chestnut hair flowed gracefully in the water, her elongated form stretching effortlessly through the depths. A flicker of enchantment crossed Ye Feng's features as he gazed at her in the stillness of the ocean. Ye Feng, do not linger on the allure of the depths. Ascend quickly, or you shall run out of oxygen. Duo, Yen Hina's urgent voice pierced through his reverie. Startled, he shook his head vigorously. There was no beauty before him, only a grotesque fish circling, seemingly awaiting his suffocation to feast upon him. I charged forth. The final bubble escaped his lungs, and he found himself devoid of any remaining air. Time lost all meaning as he swam, ultimately feeling the icy surface above. With a decisive strike, he shattered the ice layer. Emerging from the water, he was met with a biting wind that sent chills through his body. Cold. Even Ye Feng, formidable as he was, trembled uncontrollably. He stood, shivering, inching his way out of the ice, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. In the first snowdrift, a modest accumulation of snow had gathered, and his clothes were likely buried within. In such an environment of absolute zero, not even a powerhouse like Ye Feng could withstand the elements unprotected. It was merely a matter of how long one could endure. After a flurry of searching, he finally unearthed his clothes from the snow. This clearly indicated that he had already succumbed to an illusion the very first moment he emerged from the sea. Once clad in his garments, Ye Feng finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, grateful that he would no longer be subjected to the merciless onslaught of the biting cold. Yet, an internal chill still enveloped him. Ye Feng, return home quickly, echoed the voice of Duo Yen Hina in his mind. In Chongqing City, within the stone chamber, Duo Yen Hina had fainted on the spot. Her forceful invocation of the 1,000-mile goose sound technique had undoubtedly drained at least 20 years of her lifespan, leaving her with a strand of white hair atop her head. Let us retreat for now and devise a method to unravel the mysteries of the Black Tree River, Ye Feng declared, striding purposefully back towards Chongqing City. Simultaneously, he rummaged through the disarray of techniques within his sack, searching for a means to confront his inner demons. The Tranquil Heart Incantation? Ye Feng discovered a technique linked to the heart's afflictions. He was uncertain how much time had passed when he halted his steps. At that moment, he had flipped to the final page of the Tranquil Heart Incantation, which elucidated the origins of the heart demon. Is that so? It became evident that one must cultivate each realm to perfection before advancing to the next, thereby significantly reducing the likelihood of heart demon intrusion. However, in the past, driven by impatience, he often breached 2 stages in a single day, frequently relying on the blood-sucking technique to force his way through, which ultimately destabilized his foundation and invited the heart demon's encroachment. Ye Feng reviewed the last page, and after a moment's contemplation, he closed the Tranquil Heart Incantation, his expression falling into despondency. I have now cultivated to the level of a Power Master, yet the Power Master realm is merely the foundation of cultivation. What should I do? It was as if he had neglected to solidify his groundwork at the Power Master stage, even if he perfected each minor level within that realm. The roots of his cultivation had already encountered issues. Ye Feng tucked his hands into his sleeves and began to pace back and forth. This is akin to composing poetry before fully grasping the meaning of each word during elementary school. Such creations are rife with flaws and cannot withstand scrutiny. Moreover, a critical point arose. In future confrontations, he must refrain from unleashing all his powers. Otherwise, he would similarly invite the heart demon's invasion, a fatal flaw indeed. Chapter 764. there are certain things best left unexamined. In essence, the greater the force Ye Feng employed in battle, the higher the probability of heart demon intrusion. Furthermore, he had employed the Chongyang technique, tripling his strength. Should he fall prey to the heart demon during a confrontation, even a power master could easily slay him. This was perilous. Ye Feng stowed the tranquil heart incantation in his sack and began to recite an incantation. This particular charm could instill calmness, providing a modicum of restraint against the heart demon. After an indeterminate period, Ye Feng finally arrived at the Yunwu mountain range. Although the temperature here did not plummet to absolute zero, it lingered well below -200 degrees. Ye Feng suddenly pivoted, casting his gaze towards a massive boulder. Who goes there? Who among my friends is present? Step forth for a meeting. Ye Feng placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword. After a prolonged silence, a rough-looking man with disheveled hair emerged, wielding a massive hammer. His nose was disproportionately large, nearly dominating a third of his face. A sixth-stage strength king? Ye Feng's expression darkened as he surveyed his surroundings. A master of the strength master level? It is rare to encounter someone of your caliber south of the temple. I have some inquiries for you, the disheveled man stated nonchalantly. Please, proceed. Ye Feng had already surmised the man's identity. Are there any strength king level experts in your vicinity? The man, known as Julan, asked. To my knowledge, none exist. You are the only strength king I have encountered. May I inquire if you accept disciples? Ye Feng feigned ignorance. I regret to inform you that you are too weak to qualify as my disciple. Now, I will ask a question, and you shall answer, Julan replied. As you command, my lord. Ye Feng nodded. Are there any formidable sand beasts nearby, perhaps approaching the level of a strength emperor? None. Then, are there any adept strength masters who can utilize extraordinary abilities to defeat foes beyond their level? To my knowledge, there are none. Very well. Where do you intend to go now? Julan inquired. I am returning to Eternal Life City. That is my home. A flicker of murderous intent danced in Ye Feng's eyes. This man was probing deeply. Should he eliminate him, given his strength? Dispatching a sixth-stage strength king should pose little challenge, provided the inner demons did not intervene at this critical moment. Is it true that this region is engulfed in perpetual frost, with only Eternal Life City as a settlement? Julan further questioned. Indeed. Excellent. You shall lead the way. We shall journey together to Eternal Life City. Me? Ye Feng's fingers lightly tapped the hilt of his sword, his heart wavering. Very well, my lord, we shall proceed together. After much deliberation, Ye Feng ultimately refrained from taking action. Previously, he had slain 2 strength kings, attracting the attention of another 6th-stage strength king. If he were to eliminate this one, would it not summon a 9th-stage strength king, or even a strength emperor? The likelihood was significant, after all. The identity of this young lord appeared far from ordinary, as even strength kings treated him with utmost reverence. It was plausible that his father was a strength emperor. In his self-proclaimed omnipotence, Ye Feng believed he had a chance against a 9th-stage strength king. However, against a strength emperor, he would stand no chance whatsoever. The two walked side by side in the direction of Eternal Life City. Julan glanced around, and a glimmer of levity crossed his previously solemn demeanor. South of the temple, it seems, is a land of weaklings. It appears there is no unified law governing your people? Julan queried. A unified law? Forgive my ignorance. Here, each tribe adheres to its own laws, Ye Feng replied. Each tribe, then, implies there is no overarching law? Julan smirked. Unified law? Is it not the case that every tribe north of the temple must abide by a unified set of laws? Ye Feng countered. Of course. Without laws, how are we different from sand bandits? North of our temple, everyone must adhere to certain laws. Otherwise, they will be hunted by all tribes and ultimately descend into becoming sand bandits. Is it true that Eternal Life City boasts many beautiful women? The formidable giant Blue has finally unveiled his intentions. To the north of their temple, coercing women is strictly forbidden, and even the most powerful must adhere to these laws. However, upon venturing south of the temple, he discovered a realm comprised of small tribes, devoid of any common covenant. This realization ignited a wild fervor within him, prompting desires for actions he had previously only dared to contemplate. Beautiful women? My lord, what are your intentions? Ye Feng inquired with a vigilant expression. What concern is it of yours? I merely wish to know, are there many women in Eternal Life City? Giant Blue replied impatiently. Yes, but they are quite unattractive. Ye Feng remarked nonchalantly, a latent malice brewing within him. Excellent. I have long harbored a notion to have 1,000 women in submission, bound, and placed in my chamber. Regularly, someone would tend to their cleanliness, and when the need arises, I would indulge in one at a time. Do you deem such a practice exhilarating? Giant Blue chuckled maliciously. Ye Feng's countenance darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. It appeared that the entirety of Giant Tree City was populated by deviants. Their repressed natures now fully exposed in a lawless environment. Unperturbed by Ye Feng's silence, Giant Blue continued, I also possess a mystical concoction that, when applied to a woman's skin, induces an unbearable itch, compelling them to approach me. Subsequently, I would apply the antidote to my own appendage, and in their desperation to relieve the itch, they would surely rush to me. What a delightful contest. His laughter echoed maniacally, and Ye Feng noted the absurdity of Giant Blue's attire, which appeared comically insufficient. My lord, may I inquire how you and your kin communicate? Surely, there are methods unknown to me. Ye Feng feigned a smile, though a glint of menace flickered in his eyes. Why do you ask? Giant Blue countered. I am merely curious, Ye Feng replied. Curiosity can be perilous. I advise you to refrain from such inquiries, lest you invite your own demise. Giant Blue remarked with an air of indifference. Very well, Ye Feng acquiesced, taking a slight step back. Though he could easily eliminate Giant Blue, he first needed to ascertain his means of communication. The death of a 6th-tier power king would undoubtedly summon a 9th-tier power king, or even a power emperor. Senior, I perceive that your bone age is not considerable, yet you have ascended to the 6th tier. How do you combat the inner demon? Ye Feng suddenly queried. Aware that at such a level, one could often discern the true age of another. He estimated that this 6th-tier power king was likely under a century old. Inner demon? Are you ensnared by one? Giant Blue tilted his head slightly. No, simply a passing curiosity, Ye Feng fabricated. Chapter 765. You are truly malevolent. The concept of inner demons is undoubtedly terrifying. However, as long as one establishes a solid foundation, these demons cannot prevail. During my time as a warrior, it took me a full 70 years to ascend from the 1st to the 9th rank. In the subsequent 2 decades, I effortlessly transitioned past the rank of master and continued my journey to the 6th rank of king. The reason for my swift and stable advancement lies in the robust foundation I laid during those 70 years, which allowed me to progress not only rapidly, but also steadily, with the inner demon manifesting only once. At this juncture, Zhu Lan's expression bore a hint of pride. Ye Feng, his complexion pale, nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed he had ascended from the 1st rank to the 9th in less than a year, which explained his current frailty. If one fails to establish a solid foundation during their time as a warrior, is there a way to rebuild it? Ye Feng inquired further. It appears there is no solution. Even if you were to forfeit your cultivation and start anew, you would never achieve the same results as in your initial attempt. Zhu Lan replied, shaking his head. Sigh. Ye Feng exhaled deeply, fully aware of this reality. It is akin to a childhood devoid of proper nourishment. No matter how much one attempts to compensate later, the body will never grow as tall and robust as those who were well nourished in their formative years. This encapsulates the notion of congenital deficiency. By the way, what is your parents' birth order in the family? Zhu Lan queried again. My parents? I am an orphan. But according to my grandfather, my father was the 6th child, and my mother was the 5th, Ye Feng recounted. He was correct. During his grandfather's era, the economy boomed, prompting families to have numerous children, some even exceeding 10. And what about your grandfather? What is his position among his siblings? Zhu Lan continued to inquire. I am not entirely sure, but I once heard an elder refer to him as 4th master, so he must be the 4th, Ye Feng responded. It appears there is no remedy for this. You are inherently disadvantaged. If your grandparents were the eldest in their families, and your parents also held the 1st position among their siblings, it signifies they belong to the most exceptional generation. The 1st generation possesses abundant vitality and robust innate qualities. However, once one descends beyond the 3rd position, it is likely that their parents were older when they bore children, resulting in offspring with diminished vitality. Thus, your current challenge lies in replenishing your innate essence. To speak candidly, most people are inherently deficient, myself included. Though I am fortunate that my mother was the eldest in her family, Zhu Lan remarked casually. His standing in Giant Tree City was moderate, often learning from others. Yet now, Ye Feng, like a novice, had stirred his innate desire to teach. But how does one replenish their innate essence? Ye Feng stepped forward, his previously menacing gaze now entirely absent. Engaging in conversation with powerful elders often proves beneficial for someone as inexperienced as him. To replenish the innate essence, one must restore the soul, which is fundamental for cultivators. You might consider visiting Sword Gorge, where the most comprehensive collection of texts in the entire Green Sea Desert resides, some even dating back 10,000 years. There may be methods available to restore your innate essence, Zhulan suggested. Ye Feng nodded thoughtfully. Every time he practiced, he felt as though something within him was being completed. It turned out this sensation stemmed from his inherent weakness. Thank you, my lord, for your enlightenment. May I inquire if the collection at One Sword Gorge is freely accessible? Or does it require some form of payment? Ye Feng questioned further. Isn't it obvious? The library of One Sword Gorge consists of a total of 999 buildings, each soaring 17 stories high. Do you really think they would readily share such knowledge with others, unless you possess something of value to exchange? Zhulan replied. Moreover, the higher the level of the library, the more stringent the entry requirements. It is said that within some of these libraries, only the upper echelons of One Sword Gorge are permitted to peruse the texts. As for you, do not harbor such aspirations. At most, you may access some rudimentary writings, such as the autobiography of a notable figure or some curious tales of this world. Zhulan expressed his impatience. Understood. At that moment, the two had arrived at the site of Stone City. Zhulan suddenly struck the city walls with a powerful palm. Boom. A massive hole appeared in the walls. Isn't your city wall constructed from goldstone? What purpose does this wall serve? Zhulan inquired abruptly. Goldstone? Forgive my ignorance. I am unaware of what you speak. My lord, came the reply. Goldstone is a type of stone forged from various metals mixed with magma. This stone is indestructible even to a force master. Do you truly believe that a wall made from ordinary stone can withstand the might of a formidable opponent? As Zhulan spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle. I nearly forgot that south of your temple lies a realm of weaklings. A wall of common stone, complemented by crossbows atop the walls, is sufficient to deter a force master. Bang! A heavy fist struck Zhulan's back, unleashing a surge of power within him. You dare to ambush me? Zhulan gasped. As he spoke, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, seizing the opportunity to grasp Zhulan by the throat. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The blood-sucking technique was officially activated. Zhulan roared, his body trembling, attempting to shake off Ye Feng's grip. However, Ye Feng's hands seemed to be fused with his throat, and no amount of struggle could liberate him from the potent grasp of the blood-sucking technique. Let go. Let go. Why are you doing this? Zhulan trembled. Ye Feng smiled coldly. I am sorry, but you are far too wicked. I cannot permit you to enter Eternal Life City. With that, he intensified the blood-sucking technique to its maximum. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, Ye Feng's expression shifted. He realized that the person he was drawing blood from had transformed into Susan. Susan, you? Ye Feng quickly shook his head, and the figure before him reverted to Zhulan. 5 minutes later, Ye Feng gazed at the lifeless corpse lying on the ground. He sniffed the air. Could it be that I have developed some form of allergic rhinitis? Why has my sense of smell suddenly become so acute? Ye Feng mused, glancing once more at the corpse. I apologize. I initially intended to spare you, but your treachery compelled me to act first. With that, Ye Feng picked up Zhulan's sack. Within lay a high-grade crystal pill of approximately level 30, alongside 2 or 3 vials of crystal elixirs. What is this? Ye Feng produced a wooden token inscribed with a red character resembling a tree. No matter, he collected everything. After thoroughly searching the burly man, Ye Feng extended his index finger and flicked it towards the corpse. In the next moment, a towering inferno engulfed the body. It was time to return home. Ye Feng strode purposefully towards Eternal Life City, having resolved several pressing matters. First, he intended to visit the Huangsha tribe, Giant Stone City, and Fire Dragon Bay to procure gunpowder, fuel, and iron ore, subsequently sending them to Nanshan to ascertain whether they could forge formidable weapons. Secondly, he aimed to enhance the heating system of Hot Spring Island. Otherwise, absolute zero would spread there, leaving no one alive. Chapter 766. A pale face blushed with embarrassment. Thirdly, he planned to seek methods to complete his innate abilities at Sword Gorge, as the power of his inner demons would only grow stronger with each passing encounter. Ye Feng feared that he might soon succumb to the tribulation of his inner demons. In the distance, Eternal Life City came into view. On the city walls, a Doyen soldier struck a pose reminiscent of a monkey gazing at the moon. Brother Feng is back. Brother Feng is back. What? The Lord of Ye has returned? Quickly, inform the heavenly Khan and arrange a grand welcome for the Lord of Ye. How splendid. Brother Feng is back. The air was filled with exuberant cheers echoing throughout Eternal Life City. From afar, Ye Feng could hear their jubilant cries. Why are you Doyen people so elated upon my return? Unbeknownst to him, during his absence, several wage disputes had arisen in Eternal Life City. Consequently, the Doyen had begun to regard Ye Feng as their savior. Even Meng Yin Mingxin was now attempting to reform Eternal Life City, seeking to abolish its previous hierarchical system. However, her reforms faced opposition not only from the Elder Council, but also from members of the Ming clan. While the lower class supported her, they lacked the strength to form a cohesive force. As Ye Feng approached the entrance, he was met by a throng of Doyen soldiers lined up on either side. Welcome home, Lord of Ye. A harmonious voice resounded. Ye Feng nodded and turned his gaze towards the end of the path, where Meng Yin Mingxin awaited him, accompanied by a group of golden-armored guards. Mr. Yi, may we discuss certain matters in the assembly hall? Meng Yin Mingxin inquired, adopting a humble demeanor. Whatever you wish to say can be addressed here. I have other matters to attend to, Ye Feng replied, his gaze drifting. He was inundated with tasks and had no time for idle conversation with the Doyen. The situation is such that I wish to emulate the system of Hot Spring Island. Meng Yin Mingxin stated. Then do as you wish. You are the heavenly Khan, and such matters do not require the input of an ordinary citizen like myself. Ye Feng replied indifferently. It is not so simple. If I were to directly implement the system of Hot Spring Island in Eternal Life City, it would infringe upon the interests of many nobles. I fear that before the reforms bear fruit, I might be assassinated. Thus, I hope, Mr. Ye can lend me your support, Meng Yin Mingxin implored. Very well, Ye Feng turned, his gaze shifting to the various elders and the noble class of Eternal Life City. I, Ye Feng, hereby declare my unwavering support for Meng Yin Mingxin's reforms. Should anyone attempt to obstruct her, they shall find themselves at odds with me, Ye Feng. His voice resonated widely, ensuring all could hear. If one day, the customs of Duoyin people align closely with those of Hot Spring Island, it would signify a successful cultural infiltration, thus allowing the Duoyin people to become part of Hot Spring Island. Understood, Mr. Yi, the nobles responded. Though their hearts were filled with discontent, yet they nodded in compliance under Ye Feng's intimidation. And Duoyin Hina? Ye Feng inquired. She resides within the inner fortress. Meng Yin Mingxin replied. Very well, then there is nothing further. You may disband. By the way, has there been any delay in the wages for the workers in Changxing City recently? Ye Feng asked. Rest assured, I shall handle it. Good. With that, Ye Feng strode toward the inner fortress. At that moment, Duoyin Hina had already fainted, and several apothecaries were administering medicine to her. Madam, Ye Feng rushed over and grasped her delicate hand. Ye Feng, you have returned? Duoyin Hina slowly sat up, a hint of concern gracing her exquisite features. She herself was unsure of the reason, but witnessing little Yixing grow day by day stirred within her a longing for familial bonds. I am fine. You all may withdraw. I have matters to discuss with my wife, Ye Feng stated calmly. Yes, Mr. Yi. The apothecaries retreated, closing the door behind them. Hina, while I was in the Black Tree River Basin, your voice echoed in my mind. How did you accomplish that? Ye Feng placed Duoyin Hina's small hand against his chest. Because I placed a curse upon you. Ye Feng was taken aback. You placed a curse on me? Will this curse control my body? It will not, Duoyin Hina reassured him. Ye Feng sighed in relief. As long as it did not control his body, it could be managed. Your strength is far too formidable. A mere curse could never dominate your form. However, it does allow me to monitor your every move. Duoyin Hina's expression darkened slightly as she withdrew her hand from Ye Feng's embrace. Merely monitoring. Then that's acceptable, Ye Feng replied with a gentle smile, once more gazing upon Duoyin Hina's stunning visage. Even in illness, her beauty surpassed that of all women. Ye Feng, you are under the influence of a heart demon. Its manifestations will grow increasingly severe. You must not advance further until you have resolved your innate deficiencies. Otherwise, should you reach the realm of the Power King, you will become a different person altogether, Duoyin Hina cautioned. Indeed, this is my greatest concern. Madam, do you possess a means to assist me? Ye Feng once again clasped Duoyin Hina's hand. Ye Feng, each time I convey my thoughts to you, there is a price to pay. Currently, my body is weakened. You must leave. Duoyin Hina sighed. You cannot remain here. I have decided to take you back to Hot Spring Island. As for Chongqing City, it has become unsafe due to the formidable enemies I have provoked, Ye Feng declared. Formidable enemies. I am aware of the Great Tree City. They may employ emotional communication methods. Should we encounter them again, we must first ascertain whether they possess any cursed insects. Only after dealing with them can we take action, Duo Yanhina advised. Agreed. Ye Feng suddenly lifted Duo Yanhina into his arms. Ah, what are you doing? Duo Yanhina exclaimed, her pale face flushed with embarrassment. You are unwell. I shall carry you to hot spring number 1. With that, Ye Feng wrapped Duo Yanhina securely in a blanket and proceeded to the adjacent bedroom. Little Yixing was curled up in an odd position, soundly asleep. Ye Feng felt as though his breath had been momentarily suspended. This was his son, his own flesh and blood. He, Ye Feng, had a child of his own. He then lifted little Yixing as well, with both mother and child in his embrace. Ye Feng swiftly boarded Hot Spring number 4. Set sail for Hot Spring Island, he instructed calmly. At your command, replied the captain and first mate, both citizens. Among the other sailors and crew, only a few held citizenship, but those who did generally occupied leadership roles. The others, though not citizens, were brothers who had fought alongside Ye Feng through thick and thin. Their failure to gain citizenship was merely a consequence of being eliminated during the voting process. Ye Feng felt powerless regarding the voting, without respecting voting rights. The citizens of Hot Spring Island would possess no authority and would not attract so many formidable individuals willing to serve the island. Hot Spring now roared to life and swiftly vanished into the tumultuous sea. Ye Feng, with his arms around Duo Yanhina's waist, stood at the bow, gazing down upon the vast ocean. The sea had yet to freeze, for the nearby angry sea provided a buffer. Chapter 767. How should I interact with her? Strangely, despite temperatures plummeting to over 60 degrees below zero, one would expect the ocean to freeze. However, the unique geographical conditions near the angry sea prevented the surrounding waters from solidifying. Could there be an underwater volcano? Ye Feng pondered, his expression shifting. The tumult of the angry sea suggested that some geological activity must be occurring beneath the surface. Otherwise, how could such towering waves arise? Ye Feng, do you truly intend for me to go to Hot Spring Island? Duo Yanhina inquired. Yes, Longxing City is no longer safe, Ye Feng affirmed with a nod. But if I am not mistaken, Susan is also at Hot Spring Island, correct? Once we arrive, how should I interact with her? Duo Yanhina asked. Ha, my lady. Rest assured, Susan is a woman of considerable foresight. She will not create difficulties for you, Ye Feng explained. However, Duo Yanhina shook her head. No, I have observed Susan. She is a formidable woman, and as for troubling me, I doubt she has the capability. Ye Feng thought to himself. Both Susan and Duo Yanhina are strong-willed women. Will these two clash on Hot Spring Island? He felt an overwhelming headache at the thought. Time passed swiftly, and before long, half a day had elapsed. Brother Feng is back, Chunin shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing for miles. This brought joy to Ye Feng's heart. Judging by Chun An's robust tone, it seemed he had reached the level of a first-tier warrior. Before long, the dock was bustling with high-ranking officials. Wang Zhihai stood at the forefront, followed closely by Cheng Li Bin, Shi Zhongliang, Chen En, by Chu Xue, Su Yun, and Ding Tuanchuan. Ye Feng hesitated momentarily, cradling Xiao Yexing in his left arm while embracing Duo Yanhina with his right, and with a graceful step, he glided to the shore. Strangely, as the temperature plummeted to a chilling -60 degrees, a thin layer of ice formed around Hot Spring Island. Congratulations, Brother Feng, on reuniting with your elder sister-in-law, Your second sister-in-law, Wang Zhihai exclaimed, hastily correcting himself upon noticing a figure approaching from behind. I have met the second sister-in-law, Cheng Li Bin, the cunning old fox, echoed Wang Zhihai's words. Congratulations, second sister-in-law, Shi Zhongliang added with a slight bow. Finally, Susan stepped forward, her expression impassive as she scrutinized Duo Yanhina from head to toe. Duo Yanhina lowered her elegant head, revealing her long swan-like neck, and did not meet Susan's gaze. The dock fell silent, with everyone, led by Wang Zhihai, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama between Susan and Duo Yanhina. 3 seconds later, a broad smile suddenly illuminated Susan's calm face. Welcome home, dear sister. As the hostess of Hot Spring Island, I have long instructed Master Shi to prepare a sumptuous feast for you, to welcome you and Brother Feng's child. As she spoke, Susan approached and took Duo Yanhina's hand, gently pinching Xiao Yixing's cheek. Duo Yin Hina continued to lower her head, discreetly glancing at Ye Feng. He hastily turned his head aside, feigning indifference. Sister Susan, you are too kind. During my absence, I am grateful for your care of Ye Feng. You have taken excellent care of him, and for that, I must express my gratitude. If there is anything you wish to learn, please do not hesitate to ask. I will gladly share my knowledge with you, Duo Yin Hina said softly. Learn? Susan raised an eyebrow. I fear that what you know may not suit me. As a wife, what I wish to learn is how to serve my husband well, ensuring he sleeps comfortably and eats with peace of mind. Susan's smile gradually faded, her demeanor becoming more serious. Ye Feng sensed the palpable tension in the conversation between the two women. If this continued, the situation would undoubtedly ignite. In the past, Susan had been able to assert dominance over other women, including Su Yun. But who was Duo Yin Hina? She was a descendant of the divine. Not someone Susan could easily overshadow. Ha ha ha, splendid. Tonight, we shall host a grand feast to celebrate our family's reunion. Ye Feng interjected, positioning himself between the two women. Brother Feng, the elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law are engaged in conversation. Your presence here is rather impolite. Please step aside, Chunin chimed in from the side, eager to avoid disruption. The drama was only just beginning, and he did not wish for Ye Feng to interfere. You little rascal. Is it because the weather has turned cold, and my tattoos are hidden that you are losing respect for me? Ye Feng retorted, launching a playful barrage at Chunin. On the dock, Duo Yin Hina and Susan remained locked in a stalemate, each vying for superiority, unwilling to yield in their initial confrontation. Ye Feng tossed Chunin aside and exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Zhihai, signaling him to intervene and mediate between the two women. Wang Zhihai understood and promptly approached with a beaming smile. Sister Susan, Sister Duo Yin, I believe that for women, the most vital aspect is to possess a title. The first wife may reign as the matriarch of the harem, while the second wife must heed her authority. Thus, my suggestion is that we return home first, rather than lingering at the dock. Upon hearing Wang Zhihai's words, the two women, initially prepared to compromise, confronted each other once more. Ye Feng, seething with anger, felt a surge of blood rise to his throat. These individuals had evidently awaited this spectacle for quite some time, showing little regard for his dignity. Son, let us return to Hot Spring Island. Your mother has matters to attend to. Ye Feng gathered Yi Xing in his arms. That night, a grand banquet was held on Hot Spring Island. At the head of the table sat Ye Feng, with Wang Zhihai to his left and Susan beside Wang. Duo Yin Hina occupied the seat to Ye Feng's right, while the citizens of Hot Spring Island filled the rest of the table in a more casual manner. After a moment of hesitation, Susan raised a glass of fruit wine. This toast welcomed a Feng home and celebrated the inclusion of the newcomer, Duo Yin Hina. The expressions of the guests were peculiar as they raised their glasses, each exchanging knowing glances, eager for the unfolding drama. Some gossips whispered amongst themselves, speculating on Susan's dominant nature and predicting dire outcomes for Hina. Indeed, poor Duo Yin Hina may face a challenging future. Not necessarily. Although Duo Yin Hina appears gentle, her gaze is chillingly composed. The outcome remains uncertain. After toasting, Susan returned to her seat, directing her gaze at Ye Feng. A Feng, Hina is now part of Hot Spring Island. How about I write her a recommendation letter tomorrow, followed by a vote from all citizens to determine her eligibility for citizenship. As for little Yi Xing, being your son, he will undoubtedly become a citizen. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Susan had crossed a line this time. With Duo Yin Hina having borne him a son, her citizenship was a foregone conclusion, and there was no need for Susan to concern herself with it. Duo Yin Hina spoke slowly. As for my citizenship on Hot Spring Island, I shall have a Feng recommend me. However, Sister Susan, weren't you also voted in as a citizen initially? Or perhaps individuals of your stature do not require a vote. Yet, if that is the case, it undermines the fairness of Hot Spring Island's system. Enough. Chapter 768. Must you force my hand? Ye Feng slammed his hand on the table and took his wine glass to join the throng of guests. The banquet concluded swiftly, but Ye Feng found himself in a dilemma. Should he visit Duo Yin Hina's room or Susan's? Ultimately, he decided to spend the night at Chun An's residence. The following morning, Ye Feng donned a cloak and began to inspect his domain. The castle was nearing completion, featuring a grand boiler capable of heating the entire structure. With its height and area, the castle could comfortably accommodate 100,000 residents simultaneously. Brother Feng, this castle is the result of my painstaking efforts. Equipped with a dual heating system, Even if one system fails, the other can continue to provide warmth throughout the castle, Cheng Li Bin explained to Ye Feng. Is the outer wall constructed from massive stones? Ye Feng inquired. Certainly. These stones are composed of solid bluestone, each weighing several tons, Cheng Li Bin remarked with a smile. Ye Feng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He planned to depart for the desert in a few days to procure additional steel plates from notching, intending to completely renovate the outer walls. At the very least, the notching steel plates should be 1 meter thick, otherwise, they would be inadequate to withstand the force of the emperor's punch. However, this would undoubtedly be a monumental undertaking, as the iron ore alone would likely consume several million tons, if not over 10 million tons. No matter, it could be transported piece by piece back to Hot Spring Island using sand trucks. What about the defensive system? Ye Feng inquired. Around the castle, there are over 4,000 firing ports that can accommodate heavy machine guns and crossbows, ensuring comprehensive coverage for defense, Cheng Li Bin replied. Excellent work, old chum. I appreciate your efforts, Ye Feng said, patting him on the shoulder. It is nothing. Hot Spring Island is my home, and it is the duty of every citizen to enhance it, Cheng Li Bin responded. After inspecting the castle, Ye Feng proceeded to review all the warships. While the warships may not withstand the might of the emperor, they could at least provide logistical support for Hot Spring Island at present. Time passed swiftly, and soon 3 days had elapsed. On that day, the dock was filled with people bidding farewell. The giant bird landed at the pier, with Ye Feng and Chunin seated upon its back. Don't worry about me. I will return, Chunin waved to those below. Ah Feng, be cautious on your journey. Your safety is paramount. Everything else is secondary, Susan waved to Ye Feng. Duo Yin Hina, cradling little Yeshing, also waved at Ye Feng. I'm leaving now. I will be back before long. With that, Ye Feng patted the giant bird's head. Take off. With a sharp cry, the giant bird, now possessing strength akin to a second-tier warrior, did not require a running start. It simply flapped its wings and soared into the sky. This time, Ye Feng did not intend to delve deeply into the Green Sea Desert. Instead, he would first fly to the Yellow Sand tribe to subdue them and ensure a steady supply of fuel for notching. He would then proceed to Giant Stone City, compelling them to provide a continuous supply of iron ore. Next, he planned to leave the giant bird in notching while he and Chun would ride horses to Fire Dragon Bay, located north of the temple, to prepare explosives. Should they ride the giant bird north of the temple and encounter a formidable opponent, a single spear could bring the giant bird crashing down. Once they reached an altitude of 3,000 meters, the giant bird began to glide with the cold wind, leaving Chun shivering and sniffling. The world below rapidly receded, the speed reaching 1,000 miles per hour, several times faster than a high-speed train. In the Yellow Sand tribe, within the bloodstained hall, a middle-aged man paced restlessly, surrounded by nearly 100 warriors, all of whom were at least 5th-tier warriors. The middle-aged man was, in fact, a 9th-tier warrior. Ye Feng has killed my son. What is Bloodstained Hall doing? Have you not yet tracked down Ye Feng's tribe? He bellowed, slamming his palm onto the table, which shattered into splinters. The nearly 100 warriors immediately knelt, their legs trembling slightly. Just then, a figure hurriedly rushed into the Bloodstained Hall. The clan leader, filled with elation, announced that Ye Feng had arrived, willingly walking into their trap. What? Emohe exclaimed, stepping forward eagerly. Are you certain it is Ye Feng? Indeed, it is he, replied the man, and he rides a peculiar bird. Excellent. Brothers of the Bloodstained Hall, come with me to meet Ye Feng. I intend to dismember him before the eyes of the entire clan. Soon, a group of people, brimming with ferocity, gathered outside the main entrance. There, at the threshold, stood 2 figures, with a giant bird looming behind them. Are you Ye Feng? Emohe stepped forward, scrutinizing him. Indeed, that is I, Ye Feng responded, bowing slightly in a gesture of basic courtesy. Ha ha ha, you have strayed from the path of heaven and barged into hell. Now, kneel before me. Upon finishing his words, Emohe signaled to the nearly 100 strongmen surrounding them. With a rush, they encircled Ye Feng, trapping him from all sides. Are you the father of Emohe, the clan leader of the Huangsha tribe? Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. He indeed. You killed my son, and today, I shall ensure you suffer a torturous demise. Emohe's face twisted with madness. Very well, although I intend to kill you as easily as one would crush an ant, I feel it necessary to reveal the truth. At that time, Emohe and I joined forces against a sand snake, but just as we were about to succeed, your son suddenly attacked me. It was only out of necessity that I was forced to retaliate, So strictly speaking, the death of your son is his own doing. I hope the clan leader can understand my predicament, Ye Feng spoke calmly. Retaliation? Ha ha ha. Ye Feng, are you still dreaming? Even if you proclaim your innocence until the end of days, I will take your life today. Mo He gave another signal to the strongmen. Weapons were drawn, and they stepped closer, encroaching upon the pair. Gentlemen, must you compel me to act? Ye Feng's expression turned icy. Kill. The front line of strongmen launched their attacks simultaneously. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and unleashed a punch. Boom. The first attackers were obliterated, their remains scattering, while a fierce gust of wind sent the others stumbling. Ye Feng moved swiftly, landing directly in front of Mo He. You? Die. Mo He, initially startled, quickly erupted with rage. Boom. His fist struck Ye Feng's chest. Crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed. Ah, my hand, my hand. Mo He screamed in agony, retreating uncontrollably. Is it my turn now? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Ye Feng's eyes. He recognized that Mo He was a tough opponent who would not yield to his demands. The only solution was to eliminate him and install a puppet to provide a continuous supply of resources to the city. Boom. Ye Feng delivered a devastating punch, and before Mo He could react, he was reduced to mere fragments. After dispatching Mo He, Ye Feng slowly turned, coldly surveying the masters of the bloodstained hall. Chapter 769. Are you satisfied? I initially sought to resolve this matter peacefully, yet you compel me to resort to violence. You, step forward. Ye Feng pointed at a middle-aged man, for he was a fifth-tier power master, the strongest among this group. The man's expression darkened, but he nonetheless stepped forward, meeting Ye Feng's gaze without fear. What is your name? What position do you hold within the Huangsha clan? Ye Feng inquired. Foreigner Ye Feng, why do you ask? If you intend to kill, then do it. With the abilities you just displayed, I believe the entire Huangsha clan combined would not stand a chance against you. You have already won. The middle-aged man replied, his face a mask of rage and despair. Why should I kill you? I have explained before that it was Mo He who attacked me first, and I merely retaliated. It was his fault. Moreover, I require your Huangsha clan to continuously supply fuel to Na City, Ye Feng stated matter-of-factly. What? Not only have you slain our clan leader and young leader, but you also wish to interfere with our internal decisions? The middle-aged man seethed with fury. Bang! Ye Feng wasted no time in silencing him with a single punch to the head. The other power masters recoiled in fear, lowering the tips of their weapons, no longer daring to aim at Ye Feng. My time is limited. I hope you do not make things difficult for me. You, step forward. Ye Feng pointed at another individual, whose strength was also formidable, a fourth-tier power master. From now on, I will ask a question, and you will provide a response without any irrelevant commentary. Furthermore, you will execute my commands. Otherwise, the fates of those two will be your own. Ye Feng spoke coldly. At your command. The middle-aged man acquiesced, hesitating only for a brief moment before bowing his head, seemingly succumbing to Ye Feng's imposing presence. The situation is as follows. Once your fuel is refined, it must be delivered to Na City without delay. I will notify the people of Na City to send someone to receive you. If I discover that you have fuel but choose to conceal it and refuse to provide it to Na City, I will kill you and appoint a new clan leader. Do you understand? Ye Feng said with a grave tone. I understood, Master Ye Feng. We comprehend. The middle-aged man's voice trembled slightly. Do not be so sorrowful. Though you have lost a clan leader and a powerful warrior, I, Ye Feng, assure you that if you follow my instructions, the Huangsha clan will preserve its flame before the impending catastrophe. With that, I shall take my leave. I will return to the Huangsha clan for inspection in due time. Upon finishing his words, Ye Feng and Chun and mounted a giant bird, soaring towards the distant giant stone city, all the while clutching the letter Jin Shi had penned for their clan leader. 2 hours later, Ye Feng and Chun and stood within a magnificent stone hall. At the head of the hall sat an elderly man, also a 9th-tier power master. The other elite figures of Giant Stone City, seated below, were likewise power masters. After perusing the letter, Ye Feng found some credibility in Jin Shi's words. He stated that Ye Feng's strength was comparable to that of the Power Emperor. Here's the deal. In Giant Stone City, we respect the strong. If you can demonstrate Power Emperor-level prowess, we will willingly heed your commands in the future. The old man set the letter aside, his expression grave as he turned to Ye Feng. Jin Shi's words were somewhat exaggerated. How could I possibly compare myself to the Power King? However, you may summon the 10 strongest individuals from Giant Stone City to spar with me. and we will cease when necessary. Very well. In just 10 minutes, Ye Feng effortlessly defeated the 10 strongest warriors of Giant Stone City. Their might capped at mere 9th-tier power masters, hardly qualifying as formidable opponents. Ye Feng even refrained from exerting his full strength, casually rendering them unconscious. Are you satisfied now, esteemed clan leader? Ye Feng glanced at the astonished old man beside him. Indeed, Lord Yi, given your prowess, you are well within your rights to demand that our clan provide iron ore for Na City. The Giant Stone clan leader yielded promptly. Excellent. You demonstrate far more discernment than the Desert clan. Henceforth, whenever we develop new inventions, I shall ensure Na City supplies you with some. With that, Ye Feng departed Giant Stone City atop his colossal bird, landing directly in the heart of Na City. Thankfully, as he soared above Na City, he began to proclaim his arrival loudly, lest the giant bird be shot down by crossbows. Your Excellency, within a week at the latest, the fuel from the Desert Clan and the iron ore from Giant Stone City will arrive. I hope you will utilize these resources wisely for your research, ideally developing aircraft. Meanwhile, I must journey to distant lands to procure gunpowder for you. At this moment, Ye Feng stood at the center of the circular edifice, facing Na City's leader, Adolphe. Rest assured, Mr. Ye Feng, as soon as the materials arrive, we will commence research and document the process for your review upon your return. Very well, then. Ye Feng performed a respectful gesture and left the giant bird in Na City. He and Chunin mounted their warhorses and proceeded towards the temple. Although they could have taken a sand cart, it was too conspicuous and prone to being targeted by desert bandits. Brother Feng, I've noticed a decline in the number of sand beasts in the vicinity. Could it be due to the cold wave? Chunin inquired. That seems plausible. Animals are often the first to sense changes in temperature. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Brother Feng, why is it that you always take me along and not others? Don't. Ma Gubai and the others, having consumed crystal pills, have all reached the 3rd-tier power master level. They desperately wish to accompany you, yet you choose only me. Chunin asked curiously. I cannot say why. I simply wish to have you by my side. At my level, it seems I can intuitively sense certain things. Ye Feng replied mysteriously. Oh, Brother Feng, could it be that we were brothers in a past life? Is that why you always wish to take me along? Chunin was instantly moved. Perhaps, in any case, I can vaguely foresee who might stand by me in times of peril, Ye Feng stated slowly. Chunin laughed heartily. Teasingly, I'm just pulling your leg. In truth, you are the person I trust most on the entire Hot Spring Island, which is why I want you close. Should fortune smile upon us, I wish for you to share in the benefits. My only hope is to elevate your standing quickly, so that even if one day I am no longer on Hot Spring Island, you can still hold your own. Ye Feng patted Chun's shoulder. Brother Feng, have I not always stood alone against challenges? Without me, this family would have long since fallen apart, Chunin stated earnestly. At that moment, the gravel ahead began to churn, and 4 figures emerged from the ground. This path is mine. Should you wish to pass, you must leave. A force master? The 4 bandits quickly discerned Ye Feng's formidable prowess and were momentarily frozen in fear. Chunin, these 4 individuals possess the strength of 1st-tier force masters. I will handle 3 of them. You take on 1. You are up for it, right? Ye Feng inquired. Rest assured, I shall manage it, Chunin replied confidently. Chapter 770. Is that all you've got? Chunin unsheathed his curved blade and strode purposefully towards the leader of the bandits. While foundational strength is indeed crucial, the art of combat requires gradual refinement, Ye Feng thought, resolved to protect Chun throughout the encounter, striving to enable him to master the skills necessary to defeat foes beyond his current capability. What? Is that all you've got? The 4 bandits stepped forward in unison, preparing to launch a coordinated attack on Chunin. You 3, stand down. According to the rules of the martial world, it must be one-on-one. If your leader can best my junior, I shall grant you your freedom, Ye Feng remarked coolly from his horse. The bandits exchanged glances of relief and quickly created space. The skirmish lasted less than 5 minutes, after which Chunin was knocked to the ground by a single punch, blood streaming from his nose. Ha! We have triumphed. Force Master, you promised that if we won, you would let us go, one of the bandits exclaimed jubilantly. Indeed, I intended to grant you your freedom. However, bandits like you are nothing but scourges. I must rid the world of your menace. After all, the great clans south of the temple maintain close ties with me. Therefore, you 4 must take your own lives, Ye Feng stated indifferently. He was well aware of the bandits' notorious behavior, which was utterly devoid of humanity. Thus, While he honored his word, it was essential that these four faced consequences. With his enhanced strength, Ye Feng's sense of responsibility had also intensified. The land south of the temple fell within the territory of Na City, where the Huangsha clan and Giant Stone City provided essential resources. Consequently, Ye Feng naturally regarded the area south of the temple as his domain. Having encountered bandits, it was imperative to impart a lesson. They could not be allowed to leave unscathed. A ruler must possess both responsibility and integrity, and Ye Feng's regal demeanor gradually became evident. Master, you demand we take our own lives, yet our sole passions are slaughter and women. If we do this, what will remain for us? The bandit leader retorted angrily. Choose, sever the head below or above. The decision is yours. Ye Feng's tone turned icy as he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The four bandits exchanged fearful glances. Brother, if that is the case, I shall be the first to show respect, one of them said, resolute. Though I will lose the company of women, I may find solace with men. It opens a new door. Without hesitation, he wielded his blade and castrated himself. Soon, the four bandits completed their self-mutilation, limping away while leading their horses. Ye Feng watched them depart before continuing his journey forward on horseback. As they drew closer to the temple, the temperature began to rise, and along the way, they encountered several sand bandits and sand beasts. Yet, without exception, Ye Feng merely needed to exert a fraction of his divine prowess to send these creatures fleeing in terror. The sand beasts were swiftly vanquished for their crystal cores, while the bandits were rendered impotent. Time passed, and a terrifying legend began to circulate among the bandit circles south of the temple. The eunuch maker, Ye Feng, the reaper, Chunin. Consequently, the bandits in the southern region had quieted down, ceasing their indiscriminate attacks on passing caravans, which brought an unprecedented peace to the area for several years. After half a month, Ye Feng finally arrived at the outskirts of the temple. Here, the number of bandits had significantly diminished, yet throngs of human warriors emerged, including several formidable individuals of the King of Strength level. Beside Ye Feng and Chunin stood four individuals, 2 men and 2 women, seemingly 2 couples. Are you here for the sacred water? Inquired the one-eyed giant leading the group. Yes, Ye Feng replied dismissively, for he intended to procure gunpowder at Fire Dragon Bay and was merely passing through the temple. The sacred water had long been plundered. Given your apparent weakness, do you truly believe you can breach the Spear of Goddess restrictions? The one-eyed giantess face flickered with disdain. As a 5th-tier strength master, he and his companions, all at least 3rd-tier strength masters, naturally felt justified in their contempt for Ye Feng and Chunin. Perhaps not, but one can always hope for a stroke of luck. Ye Feng responded with a faint smile, choosing not to engage in conflict. He understood that fighting those of the same tier could provoke inner demons, and he felt it unnecessary to resort to violence against these individuals, who clearly hailed from north of the temple and were not bandits. It is wise to leave room for future encounters. Well then, you two shall accompany us, the one-eyed giant stated. There are many formidable teams within the temple, and even if you are lacking as a 4th-tier strength master, you should be able to coordinate with us. At that moment, Chunin could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Sir, why is it that such a place, which possesses sacred water, lacks a king of strength or an emperor of strength to oversee it? There is indeed a reason for that. The priests of the temple boast of the presence of mysterious masters who guard it. They claim that should a king of strength enter the temple, these enigmatic figures will emerge to eliminate the intruder. Consequently, for thousands of years, no master of king level or above has dared to step foot within. However, we never anticipated that a mere 20th level sand beast could lay waste to the temple, prompting various masters to come and scout the area, the one-eyed giant explained. Now it makes sense. Ye Feng and Chunin exchanged glances, their doubts finally dispelled. After all, this was a temple capable of producing sacred water, yet it lacked even a single king of strength. This revelation indicated that the temple had been inflating its reputation, leveraging remnants of divine power to instill fear across the Green Sea Desert for millennia. It was evident how deeply the terror instilled by the spear god had resonated through the ages. Let us not waste any more time. We must head towards the temple's center, where the sacred water is located in the altar area. 2 months prior, a fierce battle occurred at the altar, where even the 9th-tier king of strength, Du Yunfei, and the young lord of Baibi City fell, the one-eyed giant declared, striding forward with purpose. Ye Feng's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated the rapid spread of news. He hastened a few steps forward, closely trailing behind several individuals. "Brother, have the rumors confirmed the identity of the assailant?" Ye Feng inquired. "It appears they have not yet been identified. Some say it was the work of a power monarch, while others claim it was a level 50 sand beast. However, I suspect it is more likely the power monarch, as level 50 sand beasts are exceedingly rare throughout the desert," the Cyclops analyzed calmly. "Indeed, you are correct. It must have been the power monarch," Ye Feng concurred. Elaborating on his thoughts, the six continued their journey, and as Ye Feng prepared to enter the altar zone, he intended to depart from the temple and join Shun and at Fire Dragon Bay. He had made arrangements with several comrades, believing that with acquaintances present, they would swiftly procure thunder powder, commonly known as gunpowder. The vicinity was nearly devoid of sand beasts, after their leader had been vanquished. The ordinary sand beasts could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the hunting teams and fled from the temple area. Sand beasts possessed a modicum of intelligence. They were emboldened to roam the temple when a formidable leader was present. However, without the protection of that level 20 sand beast, they were left to hide among the sands, taking on the role of the meek. Chapter 771. The Watchful Gaze. Regrettably, the hunting teams were not lacking in cunning. They formed groups that began their hunt from the periphery of the temple, driving the sand beasts toward the central altar zone. Thus, the further one ventured towards the center, the greater the number of sand beasts encountered. After a while, an 18-level sand beast suddenly appeared ahead, surrounded by more than 20 individuals. These people were divided into 3 small teams, encircling the sand beast. Ye Feng observed that all of them were below level 5 power masters. They could confine the sand beast, but were incapable of slaying it. "Hey, come over and assist us. Once we take it down, we can split the crystal core evenly," a woman at the forefront called out to Ye Feng and his companions. "All right," the Cyclops readily agreed. "Brother Feng, should we join in?" Shunan inquired. "Since we have encountered them, we might as well lend our assistance," Ye Feng nodded. He had made up his mind to refrain from exerting his full strength and merely provide support. After all, his current condition was not conducive to engaging in a fierce battle. Otherwise, he risked being invaded by the heart demon. According to the records of the clear heart mantra, the more effort one exerted, the greater the likelihood of heart demon intrusion, leading Ye Feng to limit his power to merely 30% in every confrontation, fearing that exceeding this threshold might draw out the heart demon. Naturally, he could unleash his full strength, but the risk of heart demon invasion would be significantly heightened. With the addition of their 6 fresh forces, the formidable sand beast finally succumbed to the ground, albeit unwillingly. The woman dashed forward, swiftly extracting the crystal core. A multitude of gazes converged upon the crystal core in her hand. "This crystal core is mine to enjoy alone. Do you have any objections?" She suddenly stowed the crystal core into a sack, her expression icy as she regarded the other hunting teams. Ye Feng chuckled. "What a joke. You, a mere level 5 power master, dare to monopolize the crystal core? Are you not afraid of being besieged by us?" The Cyclops stepped forward, and the other hunting teams also advanced with ill intentions. "As I was troubled by the difficulty of dividing the crystal elixir, the situation has now improved. One less team is needed for equitable distribution." The woman's expression turned icy as she suddenly produced a token. Ye Feng noticed that a green character was inscribed upon it. "Are you from the Greenfield Division?" The other beast hunting teams gasped in astonishment, retreating in unison, as if the Greenfield Division were a fearsome entity. "Now you know. I am indeed from the Greenfield Division. Who dares to contest with me? Do you dare? Do you?" She pointed her finger at the Cyclops dragon's nose. The Cyclops dragon, teeth bared, displayed a fleeting moment of struggle before ultimately retreating obediently. "I take my leave," she declared, then swiftly departed from the corpse of the sand beast. After a few seconds of silence, the remaining beast-hunting teams gradually dispersed. However, the Cyclops dragon, unwilling to concede, approached the sand beast and severed its most robust horn. "This can be ground into powder and brewed into liquor to enhance one's physique," the Cyclops dragon remarked. Chunin, brimming with excitement, leaned closer. "Could you spare a bit for my brother Feng? He is also a master of body refinement. Isn't that right, brother Feng? Why are you lost in thought?" Chunin called out repeatedly to Ye Feng. Yet, at that moment, Ye Feng's gaze was fixed upon a certain iron tower behind him, his expression gravely serious. Just moments ago, he sensed a formidable aura sweep past him, one that, judging by its strength, rivaled that of the 9th-rank Power King, Du Yunfei. Inside the Iron Tower, 2 9th-rank Power Kings scrutinized Ye Feng and the others. This little fellow is intriguing. He seems to sense our prying gaze. One of the Power Kings remarked, "Why do you concern yourself with this? According to the intelligence relayed by the mother beetle, my disciple, Julan, has also fallen. It appears that there is a Power Emperor-level expert causing trouble south of the temple. Should we not investigate personally?" The other Power King inquired. "Investigate personally? That is far too perilous. What if it truly is a Power Emperor at work? We have labored hard to reach this level. It is wiser to return and consult the city lord. However, the city lord has a volatile temper. If we return empty-handed, he will surely be displeased. Therefore, we should take all the beast hunting teams from the temple back with us, allowing the city lord to vent his frustrations. Once he slaughters these ants, he will not hold us accountable," one Power King suggested. "Brother Tongbi, your foresight is commendable. It is settled then. We will wait until they are all gathered in the altar area before we approach, compelling them to accompany us to the great tree city. We can fabricate some reason, claiming that among them may be accomplices of the murderer. This way, the city lord will relish the slaughter and will not cast blame upon us." The other Power King chuckled mischievously. "Junior brother Huang Ying, your rationale is quite justifiable. The city lord is currently in need of an outlet for his anger. We merely need to provide him with an opportunity. As for the death of some ordinary Power Kings and Masters, what does that matter?" The two selfish individuals reached a mutual agreement. Ye Feng quickly followed this group to the altar area, where at least 100 experts had gathered. The weakest among them were third-rank Power Masters, while the strongest, a man and a woman, both possessed the caliber of sixth-rank Power Kings. The man was tall and robust, standing nearly 2 meters in height, wielding a 3-meter iron rod. In contrast, the woman was approximately 1 meter and 40 centimeters tall, though not a dwarf. She resembled a model from a fairy tale realm, slender, yet somewhat petite, perched upon the broad shoulders of the formidable giant. The diminutive girl gazed intently at the constraints surrounding the divine spear. They had to wait for the night of the full moon to act. How much longer until that awaited night? The petite maiden looked down at the gathered individuals. In response to the Lord, "There are only 3 days remaining until the full moon," a respectful voice from a 9th-tier power wielder proclaimed. "Very well. We shall await 3 days. On that day, we will all surge into the confines together and must secure the holy water. Those deceivers in the temple have misled us for millennia, believing that a pet of the spear god was stationed here, only to discover that a level 20 sand beast reduced the temple to rubble. We have been thoroughly duped." The petite girl expressed, a flicker of indignation crossing her face. The giant beneath her remained impassive, resembling a block of wood. "Indeed, those charlatans at the temple have deceived us for thousands of years, resulting in our yearly dispatch of individuals below the rank of Power King to beseech for holy water while providing protection to the temple. Speaking of which, we must express gratitude to that level 20 sand beast. Were it not for it, we would still be in the dark. One cannot dismiss the temple entirely. They do serve a purpose. Their priests at least know how to concoct the holy water. Without it, many of us would perish at the stage of Power Wielder, never having the longevity to ascend to Power Master, let alone the ranks of Power King and Power Emperor." A silence enveloped the group, their feelings towards the temple a complex blend of affection and resentment. Ye Feng had inquired, and under normal circumstances, an individual of average aptitude would require 100 years to transition from Power Wielder to Power Master. The path of cultivation was inherently against the natural order, suggesting that some unseen force was constraining their progress. Yet, the holy water could extend one's lifespan, offering a chance for those who had received divine favor to ascend from Power Wielder to Power Master, and further to Power King, Power Emperor, and even higher realms. "Ye Feng, Chunin, come over and rest. We have 3 days until the constraints weaken, and we shall take the opportunity to seek the holy water." The one-eyed dragon had already embraced Ye Feng as one of his own. Ye Feng discerned that this individual was quite affable, relishing a brotherly role. Viewing Ye Feng as his subordinate, intent on protecting both him and Shun and Brother Feng, this fellow seems to consider us part of his inner circle. We should probably avoid him to prevent being ensnared. Chunin whispered, "Very well, I shall speak to him. Although he may be somewhat presumptuous, he at least embodies the image of a well-meaning elder brother. I cannot bear to hurt his feelings." Ye Feng replied, slowly approaching the one-eyed dragon. "Brother Jinquan, my brother and I have some matters to attend to north of the temple. As for the holy water, it is surely scarce and not meant for us, so we do not intend to enter the confines," Ye Feng said, clasping his hands in respect. What business do you have north of the temple? In that place, bandits roamed freely, with even formidable royal-level marauders potentially lurking about. You two charming souls lack both connections and strength, making it highly likely that you would fall prey to them. It is wiser to accompany us, for I shall ensure your safety, Jean Quan remarked. We would prefer to decline, as we intend to venture to Fire Dragon Bay in search of certain items. Besides, we possess little of value that would attract the attention of those royal-level bandits, Ye Feng replied coolly. Fire Dragon Bay? What business do you have there? At that moment, a man clad in a red robe rose, wielding an iron rod, resembling the previously encountered Monolu. Ye Feng's thoughts drifted to the sisters Han Shuang and Han Li, wondering if they had safely returned to Fire Dragon Bay. We are headed to Fire Dragon Bay to procure thunder powder, Ye Feng stated slowly. Thunder powder? What purpose does it serve? While it possesses some explosive potential, it is only effective against beasts below level 20 and has no effect on royal-level foes, the man remarked. Nevertheless, I am intent on acquiring thunder powder, Ye Feng retorted, uninterested in further elaboration. These brutes were unaware of the merits of gunpowder. If utilized wisely, it could even yield explosives. Other hunting teams began to sit cross-legged, preparing to rest and conserve energy for the impending clash in 3 days. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Feng had already looted the sacred water, leaving them to dream blissfully. Brother Jean Quan, we shall take our leave now. Take care and avoid conflicts with others, Ye Feng said, patting Jean Quan's shoulder. Jean Quan suddenly felt a sense of being cared for, despite Ye Feng being merely a 4th-tier strength master, a rank lower than his own. Very well, since you are so determined, I shall not insist further. Exercise caution. The area north of the temple is perilous. Unlike the south where one encounters only weaklings, Jean Quan advised. Farewell. Ye Feng clasped his hands in farewell and prepared to depart with Chunin. Just then, a booming laughter echoed above the altar. Ha ha ha, it appears none of you shall be leaving today. I have a matter I would like to request your assistance with. The voice resonated, causing a ringing in everyone's ears, and some weaker individuals nearly fainted from the shock. With a thunderous sound, 2 figures descended at the edge of the altar, the 2 9th-tier royal masters from Giant Tree City. The petite girl's previously serene expression shifted to one of alarm. It was indeed the Copper Arm Senior and Brother Huang Ying from Giant Tree City. Are you two also here for the sacred water? The petite girl hopped down from the giant's shoulder, gradually appearing more compliant. Although she too was a royal master, her strength paled in comparison to the 2 9th-tier masters. Sacred water? Its benefits are minimal for us. I would like to extend an invitation for you all to be our guests in Giant Tree City. I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence, Copper Arm stated coldly, taking a step forward. His words were courteous, yet his tone carried an unmistakable threat, as if anyone who declined would face his wrath. I cannot accept an invitation from Giant Tree City, given your past actions. What if I were to be turned into a puppet? A middle-aged man stood up, preparing to leave. Do you dare defy my wishes? With a narrowed gaze, the copper-armed figure unleashed a sudden punch without any forewarning. 30 meters away, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly turned around, fists raised, as 2 powerful strikes clashed violently against the surrounding barrier. Several weaker individuals were swept off their feet by the force, while one unfortunate soul collided directly with the barrier, instantaneously reduced to fragments by the golden threads. Boom. The middle-aged man fared even worse, his body erupting into a cloud of blood mist. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, all eyes wide with shock as they beheld the copper-armed figure. Ye Feng and Chunin, who were initially poised to follow the middle-aged man's lead, also inhaled sharply at the sight. Brother Feng, it seems we cannot escape. This man is not merely inviting us as guests, but treating us all as captives, Chunin remarked nervously. Ye Feng remained silent, his cold gaze fixated on the copper-armed figure and Huang Ying. Both were 9th-level power kings. While Ye Feng held confidence in overcoming one in the absence of mental demons, facing them together rendered him powerless, even if he exerted every ounce of his strength. Indeed, he possessed several formidable abilities, yet his foundational strength was merely that of a 4th-level power master, rendering him incapable of vanquishing 2 9th-level power kings simultaneously. Lack of respect. The copper-armed figure retracted his fist, his icy gaze sweeping over nearly 100 experts present. The power masters dared not meet his eyes, bowing their heads in submission. while the power masters exchanged furtive glances, each engrossed in their own calculations. Among the 6 power kings present, although they exchanged glances with the copper-armed figure, they remained too intimidated to voice their anger. If there were only one 9th-level power king, they might have had a chance to flee the restricted area together. However, with 2 present, even the prospect of escape was extinguished. "Brother Feng, should we make a run for it?" Chunin urged in a hushed tone, his fear palpable in the wake of the copper-armed figure's display of power. The slain middle-aged man had also been a 2nd-level power king, yet he had been unable to withstand even a single punch. "Do not speak. Let us first assess the situation," Ye Feng replied, gradually returning to the vicinity of the altar, aligning himself with the power masters. "Humph. At least you know how to be sensible," the copper-armed figure coldly regarded Ye Feng. Chun An's face darkened, relegated to standing behind Ye Feng. "Let me inform you all, the sacred water within this barrier has run dry. So I require you to accompany me to the great tree city as guests," Huang Ying interjected. After speaking, she gestured invitingly towards the north of the temple. Chapter 773. Not what it seems, however. Not a single individual among the gathering of over 100 moved. None wished to be the first to show submission, fearing the scorn of their peers. Even if they were to survive and leave the great tree city, they would be ridiculed. After all, north of the temple represented a collective, with connections between tribes, and many among them were well-known figures. "Sister Yu Jiao, you are the most powerful among them. Please set an example as a 6th-level power king," the copper-armed figure said nonchalantly. At this, Yu Jiao's petite frame trembled, her gaze shifting towards her husband. However, the giant beside her remained as silent as a statue, resembling a mere puppet. "Yu Jiao, my dear sister, we have known each other for over a century. Surely you wouldn't be so ungrateful?" Huang Ying interjected. A flicker of humiliation crossed Yu Jiao's pristine face as she finally mounted her husband's shoulders and was the first to stride forward. With someone leading the way, the pressure on the others lessened. 2 9th-tier warriors, without needing any prompting, took the 2nd position, followed by another skilled master. The crowd gradually made its way northward. At that moment, an ill-timed voice broke through the air. "Esteemed sirs, may I inquire if the route to Giant Tree City passes through Fire Dragon Bay?" 2 piercing gazes immediately turned towards Ye Feng. "What? If it is not on the way, would you refuse to visit us at Giant Tree City?" The tone of the copper-armed individual revealed a palpable threat. "That's not the case. Our brother Feng merely asked out of curiosity. If it's not convenient, we would still be honored to visit." Chunin hastily intervened to ease the tension. "Now that's more like it. Some questions are better left unasked. Let us proceed." The copper-armed figure gestured northward. A hint of humiliation also flickered across Ye Feng's face. Had he not been worried about the intrusion of inner demons, he would have had the capability to escape with Chunin. Though he could not contend with the 2 9th-tier warriors, he believed that if he were to flee with all his might, they would be unable to capture him. Should they pursue him, and Chunin relentlessly, the remaining 100 or so individuals would scatter, and the 2 old men would surely grasp the gravity of the situation. Once the warriors and masters had departed, 4 power kings remained, feeling their dignity affronted as they were being threatened. "Bailey, are you for refusing my invitation?" The copper-armed figure's expression turned icy. "Brother Copper-Arm, we have known each other for many years. You wouldn't truly resort to such measures, would you? Remember, I am an elder of the Holy Fire sect." "Elder? Huh. I show you respect by calling you junior brother. Without it, you are but a mere nobody. Now tell me, will you leave or not? Should you refuse, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Upon finishing, the copper-armed man raised his spear. "You? Very well. Let us meet again under these mountains and waters," Bailey retorted angrily, joining the ranks of the captives. The other 3 power kings, seeing this, followed suit with solemn expressions. Thus, Ye Feng and his remarkably luxurious entourage proceeded northward, with Huang Ying leading the way and the copper-armed figure ensuring no one would dare to escape. Both were acutely aware of the temperament of the master of Giant Tree City. Hence, it was likely that upon their arrival, he would prefer to err on the side of excessive caution rather than risk letting any potential threat slip away. However, it mattered little. As long as the master's wrath was spent, they would not bear the brunt of his fury. The one-eyed dragon mingled among them. "Brother Ye Feng, what do you think these 2 intend to take us to Giant Tree City for? Surely they wouldn't actually host us as guests?" The one-eyed dragon was no fool. "Do you believe this is a matter of hospitality? I suspect there is little good in store for us. By the way, may I ask, does the route from here to Giant Tree City pass through Fire Dragon Bay?" Ye Feng inquired. After another fortnight, they would pass through Fire Dragon Bay. Do you intend to flee midway? It is worth noting that the mightiest being there is merely a 5th-tier strength king. Their chieftain would undoubtedly not oppose you alongside 2 9th-tier strength kings, warned the one-eyed dragon, Jin Quan. Ah, is that so? Ye Feng calmly nodded. He had resolved to blend in with the group, enjoying their provisions, if only to circumvent some potential troubles. The troubles he referred to were the formidable sand bandits and the powerful sand beasts. It was said that the sand bandits and sand beasts north of the shrine were exceedingly strong, yet with their lavish entourage, they would not be in danger even if they were to encounter a 27th-tier sand beast. As they neared the exit of the altar area, 2 beast hunting teams suddenly appeared ahead, both at the strength master level, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. We demand 70% of this crystal pill. The remaining 30% is yours. What nonsense. How do you account for our loss of 2 members? That's because you are weak. Hand it over promptly. Just as the 2 teams were about to clash, a chill ran down their spines as they turned to see a shocking sight. 9 9th-tier strength kings? And so many of them. Huang Ying narrowed her eyes, a sly smile creeping across her face. Do not concern yourselves with this trivial 15th-tier crystal pill. Join the main force and come visit me in Giant Tree City. Thus, the strength masters, who had been quarreling over the crystal pill, were honorably taken captive. Beyond the altar area lay the renowned Divine Gift Zone. Numerous dwellings suitable for human habitation had been constructed here. In the past, individuals from other tribes seeking holy water would have to earnestly pray for months before the shrine would, depending on the circumstances, grant them a vial or half a vial of holy water. Along the way, Huang Ying captured several more groups, resulting in their total number of captives exceeding 200, among which 9 were strength kings. However, the most powerful among these strength kings was merely a 6th-tier petite girl named Yu Jiao, while the majority were 1st or 2nd-tier strength kings, none of whom dared to take the lead in rebellion. Ye Feng speculated that if they could unite these 200 individuals into a single force, they might be able to contend with the 2 9th-tier strength kings. Yet, he hesitated to orchestrate such a coalition, fearing capture in the process. Chenin, I have made a decision. I will continue to blend in with the main group, indulging in their provisions. Once we reach Fire Dragon Bay, I will forcefully take you away. The 2 old fellows will certainly not expend too much effort in pursuing us, for if they send one after me, the remaining 9th-tier strength king would struggle to manage so many formidable individuals. Ye Feng whispered to Chenin. Brother Feng, do you think that is feasible? That is a 9th-tier strength king, Chenin replied cautiously. The last time Ye Feng had vanquished Du Yunfei, Chenin had not been present, nor had anyone informed him of the event. Thus, only Jin Yeme and Jin Shi were aware of Ye Feng's true strength. After a while, Ye Feng and his entourage finally exited the shrine city, which did not seem entirely desertified. Occasionally, they could see drought-resistant plants like sand thorn thriving amidst the sands. Simultaneously, the sky revealed a hazy red sun, imparting a touch of warmth to the earth. Chapter 774. You have been eavesdropping for quite some time, ladies and gentlemen. Let us rest here for 2 hours. After that, we shall hasten back to the Tree City. Our Lord awaits to extend his hospitality to you. When Copper Arm uttered the word hospitality, a note of sarcasm laced his tone. Immediately, the group of over 200 settled into clusters, some producing jerky to gnaw on. Brother Ye Feng, have some jerky, Jin Quan said, opening his sack and retrieving a piece. Ye Feng took a bite, only to spit it out with a grimace. It's utterly tasteless. Here, indulge in mine. This jerky was crafted by a master surnamed Shi from our tribe. Ye Feng then shared his provisions. Beside them sat the petite maiden, Yu Jiao, alongside her towering husband. A few of the strength kings encircled the couple, seemingly engaged in a discussion. Pray tell, why do Copper Arm and Huang Ying intend to bring us back to the Tree City? One of the strength kings inquired. Ye Feng promptly perked up his ears. There are likely 2 scenarios. First, they are in dire need of human puppets, and we may be transformed into them. Second, with the recent demise of the Tree City Lord's son, Copper Arm and Huang Ying might be intending to return us as scapegoats. In either case, our survival is improbable. Yu Jiao articulated slowly. As a 6th-tier strength king, she possessed a certain level of insight and had accurately deduced their predicament. What shall we do then? Are we to simply allow ourselves to be slaughtered? One strength king lamented. Yu Jiao fell silent, casting a cautious glance at Copper Arm, who was meditating in the distance. If the 9 of us strength kings were to unite, we might not succumb to just the 2 of them. Should other strength masters restrain them, those two ninth-tier strength kings would surely falter against us. However, even if they cannot overpower us, they possess the means to escape at will. The speed of ninth-tier strength kings is beyond our imagination, capable of covering 100 meters in a single breath. If they utilize their swiftness to hover behind us, they could slowly devour us. Yu Jiao concluded that, regardless of their efforts, they would remain ensnared within the grasp of the two ninth-tier strength kings. Senior Sister Yu Jiao. Then our only recourse is to launch a surprise attack. While they are unprepared, we must strike decisively and ensure the demise of one of them, allowing no chance for escape. Should one evade our full-force strike, they would follow us and gradually consume our strength. Indeed, however, these two are exceedingly vigilant, even while meditating. They maintain a distance of 1,000 meters. If we were to hurl our spears from that distance, we would undoubtedly waste precious time, and they would swiftly retaliate against us. At that moment, Yu Jiao's gaze fell upon Ye Feng's silhouette. Little one, you have been eavesdropping for quite some time. You might as well join us. Ye Feng flinched, obliged to sit within the circle of strength kings. The surrounding beast-hunting teams regarded him with peculiar expressions. In their vast desert, circles were well-defined. Strength masters congregated among themselves, as did strength kings. Of course, those from higher circles could venture into lower circles to show off. But it was inconceivable for those from lower circles to mingle in higher circles. Lady Yu Jiao, what do you seek from me? Ye Feng asked earnestly. Moments ago, I overheard your companion mentioning that your name is Ye Feng. Is that correct? Yu Jiao scrutinized Ye Feng from head to toe. Though she had practiced the Shura Eye and had yet to master even its first layer, she possessed a discerning vision. Among the 200 individuals present, none wore expressions other than anxiety or even fear. Only Ye Feng appeared unperturbed, and the multiple auras of profound abilities emanating from him led her to conclude that his strength surpassed that of all the other power masters present, barely qualifying as a first-tier power king. Such a person, of course, must be engaged in significant discussions. Indeed, the individual is called Ye Feng. He maintained a humble demeanor. Devoid of inner demons, he need not diminish himself and could easily look down upon all the experts present. Stop pretending. Do you think I am someone who cannot see through your multitude of profound abilities? Yu Jiao retorted, her tone sharp. No woman appreciates a man who is timid. They favor forthright individuals, and it is precisely the feeble character of Ye Feng that irked her. Presently, Ye Feng's demeanor was indeed quite pathetic. Profound abilities? No. You overestimate me. I am merely a fourth-tier power master. Ye Feng quickly responded with humility. He had surmised that this woman sought to draw him into her inner circle, initiating the first wave of rebellion. However, such an approach contradicted his principles. His philosophy was to confront when capable and retreat when not. The other power kings cast disdainful glances at Ye Feng. They were ancient beings, having lived for centuries, and could read individuals with precision. A man's potential can often be discerned through subtle details, such as his audacity and courage. Clearly, although Ye Feng concealed his abilities, he lacked both audacity and bravery, leading them to believe he would struggle to ascend to the rank of power king in the future. In their eyes, his fate was already sealed. This young man would likely never reach the status of power king, and even breaking through to a fifth-tier power master would prove exceedingly challenging. Among the 9 power kings, besides Yu Jiao, there were 2 second-tier female power kings. Initially, they regarded Ye Feng with a measure of respect, but his current pitiful display swiftly evoked a sense of revulsion within them. You have heard our conversation. Regardless of any hidden strategies, I expect that the 10 of us will unite to eliminate the foremost Huang Ying, who is relatively weaker. We cannot allow Huang Ying to escape. Once he is dealt with, the remaining forces will be unable to control our 200 individuals. Do you understand? Yu Jiao spoke impatiently. Me? Fight alongside esteemed individuals against a 9th-tier power king? Ye Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Otherwise, what do you propose? Do not think I cannot see. You are the strongest among all power masters. If all 10 of us strike with full force, we may have a chance to vanquish Huang Ying. Otherwise, prepare to be transformed into a puppet, Yu Jiao coldly asserted. Her words were overheard by the 4 members of Jin Quan, who widened their eyes and scanned Ye Feng's figure from top to bottom. After a prolonged examination, they failed to identify any remarkable qualities in him. Is he merely a 4th-tier power master? How could he possibly be stronger than I, a 5th-tier power master? Jin Quan is a person of great vision and loyalty. With a resolute heart, He quietly positioned himself within the circle of Li Wang. Yu Jiao cast a cold glance at Jin Quan, her eyebrows slightly raised. My lord Yu Jiao, please do not regard me with such disdain. I overheard your intentions to confront the Ninth Order Li Wang. I, too, can contribute my strength, Jin Quan earnestly declared. Although he considered Ye Feng a subordinate, he was reluctant to allow Ye Feng to overshadow him. You hail from Baibi City, do you not? You should return. With your meager strength, I fear that before you even strike, Huang Ying will sense the energy fluctuations emanating from you. Such actions would only alarm the enemy, Yu Jiao replied coolly. Chapter 775. I hold you in high esteem. What? I would alarm the enemy? To be frank, I am Ye Feng's elder brother. If he can ally with you, so can I. I am no less capable than he. Jin Chuan's face flushed crimson. His wife was watching from behind. If he were expelled from the circle by Li Wang, where would he hide his shame? Yu Jiao did not counter Jin Chuan's assertions, but turned her gaze to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, my junior, do you believe he is capable? She did not refer to Ye Feng as a mere junior, but addressed him as a junior brother, indicating that in her eyes, Ye Feng's strength was already comparable to that of a first-order Li Wang. Junior brother Ye Feng, please tell Lady Yu Jiao that when Jin Quan and I first met, we single-handedly vanquished 2 rare 13th-order sand beasts, Jin Quan urged Ye Feng. Those of lesser strength often have this flaw. They seek to prove themselves before the powerful. Brother Jin Quan, this. Ye Feng, having witnessed the prowess of a 9th-order Li Wang, was reluctant to see Jin Quan jeopardize his life. However, seeing Jin Chuan's insistence on pride, he hesitated to speak the truth. Brother Jin Quan, you are a remarkably loyal elder brother, and I, Ye Feng, shall always remain your junior, willing to heed your counsel. However, this time, I cannot allow you to take such risks. Let me shoulder the peril, Ye Feng spoke slowly. Junior brother Ye Feng, do not worry about me. When I confront Huang Ying shortly, I shall protect you from the sidelines, Jin Quan asserted, casting a hopeful glance at the other Li Wang for validation. Ye Feng nodded, then shook his head. My lord Yu Jiao, if that is the case, let brother Jin Quan join us. He may launch the second wave of attack, while we initiate the first. He could only settle for this compromise. The 9th Order Li Wang possesses an acute sensitivity to energy. With Jin Chuan's level of strength, he would likely be detected by Huang Ying and Tong by the moment he began to mobilize his energy. Only the Li Wang, with a sufficiently rapid energy response, could evade detection, even if sensed. Humph. Yu Jiao emitted a sound from her nostrils, clearly dissatisfied with Ye Feng's decision. In the past, she could have easily disregarded Ye Feng's opinions. However, the circumstances had changed. They were now confronting a 9th Order Li Wang, and every strong individual must be courted, including Ye Feng, the concealed master of Li Wang. Why must I be the second wave of attack? If we are to unite, how can I fall behind the esteemed ones? Jin Quan protested once more. He perceived himself as trailing behind Ye Feng, not out of any disdain for Ye Feng, but rather due to his character. As the eldest in his family, he relished the role of a chivalrous figure in the world, earning the moniker Brother Jin from others. In his worldview, one must seize the limelight by outpacing others, for that is how one garners admiration. He reveled in the adoration he received, and his wife had once been one of his fans, ultimately leading to their union. Yu Jiao felt a sudden headache, pressing her hand to her forehead. Ye Feng too was troubled. He did not wish to bruise Jin Quan's pride, yet he was equally concerned about Jin Quan's potential to disrupt their ambush. What? Do you look down on me? Jin Quan's temples throbbed with tension. Alas, no one thinks less of you, a flamboyantly dressed female warrior spoke slowly. Her gaze towards Jin Quan lacked any disdain. Despite his weaknesses, he possessed a broad perspective and great courage. Such individuals typically do not falter in their future endeavors. On the contrary, I admire you. However, let us discuss this when your strength matches that of Ye Feng. When the time comes for us to undertake significant endeavors as a team, we shall certainly include you, she stated earnestly. Jin Quan was the type suited for camaraderie. Though he occasionally exhibited a touch of arrogance, he was genuinely brave when it mattered, showing no fear even in the face of a 9th-tier warrior. This courage was indeed commendable. Very well. Jin Quan finally nodded, clapping Ye Feng on the shoulder. Rest assured, brother Ye Feng, I will handle everything. Thank you for your consideration, brother Jin Quan. Ye Feng responded politely. Yu Jiao sensed that their conversation had reached its conclusion and remarked, to avoid attracting attention. Ye Feng and Jin Quan, it would be best for you to return to your respective teams. I will signal you when action is required. Yes. Do ensure you signal me, Jin Quan replied, standing with satisfaction as he proudly returned to his wife's side. She, clearly an ardent admirer, quickly entwined her arm with his, showering him with compliments that made him beam with delight. Ye Feng rejoined his team, observing the affectionate banter between the couple. He then shifted his gaze to the 9 warriors, a flicker of menace glimmering in his eyes. Meanwhile, after the departure of the 2 men, Yu Jiao turned to the remaining 8 warriors. Should our ambush fail, we will scatter in 9 directions. Ye Feng and Jin Quan will undoubtedly be the slowest, and Huang Ying and Tong Bai will prioritize them, buying us some time to escape. Of course, we may lose a few among us. It will depend on our respective fortunes. Are there any objections? Yu Jiao inquired. A hint of a smile finally graced the cold faces of the other warriors. Truly, Yu Jiao, renowned for her cunning, had devised a dual strategy, the first to eliminate the 9th-tier warrior, and the second to scatter and evade should that fail, utilizing the slow pace of Ye Feng to hinder the enemy's pursuit and grant them precious time to flee. Impressive, Sister Yu Jiao. If I manage to return safely to my tribe, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift, a man remarked coolly. Their level of disregard for the life of the master is truly alarming. Sister Yu Jiao, you have secured benefits for the 8 of us. Should I manage to return to the tribe, I shall present you with a generous gift, remarked another mighty warrior. Soon, all 7 warriors expressed their gratitude to Yu Jiao. As for the giant, being her husband, he needed no such acknowledgement. Ye Feng observed the 9 of them whispering and chuckling among themselves, sensing that mischief was afoot. In truth, when Yu Jiao had called him over earlier, his instincts had already warned him of her ill intentions. He had yet to ascertain how she would employ this malice, but he resolved not to be the first to act when the time came. Instead, he would wait for the 9 to strike as one before assessing the situation. If they had managed to gravely injure Huang Ying, he would seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow, later justifying his actions by claiming he was merely a master, reacting a moment slower than the warriors. Conversely, if the 9 failed to harm Huang Ying significantly, he would direct his strike at one of them, thereby establishing his stance. Having languished on a deserted island for years, Ye Feng had long since shed his former naivety. Brother Jin Quan, perhaps it would be prudent for you to refrain from acting during the confrontation, Ye Feng suggested delicately. He had intended to share his entire plan, but knowing Jin Quan's vehement nature, he feared that divulging his strategy to the other warriors would lead to dire consequences. Brother Ye Feng, are you concerned I might eclipse your glory? Jin Quan replied nonchalantly, a hint of coldness creeping into his tone. Ye Feng found his mentality baffling. This was the realm of cultivation, and seeking fame seemed utterly nonsensical. Little did he know that north of the temple, personal reputation held significant weight. A favorable reputation meant that after each group endeavor, one could return with allies, leading to future opportunities and rewards, enhancing both status and strength. Ye Feng, however, lacked knowledge of the customs beyond the temple, still an inexperienced novice. With their perspectives so divergent, Ye Feng sighed, opting to cease communication with Jin Quan. Jin Quan cast a glance at Ye Feng, equally choosing silence, as an invisible barrier seemed to grow between them. My husband, you are magnificent, Jin Quan's wife said, grasping his hand and gazing at him with admiration. Madam, watch closely. I shall join the mighty warriors to eliminate the scoundrels of Giant Tree City. Ridding the vast desert of a menace, Jin Quan declared with confidence. Meanwhile, another couple, also hailing from Baibi City, where Yushi resided, engaged in discussion. Brother Jin Quan, I believe it would be wise to heed Brother Ye Feng's counsel. The conflicts among the warriors are bound to be perilously fierce, and your involvement may bring about unintended consequences, the man advised. You are correct, Brother Jin Quan. Heed the advice of junior brother Ye Feng. I know you possess a strong sense of justice, but at times, it is prudent to maintain a low profile. Achieving fame should not come at the cost of one's life. The woman advised. Jin Quan chuckled lightly, directly taking his wife by the hand. When paths diverge, one cannot conspire together. Since you hold me in disdain, I shall seek the company of Lord Li and his cohort. With that, Jin Quan hoisted his belongings and joined the group surrounding Lord Li. Yu Jiao and her companions were clandestinely plotting when, unexpectedly, 2 flies intruded, brimming with self-importance. This incited a flicker of irritation within her. This worthless fellow, if not for his somewhat utilitarian value, I would have long since dispatched him with a single strike. What are you 2 doing here? She inquired, refraining from uttering her original thought. Is this place meant for you, the disciples of Li? Just earlier, junior brother Ye Feng urged me not to take action. I perceive that he and I do not share the same path. Hence, I have resolved to join the side of justice, so that when the time comes to act, I may synchronize with your esteemed efforts. Jin Quan stated with composure. Synchronize? Yu Jiao nearly exploded with rage, yet for the sake of Jin Xuan's utility, she stifled her indignation. Very well, in a moment, you shall strike last. Otherwise, the energy within you may attract the attention of the two foremost masters. Understand? Yu Jiao's tone was stern, yet not entirely scolding. Understood. In light of Lord Li's instructions, Jin Quan felt considerably less awkward and readily acquiesced. Had it been Ye Feng delivering such orders, he would have certainly felt that Ye Feng was overshadowing him. Lord Li would never seek to overshadow anyone. As a senior, how could he compete for prominence with a junior disciple? Time passed, though the duration remained uncertain, until a figure soared into view from 1,000 meters away. It was Huang Ying. The time has come. Let us rally and return to Giant Tree City. If anyone lags behind, it will be deemed a slight against Giant Tree City. I shall not hesitate to eliminate them, Huang Ying remarked with a chilling smirk. Following closely, the silhouette of the bronze-armed figure also approached, taking a position at the rear of the line. Let us go, Yu Jiao called out, prompting all the disciples of Lord Li to rise. Jin Xuan's heart swelled with exhilaration, his blood surging with anticipation. This was a battle against a ninth-tier Lord Li. Should he succeed, he would become a renowned figure in the vast desert, akin to the young Lord Yushur, commanding respect wherever he went, even from a Lord Huang. The thought was indeed exhilarating. Remember, we are 9, no, 10. We shall gradually advance, quietly positioning ourselves about 10 meters behind Huang Ying. At the opportune moment, we shall strike together, employing our most formidable techniques to ensure a decisive blow, Yu Jiao instructed in hushed tones. Understood. Jin Quan nodded vigorously. The other lords merely exchanged fleeting glances in acknowledgement. Ye Feng blended among the crowd, observing as 10 shadowy figures stealthily advanced forward. He couldn't help but glance back. In the next moment, Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The bronze-armed figure stood at the back, gripping a spear, his body slightly drawn back as if poised to hurl the weapon at any moment. The target of his impending throw was none other than the 9 mighty warriors. Alarmed, Ye Feng was about to raise the warning, but it was already too late. Attack! Up ahead, Yu Jiao's sharp command pierced the air as she thrust her palms forward. The colossal man rolled and landed directly in front of Huang Ying, seizing her thigh with fervent desperation. Kill! Strike! Attack! The thunderous shouts erupted simultaneously from the 9 warriors. Jin Quan, momentarily stunned, drew his curved knife. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a spear hurtled from behind. Boom! The ground seemed to shudder as if struck by a missile. 3 figures were blasted away, landing several meters from the impact site, motionless on the ground. Yu Jiao staggered back, clutching her chest, and spat a mouthful of blood. The other warriors fared little better. Some lay on the ground, anguished, while others pressed their wounds in silence. As the dust settled, Huang Ying emerged, her right hand gripping a bloodied curved knife, while her left hand held a severed head aloft. Husband! Yu Jiao gazed at the grim trophy, a single crystalline tear escaping her eye. Meanwhile, Jin Quan remained frozen in the act of swinging his blade. Boom! The bronze-armed figure descended amidst a heap of mangled flesh. The spear's flight had not only annihilated 3 of the mighty warriors, but had also wounded the remaining 6, enabling Huang Ying to dispatch the massive man. The explosive force of the spear radiated outward, claiming the lives of several adept fighters as well. The bronze arm withdrew the spear, surveyed the 3 corpses, and then smashed it down onto the ground with a resounding crash. A warrior's body erupted into a mist of blood. He continued his assault, striking twice more, obliterating the other 2 corpses. A severed head rolled to rest before Yu Jiao. Huang Ying sheathed his knife, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Yu Jiao with a glint of derision. Brother Copper Arm, these fools were so foolish, while we rested. They conspired with sinister expressions, truly believing we could not see through their schemes, Huang Ying said with a light chuckle. Humph. Overestimating themselves, Copper Arm scoffed, his gaze sweeping over the 5 surviving warriors, Yu Jiao, and 2 men and 2 women. Yet all 5 bore varying degrees of injury, rendering them unlikely to pose any further threat. Chapter 777. It was deliberate thud. Jin Quan's curved knife clattered onto the sand. It was then that he comprehended the folly of his earlier actions. Those were ninth-tier might warriors. Even a casual strike wielded earth-shattering power, and he, merely a fifth-tier fighter, had absurdly considered rallying to take down such formidable foes. Copper Arm's gaze shifted to Jean Quan, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. What? Did you draw your knife earlier for a specific purpose? Copper Arm stepped closer to Jean Quan, halting only when his chest nearly touched the tip of Jean Quan's nose. Chunin, witnessing the tense encounter, hurried over. Haha, esteemed ones, this is my brother Jean Quan. Just now, he sensed that several mighty warriors intended to take action against the two of you, so he came to intervene. However, before he could act, your formidable prowess effortlessly shattered their nefarious plot. My brother Jean Quan finds the venerable Copper Arm to be exceptionally valiant and dignified, momentarily rendered speechless. Chunin showered him with flattery, eliciting a faint smile from Copper Arm. Is that truly the case? Copper Arm replied with a subtle smile. Indeed, I can attest to it. Ye Feng believed that, given the intellect of the two masters, they must have noticed him seated with the 9 mighty warriors. So he felt compelled to clear his name. In truth, the 9 mighty warriors had been deliberating on how to eliminate the two of you. I initially intended to report this, but feared that you might not believe me. Thus, I instructed my brother Jean Quan to covertly sabotage their scheme. As it turned out, you both witnessed it. My brother Jean Quan barely had time to intervene before you transformed a perilous situation into safety. Just moments ago, with a single thrust, you dispatched 3 mighty warriors, and I, Ye Feng, am profoundly in awe of you. Ye Feng, too, felt the urge to flatter. He certainly had the capability to vanquish Copper Arm, yet there was a 30% chance of succumbing to inner demons. Should Copper Arm and Huang Ying join forces, Ye Feng feared he might exhaust all his abilities only to face defeat. After surveying Ye Feng and the others, Copper Arm's expression briefly hinted at intrigue. Well then, I must extend my gratitude to you all. With that, he brandished his spear and circled the other injured mighty warriors. They quickly bowed their heads, terror gleaming in their eyes. Were it not for your remaining usefulness, I would have annihilated you all by now. Sister Yu Jiao, from this moment forth, you 5 mighty warriors shall be responsible for the entire team's supplies. Everyone, gather your belongings and tie them together with rope, which will be carried by Sister Yu Jiao and her companions across the desert. This way, you may conserve some of your strength. Copper Arm bellowed to the surroundings. We can even conserve our strength? Ha, splendid. Quickly, bring all your burdens here and let these 5 shameless ambushers assist. Such shameless knaves, daring to ambush 2 ninth-tier mighty warriors. Yu Jiao watched the crowd, fury causing her to spit blood. Their reckless ambush was, in fact, a desperate attempt to save everyone. Yet, what had they done to her in return? What are you staring at? Hurry up and haul the supplies. Don't think that just because you are mighty warriors, I won't dare to strike you. A 4th-tier warrior waved his fist at Yu Jiao, utterly devoid of gratitude. Yu Jiao wiped the blood from her lips, her expression devoid of emotion as she grasped the rope. Behind her followed 2 men and 2 women, all mighty warriors. Let us depart, Copper Arm concluded, moving to the rear of the group for oversight. At that moment, a warrior charged forth, striking Yu Jiao's back with a whip. Hurry up. Do you wish to provoke the esteemed Copper Arm? The warrior declared arrogantly. Ye Feng watched with discomfort. Although he knew Yu Jiao harbored ill intentions towards him, her broader perspective was not misguided, primarily aimed at rescuing everyone, which was akin to self-preservation. Alas, it is indeed a case of the tiger falling into the plains, only to be bullied by curs. Ye Feng etched the visage of that brutish figure into his memory, contemplating delivering a blow to him upon departing from the group. However, mere moments later, more brutes surged forth. They kicked the posteriors of the 5 individuals, struck their backs, employing every despicable tactic imaginable. Tong Bai, trailing behind, witnessed the entire spectacle but refrained from intervening. The defeated must surely pay the price, and he relished the thought of these 5 mighty warriors being tormented by the lesser brutes. As for the masters of strength, they were renowned in the vast desert. Valuing their reputation, thus none would stoop to the level of a cur. Indeed, when the petty rise, their demeanor becomes more contemptible than that of the nobility they once emulated, even grotesque. Chunin, filled with righteous indignation, stealthily approached one of the brutes. This brute was engaged in lewd gestures towards Yu Jiao's posterior, displaying a level of depravity beyond measure. Brother, one should leave a thread of mercy for future encounters. he warned. Thud. Ouch. Chunin recoiled, clutching his bleeding nose. Ye Feng committed the brute's face to memory. Though the brute's body swayed back and forth without touching Yu Jiao, his actions were utterly vile. Yu Jiao clenched her teeth, feigning ignorance to the scene. She understood her status as a defeated party. Any resistance could provoke the wrath of Tong Bai and Huang Ying. A casual strike from either could exacerbate her injuries. Seeing that the two formidable figures did not intervene, the brute not only continued his lewd motions, but also unleashed a torrent of verbal insults. Yu Jiao, my dear. Your physique is exquisite. Oh, I'm almost there. You, the mighty warrior, are soon to bear my ignoble seed. Just so you know, my ancestors were bandits, while you, a noble warrior, are destined to carry my lowly progeny. His voice boomed, ensuring all present could hear. The masters of strength dared not intervene, their faces betraying a hint of sorrow, while the other brutes erupted in raucous laughter. At that moment, a swirling cloud of sand arose, and a dozen sand beasts emerged from the earth. They fixed their bloodshot eyes upon Huang Ying and charged. Assessing the beasts' levels, Huang Ying noted that the strongest was merely at level 15. He scoffed, preparing to draw his curved blade. Suddenly, a figure soared through the air. It was Ye Feng. Senior, how could such a trivial matter trouble you? Allow me to handle it, he declared. In an instant, he felled two sand beasts with a single stroke and, with a powerful kick, sent a level 15 beast flying 20 meters away. By sheer chance, its massive body crashed down upon the lascivious brute, crushing its lower half and spilling intestines across the ground, blood gushing from its mouth. My apologies, I failed to notice earlier. Are you unscathed? Ye Feng rushed over, moving the corpse aside, his expression one of sincere regret as he looked at the level 6 brute. You? The brute perceived a glint of mockery in Ye Feng's eyes. You did that on purpose. Indeed, I did it purposefully, you despicable wretch. May you perish. Upon concluding his words, Ye Feng unleashed a surge of dark energy from his palm, directly devastating the man's brain. After a brief moment, Ye Feng rose with a sorrowful countenance. The other sand beasts had been thoroughly exterminated by the other strength masters. I am deeply sorry, everyone. I have mistakenly killed a teammate. I truly deserve this fate, Ye Feng lamented with regret. Several companions of the fallen strength master rushed over, dragging their comrade's body aside, while casting furious glances at Ye Feng. Let us proceed. Do not waste any more time, Huang Ying remarked indifferently, showing no concern for the life of the strength master. Chapter 778. Delicate and charming. The group continued along their path, leaving the strength master's body behind. At that moment, Chunin suddenly paused, stroking his abdomen. Chunin? Ye Feng exclaimed with joy, sensing a rise in Chunin's aura. Brother Feng, I felt something within me resonate. And now, I feel incredibly comfortable, Chunin expressed with excitement. Indeed, you have now ascended to the second tier of strength masters, Ye Feng declared, giving him a thumbs up. Wonderful. I, Chunin, am now also a second-tier strength master. Do we have any crystal pills left? Quickly, put one in my mouth. Chunin urged eagerly. Please hold on a moment, Ye Feng replied, grasping Chunin's wrist and bringing his hand to his nose for a sniff. No. The medicinal potency in your body has yet to be fully absorbed. There is still a lingering fragrance. I do not wish for you to follow in my footsteps. So you must cultivate each realm to perfection before I provide you with another crystal pill, Ye Feng stated. All right, Brother Feng, you are too kind to me, Chunin said, visibly moved. Let us be on our way. Would you like me to carry you? This way, you can conserve your energy for solidifying your realm. Ye Feng inquired. How could I allow such a thing? Chunin replied, but before he could finish, he had already mounted Ye Feng's back. For the duration of their journey, Chunin devoted all his energy to solidifying his realm, as Ye Feng facilitated his travel. On Hot Spring Island, Susan gazed at Ding Tuanshuan in astonishment. Little Tuanshuan, you have leveled up so quickly? Have you truly reached the standard of a second-tier strength master? They conducted a census of the over 2,000 citizens on Hot Spring Island, discovering that Ding Tuanshuan absorbed the medicinal energy at an astonishing rate, approximately 5 times faster than the average person. This indicated that her physique was extraordinarily rare. As for the others, they consistently fell short. Nearby, Ma Gubai looked on with envy and resentment. I am merely a third-tier strength master, yet she has already attained the second tier. It seems that within a year, she may surpass both me and Duo Ming, Ma Gubai remarked with a tinge of bitterness. Following Ye Feng's departure, the foremost expert on Hot Spring Island became Jean Yeme. She stepped forward, meticulously checking Ding-To-Anshuan's pulse. Indeed, you possess a remarkably rare cultivation physique, but do proceed with caution. Do not advance too quickly. Ensure you cultivate each realm to perfection before leveling up, Jin Yimei advised. Behind Jin Yimei sat Jin Shi, Mei Ji, and Qin Chong, all of whom were 9th-tier strength masters, placing them in the second echelon of experts on Hot Spring Island. The first echelon consisted solely of Ye Feng and Jin Yimei. Throughout this month, Jin Yimei's life path had become firmly established. In the early morning, she began her training, and upon completion, indulged in the exquisite cuisine prepared by Shi Zhongliang. Throughout her life, she had never tasted anything so delectable. After breakfast, she took to the battleship, mingling effortlessly with the sailors. Many of them were penning love letters to her. Though she held little regard for these sailors, the atmosphere of affection enveloped her, leaving her entranced. As noon approached, another meal awaited her, featuring Shi Zhongliang's signature dishes, which tantalized Jin Yimei's appetite. However, it was the evening that she anticipated most eagerly. As night fell, the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island gathered in a large hall for festivities. Just 7 days prior, she had been captivated by Wang Zhihao's rendition of the 3 strikes of the White-Bone Demon. And now she found herself enthralled by Ding-To-Anshuan's storytelling of the Frog Prince and Cinderella. At a critical juncture in the tale, she hoped the frog would transform into a prince and marry Cinderella. At this moment, Jin Yimei had come to regard Hot Spring Island as her true home. With its citizens as her family, she would fiercely defend her home against any who dared to threaten it. In contrast, her previous abode, the temple, had been a place of strict hierarchy. Without comparison, there was no pain, while Susan and Wang Zhihao, the overseers of Hot Spring Island, were approachable. The temple's high priests enforced severe discipline. Anyone who dared to oppose the high priest faced dire consequences. Jin Yimei believed the temple was not truly a home, merely a shelter, whereas Hot Spring Island embodied the essence of home. The island's inclusivity was remarkable. Even if one chose to run naked, it was deemed a personal right, and others had no authority to punish them. In the temple, such behavior would lead to immediate sacrifice. Meanwhile, in the distant city of Na, Charlie was examining a blueprint left by his ancestors. His grandfather had referred to it as a mortar, illustrating its principles. Beside him stood an engineer holding another intricate blueprint filled with complex symbols. Creating potent explosives required numerous components, and they hoped Mr. Yi would swiftly retrieve the necessary materials. As time passed, over 30 days slipped by. 3 days ago, Chunin had broken through another tier, unexpectedly becoming a 3rd-tier warrior. Ye Feng had fed him all the high-grade crystal pills, which were more easily absorbed than crystal elixirs. In a few years, Chunin, your prowess may surpass mine. Ye Feng remarked with a hint of envy. If he were to advance, it would undoubtedly be at a pace hundreds of times faster than Chunin's. Yet, he dared not progress until he found a solution to his inner demons. For now, he remained at the level of a 4th-tier warrior, fearing that any increase might plunge him into madness. Yu Jiao, with her petite frame, was tethered to a rope that dragged behind it the belongings of 20 individuals. The other 2 female force warriors were not in much better condition. Despite their strength, even while injured, hauling the luggage was manageable. The true burden lay in the psychological toll, which quickly wore them down. Those at the Force Master level fared slightly better, still clinging to their dignity. At the level of a lowly warrior, particularly those of inferior rank, it is not uncommon for them to approach and hurl verbal insults at the 3 esteemed female warriors. Typically, they find themselves oppressed by these formidable women, and now that they have finally seized an opportunity, they are eager to unleash all the malevolence they had previously dared not display. Such is the nature of a true scoundrel. Presently, a 4th-tier warrior has emerged. His face is notably square. Were it to be paired with a height of approximately 6 feet, it would undoubtedly exude an aura of nobility and vigor. However, his short stature of merely 5 feet renders him rather sinister and unsavory in appearance. My lady Yu Jiao, might you elevate your posterior slightly? This way, I may fully appreciate the alluring contours behind you. Fear not. I possess the means to project my essence into your being, especially since your husband has passed. Do indulge my desires, he leered. Oh, you choose silence? I find such reticent women particularly appealing. But fret not. I shall employ my skills to coax delightful sounds from you. Just look at your physique, petite yet charming, with all the requisite attributes. I imagine our endeavors would be quite convenient. Ye Feng, standing nearby, felt a surge of rage at these words. He yearned to eliminate this scoundrel immediately. Chen, meanwhile, refrained from intervening, fearing that he might again suffer a nosebleed. They encountered several waves of sand beasts along the way, yet Ye Feng dared not resort to previous tactics. Chapter 779. A flicker of dread. Perhaps the first instance was mere coincidence. Should it occur again, the two ninth-tier warriors would undoubtedly target him. How far is it to Fire Dragon Bay? Ye Feng inquired of the dispirited Jin Quan beside him, who, since his last failed boast, had lost much of his former vigor and no longer engaged in idle chatter. Perhaps a month or so until we reach Fire Dragon Bay, and within 3 months, we should arrive at Giant Tree City, Jin Quan's wife interjected. A month is quite a while. Ye Feng's countenance darkened. Indeed, we are progressing at the pace of ordinary folk. This is relatively swift. Should we rest as commoners do, it could take nearly a year to reach Giant Tree City. Another pair of individuals remarked. Very well, Ye Feng sighed. A year it is. As long as we procure thunder powder, we can fabricate artillery. With such weaponry, even a warrior of royal caliber would meet their demise upon impact. At this moment, Jin Quan unexpectedly offered 2 pieces of his jerky to Ye Feng. Brother Ye Feng, if your jerky is depleted, do partake in ours. Though it may lack flavor, it will at least fill your stomach. Ye Feng sensed a hint of humility in Jin Quan's tone, yet the air of superiority remained intact. Such individuals are not inherently malevolent, but having assumed the role of leader for so long, they have grown accustomed to caring for the younger members of their team. If one is weaker, they will be treated kindly. However, should someone surpass them, the leader may feel uncomfortable, leading to irrational behavior. Thank you, Brother Jin, Ye Feng expressed sincerely. Thank you, Brother Jin Quan, Chen echoed earnestly, only to be nudged by Ye Feng immediately after. Jin Quan's expression turned exceedingly awkward as he silently retreated to the side. After finishing the jerky, Ye Feng habitually carried Chen on his back, practicing the Brahma Saint demon art as he walked. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. A peculiar energy was actively assisting him in his upgrade. In just a short while, this energy began to assault his threshold. This is bad. Ye Feng abruptly threw Chen into the ground and glared furiously at Jin Quan. Brother Jin Quan, what was in the jerky you just gave me? Ye Feng demanded angrily. Brother Ye Feng, you are too weak. I placed a specially upgraded high-grade crystal pill in the jerky for you, so you would have the opportunity to advance to a 5th-tier force master, at least giving you a bit of self-defense capability, Jin Quan replied with an innocent expression. Damn it. Ye Feng's face flushed crimson. That energy was completely beyond the control of the Brahma Saint demon art and had started to challenge the threshold directly. With the first impact, the scenery before Ye Feng began to shift. The desert transformed into an oasis, which then morphed into the dark tree river basin. A warship traversed the great river back and forth. The faces of Chun Li, Bai Guifan, and Chun Jihua, the deceased, flashed before him. It's over. Ye Feng tightly shut his eyes. Yet the hollow, distant voice of Bai Guifan echoed in his mind. Ah Feng, could you help me out for a moment? Ah Feng, have you found Li Li yet? Chun quickly stepped forward, noticing that Ye Feng had become motionless, resembling a statue, yet his expression was vivid and dynamic, one moment filled with guilt, the next with sorrow, and then excitement. Brother Feng, why aren't you moving? Chen hopped around in front of Ye Feng. Jin Quan, equally bewildered, approached Ye Feng's side. He could not comprehend why his well-meaning attempt to help Ye Feng upgrade had led to such consequences. What on earth happened? Jin Quan asked Chen. Are you even asking me? My brother Feng cannot upgrade, you know? At least not in the short term. If he upgrades, he will be controlled by the heart demon. And look at what happened now. Brother Feng has turned into a statue, and you must take full responsibility. Chen glared at Jin Quan with bloodshot eyes, wishing he could split him in two. Within the grasp of the heart demon, Ye Feng found himself sitting in an office building, where Chun Li quietly brought him dinner. Brother Feng, eat before you work, don't wear yourself out. At this moment, Chun Li was incredibly gentle, resembling a docile little cat. However, as the scene shifted, Ye Feng saw Chun Li intertwined with Wang Tao's arm. Tao Ge, let us go. I don't want to see him right now. After saying this, Chun Li cast a disdainful glance at Ye Feng. What are you afraid of? Hee, I enjoy flaunting you in front of him, Wang Tao said, forcibly pulling Chun to sit opposite Ye Feng. Ye Feng lowered his head, his hands clenched into tight fists, his eyes reddened with blood. Wife, hurry, feed me, quickly. Wang Tao sat directly across from Ye Feng, pressuring Chun Li to feed him. Chun-Li looked pained, but could only pick up the chopsticks. Don't use chopsticks. Use your mouth, do you understand? Feed me mouth to mouth, Wang Tao said, casting a sidelong glance at Ye Feng. Go to hell. In a fit of rage, Ye Feng swung a punch. Yet, Wang Tao and Chun-Li instantly transformed into green smoke and vanished without a trace. Oh dear, Maple. Have you not turned into a statue? He observed. Your teeth seem to have loosened from the impact. Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes and found Chun and collapsed on the ground, clutching his mouth. Simultaneously, he assessed the energy within himself, realizing he had ascended to the realm of a fifth-tier force master. However, there was little joy upon his face. Rather, a hint of trepidation lingered. The level of a fifth-tier force master was perilous, as one could easily fall prey to the invasion of inner demons if not vigilant. Chunin, what are you doing flailing about before me? Get up. After helping Chun into his feet, Ye Feng cast a glance behind him. A tremor coursed through him as he noticed the bronze wall staring intently, its gaze seemingly flickering with a trace of malevolence. Yet, upon witnessing Ye Feng's movement, the malevolence in the bronze arm receded. Its intent was straightforward, to drag this group back to the old city lord for retribution. If Ye Feng remained motionless, he would be left with no choice but to strike. The group continued their journey, with Ye Feng no longer carrying Chunin. Instead, it was Chunin who bore him. He needed to solidify his fifth-tier force master status. Otherwise, in the next skirmish, the inner demons could easily invade his sea of consciousness. Behind them, the bronze arm once more directed its gaze at Ye Feng. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Ye Feng's silhouette, it experienced a moment of unease. How could this be? The bronze wall involuntarily took a step forward, attempting to sense the energy emanating from Ye Feng once more. Indeed, he was a fifth-tier force master. But why did this realization evoke a feeling of disquiet? Oh, it must be a figment of my imagination brought on by recent mental strain. The bronze arm reassured itself. Wait, it suddenly altered its course, striding through the crowd until it stood before Ye Feng. Are you Ye Feng? The bronze arm inquired. Indeed, may I ask what commands you have, my lord? Ye Feng dismounted from Chun En's back, regarding the bronze arm with gravity. Who is your master? The bronze arm pressed further. This formidable being was acutely sensitive to certain premonitions, always striving for stability. If Ye Feng elicited a feeling of unease, it could signify either his own formidable strength or that of his master. My master is Li Danyu. Ye Feng fabricated a name casually. Li Danyu? The bronze arm endeavored to recall various Force Emperor-level powerhouses, but none matched that name. Which tribe do you belong to? Are you from the Sword Gorge, the Greenfield tribe, or Birch City? The bronze arm queried again. Should Ye Feng hail from one of these three places, caution would be prudent, as they were powerful races overseen by fifth-tier force emperors, whom even their old city lord would not dare provoke. No, Ye Feng contemplated for a moment, ultimately refraining from boasting. After all, should inquiries about his background arise, it could unravel his facade. Strange, you may proceed, the bronze arm replied dismissively. As you command, my lord. Ye Feng nodded and resumed his perch on Chun En's back. Time passed, and after about 10 days, Ye Feng felt he had thoroughly solidified his fifth-tier force master status. He needed to ensure he could swiftly mobilize all the energy within his body at any moment. That, he believed, was the essence of true consolidation. For consolidation, too, comes in layers. In the realm of foundational mastery, one can merely summon energy for straightforward assaults. However, the ability to execute nuanced maneuvers or modulate the intensity of one's strikes remains elusive, as such proficiency has yet to be attained. At the intermediate level, one begins to refine their control over energy, mastering aspects such as seamless transmission and rapid response. Advanced mastery, however, demands considerable time and allows for the unrestricted utilization of one's internal energy. Yet, Ye Feng, having been intimidated by the inner demons, strives for perfection in all endeavors. After enhancing his fundamental strength, his perspective on the copper arm transformed significantly. He felt that, absent the presence of Huang Ying, he could vanquish the copper arm, and employing a stealthy approach would yield a 70% chance of success. Regrettably, with Huang Ying's vigilance, he had to remain on high alert. At that moment, Jin Quan approached. Brother Ye Feng, I apologize for my earlier behavior. I was unaware that you were ensnared by your inner demons and unable to advance. However, fear not. If we journey for 5 more days, we shall reach the soul-subduing ridge, where the tribe's revered treasure, the soul-subduing bell, resides. It is said that those ensnared by inner demons can swiftly liberate themselves by ringing this bell, Jin Quan informed. Initially, Ye Feng had no intention of offering him a cordial demeanor, but upon hearing this information, he leapt with enthusiasm and grasped Jin Quan's hands. Is there truly such a miraculous artifact? Splendid. I beseech you to remind me when we pass the soul-subduing ridge. I must acquire the soul-subduing bell. Ye Feng exclaimed with fervor. But that is their treasured relic. Do you believe they will part with it? Moreover, do you think they will allow us to leave the group? Jin Quan gestured towards the two formidable experts nearby. Rest assured, for the sake of dispelling my inner demons, I am willing to pay a steep price, even if it means using Chun An as a decoy, Ye Feng replied. His spirits lifted as he patted Chun An's shoulder. Brother Feng, are you jesting at my expense again? Chun An responded, his countenance darkening. I must also inform you that the power of the soul-subduing bell is immense. It requires careful control. The first toll of the bell indeed dispels inner demons, and the second may also do so. However, should one listen to it excessively, it could harm their soul. Even a 9th-tier power sovereign would be shattered if they heard the bell tolled 20 times consecutively. Thus, the bell's efficacy is finite. Unless one's physical form is extraordinarily robust, even then, one can only endure a limited number of tolls, Jin Quan elucidated. Ye Feng's expression soured. He had hoped the issue of inner demons would be resolved, only to discover that the soul-subduing bell served merely as a temporary remedy. The root of the problem lay in the need to fortify one's spirit and achieve consummate mastery at every level. Alas, regardless, I must acquire the soul-subduing bell. It may prove beneficial in critical moments, Ye Feng remarked, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Additionally, once ensnared by inner demons, one is rendered immobile. Therefore, a companion must assist in ringing the soul-subduing bell, and that companion must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, they too risk being harmed by the tolls, Jin Quan added. What use is this worthless artifact, then? A treasured relic, indeed, Chun An exclaimed in frustration. Despite the numerous flaws of the soul bell, its ability to dispel inner demons alone renders it a treasured artifact. Moreover, a crucial point remains. With the formidable Emperor of Strength stationed at Soul Ridge, do you believe, Brother Ye Feng, that you can contend with him? Jin Quan finally struck at the crux of the matter. Ye Feng's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing. It's fine. I can resort to stealth. Jin Quan interjected. Hey, what are you all discussing? Keep up with the group. The voice of the copper arm echoed from behind. The group exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, and hurriedly rejoined the main body. Yu Jiao, burdened with heavy luggage and having gone a long time without sustenance, thanks to the copper arm forbidding her and the others from eating. Fearing they would regain their strength and cause further trouble, cast a glance back at Ye Feng and then at Chun An, letting out a resigned sigh. Ultimately, she was not of the emperor level, insufficiently capable and more likely to bring about failure. Yet, she was unwilling to simply march towards Giant Tree City to meet her demise. Thus, she cast her gaze forward. A few hundred miles ahead lay Soul Ridge. She had to seize the opportunity to break into the ridge, obtain their soul bell, and then, even at the risk of mutual destruction, ring the bell. If she could strike it 7 times, she believed even a 9th-tier emperor would flee in panic. As for her, it was likely she would shatter her soul, becoming a mere husk, forever unable to ascend. But compared to death, what did being unable to progress matter? She was gambling, wagering that the copper arm and Huang Ying would not dare to fight her to the death. Ye Feng quickened his pace, positioning himself beside Yu Jiao. Lady Yu Jiao, he said cautiously, glancing back at the copper arm. What do you want? Yu Jiao glared at Ye Feng, continuing to drag her lengthy baggage. Ha ha ha, my dear lady. Your figure is quite remarkable. I find it puzzling. Your husband is so tall, yet you are so petite. When you consummate your marriage, does the goods come out of the mouth? Ye Feng laughed loudly on purpose, attempting to dispel the copper arm's suspicions. Ha ha, how amusing. The warriors behind burst into hearty laughter. You, an alien, are nothing but a coward. Why didn't you join us last time? Perhaps with you, we could have wiped out Huang Ying, Yu Jiao said through gritted teeth. Lady Yu Jiao, I acted out of necessity before. As for past matters, let us not revisit them. You see the situation clearly. If we return to Giant Tree City, we shall meet our end. Therefore, we must find a way to ally once more, Ye Feng whispered. Ally? You untrustworthy alien. Do you think I would ever join forces with you again? Yu Jiao glared at Ye Feng, her anger flaring at the mere mention of an alliance. Senior Yu Jiao, if you do not join me. It is a path to certain death. Choose wisely. Ye Feng's demeanor grew cold. Yu Jiao turned once more, scrutinizing Ye Feng. Though he lacked integrity, he spoke truthfully. Without an alliance, they were doomed. Are we to rely solely on our two strengths? I fear we could not even withstand one hand of the copper arm. Inform the other 4 emperors as well. Let us agree upon a signal and strike together. Not only the powerful warriors, but all the skilled masters present. You should discreetly reach out to them, ensuring the utmost subtlety to avoid detection by the copper arm. As long as we all unite our efforts, it is improbable that those two can eliminate us all. Thus, at least we, the adept ones, will have a glimmer of hope to escape. Yu Jiao remarked. Very well. Lady Yu Jiao, do you have a plan? Ye Feng inquired. In a few days, we shall arrive at the Soul Calling Bell. Their chieftain is a powerful monarch. It is there that we shall strike unexpectedly, and then make our way to the Soul Calling Ridge. I believe that even the 2 ninth-rank warriors, Copper Arm and his companion, would hesitate to venture into the ridge to capture us. Should they force their way in, we will rush to the heart of the ridge and sound the soul-calling bell. Even risking mutual annihilation, Yu Jiao explained. Lady Yu Jiao, we are indeed on the same wavelength. I shall now convene with the other 4 powerful monarchs, Ye Feng declared, then audaciously slapped Yu Jiao's rear. You? Yu Jiao exclaimed in outrage. Ha ha ha. Quite resilient, Ye Feng chuckled, this display intended for Copper Arm's observation, to allay any suspicions regarding his collusion. He then approached the other 2 female warriors. One, a 3rd-rank warrior named Yu Huanyu, possessed a slightly plump figure, particularly prominent in her bosom, nearly straining her attire, igniting the most primal desires in men. The other, a 2nd-rank warrior named Qing Yi Ro, had a more elongated form. Yet her gaze was piercing, as if she could devour Ye Feng whole. Humph. Both ladies emitted a disdainful snort upon Ye Feng's approach. Lady Yu Huanyu. Lady Qing Yi Ro, the situation is as follows. Lady Yu Jiao has proposed that we strike again at the soul-calling ridge. I will coordinate all the warriors and monarchs. Ye Feng conveyed Yu Jiao's plan to them. You deceitful foreigner, do you presume we would still trust you? Even bandits possess more honor than you, one retorted. Indeed, you are less worthy than a brigand. Why do you still draw breath? They glared at Ye Feng menacingly. Esteemed ladies, let us refrain from dwelling on past grievances. Should you refuse to cooperate, upon arriving at the great tree city, we shall all meet our demise. You must choose, to join us or to engage in a slow suicide. Ye Feng's demeanor turned icy. The 2 female warriors remained skeptical of Ye Feng. Should you? The foreigner Ye Feng plan to betray us when we strike. What then? Yu Huanyu queried. Very well, to demonstrate my sincerity. The signal for action will be that I will be the first to strike at Copper Arm. When I engage him, you shall deal with Huang Ying alone. Ye Feng stated calmly. Regardless, the soul-calling bell must be secured, he added. All of us will confront Huang Ying while you face Copper Arm alone. The 2 female monarchs scoffed, feeling as though their intellect was being belittled by Ye Feng's apparent lack of sincerity. Indeed, I shall confront Copper Arm alone. Ye Feng affirmed. You, foreigner, if you lack sincerity, then this plan holds no merit. Facing Copper Arm alone, you will likely be torn apart without even being able to hinder him. If that is the case, we might as well resign ourselves to our fate in Great Tree City, Qing Yi Ro replied coldly. Ye Feng reassured them, stating, rest assured, I possess a modicum of prowess and should be able to withstand the Copper Arm for a brief moment. I can only hope that all of you can strike down Huang Ying, or at least inflict significant injury upon him. Frustration was beginning to mount within Ye Feng. He found it imprudent to disclose his capability to eliminate the Copper Arm, as few would believe him, and revealing one's trump card is never a wise strategy. The 2 female warriors remained silent, casting skeptical glances towards Ye Feng. Do not worry, I am no fool. This plan is our sole hope, and I would never gamble with my own life. Ye Feng explained patiently. After a moment of silence, the 2 women finally nodded in agreement. Very well. The signal will be your initial strike against the Copper Arm. At that moment, the rest of us will direct our efforts towards Huang Ying, Qing Yi Ro stated, affirming their strategy. Sister, this foreigner is clearly toying with us, Yu Huan began, but was interrupted. Sister, refrain from speaking. Let us proceed as Ye Feng suggests. Qing Yi Ro insisted. Very well, Yu Huan sighed heavily. Ye Feng bowed slightly, and then approached the other 2 warriors, named by Li Shu and Chen Yuan. Once he departed, Yu Huan could no longer contain her curiosity and turned to Qing Yi Ro. Sister, Do you truly place your trust in Ye Feng? I certainly do not trust this shameless Ye Feng, but he has promised to strike first against the copper arm. When he does, we must not rush to confront Huang Ying. Instead, let us observe whether he can endure a blow from the copper arm. If he can, then we will engage Huang Ying, Qing Yiro replied. Ah, indeed, sister. I must concede that you possess greater wisdom in this regard, Yu Yuhuan remarked with a smile. Ye Feng, after much persuasion, finally convinced by Li Shu and Qin Yuan to join him. He then began to rally the strength practitioners. Behind him, the copper arm narrowed his eyes, feeling that Ye Feng was overly animated. Hey, kid, do not wander about aimlessly. Stay within your little squad, the copper arm admonished. Ye Feng's expression darkened, for thus far he had only managed to rally 5 strength practitioners, all of whom were of the 9th tier. As you command, Lord Copperarm, he replied, reluctantly returning to his team. Brother Jin Quan, you 4. Come here and stay close to me. I have something to whisper to you, Ye Feng said casually. Shortly thereafter, Jin Quan and the others absorbed Ye Feng's plan. Fear not, when the time comes, we shall strike together, Jin Quan assured, slapping his chest. Such a person relished in orchestrating grand events. The larger the affair, the greater his renown in the vast desert, ensuring a stream of future benefits. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days later, a vast oasis emerged before them. Its towering trees soaring hundreds of meters high, blanketing the area. However, to Ye Feng's surprise, the ground beneath these giants was nearly barren, save for patches of dark moss. The soul-settling ridge lies within this oasis, Jin Quan whispered. Ye Feng nodded, scrutinizing the oasis once more. Once we plunge into the oasis, how long will it take to reach the soul-settling tribe? He inquired. Soon. This oasis was not vast, with the swiftness of our adept strides. We could reach the Soul Town Ridge in less than half an hour. Jin Quan estimated everyone's pace. Excellent. Now is the time. With this thought, Ye Feng's gaze sharpened as he slowly turned to the copper arm behind him. Yu Jiao and the others seemed to sense it as well, discreetly casting sidelong glances at Ye Feng. As long as Ye Feng made the first move against the copper arm, they would unleash their full strength against Huang Ying. Why did he stop? The copper arm suddenly glared at Ye Feng. In the past, upon hearing such a rebuke, Ye Feng would have hurriedly pressed forward. Yet now, the glint in his eyes was laced with a hint of mockery and disdain. You foolish boy, seeking your own demise? The copper arm seethed, clenching his right fist. My lord Copper Arm, do not be enraged. I possess a treasure that warrants your attention, Ye Feng replied, tightening his fist and advancing step by step towards the copper arm. A treasure? The copper arm remained vigilant, scrutinizing Ye Feng. The treasure is. As Ye Feng spoke, he rooted himself, his bones rhythmically adjusting. However, he was merely at the 5th tier of adept strength. Just as he completed the 3rd layer of the Chongyang technique, the copper arm noticed. Ha ha ha, do you wish to ambush me? Prepare to perish. The copper arm unleashed a punch, a powerful gust of wind causing Ye Feng's hair to stand on end. At that moment, Ye Feng activated his Chongyang technique, retaliating with a punch of his own. Boom. It was as if 2 slabs of iron collided, the resounding impact causing nearby warriors to clutch their ears in agony. The 2 forces collided against Ye Feng and the copper arm respectively. The copper arm staggered back a mere 2 steps, easily absorbing Ye Feng's strength. However, in the next instant, a wave of numbness swept through his body, his hair standing on end, rendering him nearly immobile. On Ye Feng's side, he felt 2 torrents of power surge into his body. Scales of blood emerged, dissipating 1/10 of the punch's force. Subsequently, his form became ethereal, ripples of water appearing around him, with a Sanskrit inscription swiftly circulating his body. Even with the enhancement of blood scales and the divine demonic art, Ye Feng still staggered back 10 steps before steadying himself. Die. Ignoring the pressure bearing down on him, Ye Feng flicked his fingers. A flicker of flame accurately struck the copper arm. Under normal circumstances, the copper arm's speed would easily allow him to evade the fire. Yet now, his body was still in a brief state of paralysis, leaving him helpless as flames engulfed him. Hey! The copper arm roared, leaping 30 meters into the air, only to plunge back into the sand with a thud. When he extinguished the flames and emerged from the sand, he felt 2 enormous hands clutching his shoulders. Blood-sucking technique. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ye Feng's face was fierce as he wielded the blood-sucking technique to its utmost. Behind him, Yu Jiao stood in stunned silence, her expression one of sheer astonishment. She had thought a single punch from the copper arm would obliterate Ye Feng, but to her surprise, Ye Feng's maneuvers were so fluid, leaving the copper arm with scarcely a moment to breathe. Before Yu Jiao, Yu Yuhuan and Qing Yuro stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them. They could not comprehend how a mere 5th-tier power master could hold back a 9th-tier power king. No, it was not merely a standoff. It appeared as though Ye Feng had ensnared the copper arm. "Kid, do you wish to perish?" The voice of Huang Ying echoed from ahead, and before his words could settle, he materialized directly behind Ye Feng. "What are you all waiting for?" Ye Feng bellowed in fury, his grip on the copper arm tightening. Meanwhile, the world before him shifted incessantly as the inner demons began their invasion. At one moment, he felt submerged in an ocean. At another, he found himself on a beach. And then, the figure he had ensnared morphed into Long Wu. Bang! Huang Ying's fist collided with Ye Feng's back. Despite the protective barrier of the venerable Saint Demon art, he coughed up blood. Ye Feng had channeled all his strength into the blood-sucking technique, significantly reducing the defensive capabilities of the venerable Saint Demon art. "This is an opportunity. Kill him." Yu Jiao gritted her teeth and snatched a curved blade from a fellow power master. Clang! The two blades clashed. Huang Ying stood resolute, while Yu Jiao was propelled backward 5 meters, her hand's tiger mouth splitting open, blood gushing forth. "Kill!" Both Yu Yuhuan and Qing Yuro sprang into action simultaneously. However, Huang Ying delivered a kick that sent Yu Yuhuan flying 20 meters away, followed by a swift strike that cleaved Qing Yiro's curved blade in two. Puff! A trickle of blood coursed down Qing Yiro's forehead. Had she advanced a step further, her skull might have been split open. "Everyone, attack together. This is our chance." Several 9th-tier power masters joined the fray. "Junior sisters, let us engage as well." Yu Jiao, gritting her teeth against the pain of her shattered hands, once more seized a curved blade and charged forward. In an instant, Huang Ying found himself encircled. "Junior brother Bai Li, junior brother Qin Yuan, what are you doing? Hurry and join us." Yu Jiao glanced back in haste, only to see the two male power kings standing still. The two exchanged glances and, to her disbelief, retreated towards the oasis. "Cursed wretches, you faithless scoundrels." Yu Jiao bit her silver teeth, clashing once more with Huang Ying. Boom! Her curved blade was flung away, and she was sent hurtling backward 20 meters. "Forgive me, Ye Feng," Yu Jiao murmured to herself, fleeing towards the oasis. For she doubted Ye Feng could hold the copper arm for long. Senior sister Yu Jiao?" Yu Yuhuan called out, only to suddenly feel a chill in her chest. A bloodied blade pierced through her torso. "Senior sister?" Qing Yuro was horrified, retreating with her curved blade trembling in her grip. The 3 power kings ceased their attacks, while the remaining power masters showed fear, backing away in haste. Puff! With a swift upward sweep of his curved blade, Huang Ying cleaved Yu Yuhuan in half. The others, their faces pale with dread, raced towards the oasis, cursing their parents for not granting them 2 additional legs. "Do not run. Stop, please." Jin Quan gripped his curved blade, watching the panicked crowd flee. "Husband, we should run too," his wife urged, clutching Jin Quan's arm. "Begone. My brother Ye Feng is single-handedly holding off the copper arm. How could I, as his elder brother, escape alone? How shall I navigate the vast desert henceforth?" Upon uttering these words, Jin Quan forcefully pushed aside his wife and, wielding his blade, charged towards Huang Ying. A foolhardy endeavor. Huang Ying raised her curved blade, unleashing a wave of lethal energy towards Jin Quan. "Ah!" Shannon screamed, hastily dropping to the ground. "My lord!" Thud. "Ah! My ear!" Jin Quan, fortunate enough, stumbled over a corpse, narrowly avoiding a fate of being cleaved in two by the deadly wave. Truly, luck was on his side. Huang Ying, lifting her blade once more, prepared to unleash another strike. At that moment, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the oasis ahead. Those who had fled moments earlier, including Bai Li Shu, were returning along the same path, glancing back as if pursued by phantoms. What was happening? Huang Ying's expression shifted, her cautious gaze darting towards the depths of the oasis. Before long, Bai Li Shu, Yu Jiao, and all the others had returned, standing hesitantly before Huang Ying, their faces a mixture of confusion and dread. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky with a resounding thud. This individual, with unkempt hair cascading around him, clutched a human corpse in his hands. "Ha ha ha, splendid. I never anticipated encountering so many formidable beings. I shall feast to my heart's content." Chapter 783. I plead with you, the wild-haired man proclaimed before sinking his teeth into the corpse's carotid artery, his throat convulsing as he drank. Was he consuming blood? Had he mastered blood magic? Even Huang Ying's countenance paled at the sight. In their vast desert, there existed nefarious cults, and blood magic could expedite one's ascension. However, this dark art bore a perilous flaw. Those who advanced to higher levels would lose their humanity, becoming relentless killing machines, forever trapped at the 5th level power monarch. Ye Feng, release me. That is a blood mage, and a power monarch level at that. The copper arm, having suffered considerable depletion at Ye Feng's hands, had now regressed to the 8th level power king. Curse it, I have you at my mercy. Ye Feng was oblivious to the true nature of the blood mage. Brother Ye Feng, quickly let him go. This is a power monarch level blood mage. He will drain the lifeblood of all strong individuals, Jin Quan shouted anxiously, his voice trembling. It was known that he feared nothing, even facing a 9th level power king, yet the mention of the blood mage instilled dread within him. Ye Feng, your elder brother speaks the truth. Release me at once. Regardless of our past grievances, we must deal with this blood mage first, or we shall all perish. The stronger the blood, the more it nourishes the blood mage. I beg of you. The copper arm's voice trembled, betraying his genuine fear of the blood mage. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Feng absorbed a bit more from the copper arm, reducing him to a 7th level power king before finally kicking him away. Expecting the copper arm to attack immediately upon his release, Ye Feng was astonished when he instead joined Huang Ying, both locking their gazes onto the blood mage before them. He, the chieftain of the Jinhuan Ridge, despite his drastically altered appearance, was unmistakable to me. At that moment, a powerful figure pointed towards the man with long hair. What? The chieftain of Jinhuan Ridge has actually practiced blood magic? No wonder he has survived for so many years. Yu Jiao could not help but take a few steps back, gradually moving closer to the two men with copper arms. Clearly, her fear of the blood mage had surpassed her dread of the two men. The blood mage, having tossed a corpse aside, seemed to regain a hint of clarity. Lord Soul Shadow, have you truly practiced blood magic? One of the powerful figures stepped forward. Incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at the long-haired man. Me? Have I lost control again? The long-haired man looked at the lifeless body on the ground, his eyes regaining a glimmer of lucidity. Yet, almost immediately, he directed his piercing gaze at everyone present. Now that you have uncovered my secret, I apologize. But I must invite you all to be my guests at Jinhuan Ridge, Lord Soul Shadow stated coldly. Wonderful, Feng Gu. We can pay a visit and seize his clan's treasured relic, and then you shall no longer be troubled by the heart demon, Chen exclaimed with excitement. Brother Chenin, you are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Those who practice blood magic are targets for the entire desert, as this dark art requires a daily intake of blood, leading to madness. If left unchecked, it would spell disaster for the entire desert, Jin Quan remarked coolly from the side. Are you implying that we shall all be consumed by him? Ye Feng inquired, sensing that his own blood-sucking technique was rather similar. No wonder it could easily lead to the invasion of heart demons. However, his method was comparatively civilized, utilizing the skin to absorb, while that individual directly drank from the source. By the way, Brother Jin Quan, if he consumes another's blood, will he inherit their strength or abilities? Ye Feng asked, pondering a critical point. Inherit strength? Perhaps he would gain a portion, but as for abilities, that's uncertain. Moreover, even if he were to inherit strength, it would only be a fraction. For instance, if he consumed the blood of a 9th-tier power king, he would only inherit 1/10 of that strength, and he would need time to refine it, integrating it into his own body. Even so, this process is significantly faster than conventional training, Jin Quan explained patiently. Ye Feng began to comprehend the efficacy of blood magic, realizing it could hardly compare to his own technique. His method allowed for immediate absorption and healing, even enabling the intake of certain abilities. By the way, Brother Jin Quan, if he were to consume a crystal pill raw, would he immediately absorb its medicinal properties? Ye Feng considered another crucial aspect. Certainly not. Blood magic relies solely on the flesh and blood of the strong to enhance one's power, Jin Quan replied, casting a puzzled glance at Ye Feng, unable to understand why he was concerned with such trivialities in the face of imminent danger. Suddenly, Shunan slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Excellent, Feng Gu. Since we are not strong, he will surely only target those power kings, which gives us the chance to make our escape. Just as Ye Feng was about to concur, he noticed Jin Quan's expression change dramatically. Shannon, what nonsense are you spouting? Eliminating the blood demon is an obligation that all cultivators must fulfill. Otherwise, should the number of blood demons proliferate, it would disrupt the equilibrium of the entire world. Do you not possess a sense of responsibility? Ye Feng hastily covered his mouth, relieved he had not acquiesced earlier. Otherwise, he would have been branded by Jin Quan. The long-haired man noticed the profound silence among the crowd, and his expression shifted dramatically. What? Are you unwilling to grant this favor? As he spoke, the clarity in his eyes morphed into a crimson hue once more. Huang Ying took a deep breath, his visage contorted with displeasure. After exchanging a glance with Tong Bai, he abruptly turned his gaze towards Ye Feng and the others. Ye Feng, junior brother. Yu Jiao, junior sister. Qing Yi Ro, junior sister. And Bai Li Shu and Chun Yuan, junior brothers. The current situation is abundantly clear. He intends to lead us to the Soul Town Ridge to consume us entirely, utilizing our essence to cultivate his blood magic. What do you have to say? Huang Ying's gaze lingered heavily on Ye Feng's face. The astonishing prowess Ye Feng had just displayed had thoroughly astonished him, leading him to regard Ye Feng as an equal expert. You're asking me? Ye Feng pointed to his own nose. What else? Huang Ying retorted, exasperated. For the sake of survival, two enemies had to temporarily set aside their grievances. I am merely a fifth-tier strength master, a weakling, and my flesh holds little value for cultivation. You would do better to inquire with your companion, Lord Tong Bai, who is a formidable ninth-tier strength king. Ye Feng was not easily deceived. In this circumstance, it would be preferable for the blood demon to eliminate both ninth-tier strength kings, or, better yet, to engage in mutual destruction. In such a scenario, with no strength emperor to oversee the Soul Town Ridge, he could seize the Soul Bell. Given his strength, if one disregards the influence of inner demons, an ordinary ninth-tier strength king would no longer pose a threat to him. Humph. A flicker of anger crossed Huang Ying's face as he turned to Yu Jiao and the others. Yu Jiao, junior sister, what is your opinion? Shall we flee separately or unite for a concerted strike? But I must warn you, if we separate, your speed will undoubtedly lag behind mine and brother Tong Bai's. Yu Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly, pacing back and forth for a moment. The next instant, she vanished from her spot and appeared beside Ye Feng. Chapter 784, Help. Save me. Apologies, but the blood demon is only interested in the flesh of the strong. If we flee separately, I trust he would pursue the two of you ninth-tier strength kings first, rather than us ordinary strength kings. Upon finishing her words, Yu Jiao subtly leaned against Ye Feng, indicating their alliance. Qing Yi Ro instantly understood, similarly positioning herself on Ye Feng's other side. Huang Ying felt a surge of anger, almost spitting blood as he glared fiercely at the two women. If looks could kill, the two female strength kings would have been executed. Then, he turned his hopeful gaze towards Bai Li Shu and Chun Yuan. After exchanging a glance, these two also positioned themselves behind Ye Feng. Hey, what is going on here? Making me appear as if I am the strong one. You are the strength kings. Do not place me in the center. Ye Feng, exasperated, quickly moved behind Yu Jiao. The blood demon is only interested in the flesh of the powerful. He certainly did not wish to draw attention. Regrettably, it is too late. The long-haired man has already fixed his crimson gaze upon Ye Feng, as if his sanity has once again begun to unravel. Do not look at me. I am merely a strength master, Ye Feng exclaimed. Ye Feng, this is the blood demon. We must unite. Cease pretending to be the weakling. Eradicating the blood demon is an obligation every practitioner must undertake. Yu Jiao's delicate face flushed with urgency. Having witnessed Ye Feng's prowess in restraining the copper arm, she recognized that his strength surpassed even that of a ninth-tier power king. However, she was taken aback by Ye Feng's utter lack of pride or sense of responsibility. I shall take charge, a resonant voice declared as Jin Quan stepped forward, brandishing a curved blade and positioning himself among the four great power kings. His resolute gaze fixed upon the blood demon. Now, everyone, act according to my command. Eliminating the blood demon is a duty for all practitioners. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed as Bai Li Shu struck Jin Quan on the head, rendering him unconscious. Overestimating oneself, he scolded, then turned his attention to Ye Feng. Senior brother Ye Feng, this concerns everyone's lives. I hope you cease your charade. Though I cannot fathom why your aura only reflects that of a fifth-tier strength master, I believe you are undoubtedly a hidden strength emperor. While the blood demon may appear formidable, he is merely at the first-tier strength emperor level. Together with us power kings, you can surely vanquish him. Thereafter, The entire world will owe you a debt of gratitude. Listening to Bai Li Shu's words, Ye Feng rolled his eyes. What use do I have for such a debt? Can it be consumed as sustenance? There is no need for further deliberation. None shall escape. Since you are unwilling to visit my soul town, I shall resolve matters here. With a sudden flash, the long-haired man seized a 9th-tier strength master. Let me go? The strength master gasped, swinging his curved blade in panic. Clang! The blade was knocked aside. The long-haired man swiftly pulled back the strength master's hair, exposing the large artery in his neck. Let go, let me go. The strength master struggled desperately, yet the others stood paralyzed with fear, none daring to intervene. A sickening sound of teeth-piercing flesh echoed. Help! Help! Senior brother, you, save me. His voice grew fainter, soon fading into silence. The long-haired man carelessly discarded the lifeless body aside and cast a sharp gaze over the others, as if selecting his next prey. Gasp! Everyone collectively inhaled sharply, retreating a step in unison. In this situation, it was clear that the first to flee would be the first to be captured. Whoosh! In a swift motion, the long-haired man captured another 9th-tier strength master. This strength master, however, was resolute. In a critical moment, he chose to slit his own throat. Better to die than to be drained of blood alive. With a sickening thud, the body was cast aside. The long-haired man's piercing gaze swept left and right before suddenly locking onto the copper arm, whose breathing became rapid and uneven. He had been reduced to the 7th-tier power king level by Ye Feng, leaving him in a state of utmost vulnerability. Whoosh! A fleeting shadow appeared as the long-haired man approached like a specter. I will fight you. With a copper arm, he thrust the spear forward. Yet his body retreated a step. The two figures swiftly intersected, and the spear fell into the hands of the long-haired man. He discarded the weapon and continued his charge toward the copper arm. With a resounding crash, they exchanged a powerful punch, causing the entire right arm of the copper arm to explode, blood splattering everywhere. The long-haired man paused momentarily before lunging at the copper arm once more. Now's the time. Run! Chun Yuan shouted, fleeing backward. He seemed to have unleashed his ultimate abilities, vanishing in a few swift movements to a distance of several hundred meters. Run? Where to? The long-haired man appeared relentless in his pursuit, unwilling to leave any survivors. If news spread that he had encountered the blood demon at the Soul Town Bell, it would only take 3 days for the formidable warriors of the Green Field to raise his soul ridge. He abandoned the copper arm and vanished into the distance. Moments later, a scream echoed from afar. Chun Yuan, clutching a severed arm, returned along the same path, his face devoid of color. Just as he neared the main force, a figure descended from the sky, crashing down upon him. You? Chun Yuan uttered a single word before the long-haired man sank his teeth into his carotid artery. Being a king of strength, he endured for a full minute before succumbing to death. With a thud, Chun Yuan's corpse was discarded before several kings of strength. Ye Feng noticed that Yu Jiao's body trembled slightly. Up ahead, the long-haired man was draining the strength of the Force Master, so she felt little at that moment. However, when she witnessed Chun Yuan, of similar prowess, being reduced to a husk, she experienced true terror. The copper arm picked up the spear, standing nervously alongside Huang Ying, his eyes gleaming with profound fear. He had narrowly escaped death, thanks to Chun Yuan's diversion, realizing that he could have easily been the one lying lifeless on the ground. Nevertheless, his fate was destined to mirror that of Chun Yuan's sooner or later. Would you like to visit Soul Ridge? The long-haired man inquired once more. Silence enveloped the area. One could hear a pin drop. No one dared to speak first, nor even breathe heavily, fearing that any sound might draw the long-haired man's attention. Suddenly, a pungent odor filled the air. Ye Feng looked closely and saw a 4th-tier Force Master had been so frightened that he had lost control of himself. The sound quickly transformed from a splash to a drip, yet in the hushed environment, it was particularly pronounced. This man, who had recently begun to tease Yu Jiao with lewd gestures, now stood before an absolute powerhouse. His previous arrogance evaporated, leaving only terror in his eyes. Filthy creature. The long-haired man struck down with a palm. No, my lord. Before the plea could escape his lips, the tremendous force obliterated him into a mere specimen. At this juncture, it was clear that they had no choice but to join forces. Huang Ying stepped forward, gripping his curved blade tightly. He then tilted his head slightly, casting a sideways glance at Ye Feng and the others. Chapter 785. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Ye Feng, Yu Jiao, Regardless of whether you choose to advance or not, I shall proceed. Today, it is a matter of life or death. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. He will prioritize targeting us formidable ones, for our flesh and blood are a great boon to him. Upon hearing Huang Ying's words, Tong Bai stepped forward, adjusting his grip on the gun with his left hand. Kill! Huang Ying leapt into the air, soaring to a height of 10 meters, swinging his curved blade. The swirling sands within a radius of 1 mile were swept up, simultaneously releasing a tangible wave of blade energy that spread forth. Boom! Amidst the dust, a figure shot into the sky, capturing Huang Ying's shoulder with a single palm. Some strength, but alas, the realms of Power King and Power Emperor are distinctly different. You cannot fathom the vastness of the disparity. With that, he pressed downwards, causing Huang Ying's right arm to fracture. Ugh! Huang Ying roared, drawing a meat cleaver from his waist and slashing across the chest of the long-haired man. A cross-shaped gash appeared, slicing through the leather armor, exposing his muscular chest and abdomen. Yet, in the next moment, the gash began to heal at a visible pace. Die! From the dust, a figure ascended, a long spear thrusting into the back of the long-haired man. Thud! The spear pierced through his abdomen, emerging from the front. Ha! The long-haired man appeared impervious to pain. He seized Tong Bai's wrist and yanked him closer. Clash! Their heads collided. Huang Ying and Tong Bai fell into the gravel. However, as 9th-tier Power Kings, they quickly regained their footing after mere seconds of unconsciousness. Thud! The long-haired man withdrew the spear from his abdomen, pinning Tong Bai in place. Huang Ying, taken aback, staggered away in a desperate attempt to flee. Yet, after only 3 meters, the long-haired man grasped his shoulder and sank his teeth into his carotid artery. Blood sprayed 2 feet high, staining his face and hair crimson. Huang Ying's screams echoed for a full 5 minutes before finally subsiding. The long-haired man seemed not yet sated. He hoisted the pinned Tong Bai into the air. Tong Bai gritted his teeth, his fists pummeling the left side of the long-haired man. Regrettably, the long-haired man felt no pain, and once more he bit down. In a mere moment, 2 9th-tier Power Kings had fallen, leaving behind 200 astonished cultivators. Paralyzed by fear, they forgot to flee. This bloodthirsty Power Emperor had instilled terror in them all, except for Ye Feng. Having reached the 5th tier of power, Ye Feng felt confident. Ordinary 9th-tier Power Kings were no longer his match. Even when facing a Power Emperor, he was willing to test his limits, provided he could fend off the invasion of inner demons. Bai Li Shu, how about we split up and escape shortly? Ye Feng patted Bai Li Shu's shoulder. Can we really escape? The speed of a Power Emperor far surpasses ours. While lesser beings might flee, we Power Kings are prime targets for his appetite. He will undoubtedly pursue us first, Bai Li Shu replied. Are you really going to run? Ye Feng's expression darkened. If you wish to flee, do so on your own. Whoever escapes first will be given preferential treatment. Do you think me a fool? Bai Li Shu discerned Ye Feng's scheme in an instant. Yu Jiao, Qing Yi Ro. What about you? Will you join me in fleeing? Ye Feng inquired once more. I'm afraid if anyone is to run, it must be you first. We, the King of Strength, are the primary targets, both women replied, shaking their heads simultaneously, a glimmer of despair evident in their eyes. Even knowing the inevitable conclusion was death, they wished to delay their demise, preferring to avoid leading the retreat and being captured as a result. Ha! The disheveled man, having absorbed the strength of 2 9th-tier kings, suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, his sanity appearing to waver. You? At that moment, he pointed a finger at Ye Feng. Me? Ye Feng's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. This guy still has several kings left to absorb. Why is he fixating on me, a mere master of strength? Brother Feng, we shall confront him together. Chun En declared resolutely, stepping in front of Ye Feng and drawing his curved blade with a sharp clang. Fear not, Brother Yi. I am here, Jin Quan added, stepping forward, having just regained consciousness after being knocked out. Sighing deeply, Ye Feng gently pushed the two away. Predecessor Li Huang, I assure you I will not disclose your cultivation of blood magic. I implore you to spare my life, Ye Feng said calmly, though a glint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. Yu Jiao and the others had expected some profound insights from him, but instead, they were met with laughter. Ha ha! Little shrimp, I can smell your essence. Consuming you might be more nourishing than devouring a king of strength. Come here willingly, and do not compel me to act. The disheveled man was convinced that Ye Feng had no chance of escape, his gaze brazen. Very well, Ye Feng said, pushing Chun En aside and stepping toward the disheveled man. the two standing 10 meters apart. What? Do you still wish to struggle? A flicker of disdain crossed the disheveled man's eyes. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment before advancing a few more steps, waiting for the absolute safety of close quarters to strike, as he excelled in hand-to-hand combat. Die! Just then, a figure darted in from the side. The curved blade aimed directly at the disheveled man's head. Brother Jin Quan, no? Ye Feng felt a surge of rage, blood rising in his throat. Jin Quan had disrupted his plan, yet he could not stand idly by as someone risked their life to save him. Boom! Two powerful forces surged toward the disheveled man. Before Jin Quan's blade could descend, Ye Feng's fist wind blew it away several meters, sending the blade flying. On the other hand, the punch aimed at the disheveled man had no effect. He merely chuckled, his figure flickering before he appeared directly beside Ye Feng. Bang! With a single punch, Ye Feng's leather armor shattered, revealing his muscular torso. After a brief moment, his blood scales finally emerged, followed by a sacred script swirling around him. Puff! Ye Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. He had not anticipated the speed of the King of Strength's punch. Even his blood scales had not materialized in time, leaving him severely injured. As the long-haired man observed Ye Feng spitting blood, he mistakenly assumed that Ye Feng had lost all capacity for resistance. Without hesitation, he seized Ye Feng by the shoulders and lifted him, aligning his mouth with the position of the carotid artery. Alas, Yu Jiao let out a deep sigh, unable to bear the sight, and closed her eyes. Qing Yi and Bai Li Shu exchanged a glance, similarly bowing their heads. If even Ye Feng was not a match for the long-haired man, their own prospects appeared even grimmer. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Die! Ye Feng's palms struck out simultaneously, unleashing a surge of lightning. The long-haired man felt a jolt of electricity coursing through him, causing him to stagger backward 3 steps, his hair standing on end. Infuriated, he glared at Ye Feng, noticing a dark bruise blooming on his chest. He felt a current of electricity roving within him, inducing a sensation of partial paralysis. Qing Ye's eyes sparkled with joy as she took a step forward. Quick, give him another one. Bai Li Shu also advanced. Anticipation etched on his face as he looked at Ye Feng. Ye Feng, I shall assist you, Yu Jiao declared, now the strongest among them, as she picked up a steel sword and aimed it directly at the long-haired man's head. With a thud, the sword was grasped firmly by the long-haired man. Meanwhile, the residual electricity within him surged through his hand and into the sword, ultimately shocking Yu Jiao. Yu Jiao screamed, as her clothing tore apart, revealing a perfectly petite figure. Yet, at that moment, she felt no shame, instead striking her palm against the long-haired man's chest. You scoundrel, using a poisoned palm? The long-haired man quickly glanced at his chest, which was now dark and shiny, swelling rapidly. At that moment, Ye Feng began to recover from the excruciating pain. He swiftly maneuvered behind the long-haired man, slipping his hands beneath his ribs and locking onto the nape of his neck. Blood-sucking technique. A series of gurgling sounds erupted. An eerie scene unfolded as the blood on the long-haired man's skin visibly vanished, while his cheeks fluctuated dramatically, as if he were enduring immense suffering. What is this? What are you doing? The long-haired man bent forward, attempting to throw Ye Feng off. However, the lock technique was an unbeatable maneuver in close combat, rendering the opponent powerless regardless of their fists, feet, elbows, or knees. Naturally, the one executing the lock could not strangle the locked individual. Yet, Ye Feng was different. His blood-sucking technique required no physical force, only the maximization of his abilities. Yu Jiao covered her chest with one hand, gazing at the long-haired man in shock, then turning her attention to Ye Feng. What to do? It seems that brother Ye Feng has been locked. Jin Quan could not help but step forward. No, I believe it is brother Feng who has the long-haired man locked, Chenin declared confidently. Yu Jiao began to discern the truth. Initially, she had thought the long-haired man had ensnared Ye Feng with some method. However, now it appeared that the long-haired man was indeed at a disadvantage, his aura fluctuating, as if on the verge of collapse. Hurry, who has a knife? Give it to me quickly. Yu Jiao opened her arms, exposing her bosom to the air. Gulp. A strong man stepped forward. My lady Yu Jiao, I possess no knife, only a sword. Useless. Whatever weapon you have, use it. Why bother with such trivialities now? Hurry. Yu Jiao's voice sharpened with urgency. She feared that Ye Feng might falter. Should the long-haired man escape, their chances of survival would vanish. Then, dozens of weapons flew towards Yu Jiao. Anger surged within her as she spat blood. She evaded most of the projectiles and seized a heavy hammer. In the next moment, her bare form leaped into the air, creating an alluring arc as she swung the hammer fiercely at the long-haired man. Clang! His head jolted, appearing somewhat flattened. Blood streamed down from his crown, instantly staining his face crimson. You wretched woman! The long-haired man trembled. Ye Feng's lock had been unexpectedly released, sending his body flying 20 meters away, blood spitting from his mouth. He had maximized his blood-sucking technique. Yet the power of the Iron Emperor's energy was fortified like a steel barrel, preventing his technique from penetrating deeper than the chest. Each attempt to strike at the energy core was thwarted by the impenetrable force. Nevertheless, it was nearly over. The long-haired man's crown had been shattered, and even with his formidable vitality, he could not endure for long. Bang! The long-haired man kicked, sending Yu Jiao's naked body flying 30 meters, landing motionless on the ground. Let me finish him. A 9th-tier force master seized the opportunity, leaping into the air and thrusting his spear forward. Thud! The spear easily pierced the long-haired man's abdomen. However, the Iron Emperor's vitality was too robust. He swiftly grasped the force master's wrist with one hand and seized his leg with the other. Ugh! The 9th-tier force master was effortlessly lifted into the air. The long-haired man's muscles bulged ominously. In the next moment, the force master was torn asunder, his innards spilling everywhere. The initially eager Qin Yi Ro, witnessing this gruesome scene, halted in shock, gazing at the long-haired man whose head had been crushed. He raised half of the force master's body to his mouth, devouring it voraciously. With each sip of blood, his flattened head seemed to swell back to form. Do not let him drink. Ye Feng charged forward again, his fists flying. The power of the third level of the Chongyang technique forced the long-haired man to stagger a few steps. Blood-sucking technique. Ye Feng employed the lock technique once more. Yet this time, despite the violent tremors coursing through the long-haired man's body, Ye Feng refused to relent. Kill him. Qin Yi Ro led the charge, followed closely by Jin Quan, Shenin, and numerous force masters and strongmen. Upon their arrival, they unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon the long-haired man. Thud, thud, thud. Blood splattered onto everyone present. Ouch! Damn it, don't hit me. Ye Feng was engaged in a fierce confrontation with the long-haired man when an assailant, oblivious to his own peril, struck at Ye Feng's arm. Fortunately, the attack was thwarted by the protective blood scale. In a mere moment, the long-haired man was reduced to nothing but a severed head. Remarkably, even in this state, his eyes continued to dart about, though words escaped him. With a powerful kick, Ye Feng sent the man's head soaring several dozen meters away. Brother Feng, are you all right? Shunan rushed over to support Ye Feng. Brother Ye Feng. Jin Quan also approached to assist, accompanied by 4 of his clansmen. I feel so exhausted, so drowsy, Ye Feng murmured, only to suddenly realize that the figures supporting him were 5 skeletal forms. Get away. With a swift motion, he struck out, sending Jin Quan and his companions flying 7 or 8 meters away, while Ye Feng remained eerily still, as though he had become a statue. Indeed, the inner demons had once more invaded his being. Ye Feng found himself amidst a desolate expanse of grassland. The verdant grass swayed gently, with cattle and sheep grazing contentedly, their tails flicking joyfully. Yet, in the next instant, a thunderous sound echoed from afar as 2 groups of cavalry charged forth. In a flash, they collided with each other. Kill! Slash! Charge! The battle cries reverberated through the air, staining the green grass crimson. Startled, Ye Feng leapt into a nearby river. Plop! Yet, he plunged directly into an endless ocean. Dozens of warships exchanged fire amidst the raging sea, cannonballs soaring through the air, accompanied by a cacophony of violent explosions. No, don't shoot, Ye Feng managed to utter, just before a shell descended from above. Boom! A resounding crash echoed in Ye Feng's mind, and he found himself transported to another location. There, he lay upon a dark brown sheet, the acrid scent of disinfectant filling the air, while several filthy individuals clad in white wielded scalpels, poised to slice into his kidney. Chapter 787. Mental collapse. Please, don't cut my kidney. Ye Feng thrashed violently, but his limbs were restrained upon the bed. A torrent of horrific visions assailed him, each a manifestation of his deepest fears. In the past, he had not conquered this terror. Now, the invasion of his inner demons vividly unveiled these imagined horrors in a gruesome manner. Even though Ye Feng recognized these as illusions, he could not suppress his cries of anguish. Shunin stepped forward, observing the tumultuous expressions on Ye Feng's face, fear, excitement, and rage flickering in succession. What should we do? I'm afraid this time, Brother Feng may not escape the realm of his inner demons. Will he remain in this catatonic state indefinitely? Chun and turned to Jin Quan. Thus far, Jin Quan is our only reliable ally. Quickly, we must go to the spirit-subduing ridge. Only the sound of the spirit-subduing bell can awaken Brother Ye Feng. Jin Quan declared, then hoisted Ye Feng onto his shoulder. Meanwhile, Yu Jiao casually donned a few pieces of animal hide, yet they revealed far too much, leaving the brawny warriors entranced. Wait, although the chieftain of the spirit-subduing ridge has perished, there are still at least 3 9th-stage force kings among their ranks. With just a few of you, it would be a certain death. Allow me to attend to a few matters first, and then I shall lead you there. Yu Jiao stated calmly. After speaking, she cast a sweeping glance over all the formidable warriors present. All warriors of strength, step to my right, came Yu Jiao's icy voice. Qing Yiro seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and also moved to stand beside Yu Jiao. Did you hear that? All warriors, to the right. The warriors looked at each other in confusion, but they dared not defy Lord Li Wang's command. Yu Jiao picked up a curved blade and slowly approached a 5th-tier warrior, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Why, Yu Jiao? Is there something you need? The warrior stammered, his lips trembling. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved him in two. Indeed, this was one of the brutes who had insulted her. Lord Li Wang possessed remarkable cognitive abilities, nearly photographic memory. With another swift strike, Qing Yiro also dispatched another warrior. The remaining warriors, terrified, fell to their knees in unison. Please spare us, my lady. We were under control at the time, and we only acted lewdly to appease Lord Tong Bai. One pleaded. Yes, considering we just aided in slaying Lord Li Huang, please show us mercy. The sounds of flesh being severed echoed as one by one. The warriors fell, leaving only 20% alive, those of 8th and 9th tiers, who had some renown in the desert and had not insulted the 2 women at that time. All right, everyone rise, Yu Jiao commanded, shaking off the blood from her blade before striding towards Chun An's position. Feng Ge, wake up, please wake up. Chun An was paralyzed with fear. Yu Jiao finally approached him, resting the curved blade on his shoulder. Beautiful lady, I am still a novice, before you slay me. Could you allow me to experience the joys of a woman? Chun An knelt on the ground, trembling. However, in the next moment, a waft of fragrance enveloped him as a pair of red lips pressed against his cheek. Chun An's previously contorted face softened in disbelief. He touched his cheek, then glanced at Yu Jiao, hardly able to trust his own eyes. All right, the crisis has passed. Everyone return to where you came from, Yu Jiao announced. Turning to address the crowd, a collective sigh of relief escaped the survivors as they hurriedly dispersed in all directions, fearful that Yu Jiao might change her mind. A few remained behind. The 4 from Jin Quan, Bai Li Shu, and Qing Yiro. Bai Li Shitty, Qing Shimmy, though Ye Feng may be somewhat untrustworthy. He did assist me in secret during our time of humiliation, indicating he possesses a sense of justice. Moreover, his strength is formidable. Perhaps he could join us in seeking that coveted item. What do you think? Yu Jiao inquired. Indeed, that item blooms once every 80 years and bears fruit for merely half an hour before turning to dust. With a powerhouse like Ye Feng, our success should be nearly guaranteed. Bai Li Shu nodded in agreement. Qing Yiro also offered a slight nod. In light of this, let us proceed as planned. We shall first escort Ye Feng to the soul-calling ridge and see if we can awaken him with the soul-calling bell. I suspect that after the chieftain of the ridge transformed into a blood mage, most of the higher-ups in his clan would have been drained by him. Thus, our journey to the soul-calling ridge should not pose significant danger, remarked Yu Jiao calmly. Indeed, we will heed the guidance of our senior sister. The 2 mightiest warriors nodded in agreement. At that moment, Jin Quan stepped forward with a question. Might I inquire, Lady Yu Jiao, is the fruit you speak of, which blooms once every 80 years and bears fruit every 80 years, the yin-yang fruit, the one that enhances soul power? Oh, you, a mere strength master, are aware of the yin-yang fruit. Yu Jiao regarded Jin Quan with newfound respect. Ha ha ha, though my strength is modest, I have forged many friendships in the great desert. With more friends, one inevitably learns more secrets. Jin Quan chuckled, though a hint of pride lingered in his expression. Very well. The yin-yang fruit is indeed effective for those at the level of Strength King. However, for those at the level of Strength Master, consuming the yin-yang fruit would be futile, as they cannot digest such potent soul energy, and may even suffer backlash. Conversely, for the formidable Strength Emperor, its benefits are minimal. Therefore, Ye Feng, being on the cusp of a 9th-tier Strength King, is the most suitable companion for this endeavor. After all, when the yin-yang tree bears fruit, it attracts many 9th-tier Strength Kings. Enough chatter. Let us take Ye Feng and venture to the soul-calling ridge together, Yu Jiao declared, casting another scrutinizing glance at Ye Feng. However, as her gaze descended to his trousers, she could not help but cover her mouth in shock. Within the realm of the heart demon, Ye Feng's face flushed as he beheld Bai Guifeng. Ah Feng, come here, there is no one around. Fear not, Annie has undergone a procedure. You may do as you wish. Bai Guifeng swayed her alluring body, causing Ye Feng's trousers to grow increasingly tight. Suddenly, a pair of scissors appeared from the side. Ah! Ye Feng cried out in horror, turning to see Qin Jihua grinning sinisterly while wielding the scissors. At that moment, Jin Quan and Chun fashioned a makeshift stretcher with their long spears, carefully lifting Ye Feng deeper into the oasis. Bai Li Shu forged ahead to clear the path, while Yu Jiao gently massaged Ye Feng's temples beside the stretcher, a method to alleviate the power of the heart demon. Without this, Ye Feng might well succumb to utter mental collapse before ever locating the soul-calling bell. Behind them trailed Jin Quan's 3 clansmen and the 4 guardians of Qing Yiro. This is dire. Brother Ye's trousers are becoming increasingly unsightly. If this continues, he may suffer from internal pressure and explode. We must devise a solution, Yu Jiao exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of Ye Feng's trousers. In the illusion, Ye Feng found himself confined within an iron cage. Red fruits were being shoved into his mouth, while Duo Yen Hina danced gracefully outside the cage. Chapter 788. You have finally awakened. Women, women, grant me women, release me at once. Ye Feng desperately pounded against the iron bars. Aware that this cage was a mere illusion, yet unable to break free, the pressure within him mounting perilously close to explosion. Suddenly, Duo Yen Hina nodded, her delicate steps carrying her towards the cage, but as she approached, her face underwent a myriad of transformations. At one moment, she appeared as the enchanting Yen Hina, and the next, she transformed into the delicate Yu Jiao. Ultimately, Ye Feng, through the iron bars, consummated their union, while the visage of that body crystallized into that of Yu Jiao. In the tangible world, Chun An and the others anxiously paced beside the thicket. Yet conspicuously absent were Ye Feng and Yu Jiao, for the two had ventured into mischief, with Yu Jiao taking center stage in this solitary performance. My dear Yu Jiao, my brother Feng is still quite weak, Chun called out from behind the bushes. Silence. Jin Quan promptly covered his mouth. Behind the foliage, Yu Jiao initially intended to pause, but once she truly entered the throes of passion, she found herself lost in the moment. Despite her petite stature, her appetite for adventure was insatiable. Yu Jiao galloped on horseback across the prairie, weaving forward, backward, left, and right. After covering several hundred kilometers, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she collapsed. You rogue, even amidst inner demons, you remain so spirited? I wonder what trials you have faced, Yu Jiao mused as she assisted Ye Feng, limping out from the underbrush. All right, I have employed a secret technique to alleviate his inner torment. Now, you all, please carry him out. Chunin scrutinized the radiant Yu Jiao, his mind crystal clear. Oh no, I too have succumbed to inner demons. This is the end, Chunin exclaimed, collapsing to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. However, his trousers began to take on an unfortunate appearance. Brother Chunin, could it be that your rapid ascension has led to an invasion of inner demons? Jin Quan inquired, shaking Chun vigorously. There's no choice. I must employ my method to resolve Brother Chun's trouser predicament. Quickly, remove his trousers. I shall make them return to their original state, Jin Quan declared earnestly. Goodness. Chun leapt to his feet, alarmed, guarding his trousers. Brother Jin Quan, such antics are unwarranted. Leave matters like this to Lady Yu Jiao. Hurry, lift Brother Ye Feng. Bai Li Shu delivered a swift smack to the back of Chun's head. The group pressed on, only to discover that this oasis bore no trace of life. Along the way, they encountered several fallen sand beasts, all with their throats gnawed open, yet devoid of any blood. It seemed the soul shadows were in a frenzy, leaving even the sand beasts of the oasis unscathed. Quick, let us investigate their tribe, they resolved. Navigating through the towering trees, they soon beheld a mountain ridge, below which lay a quaint wooden town. However, The entire settlement was steeped in eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Atop the tallest wooden structure hung a small bell, half the height of a person. This is it, the soul-resonating bell. Yu Jiao, with a swift motion, dashed into the town ahead of the others. Yet, the next moment, she covered her mouth and nose. A putrid stench hung heavily in the air. Pushing open the door of a nearby home, she discovered 4 lifeless bodies lying within, each with their major arteries severed, and not a drop of blood to be found. Yu Jiao continued to push open several households, each scene of death eerily uniform. In one residence, the corpses had begun to swell due to the passage of time, with clusters of maggots spilling from their mouths and nostrils. She furrowed her brow and shifted her gaze toward the town's tallest clock tower. With a swift motion, Yu Jiao appeared atop the tower. She gently caressed the renowned soul-calming bell. So this is the soul-calming bell? The coveted treasure many yearned for? The ancient bell stood approximately half her height, adorned with various pale yellow runes. Wait, the engravings seem remarkably fresh. Yu Jiao's expression shifted slightly as she scrutinized the bell from top to bottom. It turns out to be a replica? I thought so. If it were the genuine soul-calming bell, how could powerful tribes like the Sword Gorge, Green Pastures, and Birch City not covet it? Disappointment washed over her, yet she still retrieved the bell and peered into its interior. The Annihilation Bell? Indeed. The base bore 3 large characters, revealing it was not the soul-calming bell, but rather its imitation, the Annihilation Bell. According to the conventions of this world, the more impressive the name of a treasure, the less valuable it often is. Truly remarkable treasures tend to have names that are more grounded, reflecting their actual efficacy. The soul-calming bell is aptly named, as it has the power to pacify souls. As for the Annihilation Bell, it likely lacks such potency. With this thought, Yu Jiao leaped down, carrying the Annihilation Bell, and soon stood before Ye Feng and the others. At that moment, Ye Feng was struggling against a vast ocean. Each time he neared the shore, the waves would pull him back into the deep sea. No, who can save me? Am I to remain trapped in this inner turmoil forever? In the midst of the waves, Ye Feng let out a desperate cry. Suddenly, he heard a buzzing sound resonate in his mind. Instantly, the sea transformed into a desert, which then shifted into an oasis. The scenery around him flickered between these 3 terrains. Another chime echoed, and Ye Feng abruptly sat up on the stretcher, drenched in sweat as if he had just washed his face. At last, Brother Feng, you have awakened, Shunan exclaimed, throwing himself into Ye Feng's embrace. Yu Jiao approached, holding the half-man-high bell, her complexion somewhat pale. Ye Feng, you have finally awakened. It seems this Annihilation Bell, though not authentic, still possesses some ability to intimidate inner demons. However, each time it tolls, it consumes an excessive amount of energy. As Yu Jiao spoke, her body weakened, and she collapsed into Ye Feng's arms. Lady Yu Jiao, are you all right? Ye Feng recalled the intimate moments he had shared with Yu Jiao in his inner turmoil. Wishing he could slap himself, she had exerted herself to save him, yet his thoughts had wandered elsewhere. Unbeknownst to him, in reality, he had already crossed a line with Yu Jiao. Brother Yi, just now, Sister Yu Jiao struck the Annihilation Bell twice in quick succession, nearly depleting her energy. It may take her about 6 months to fully recover. Bailey Shu approached, casting a sympathetic glance at Ye Feng. He had certainly heard of the heart demon, yet he had never encountered it firsthand. Little did he realize how tyrannical the heart demon could be, nearly claiming Ye Feng's life. So it is, he mused, that ringing the soul-binding bell consumes energy? I had my suspicions. If it could be struck endlessly, even the gods would be sent into a frenzy. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Chapter 789, I need a moment's rest. Wait a moment. Ye Feng suddenly recalled something. Are you saying this is the soul destruction bell? Has it undergone a name change? No, this is indeed the soul destruction bell, a replica of the soul-binding bell. The authentic soul-binding bell's whereabouts are currently unknown, and with the soul shadow having perished, the location of the genuine article may become one of the 10 great unsolved mysteries. Qing Yi Ro remarked slowly, a hint of regret gracing her features. When Yu Jiao struck the soul destruction bell earlier, even someone of her strength was nearly knocked unconscious. If it were the genuine soul-binding bell, how immense would its power be? I fear even a Force Emperor would falter after 3 strikes. To discover it is merely a replica is still fortunate. At least it can help me escape the heart demon. Ye Feng gently caressed the soul destruction bell, a look of lingering fear upon his face. When he first heard of the heart demon, he felt little reaction, but now he was acutely aware of the oppressive presence it exuded. The more one fears something, the more the heart demon will manifest it directly within the illusion. For instance, he dreamt of Hot Spring Island surrounded by countless warships, shells raining down upon the island, and Susan, Duoyen, Hina, Yi Xing, Ding Tuanchuan, and Yi Lian all perishing in the onslaught. Although Ye Feng had never openly expressed concern for these individuals, deep within his subconscious, he regarded them as kin. Moreover, Hot Spring Island was his Achilles heel. He had not anticipated that the heart demon would seize upon the most significant aspects of his subconscious and brazenly display them in the illusion. Brother Jinquan, Senior Brother Bailey. Senior Sister Qing, what are your plans moving forward? I intend to visit Fire Dragon Bay. Ye Feng addressed the group with a slight bow. We shall not accompany you to Fire Dragon Bay. However, I wonder if Brother Yi has heard of the Enyang fruit? Bailey Shu inquired. Enyang fruit. Ye Feng's face was a canvas of confusion. Indeed, the Enyang fruit is a remarkable item that can enhance one's foundation. Once consumed, it gradually perfects one's foundation, hastening our body's ability to assimilate the medicinal properties, with the hope of one day becoming a Force Emperor. Of course, the Enyang fruit will also benefit you. While it may not elevate your power, it can restrain the heart demon to some extent, diminishing its potency when it arises. Upon hearing Bailey Shu's words, Ye Feng was elated. This was precisely what he sought. Excellent. Let us go and procure the Enyang fruit. We can visit Fire Dragon Bay another time, he exclaimed eagerly. The heart demon had left him thoroughly traumatized. The Enyang fruit will take about a year to bear fruit. How about this? We agree to meet at Jinshui Oasis in a year. The Enyang fruit grows deep within its confines, Bailey Shu explained. Jinshui Oasis? A year from now? Ye Feng's expression soured instantly. He longed to diminish the heart demon's power without delay. Fortunately, his luck had been relatively good. It was only after vanquishing the blood sorcerer that the heart demon began to manifest. If the invasion of inner demons were to occur during the skirmish, he would undoubtedly have been drained to a mere husk. I am, alas, unfamiliar with the art of drawing. Let us proceed this way. Brother Yi, inform me of your tribe's whereabouts, and in approximately a year, we shall dispatch an envoy to escort you to the Golden Water Oasis, suggested Bailey Shu. My tribe? Ye Feng hesitated. He was reluctant to divulge the location of Hot Spring Island, even though his current rapport with these individuals was amicable. At that moment, Chunin interjected, Haha, ours is not a tribe, but a small island named one. With a swift motion, Ye Feng struck Chun into the ground. Very well. Our tribe resides in the Yellow Sand Clan. In a year, you may come to the Yellow Sand Clan, and I shall host you, Ye Feng stated gravely. Bailey Shu, Qing Yi Ro, and Jin Quan responded in unison. Understood, Brother Yi. Let us convene at the Yellow Sand Clan a year hence. Bailey Shu clasped his fists and swiftly soared in a particular direction. Qing Yi Ro hesitated briefly before performing a respectful knee bow to Ye Feng. Brother Yi, I shall personally come to escort you to the Yellow Sand Clan in a year. Sister Yu Jiao is in your care for the time being. Farewell. With that, she vanished from Ye Feng's sight in a flurry of movement, leaving only Jin Quan and 3 of his clansmen, along with an unconscious Yu Jiao. Brother Jin Quan, what are your intentions? Ye Feng inquired. I have no specific plans. Since you are heading to Fire Dragon Bay, I shall accompany you. Slaying the desert bandits along the way to establish my own reputation, Jin Quan replied earnestly. Ye Feng rolled his eyes but nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall travel together henceforth. He then glanced down at Yu Jiao in his arms. Chunin, let us carry Sister Yu Jiao on a stretcher. Very well. Soon after, the group set forth. Ye Feng and Chun and bore Yu Jiao in the rear, while Jin Quan led the way, with his wife and 2 other clansmen bringing up the rear. Meanwhile, another man carried the soul-extinguishing bell on his back. With this artifact in their possession, Ye Feng felt invigorated. Should inner demons invade during a confrontation, he could have Jin Quan ring the soul-extinguishing bell, allowing him to unleash his full potential without the trepidation that had previously plagued him. Just then, 2 level 5 sand beasts suddenly appeared ahead. Leave this to me, Jin Quan declared, brandishing his curved blade. Wait. Ye Feng abruptly raised a hand and set Yu Jiao down. Hand me the soul-extinguishing bell. I have yet to test its power, Ye Feng stated nonchalantly. All right, here you go. The man promptly entrusted the soul-extinguishing bell to Ye Feng. Brother Jin Quan, if the soul-extinguishing bell fails to vanquish these sand beasts, then, just as Ye Feng began to speak, he noticed everyone retreating hundreds of meters away, with Yu Jiao being carried off by Jin Quan's wife. They clasped their heads in panic, gazing at the soul-extinguishing bell in Ye Feng's hands with terror-stricken eyes. What is happening? Ye Feng questioned, extending his palm and gently striking the soul-extinguishing bell. Buzz. In the next moment, Ye Feng felt a heaviness in his head as the energy within him surged rapidly into the soul-extinguishing bell. The two sand beasts fell lifeless to the ground without uttering a sound, their bodies unscathed, yet their eyes devoid of the spark of life. Ye Feng, pale-faced, gazed at the soul-extinguishing bell. Just moments ago, he had sensed his energy being completely drained by the bell, to the extent that he felt a sharp, needle-like pain in his kidneys. Could this be the true power of the soul-extinguishing bell? Struggling to his feet, Ye Feng's lips were cracked and parched, his entire being appearing significantly haggard. A mere imitation, akin to the 7 injuries fist, while it could devastate others, it inflicted considerable harm upon himself as well. It was even inferior to the diamond roar, with its only merit being its ability to pull him from the depths of his inner demons. Brother Feng, are you all right? Chunan rushed over to support Ye Feng. I'm fine, just feeling a bit weak, Ye Feng replied feebly. Brother Jinquan, could you and Chunan carry you Jiao? I need to rest for a while. No problem. The group continued their journey. Along the way, they encountered several level 10 sand beasts. Ye Feng instructed Jinquan to subdue them all, while he directly employed the blood-sucking technique. Indeed, with this technique, Ye Feng's energy was restored to its former glory, re-establishing him as a 5th-tier power master. It seemed that in the future, to wield the soul-extinguishing bell, he must prepare some formidable sand beasts or enemies nearby. Whenever the bell drained his energy, he could siphon energy from the sand beasts, allowing him to treat the bell as an instrument to play, as he would have an unending supply of energy. As time flowed slowly by, 7 days had swiftly elapsed. On the edge of the soul-subduing ridge, a figure descended from the sky, crashing down beside a pile of corpses. Blood demon? The figure glanced at the corpse of the blood demon, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He casually turned over the body of the copper arm. Even he has fallen? It appears this is no ordinary occurrence. Someone is targeting my giant tree city. The man clasped his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth. In the next instant, he swiftly moved, crossing the oasis and pursuing Ye Feng's location. In Ye Feng's embrace, Yu Jiao slowly opened her eyes. Upon realizing that it was Ye Feng holding her, her fair face flushed slightly. Ever since her husband's demise, she had longed to find another man, and Ye Feng seemed the most suitable choice. You're awake? Ye Feng gently set Yu Jiao down. Standing before him, she was just under 1.5 meters tall, resembling a petite figure. Yet she possessed all the feminine attributes, her physique appearing somewhat elongated and endearing. Ye Feng was reminded of unhealthy images from his inner demons, causing his pants to become uncomfortable once more. Ye Feng, where are we headed? Yu Jiao asked softly, her earlier commanding demeanor now replaced with vulnerability. We are going to Fire Dragon Bay, senior sister Yu Jiao. Now that you are awake, where do you wish to go? Ye Feng inquired. What do you need to go to Fire Dragon Bay for? Yu Jiao questioned. Of course, to procure gunpowder. Thunder powder, Ye Feng replied. Thunder powder. Young disciple Ye Feng, the thunder powder holds lethal power only against those of the strength master level. Rather than seeking such items, it would be far more prudent to enhance your own capabilities, possessing several divine abilities. You are already capable of contending with 9th-tier strength kings even at the 5th tier, and may even gain the upper hand. In the future, you may very well transcend to the realm of strength sovereigns. After speaking, Yu Jiao's face flushed with a charming hue. Her aspirations had once been quite simple, to ascend to the strength sovereign level and establish a sect in the Green Sea Desert, creating a tribe akin to the Great Tree City. The realm beyond the strength sovereign, the true martial realm, had never crossed her mind. In all her years in the Green Sea Desert, she had yet to encounter it. Senior sister Yu Jiao, as you can see, it is precisely because I advanced too swiftly that I summoned my inner demons. Thus, I am currently preparing to seek out Thunder Powder at Fire Dragon Bay. Once I establish a collaborative intent there, I shall then venture to Sword Gorge in search of a solution to my inner demons, a way to restore my spirit. Ye Feng shrugged his shoulders, a hint of helplessness in his tone. A solution to the inner demons? It seems that there are only a few methods in this world to address such a plight. Your decision to seek guidance at Sword Gorge is indeed a commendable choice. Has someone advised you on this matter? Yu Jiao inquired suddenly. Indeed, a wise individual once guided me, suggesting that within the archives of Sword Gorge, I might uncover ancient texts that could aid in restoring my spirit. Ye Feng sighed, feeling a sense of uncertainty about the path ahead. Well then, I shall accompany you to Sword Gorge, and on the way, we can pass through Fire Dragon Bay. I have some connections with the Grand Elder there, so I trust he will extend me some courtesy. As Yu Jiao spoke, her cheeks flushed once more. At her level of cultivation, losing a husband was a rather common occurrence. That formidable man had been her 19th spouse, and thus she felt little sorrow. The pressing matter at hand was to find another husband. Otherwise, her yin-yang harmonization technique would make no progress. That's splendid, senior sister Yu Jiao. If you are acquainted with their Grand Elder, it will certainly alleviate many complications. Ye Feng grasped Yu Jiao's hands with excitement. There's no need for thanks, given our bond. It is only natural for us to assist one another. Yu Jiao allowed Ye Feng to hold her delicate hands. I truly cannot endure the two of you. Brother Feng, from now on, please refrain from bringing me along. You've charmed every girl here. Chunin lamented from behind. The other women stifled their laughter at the sight. Next time, I'll introduce you to someone suitable, Ye Feng reassured, patting Chunin on the shoulder. Just then, a voice emerged from behind them. Have any of you encountered the blood demon? Who? Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment, scanning the area behind him, yet finding no one in sight. After a prolonged wait, he finally observed a figure appearing over 1,000 meters away. It was a middle-aged man, his head wrapped in a cloth, his face exuding an air of authority that unmistakably marked him as an experienced and powerful figure. After casting a cold glance at Ye Feng, the middle-aged man lifted his foot. In the next moment, he covered over 200 meters in a single stride, then lifted his leg once more. Swish, swish, swish. After several rapid steps, the middle-aged man appeared directly in front of Ye Feng. Is this the art of shrinking the earth to an inch? Senior, you are the lord of the great tree city, Lu Xiangtian. Yu Jiao gasped in astonishment, covering her cherry lips. You have seen me before? Green looked down at Yu Jiao, though he had never encountered her before. It was apparent that only the lord of the giant tree could possess such mastery over the art of spatial contraction. I am Yu Jiao, a humble junior, and it is an honor to meet you, Lord Green. Yu Jiao performed a respectful kneel. Ah, so you are Yu Jiao. And where is your husband? I trust he hasn't met an untimely demise. Green inquired casually. Indeed, Yu Jiao's face flushed, as if her secrets had been laid bare. Her yin-yang harmonization technique placed excessive demands on the male essence, often leading to the early demise of those who accompanied her. Even if they survived, the depletion of their vital energy rendered them listless, akin to mere shells of their former selves. In combat, such a state would often lead to their downfall. Ye Feng felt a weight in his heart and cast a wary glance at Yu Jiao. Enough of this idle chatter. I must ask, did you partake in the battle at Soul-Subduing Ridge? Green's gaze was fixed intently on Yu Jiao. Though he and the blood demon were both at the level of a strength sovereign, the latter had ascended through dubious means. His overall prowess paled in comparison to the authentic strength sovereign that Green represented. Ye Feng's expression fluctuated. So, this was the father of that young master. Indeed formidable. No wonder even those at the level of strength kings were willing to serve as his guardians. We did partake, Yu Jiao nodded. Excellent. You have not deceived me. Had you lied, I would not have been so lenient, for I can smell the stench of blood upon you, particularly you. Upon concluding his words, Green pointed a finger at Ye Feng. Hiss. Ye Feng inhaled sharply. It was his first encounter with a true strength sovereign, and the oppressive aura was nearly double that of the blood demon. Chapter 791. Daring anger, yet silent esteemed strength sovereign. We indeed participated in the battle against the blood demon, serving to rid the world of a scourge. As a being of your caliber, should you not reward us for our efforts? Ye Feng boldly countered, seeking to take the initiative in the conversation. He could not allow this strength sovereign to hold the reins, lest the truth of his actions against his son be unveiled. Green scrutinized Ye Feng once more. His gaze seemed piercing, leaving Ye Feng feeling as though he stood bare in the biting wind. Such a young age, and already engaging in psychological warfare with me? You even know to disrupt my thoughts with your words? Impressive. You are not like the typical denizens of this realm. Green's expression shifted to one of admiration for Ye Feng. Since the death of his son, he had aged decades in spirit. In his youth, Green had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, shunning female company until he reached the 9th tier of strength sovereign, at which point he fathered a son. However, he was already over 400 years old by then, and after his sole offspring, his ability to procreate had entirely waned. In this world, while certain powerful beings could extend their lifespans, upon reaching a certain level of strength, the desire for progeny diminished. The human instinct to reproduce is often tied to the hope that one's descendants will carry on after one's demise. Yet, as his lifespan lengthened, this desire faded, a mysterious force within his being having sealed his capacity for reproduction. Thus, Green found himself without heirs. This has instilled in him a pressing desire to find an heir. These days, he is simultaneously searching for the enemy who murdered his son, while also scouting for promising young men to nurture under his wing, ultimately to adopt as sons and entrust with his vast estate. Ye Feng, in various aspects, remarkably meets his criteria. Firstly, Ye Feng is exceptionally intelligent, reminiscent of his own youthful self. Secondly, despite being under 30, Ye Feng has already attained the level of a 5th-tier force master, a rarity throughout the Green Sea Desert. What is your name? Lu Xiangtian inquired. I am called Elbu. Ye Feng fabricated a name with ease. Elbu, young man, where are you headed? Lu Xiangtian asked once more. Having lived for so many years, he could discern that Ye Feng had urgent matters to attend to. Conveniently, he could leverage his own strength to assist Elbu in accomplishing significant tasks, fostering admiration, and ultimately nurturing him as a son. I plan to go to Fire Dragon Bay to seek thunder powder, Ye Feng responded. Thunder powder? What do you need such a trivial thing for? Let me tell you. A true strong man continuously enhances his foundational power, rather than relying on external substances to become stronger. External factors will always remain just that, external, and never the essence of your strength, Lu Xiangtian admonished. I understand, but I still desire thunder powder, Ye Feng insisted. Ah, very well, since you have this need. I can take you to Fire Dragon Bay and have their chieftain provide you with thunder powder. The more Lu Xiangtian observed Ye Feng, the more he found him agreeable, deciding to put on a facade of superiority to garner admiration from Ye Feng. However, will the chieftain of Fire Dragon Bay heed your words? Chen suddenly asked. Ha! Lu Xiangtian erupted in laughter. Rest assured, I, Lu Xiangtian, possess a certain reputation in the Green Sea Desert. I am confident that Thunder's roar from Fire Dragon Bay will certainly respect my request. The chieftain, Lei Wu, is merely a 5th-tier force king. He will not find it too burdensome to oblige a request from someone of my status. And I believe Thunder will readily present the thunder powder along with comprehensive after-sales service. That's splendid, Brother Feng. With the Force King backing us, we'll surely succeed in obtaining the thunder powder, Chunin exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Being associated with a Force King always left him feeling uneasy. I sincerely appreciate your kindness, Senior, but I wish to accomplish this task on my own. Relying on your reputation for everything would not contribute to my growth. Ye Feng quickly altered his stance, eager to distance himself from this individual. Growth? Lu Xiangtian's eyes suddenly lit up as he surged toward Ye Feng, gripping his shoulders tightly. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of my dear Quaner? He too was fiercely independent, preferring to hone himself without assistance. A flicker of madness crossed Lu Xiangtian's gaze, sending shivers down Ye Feng's spine. Senior, please restrain yourself. I am not your Quaner. I am Elbu. Ye Feng hastily clarified. Indeed, after a few moments of flickering madness, Lu Xiangtian regained his composure. You do not go by Elbu? The young man just referred to you as Feng Go. Would you reveal your true name? L Xiangtian adjusted his attire, having lost his composure moments ago. Very well. I shall introduce myself. My name is Ye Feng. At last, Ye Feng uttered his true name. A splendid name, Ye Feng, wild and spirited. I had a son named Spirit. Yet alas, he was slain by my enemies. Sigh. Until now, L Xiangtian believed his son was murdered by formidable figures, perhaps even those of the monarch level. In his youth, he resorted to unscrupulous means to ascend in power, even enjoying the practice of turning people into puppets, which forged many deadly rivalries. However, as a monarch now, his adversaries dare not voice their fury. A sudden jolt surged through Ye Feng's heart as he exchanged glances with Chunin. At that moment, Chunin realized that the enemies L Xiangtian sought were indeed connected to Ye Feng. Let us proceed. I shall escort you to Fire Dragon Bay. With that, L Xiangtian strode forward, and Ye Feng and his companions, left with no choice, followed in his wake. L Xiangtian deliberately slowed his pace, for otherwise, Ye Feng and the others would struggle to keep up. Yu Jiao, I discern your intention. You desire Ye Feng as your husband, do you not? I advise against pursuing him. Seek another instead. Your yin-yang harmonization technique is merely a snare for men. As L Xiangtian spoke, He showed no regard for Yu Jiao's feelings. With his prowess, he was indeed unconcerned about the sentiments of the monarch level. As you wish, esteemed elder. I shall not act upon such thoughts. Yu Jiao's face flushed crimson. Ye Feng. El Xiangtian turned to him once more. Aside from thunder powder, what else do you seek? Speak freely, with my renown. Acquiring anything is as simple as sending a servant to deliver the message. Those tribes would eagerly present their offerings to me at Giant Tree City. Though his words were casual, an overwhelming aura surged skyward. Jin Quan gazed at El Xiangtian with admiration. Is this what it means to be a monarch-level powerhouse? How splendid it would be to become such a figure in the future. I wish to visit Sword Gorge to seek tomes that can resolve my inner demons. Ye Feng declared. El Xiangtian's stride faltered slightly. He dared provoke many tribes. But among the few he would not dare challenge in the entirety of the Green Sea Desert was indeed Sword Gorge. For Sword Gorge was protected by two fifth-tier monarchs, the tribe leader and the esteemed Saintess Qingwei. Chapter 792. Can we commence now? Beneath the two fifth-tier monarchs, there were 4 ordinary monarchs, their strengths ranging from first to second tier. Any one of them would be formidable and not easily provoked. The Green Grass tribe also boasted a fifth-tier monarch, along with 3 third-tier monarchs, making it the second most powerful entity in the Green Sea Desert. The third-ranked Birch City was similarly led by a fifth-tier monarch, whose spouse held the rank of fourth-tier monarch. Beyond these, the rest were mere small fry. Although El Xiangtian could not contend with those tribes, he maintained some rapport, allowing for small favors without issue. Monarch-level powerhouses represent the pinnacle of strength in the Green Sea Desert. The approach to overcoming one's inner demons is to gradually establish a solid foundation, progressing step by step. As I understand, even amidst relentless slaughter, one's mental fortitude can be fortified, providing a modicum of resistance against these inner demons. It is not imperative to seek aid from the Sword Cliff, Lu Xiangtian remarked softly. In his early years, he had incurred enmity with the 4th elder of the Sword Cliff, rendering him unable to assist Ye Feng. Esteemed senior, might I inquire if the Tree City possesses methods to resolve inner demons or to restore one's soul? Ye Feng suddenly changed his expression. Given Tree City's considerable renown, it surely harbors solutions to these afflictions. There are indeed methods, albeit they require considerable time, Lu Xiangtian replied. One involves the crafting of a golden-armored puppet, whose strength must not exceed your foundational prowess, yet cannot be significantly inferior either. Thus, when inner demons assail, this puppet can alleviate some of their potency. However, the creation of such a puppet is exceedingly troublesome, with a success rate of merely 10%, and it demands vast amounts of your energy. Understand that ordinary individuals scarcely possess enough energy, painstakingly refined from spirit elixirs, to spare for puppet creation. It is only when one resigns to the belief that they can never transcend their current realm and that their lifespan is waning, that they might consider crafting a puppet. Wonderful. I am eager to learn the art of puppet creation, Ye Feng exclaimed with enthusiasm. For an ordinary person, the energy refined for ascension is scarcely sufficient. Yet he is different. He possesses the blood-sucking technique, enabling him to convert medicinal potency into his own energy at will. Are you certain? Lu Xiangtian regarded Ye Feng with skepticism. Absolutely certain, Ye Feng nodded gravely. Very well, I shall assist you. First, proceed to Fire Dragon Bay. Time flowed, and days turned into nights. At the entrance of Eternal Life City, over 30 recruitment stations had been established. The city of Na had dispatched a significant quantity of advanced weaponry to Hot Spring Island, including crossbows and even a type of explosive crossbow. Concealed within the bolts was volatile gunpowder, which detonated upon striking the enemy. Under the directive of Wang Zhihai, Hot Spring Island could not afford to halt its developmental momentum and thus resolved to recruit more talent to enhance the weaponry from Na. Ding Tuanshuan sat upon a chair, observing several Westerners before her. Have you also found yourselves marooned on this desolate island? She inquired. We have languished here for several years. We have heard that Hot Spring Island possesses civilization, and we represent that civilization. Thus, we hope you will allow us to ascend the island. One of the Westerners replied haughtily. You think you can simply ascend the island? According to protocol, what skills do you possess? Ding Tuanshuan retorted coldly. I am a graduate of Cambridge University. The Westerner puffed out his chest. Cambridge? I beg your pardon, but we only accept those skilled in construction. You have been eliminated. Ding Tuanshuan replied icily. Oh, for goodness sake, I shall file a complaint. One by one, The hopefuls were filtered and gradually made their way into the concession zone. Within the pyramid of Eternal Life City, the seat that once belonged to the Heavenly Khan was carelessly cast aside, replaced by an elongated table identical to that of Hot Spring Island. Tian Kahan Ming, Yinming sat at the center, with the Grand Elder of the Council on her left, the High Priest on her right, and the Grand Apothecary further right, accompanied by several centurions. A year has elapsed, and all present are distinguished representatives from various districts of Chongqing City. We shall now commence the formal voting process to elect a new Heavenly Khan. Meng Yamingson, having concluded her address, stepped forward to solicit support. Greetings, I am Meng Yamingson. Should I be re-elected as Heavenly Khan, I shall lead all Duoyan people towards prosperity, constructing warships and collaborating with Hot Spring Island to establish factories within Chongqing City, thereby resolving the pressing issues of livelihood and sustenance for all. With her speech complete, Meng Yamingson gracefully returned to her seat. Next, the Grand Elder stood. Greetings, I am Haimu Shui, the Grand Elder of Chongqing City. I implore you to cast your vote for me. If I ascend to the position of Heavenly Khan, I will restore the former glory of the Duoyan clan and ensure equality for all, abolishing distinctions of nobility and commonality. Upon finishing, the Grand Elder adjusted his fur coat, as the temperature had plummeted to -70 degrees. Their food supplies had been completely depleted, leaving them reliant on imports. Fortunately, Hot Spring Island possessed dozens of warships, capable of providing a continuous influx of food. Though they may not be fully satiated, they would not perish from hunger, provided they could offer some value in return, such as labor, manual work, or crafting exquisite fur garments and luxury goods. Greetings, I am Deburi. If I secure the position of Heavenly Khan, I will endeavor to negotiate with Ye Feng to expedite the incorporation of Chongqing City into Hot Spring Island, thus transforming us into a prosperous tribe, equipped with advanced sand carts, crossbows, warships, and gunpowder. The sound of meat striking meat echoed within the pyramid, a clear indication that Deburi's vision was the most enticing, as they all dreamed of becoming citizens of Hot Spring Island. Even if citizenship were unattainable, securing permanent residency would be a significant boon. For the Sun City Fort within Hot Spring Island offered round-the-clock heating, allowing one to stroll about in light clothing without fear of freezing to death. Moreover, the Sun City Fort ensured a continuous supply of hot water, pristine and sanitary, along with an abundance of tree heart bread and countless frozen fish. Greetings, I am Haitian. If I become Heavenly Khan, I promise that all Duoyan children will have the opportunity to study abroad on Hot Spring Island within the next 5 years, acquiring their advanced technologies, social systems, and laws, thereby providing an endless stream of talent for Chongqing City. As Haitian concluded, the assembly erupted in enthusiastic applause. Mr. Dumont, may we commence? Meng Yanmingson inquired, glancing towards Dumont, who sat at the lower end of the hall. It is noteworthy that Dumont had once served as a golden armored guard for her family, but now, as the leader of the concession, his status had dramatically risen, placing him among the true elite. I am merely here at your invitation to witness the proceedings. You need not concern yourself with my role. I will only document the voting process and report to the Vice Lord of the island, who will decide whether to establish a factory in your Chongqing City and provide employment for hundreds of thousands of Duoyan people. Dumont replied nonchalantly, having begun to consider himself a citizen of Hot Spring Island, wishing to sever ties with the Duoyan people. Understood, Mr. Dumont. Chapter 793. Saliva dripping. I hereby declare the commencement of the voting. Meng Yamingson concluded her statement and placed the ballot box in the center, ensuring that representatives from each region could cast their votes anonymously, with each individual permitted to write only one name. This measure was taken to prevent any future retribution from the new Tian Kahan against those who did not vote for him. On Hot Spring Island, Wang Zhihai was touring the newly constructed Sun City Castle, accompanied by Cheng Libin. The castle was immense, capable of comfortably housing 100,000 inhabitants. Wang Zhihai, this will be your room henceforth. Cheng Libin pointed to a standalone structure with 6 rooms and a living room, ample enough for you and your several wives to enjoy. Haha, splendid. Old Cheng, you've worked hard. I shall bestow upon you a medal later, Wang Zhihai exclaimed, clapping Cheng Libin on the shoulder. Forget it. It's not a medal from Fengge. You might as well save those worthless medals for others, Cheng Libin retorted, unfazed. Wang Zhihai's expression darkened. May I inquire about Susan's room? What about Duoyan Hina's and Yi Xing's? He pressed further. Follow me, Cheng Libin replied. leading him through a long corridor until they reached the castle's edge. Through a small window, the sound of waves crashing against the rocks could be heard. Behold, that villa belongs to Feng Ge, a magnificent 7-story structure spanning 1,000 square meters, complete with a garden, a heated swimming pool, and an amusement park. Cheng Li Bin indicated the towering villa, encircled by a fence to maintain a comfortable indoor and outdoor temperature of around 20 degrees. The castle, constructed by Cheng Li Bin, resembled a circular box, enveloping the sky with massive stones and timber, and reinforced with iron plates for protection while ensuring a warm, spring-like atmosphere within. The sole drawback was its somewhat dim interior due to the covered sky, prompting the design of operable skylights at intervals, allowing them to open them during peak midday temperatures to breathe fresh air. Within the castle, there were approximately 40 villas, while other residences were built in a community format, with each citizen receiving a 120-square-meter dwelling comprising 4 rooms, 2 halls, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. Despite this, the more than 2,000 citizens occupied merely the tip of the iceberg, as much of the community remained undeveloped. Feng Ge had instructed that once the steel plates from Na City arrived, the outer walls, floors, and skylights of the castle would be reinforced with Na City's steel, ensuring they could withstand artillery bombardment. I understand, but the quantity of steel plates from Na City is insufficient. Currently, I have only covered 1/10 of the southern outer wall. It will take several years to complete the entire application, Cheng Li Bin replied. Very well, I shall visit the amusement park, Wang Zhihai declared, pushing open the wooden door of Villa No. 1. Inside, a dozen children were frolicking, and the amusement park featured slides, heated pools, seesaws, and both single and double bars. In a moment of bewilderment, Wang Zhihai believed he had returned to Earth. Duoyan Hina placed Xiaoya Xing on the ground and pointed ahead, urging, "My son, run swiftly. You have been bestowed with divine grace and will undoubtedly surpass other children." Xiaoya Xing nodded and dashed forth with the speed of a bolt of lightning. Susan, present in the amusement park, cast a jealous glance at Duoyan Hina, lamenting, "If only my own belly cooperated, Feng and I would also have our own child by now." Meanwhile, Wuqin was assisting Tuba's child in taking their first steps. The other children, led by Ilian, engaged in various skill-building activities, such as tug-of-war to foster teamwork and eagle catches chicks to instill a sense of collective honor. Susan soon spotted Wang Zhihai and inquired, "President Wang, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be overseeing matters outside?" "Ha ha ha, with Feng not around, as the current head of Hot Spring Island, I thought it prudent to conduct an inspection," Wang Zhihai chuckled, then turned his attention to Xiaoya Xing. "Hello, little one, you are quite well behaved. Come, let uncle give you a hug." Xiaoya Xing, however, eyed Wang Zhihai warily. "I see you are unwell. Please do not hold me," he responded cautiously. Duoyan Hina scooped up Xiaoya Xing, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Zhihai. Indeed, she had ensnared Wang Zhihai's attention, ensuring that his clandestine activities could not escape her scrutiny. "Oh no, President Wang, 2 formidable individuals have arrived outside Hot Spring Island. They are aboard our warship, and it seems the captain and first mate have been taken hostage." A soldier rushed in, breathless. How formidable could they be? Are they 9th-level power masters? Wang Zhihai's heart sank as he quickly exited the castle with the senior officials. Upon emerging, they beheld a warship aimed directly at their castle, where 2 figures clad in animal skins stood on the deck. Power kings? Jin Yimei's expression shifted to one of concern. She discerned that both individuals were indeed power kings, and not just any, but at least 5th level or higher. A booming voice resonated from the deck. "Are there any power kings among you on Hot Spring Island? I shall ask once. If there are, point them out immediately. If you lie, we will ensure that not a single creature remains on this island." Leading the charge was a 6th-level power king, who had come following the disappearance of Zhu Lan, accompanied by a team guided by the Mother Armor. "Miss Jean, Brother Jean Li, do you have confidence in confronting these 2? Wang Zhihai stepped forward, his gaze icy as it fell upon the duo on the deck. "Of course, we lack any certainty. In such circumstances, it is best to speak the truth," Jin Yimei replied nervously. Were Ye Feng present, she would not fear the 2 power kings, but now, Hot Spring Island had no capable experts to rely upon. "Esteemed gentlemen, we have no power kings here. I implore you to return," Wang Zhihai declared, his voice booming, having reached the 1st-level power master rank, capable of projecting his voice several kilometers away. However, 2 figures directly stepped onto the water, crashing down beside the castle with a loud thud. Is there truly such a level of beauty? One remarked, astonished. I have lived for nearly 4 centuries, and I have never encountered such a beauty. She is simply exquisite. Li Wang stared at Duo Yanhina, his gaze unwavering, saliva trickling from his lips. Wang Zhihai's expression darkened as he discreetly glanced towards the sea. Fortunately, the hot spring one was anchored nearby. He quietly picked up a triangular signal flag and waved it towards the vessel. Retreat, President Wang has signaled. Let us obliterate those 2 formidable foes with the machine cannon. However, for safety's sake, once I commence firing, I shall unleash a continuous barrage to ensure they are utterly annihilated. Ma Lebi approached, having recently devoted himself to studying the machine cannon, mastering its ballistic trajectory and the principles of rifling. Chapter 794. A profound emptiness. Quickly, Brother Ma, time is of the essence. Otherwise, the 2 Li Wangs will take action against second sister-in-law. The captain and the first mate hastily retreated to the side. Duo Yanhina was too enchanting. The goddess of everyone on Hot Spring Island. Had she not been Ye Feng's woman, they would have surely queued to propose. Ma Lebi elevated the machine cannon slightly, subtly aiming at the backs of the 2 Li Wangs. In the next moment, a resounding boom echoed as the first shot struck, severing one Li Wang at the waist. However, during the second shot, the second Li Wang reacted, rolling to the side just in time to narrowly evade the projectile. Junior brother, he bellowed in fury. Boom. Another shell soared forth, piercing through his chest and obliterating half of it. I will kill you. This individual possessed remarkable vitality. Even with his chest blown open, he continued to charge forward, wielding his curved blade. Crossbowman, Wang Zhihai shouted towards the castle above. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of crossbow bolts shot forth. This weapon, capable of penetrating even sand carts, instantly pinned the remains of that Li Wang in place. Boom. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Lebi fired again, completely obliterating the Li Wang, leaving only a severed hand still clenched in a fist. The first Li Wang had been reduced to 2 pieces, yet his upper half still clung to life. You ants, you dare to slay me? He raised his blade, unleashing a wave of energy toward the crowd. Ouch! 2 citizens were cleaved in half by the onslaught. Quick! Retreat into the castle, Wang Zhihai shouted, as a group hurriedly shut the castle's grand doors. Thud, thud, thud. The blade energy struck the steel of Na City, leaving no trace behind. After unleashing that wave of energy, the Li Wang could muster no more strength. He relinquished his curved blade and collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, Wang Zhihai, concealed within the castle, observed this scene through a shooting aperture. What are you dawdling for? Bring me the water hose. At once. Shortly thereafter, 2 hoses connected to the hot water pool were brought forth. Wang Zhihai aimed the hose directly at the upper half of the Li Wang. Whoosh! A powerful jet of water drenched him from head to toe, and within half a minute, the scalding water froze, encasing the Li Wang in a solid form. Let us go outside. Wang Zhihai was elated, allowing Jin Yeme to walk ahead of him. Yet, he still felt uneasy and took out a shield forged in notching. To his astonishment, could this truly be the might of the King of Strength? Before the artillery, all beings are equal, and he lacked the blood scales of Feng Ge. After speaking, Wang Zhihai turned over the block of ice. However, the vitality of the King of Strength was remarkably resilient. It had not yet perished and continued to blink its eyes. Jin Yeme stepped forward, first bowing to the King of Strength, then bringing down her curved blade with ferocity. Thus, these 2 kings of strength met a tragic end beneath the advanced technology of Hot Spring Island. Perhaps they never imagined they would lose their lives in such an obscure place. Ma Lu Bai, with a swift movement, stood before the 2 corpses. Thankfully my aim was true. Had the first shot not claimed their lives, with the response speed of a king of strength, we would all likely have perished, he remarked. Indeed, Ma Lu Bai, it was fortunate your first shot was accurate. By the way, how many rounds of artillery do we have left? Wang Zhihai inquired. It seems there are less than 50 rounds remaining. Ma Lu Bai's words darkened everyone's expression. The artillery was the very core of Hot Spring Island's defenses. Once the artillery was exhausted, they would have to rely on heavy machine guns, but the firing rate of the heavy machine gun would likely be insufficient, as the King of Strength's reflexes could evade the sound of the gunfire. The penetrating power of the notching crossbow, while not significantly inferior to that of the artillery, still paled in comparison to its speed. By the time the crossbow was ready to fire, the King of Strength could already rush to the crossbow operator and eliminate him. From now on, Unless absolutely necessary, the use of artillery is strictly prohibited, and we must refrain from using heavy machine guns lightly. For dealing with ordinary foes, the notching crossbow will suffice, as it is a renewable resource, Wang Zhihai stated solemnly. Understood, Deputy Island Master, Ma Lubai nodded. Following this battle, Wang Zhihai's status soared in the eyes of all. In the distant north, Ye Feng was seated within a stone chamber. At the head of the chamber sat a white-haired elder, while to his left were the likes of Manalu, the sisters Han Shuang and Han Li, along with several high-ranking officials from Fire Dragon Bay. To the right of the elder, in the foremost position, sat the king of strength, Lu Xiangtian. Ye Feng occupied the second seat, with Yu Jiao, Chunin, and others below him. Since Lord Xiangtian has made the introduction, young brother Ye Feng, you may request as much thunder powder as you desire. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to deliver it to Notching, just south of the temple. The white-haired elder smiled. Lu Xiangtian nodded in satisfaction, casting a sidelong glance at Ye Feng, eager for the admiration he sought from him. However, Ye Feng remained focused on the elder. Thank you, esteemed sir, for providing the thunder powder. Rest assured, once Notching develops formidable weaponry, a batch will be promptly sent to Fire Dragon Bay, ensuring it will not disappoint the clan leader. This matter is inconsequential to me. My provision of thunder powder is solely out of respect for Lord Xiangtian. If gratitude is due, direct it towards him, the elder replied dismissively. Clearly, the white-haired elder regarded Ye Feng with little esteem, had it not been for Lu Xiangtian's recommendation. He likely would not have even granted Ye Feng an audience, let alone personally arrange for the delivery of thunder powder to the distant Notching. Green Xiangtian nodded with satisfaction, rummaging through his belongings before producing a piece of animal hide. Here, take this. The fire serpent technique. I know that you and Fire Dragon Bay have a penchant for manipulating flames. Huh. The white-haired elder quickly unfurled the hide, casting a cursory glance before hastily folding it again, as if fearful of being observed. Lord Li Huang's generosity is indeed remarkable. This is truly an advanced arson technique. Thank you, my lord. If you were to sell this technique to Sword Canyon, you might acquire a treasure trove in return, he remarked with a smile. It is merely the fire serpent technique. Consider it a reward for assisting the lad Ye Feng. Green Xiangtian replied nonchalantly, his gaze drifting towards Ye Feng. The stubbornness emanating from Ye Feng reminded him too much of his deceased son. Following the loss of his child, he felt an emptiness within, yearning for something to fill that void. Thank you, Lord Green Xiangtian, for your assistance. In the future, I shall repay your kindness whenever the opportunity arises. Ye Feng expressed bashfully. If Green Xiangtian were aware that he was the very culprit behind his son's demise, one could only wonder what his reaction would be. All right, Ye Feng, let us return to Giant Tree City. There you shall find a wealth of treasures. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the outskirts of Fire Dragon Bay, where the white-haired elder led a throng of followers to bid them farewell. At that moment, Monaruto stepped forward. Brother Ye Feng, my sisters Huan Shuang and Huan Li and I have discussed it and decided to join your party to Giant Tree City. We also wish to hunt for some crystal pills, as our supply is dwindling. Chapter 795. Long time no see. How have you been? Welcome. Ye Feng extended his hand with enthusiasm. The group finally departed from Fire Dragon Bay, making their way toward the northern Giant Tree City. Simultaneously, Ye Feng and Chunin noticed an increase in the number of inhabitants. Even in the absence of oases, occasional houses appeared, selling fruit liquor, meats, and water sources. The conversations among the people exhibited a relative civility, unlike the savage law of the land south of the temple, where only the strong survived. Jin Quan stood beside Ye Feng, serving as a translator. Brother Ye Feng, do not be surprised. This is our stronghold. North of the temple, we adhere to laws. For instance, one must not coerce women, kill indiscriminately, or murder to seize crystal pills. Here, brute strength is not everything. Character and reputation hold equal importance. If you possess a good reputation, even when faced with sand bandits, they will show you some respect and not rob you too harshly. Of course, that is the surface. Matters are less clear in the shadows, Jin Quan patiently elucidated. Thank you, Brother Jin Quan. This resembles the world of martial arts novels, Ye Feng nodded, observing two merchant caravans and several horsemen passing by. Although these horsemen recognized Li Huang within Ye Feng's entourage, their expressions showed only a hint of respect, devoid of overt fear. This indicated that even Li Huang was bound by the law here and could not kill indiscriminately. I would like to inquire, what would happen if I were to kill someone here? Ye Feng asked. If no one sees, then it is of little concern. However, should someone witness it, there are numerous artists here who would convey your appearance to the painters. They would then depict you, showcasing your demeanor and accent, which would be displayed at the entrances of various taverns and oases, prompting all to place bounties on your head. Jin Quan spoke slowly. Ha. If they were to slay the culprit, where would they claim their reward? Ye Feng chuckled, finding the region north of the temple particularly intriguing, as it bore the nascent form of civilization. There are three most reliable places: Aegean Gorge, Green Meadow Tribe, and Birch City. Of course, smaller tribes also offer bounties, such as the Giant Tree City led by the esteemed Qian Tian and the formidable Mangu clan. As the upper echelons north of the temple, they would generally honor the bounties to maintain local stability. However, smaller tribes, aside from the three strongest, may not uphold their promises as reliably, and one might find themselves ambushed before even exiting their territory after claiming a reward. Just as Jin Quan was about to elaborate further, he caught a disapproving glance from Lu Xiangtian, prompting him to swallow his words. I wish to inquire, what exactly is a bounty? Is it a form of currency? Ye Feng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Currency? Jin Quan looked bewildered. You do not know what currency is? Of course not, he replied. Bounties are typically issued in the form of crystal elixirs, various martial arts techniques, holy water, crystal pills, or weapons. Ah, look. There are 5 wanted posters displayed at the tavern's entrance. Come, let me show you. Though Jin Quan's strength was modest, he was an enthusiastic individual. Ye Feng quickly followed. Observing the portraits affixed above, the faces were sketched with the simplest of lines, yet they captured the essence of the individuals with remarkable precision. Ye Feng felt that these depictions were far more expressive than the colorful illustrations back on Earth. Indeed, all things are rooted in simplicity. Excessive colors can detract from the true spirit of the subject. Wanted, Duabu, strength level. First-tier warrior, accused of coercing 5 maidens, bounty. 2 third-tier crystal elixirs. Redeemable in any tribe. Wanted, Xiao Labi, strength level. Second-tier warrior, accused of coercing 2 strong men, bounty. 1 second-tier crystal elixir, redeemable in any tribe. Wanted, Zoma. Strength level, 9th-tier king, accused of stealing the Hongming martial arts technique. Bounty, 1 vial of holy water, redeemable at Aegean Gorge or Green Meadow Tribe. Upon reading this, Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Jin Quan, holy water? Is it the same as the holy water from the temple? Ye Feng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Indeed, the term holy water is universally recognized across the Green Sea Desert, Jin Quan affirmed. But isn't holy water exclusive to the temple? Ye Feng countered. That I cannot say for certain. But given the capabilities of Aegean Gorge and Green Meadow Tribe, it is possible they have discovered the formula for holy water after acquiring it, and have begun to produce it independently. Alternatively, they might have simply preserved the holy water they previously obtained within their tribe, Jin Quan speculated. Wonderful. I hope it is the former, that they have managed to create holy water themselves. Ye Feng swallowed hard, casting another glance at the wanted poster of Zamahi. A 9th-tier power king, I shall take this bounty. With that declaration, he tore down the image and rolled it into Chun En's backpack. He had resolved that as long as he encountered wanted criminals with rewards of holy water, he would take on all bounties, eliminating those he could. Who knows how many taverns he might encounter along the way. Perhaps by the time he reached Giant Tree City, he would have gathered enough holy water. Brother Feng, doesn't that last wanted poster look just like you? Chun En suddenly interjected, regarding the final poster with a puzzled expression. The wanted criminal, an unnamed individual, hailing from south of the temple, had an unclear strength, estimated to be between a 1st-tier to 9th-tier power king. This individual had slain 4 members of the Mangu clan, Chang Yi, Bai Ku, Chu Hong, and Hong Lu, with a reward of 1 35-level crystal orb and 2 30-level orbs, available for collection from the Mangu clan. Ye Feng's complexion darkened, and he quickly furrowed his brow. Nonsense. How could that resemble me? It resembles you in many ways. But never mind. They are searching for someone between the 1st-tier to 9th-tier power kings. We should move on. The group continued their journey, yet Jin Quan occasionally scrutinized Ye Feng's face. A multitude of questions evident in his expression. He felt that Ye Feng was indeed that unnamed individual, yet lacked the evidence to confirm it. Just then, 3 power masters suddenly appeared ahead. Is that you, Brother Jin Quan? It's been a while. How have you been? The 3 dismounted simultaneously, displaying a respectful demeanor toward Jin Quan. Ah, Brother Chen haha. I've been well, and you? How is your wife? Jean Quan engaged in casual conversation while casting sidelong glances at Ye Feng. You see, Brother Ye Feng, although my strength may not match yours, my reputation in the great desert is well established. Lu Xiang Tian grew impatient. Are you done? Are you going to keep up with the group or not? If not, I will take Ye Feng and the others and leave. Yes, right away, Jean Quan replied, his expression darkening as he cupped his hands in farewell to the three. That shall be all. I am heading to Giant Tree City as a guest. Farewell, Brother Jean Quan. You are a good brother. The three riders slowly departed. It seemed that most people in the great desert were familiar with one another. Along the way, they encountered several groups, most of whom Jean Quan recognized, managing to insert a word or two into the conversation. Chapter 796. Madam, please restrain yourself, however. Those who saw the Power King level Lu Xiang Tian did not dare to approach for greetings, merely gazing at him with awe. Brother Jean Quan, it's settled then. 1 year from now, when the yin-yang fruit ripens, we shall collaborate once more at the Golden Sands Oasis. I thoroughly enjoyed our last group venture. One of the Power Masters said, cupping his hands before leading his team away. Time passed gradually, and a vast oasis appeared ahead. The oasis was filled with towering trees, particularly one colossal tree that soared several thousand meters high, its canopy lost within the clouds. Moreover, this giant tree had a remarkable diameter of several hundred meters, adorned with numerous holes, as if it had been gnawed by insects. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, enhancing his vision to the maximum. He discovered that within those hollows, it appeared that individuals were entering and exiting. Is this the renowned city of the Great Tree? I had envisioned a castle adorned with numerous colossal trees, yet, astonishingly, it is a castle hollowed out of an entire giant tree. Chun An's eyes widened in disbelief. Haha. El Xiangtian chuckled with satisfaction and suddenly opened his mouth, shouting towards the location of the giant tree. I have returned. I have returned. His voice echoed far and wide. After a brief moment, nearly 100 figures emerged from the tree hollows, soaring towards the edge of the oasis. At the forefront was a woman clad in green, seemingly in her 20s. She possessed a pair of fox-like eyes that shimmered with an enchanting light. My husband, you have finally returned. The primary material for the golden armored puppet has been located. We await your personal crafting. To Chun An's astonishment, this woman was El Xiangtian's wife. He could discern that her bone age was merely 40, while El Xiangtian was at least 600 years old. Truly a case of an old ox devouring tender grass. Ha ha ha, my dear. Your presence affirms that my return is timely. Allow me to introduce you to this person. He is Ye Feng. El Xiangtian introduced only Ye Feng, neglecting to mention Yu Jiao. Ye Feng. Oh, the woman glanced at Ye Feng, but did not elaborate further. Come, let us enter the city, my dear. Once inside, I shall share a delightful piece of news with you. Upon finishing, El Xiangtian strode into the oasis. The city of the Great Tree was not solely populated by a single giant tree. Many marketplaces, stone houses, and wooden dwellings had been constructed around it. At first glance, it appeared even more vibrant than Eternal Life City, though lacking its grand and imposing architecture. Ye Feng curiously surveyed the diverse array of individuals around him. Their skin tones varied, predominantly comprising ordinary folk, with only a smattering of warriors interspersed among them. After walking several thousand meters, Ye Feng finally reached the base of the giant tree, where a tree hollow, 20 meters high and wide, resembled the grand entrance to the city of the Great Tree. Flanking it stood nearly 100 guards, all first-tier warriors. We welcome the city lord home. These warriors knelt to the ground. El Xiangtian strode directly inside. Within the giant tree, various pathways crisscrossed, making it easy for ordinary individuals to become lost. Chun drew his curved blade and struck at the edge of the tree hollow. Wow, Brother Feng, this tree is incredibly hard. Even the Nanxing curved blade cannot damage it, Chun exclaimed in astonishment. Is that so? Ye Feng also swung his curved blade. Only a few wood shavings fell, but the Nanxing curved blade suffered a dent. How incredibly tough must this tree be? Indeed, it is exceptionally hard. This is iron shadow wood. Grown for 300,000 years, its quality surpassing that of iron. Your curved blade is quite remarkable to have not shattered. An ordinary weapon would struggle to even breach its surface. The woman willingly provided an explanation to Ye Feng. So that's how it is. But if iron shadow wood is so resilient, what then were these hollows excavated with? Such a monumental undertaking surely could not be accomplished with anything harder than iron shadow wood, could it? Ye Feng retorted. A splendid question. These hollows were carved out with fingernails. The speaker this time is LV Xiangtian, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossing his face as he utters these words. Dug out with fingernails? Is it possible for human nails to be this hard? Ye Feng found it increasingly hard to believe. While the nails of ordinary humans are certainly not this resilient, what if they belonged to a peak warrior of the true martial realm who had cultivated the sacred demon art? That would indeed render the scenario far more plausible. LV Xiangtian remarked with a hint of pride. True martial realm, late stage? Ye Feng felt his head spinning. The mightiest being he had encountered thus far was the king of strength. He had not anticipated the existence of warriors from the late stage of the true martial realm. How terrifying must they be? Could they shatter the earth with a single punch? 70,000 years ago, this place was not known as Giant Tree City. However, our LV family produced an unparalleled genius, the ancestor of the giant tree, who ascended to the late stage of the true martial realm. He then used his fingernails to carve this ironine wood into a castle, LV Xiangtian concluded. Having arrived at a spacious secret chamber, Ye Feng and the others entered in succession, settling into their seats with obedient decorum. Simultaneously, he began to observe the impressions on the walls. Indeed, the marks appeared to have been made by fingernails. Ye Feng, I have taken good care of you along the way. You must have noticed, LV Xiangtian stated, directly addressing the matter at hand. His wife also shifted her expression, seemingly grasping the underlying sentiment. Since the tragic loss of their child in the temple, her husband had seemed to lose his spirit, unable to refrain from embracing young men and weeping. It appeared that this journey had provided him with a suitable substitute. I understand that when I, Ye Feng, grow powerful in the future, I shall repay the lord of the city, Ye Feng replied, his expression somewhat awkward. Foolish boy, what repayment? My wife and I have no son now, yet we have longed to adopt a son. Ye Feng, I have observed you throughout this journey. Your tenacity mirrors that of my own son, Kuang-er, does it not, my dear? LV Xiangtian remarked, glancing at his wife, Baihu. Baihu nodded and approached Ye Feng. Seizing the collar of his garment, Ye Feng stiffened, his energy surging within him, prepared to fight back. After all, he was the culprit behind her son's demise. Surely, she would sense something amiss. However, in the next moment, Baihu merely adjusted Ye Feng's collar and extended her gentle, jade-like hand to wipe the dust from his face. Kuang-er, Baihu unexpectedly pulled Ye Feng's head to her bosom, resting her cheek atop his head. Ye Feng felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Yet he could not resist, considering her loss. The most uncomfortable part was the sheer size of Baihu's bosom, nearly suffocating him as she enveloped him within. Ah, my dear, do restrain yourself. Ye Feng has yet to agree, LV Xiangtian said slowly. He turned his gaze back to Ye Feng. Have you seen the legacy of my giant tree city? As long as you call me adoptive father and her adoptive mother, I will prioritize your training, elevating you at least to the level of the king of strength. Of course, I will also utilize all my resources to assist you in overcoming your inner demons. Once your strength reaches that of the king of strength, I shall pass on the position of city lord to you, allowing you to inherit this legacy. Ye Feng could sense that Lu Xiangtian was not jesting. His tone was earnest. After the loss of his son, Lu felt as though a piece of his heart had been hollowed out. For some inexplicable reason, Ye Feng's presence seemed to fill that void, bestowing upon him a sense of completeness. This strong man could discern the faintest essence of his son emanating from Ye Feng. Such a remarkable phenomenon. Chapter 797. Gently beckoning to Ye Feng, how about this? I shall address you as master, and her as mistress. To call you adoptive father directly would seem overly presumptuous. Surely, if I, Ye Feng, were to recklessly claim a father, you would not appreciate it, would you? Ye Feng did not wish to acquire an additional father figure without cause, yet feared the consequences of refusal. Thus, he opted for a middle ground. Oh, Lu Xiangtian's eyes sparkled with delight as he exchanged a glance with his wife. Baihu, a flicker of surprise evident in their gaze. So much like my son, you two are unwilling to yield or submit to anyone's authority. Very well. You may call me master and her mistress, Lu Xiangtian declared joyfully. Immediately, a servant presented a tray bearing 2 goblets. What is this for? Ye Feng inquired of the servant. Young master, according to tradition, you are now the disciple of the city lord. You must toast the city lord and his lady. Once they drink from these cups, your bond will be formally established and irrevocable. Should you wish to retract, you would face the scorn of the entire desert populace. The servant replied, envy glinting in his eyes. The city lord would relinquish such a vast estate to an outsider. Truly, a sign of misfortune. Very well. Ye Feng dutifully approached with the tray. Master, please drink. Mistress, please drink. The pair nodded in satisfaction, lifting their goblets and downing their contents in one gulp, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they appraised Ye Feng, as if he were a rare treasure. This made Ye Feng quite uncomfortable, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Fenger, who stepped forward, retrieving a vial from her bosom. This is an exceptionally high-grade crystal pill, easily absorbed. Once you resolve your inner demons, this will enable you to ascend to the realm of Power King within 20 years. A surge of envious gazes converged upon Ye Feng, their eyes filled with admiration. To progress from a 5th-tier Power Master to a Power King in just 20 years was nothing short of miraculous. But wait, what caliber of crystal pill could achieve such a feat? It is well known that crystal pills are purer than crystal elixirs. The fewer impurities a crystal pill contains, the more precious it is. Naturally, the quality of the raw materials used in crafting the crystal pill also matters, such as whether it is derived from high-level sand beasts or low-level ones. However, a crystal pill capable of facilitating a leap from 5th-tier Power Master to Power King within 20 years must be crafted from at least a 25th-tier crystal elixir, with impurities less than 1%. Even the slightest variation in impurities can affect human absorption, with the ideal being a completely impurity-free crystal pill. Yet, in this world, such perfection does not exist. At least 1 in a billion impurities are always present. Thank you, mistress, Ye Feng expressed sincerely, at least in this moment, who had genuinely developed feelings for him. With a hearty laugh, the master proclaimed that he could not withhold some treasures. Upon finishing his words, Lu Xiangtian produced a golden, shimmering object from his bosom. With a deft flick of his wrist, this radiant item unfurled into a translucent garment. This exquisite creation, known as the golden hemp garment, was fashioned from the fibrous leaves of the ironine tree, meticulously stitched together by 500 master tailors over the span of half a year. I bestow this upon you, he declared. Upon witnessing the golden hemp garment, Ye Feng's body stiffened once more. He recalled that the young master possessed a similar piece, though he had quietly crafted a full-body suit for his son, Ye Xing, ensuring the protection of his torso. Thank you, master, Ye Feng expressed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Yet he accepted the golden hemp garment. He contemplated the matter. Given the formidable power of his Brahma's Saint Divine hemp technique, the garment would serve him little purpose, yet it could be discreetly bestowed upon Chunin. For among those present, Chunin was closest to him, followed closely by Jin Quan. Father above, mother above, allow me to pay my respects. At that moment, Chunin suddenly leaped forward, bowing deeply before the couple. Lu Xiangtian's expression darkened slightly at the sight of Chunin. For reasons unknown, he only thought of his own son when he beheld Ye Feng, as there were many similarities between them. Chunin, however, fell short, lacking dignity, prostrating himself without a trace of valor. Yet, it was indeed a day of great joy. Very well, Chunin. I shall grant you the title of Ye Feng's gold-clad attendant. Your rewards shall not be scant. Here, take this. Lu Xiangtian retrieved a peculiar dark object from his robe. What is this? Chunin inquired, excitement evident as he accepted the dark lump. He first tapped it with his fingers, then sniffed it, and finally licked it with his tongue, discovering it to be slightly sour and somewhat bitter. Could it be a rare medicinal herb? This is bird droppings, Lu Xiangtian stated with solemnity. Ugh. Chunin hastily gagged, clutching his throat. Do not underestimate this lump of bird droppings. It is the excrement of the level 80 blue-winged bird, a rarity indeed. The droppings possess medicinal properties that can enhance vision and slightly accelerate the absorption of medicinal potency. However, once the effects wear off, you will revert to the capabilities of an ordinary person, Lu Xiangtian elucidated. Very well, thank you, adoptive father, Chunin replied, his expression a mixture of emotions as he retreated to a corner. In high spirits, Lu Xiangtian waved his hand. Bring forth a room for the young master, the one previously occupied by Quanger. Before long, Ye Feng found himself in the chamber once inhabited by the former young master. It was situated on the 70th floor of the colossal tree, neither too high nor too low, and from the window, one could gaze upon the entire expanse of the oasis. The only drawback was the fierce wind, which would touzle one's hair when standing by the window. Naturally, as the gold-clad attendant, Chunin shared the same room as Ye Feng. Chunin, please close the door, Ye Feng said, his tone calm. Yes, Brother Feng. Chunin responded promptly, shutting the door behind him. This vial of advanced crystal pills is for you to keep. Remember to consume one at intervals. Do not advance your cultivation too rapidly, Ye Feng instructed earnestly. He possessed the blood-sucking technique, capable of purifying the medicinal essence to 100% potency, rendering these pills of no use to him. But for Chunin, they would make a significant difference. Initially, it was presumed that Chunin would graciously accept the offering. However, he pushed the precious crystal pill back. Brother Feng, this crystal pill is incredibly valuable. You should reserve it for Sister Susan or Sister Duoyan. If that is not feasible, then perhaps for my dear nephew. I, Chunin, may appear rather careless at times, yet I possess discernment. Ordinary items I can accept, but such a rare crystal pill is beyond my capacity to accept, Chunin stated earnestly. With a sharp slap, Ye Feng struck the back of his head. Enough with the excessive chatter, open your mouth. Moments later, Chunin found himself reluctantly accepting Ye Feng's generosity. By the way, please deliver one of these to Brother Jinquan and the others. Ye Feng instructed. Shall I take it to them now? Chunin responded eagerly, grasping the crystal pill and hastily opening the door. However, the next instant, a loud thud echoed as the vial fell to the wooden floor. For standing outside was the white fox. Mother, what brings you here? Chunin stammered, bewildered. Ye Feng's heart sank, and he quickly turned to bow respectfully to the white fox. Greetings, esteemed mother. The white fox nodded, casting a glance at the vial on the floor. Chunin, you may step outside for a moment. I need to speak with Fenger privately. Yes, esteemed mother. Chunin picked up the vial and fled in haste. One thing I find surprising about you, unlike Kwanger, is your generosity in offering such a high-grade crystal pill to a mere attendant. Feng, come here. The white fox seated herself on the wooden bed, beckoning Ye Feng with gentle gestures. What do you want? Ye Feng replied cautiously, hesitant to approach. Come here, please. The white fox waved her hand again. Her gesture seemed to possess an enchanting allure, compelling Ye Feng to draw nearer. In an unexpected moment, the white fox seized Ye Feng and placed him upon her soft lap. Esteemed mother, what if master sees us? Ye Feng, overwhelmed by the fragrant scent of the white fox, spoke with a hint of embarrassment. What harm could there be? I am your esteemed mother. I simply wish to embrace you. Is that permissible? The white fox inquired. This, it seems rather inappropriate, Ye Feng protested, hastily bringing his legs together, fearing an embarrassing situation. Look at you. I am over a decade your senior. There is no need for such awkwardness. Come here, the white fox declared. And with a firm pull of her delicate arms, she pressed Ye Feng's head against her chest. At that moment, the white fox tightly closed her eyes, seemingly lost in reminiscence, a single crystalline tear sliding down her cheek. Esteemed mother, is it over yet? I am on the verge of suffocation. Ye Feng's voice emerged from the soft embrace. Chapter 798. Brother Feng, the wind is quite strong here. My apologies, Fenger. The white fox quickly loosened her hold, allowing Ye Feng to take a deep breath of the milk-scented air. Fenger, if you feel tired, you may rest in my embrace. It is perfectly fine. The white fox, overwhelmed with maternal affection, yearned to channel her nurturing spirit towards Ye Feng, having given birth at the tender age of 16 and now nearing 40, grappling with sorrowful tidings. Is that appropriate, esteemed mother? I am nearing 30, Ye Feng replied with evident reluctance. Then how about this? I will sit at the edge of the bed, and you may rest your head upon my lap. I can even sing to lull you to sleep, the white fox said, tenderly caressing Ye Feng's tousled hair. Very well. My dear teacher's wife, I shall endeavor to fill the void you feel. Ye Feng, trembling with trepidation, rested his head upon the soft thigh of the white fox. After days of relentless travel, he was utterly exhausted. As his head fell upon the plush surface, he began to drift into slumber. The white fox gently caressed his hair, humming a sweet melody. Her voice, a delightful blend of sweetness and magnetism, enveloped Ye Feng in a cocoon of love, and he swiftly succumbed to dreams. He slept deeply, oblivious to the passage of time, without a single dream to disturb his rest. Eventually, he awoke, stretching his arms wide with a languorous yawn. What bliss! He had never experienced such a comfortable sleep. Turning his head, he noticed the white fox resting against the headboard, peacefully napping as well. Ah! What a fortunate turn of events. Ye Feng gently covered her with a fur pelt before stepping outside. Upon exiting, he encountered Chunin, who was lurking at the door with a mischievous grin. Brother Feng, you slept from yesterday afternoon until this morning. How delightful! Chunin exclaimed. Let us not dwell on that. Did you distribute the crystal pills to Jean and the others? Li Feng inquired. Indeed, I did. Not only did I share with Jean Quan and his companions, but I also allocated some to Mo Na Lu Dao, Han Shuang, and Han Li, Chenin replied. Li Feng nodded in satisfaction, intending to explore the great tree city. At that moment, Han Li approached with a significant expression. Junior sister Han Li, what brings you here? Li Feng asked. Come along, my sister wishes to see you. We must go now, Han Li stated, pulling Li Feng along without hesitation. What is it about? Li Feng questioned, his demeanor cautious. Though he shared a bond forged in battle with the two sisters, he was acutely aware that appearances could be deceiving. What if they intended to harm him? Fear not. It is nothing ominous, Han Li reassured him as she led him to a doorway of the great tree. Hey! Han Li suddenly addressed Chenin, who was shadowing them. You must leave. My sister and I only have business with Brother Feng. No need to worry. I am one with Brother Feng. Wherever he goes, I shall follow, Chenin retorted. Just go? Han Li insisted, shoving Chenin aside before slowly opening the wooden door. Li Feng squinted, instinctively placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. Yet, in the next moment, he relaxed his grip. Before him stood Han Shuang, her back turned, clad only in a delicate veil. The light streaming through the window illuminated her form, allowing Li Feng to catch a glimpse of her enchanting figure. What are you doing? As he turned, he found that Han Li had closed the door and was gazing at him with a teasing look. Guess, Han Li said, tugging on Li Feng's sleeve, ushering him into the room. Meanwhile, Han Shuang finally turned to face him. Li Feng, feeling a rush of embarrassment, touched his nose. This bold young woman was far too daring. Aside from the veil, she wore nothing else, her figure reminiscent of two large bowls placed upon her chest. The sheer thrill of the moment sent Li Feng's heart racing, and he found himself in an awkward predicament. Brother Feng, do you fancy this attire? Han Shuang asked. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him with eyes brimming with affection. What, may I ask, is the purpose of this display, dear sisters? It is well known that I, Ye Feng, am a person of integrity. If you continue this way, I may find myself displeased. After speaking, Ye Feng discreetly covered his trousers. Having just enjoyed a restful sleep, his spirit and energy were at their zenith. Yet his two sisters conspired to put him in a predicament. Did they not realize that they were compelling him to make a mistake? Han Li was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that with the allure of her and her sister's beauty, they could easily entice Ye Feng into their scheme, only to discover that he was far too principled. However, when her gaze shifted to Ye Feng's trousers, her expression morphed into one of seduction. Brother Feng, it seems you do not favor this attire. Fret not, we can change into something else, Han Shuang declared, pulling her sister into an adjoining chamber. Meanwhile, Ye Feng began to pace the room, his three legs navigating the space as he admired the decor of the lady's boudoir. After an indeterminate period, the side door swung open, and the two sisters re-emerged. Ye Feng could no longer contain himself. A rush of blood surged from his nose. The delicate veils that adorned their bodies had vanished, their curves swaying gently with each step. Most strikingly, their chests were barely concealed by two leaves. Ye Feng swallowed hard, a surge of desire coursing through him. Han Shuang was the first to approach, her hands resting on Ye Feng's shoulders, compelling him to sit. Then, she gracefully lifted her right leg, settling herself onto his lap, while one hand mischievously ventured toward his trousers. Time slipped away, and eventually, Ye Feng emerged from the sisters' chamber, bewildered by their demands so early in the day. Yet, it is said that helping others brings joy. He had just experienced two distinct charms, and they had worked in perfect harmony, scarcely allowing him a moment's respite. Particularly, Han Shuang's aerial acrobatics were nothing short of exhilarating, as she flitted through the air, her legs performing a myriad of enchanting movements. Ye Feng, too, did not hold back, employing a beggar's tactic to engage them. Brother Feng, I heard everything. Why do you have endless romantic encounters while I remain unnoticed by any lovely ladies? It hardly seems fair. Chuan lamented with a mix of envy and frustration. Let us not dwell on unhappy matters. Come, let us explore the great tree city, Ye Feng declared, striding purposefully upwards, intent on witnessing the towering heights of this city and whether he could gaze down upon the vast desert from its summit. As the two ascended to the 300th level, they found themselves above the clouds, occasionally glimpsing the oases below, where sand creatures flickered in and out of sight. However, as these sand beasts approached the oasis, long spears would suddenly shoot from below, striking them down. My goodness, Brother Feng, the wind is fierce up here. I estimate there are still over 200 levels to climb. Shall we continue? Chunin exclaimed, stretching her arms at the window in excitement. Let us press on. Upon reaching the upper levels, the population thinned significantly, and at times, Ye Feng traversed entire floors without encountering a single soul. The ground was littered with debris, a testament to the neglect that had long befallen the area. Chapter 799. Who would not wish to remain in a comfortable environment? It is hardly surprising that as one ascends to these upper levels, the air becomes increasingly thin, while some formidable individuals may manage to survive in such sparse oxygen. Who would not prefer to linger in a more comfortable setting? Thus, after reaching the 300th floor, Ye Feng and his companion encountered only a handful of patrolling guards. After their rounds, these guards hurriedly descended, clearly unwilling to remain aloft for long. On the 392nd floor, Ye Feng glanced at the number displayed. Here, only the sound of the wind could be heard, devoid of any spectral presence. They continued their ascent. Just as Ye Feng spoke, he suddenly perked up his ears, as if faint roars were emanating from the depths of this level. Brother Feng, let us proceed. Why are we dawdling? Silence. I believe I just heard a roar. Follow me, he instructed, leading the way into the dark corridor. Please spare me. I am your biological son. Hearing this voice, Ye Feng halted, realizing it came from a room at the corridor's end. He gestured for Chun and to be quiet, and pressed his ear against the door. What of being a biological son? Unlike the city lord, who has but one son, I have 199. Now, I shall transform you into a puppet. Once successful, you shall assist me in cultivation and fend off calamities. My apologies. This was followed by a piercing scream, after which the world fell silent. Ye Feng and Chun exchanged glances, their expressions shifting simultaneously. My goodness, to transform one's biological son into a puppet. How ruthless. I wonder which high-ranking individual from Giant Tree City this is. Let us flee. Ye Feng's face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he quickly pulled Chunin downward. As they reached the staircase, a formidable aura surged toward them. In a flash, a masked man appeared, blocking their path. Who are you? What brings you to my level? The masked man glared at them, his eyes glistening with a chilling malice. We are merely here for leisure, Chunin stammered. Ye Feng, however, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He sensed that this man was a ninth-tier power king, and if it came to a confrontation, he would not yield. At worst, it would merely lead to a mental invasion. Not to worry, I can awaken myself with the soul-extinguishing bell. The masked man suddenly turned his gaze upon Ye Feng, raising an eyebrow slightly. Are you the new disciple of the city lord? He has taken you as his adopted son? The masked man remarked coolly. Indeed, Ye Feng replied, loosening his grip on the sword hilt, surmising that given his identity, this individual would likely refrain from attacking him. He. The masked man let out a sinister laugh, seemingly lacking respect for the lord of Giant Tree City. For Green Xiangtian to accept you as a disciple at this juncture is quite intriguing. Young man, be wise. Remember, our Giant Tree City thrives on puppets. Consider what value you hold for Green Xiangtian. Ye Feng felt a jolt within. However, he swiftly shook his head. Do not attempt to sow discord between me and the city lord. I can sense their genuine concern for me. Very well, I shall say no more. You may leave. The masked man stated indifferently. Understood. Ye Feng nudged Chunin, and the two hurriedly descended to the lower levels. As they ventured down 2 flights, they were suddenly confronted by a golden figure standing before them. The figure wore a golden mask that concealed all but a pair of eyes, which were as dark as an abyss, seemingly capable of devouring the surrounding light. Who are you? Chunin nervously retreated behind Ye Feng. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing an unsettling absence of aura from the figure. The golden silhouette continued to gaze at them intently before slowly retreating into the darkness with heavy footsteps. What was that? It felt like a ghost. Chunin exclaimed, sprinting downwards. Wait for me. Ye Feng's heart sank as he quickly followed Chunin in their flight. After half an hour, they finally returned to their room. Brother Feng, could that have been the infamous golden-armored puppet? It resembles the golden-haired grievance child that second sister-in-law created, Chunin panted. This is no trivial matter. We should gather our belongings and flee, Ye Feng replied anxiously. But Brother Feng, aren't you the new lord of Giant Tree City? Why should we run? With that wealthy patron protecting us, we can enjoy free food and drink in Giant Tree City and have them assist you in finding a solution to your inner demons, Chunin argued. I have an uneasy feeling about this place. Even though I am their new lord, What if what that masked man said is true? I suspect that the old rascal, Lu Xiangtian, intends to turn me into a puppet, Ye Feng said as he began to pack his belongings. Just then, the door swung open, and a third-tier power king entered. Young master, the city lord requests your presence on the second level to learn the process of crafting golden armored puppets. Now, Ye Feng's expression darkened. Yes, right now. Sigh. Very well. Chunin, gather the brothers, and let us go. In Eternal Life City, Wolf Creek was completely frozen. Yet the angry sea remained turbulent within a 1,000-mile radius, as if it would never freeze. Amidst the angry sea, the first hot spring rose and fell, with Wang Zhihai, Chun Li Bin, and other high-ranking officials standing at the bow of the ship. Beneath them lay 3 new artillery pieces. Truly impressive. The descendants of the Germans have even created mortars, although they lament that their gunpowder supply is dwindling and hope for an early provision from Hot Spring Island. Chun Li Bin remarked, caressing the 3 mortars. Around the angry sea, some Duoyan people were constructing new giant ships. Ever since the death of the heavenly Kan Meng Yanlai, Hot Spring Island no longer restricted their shipbuilding, as they too needed to fish for sustenance. Let me fire a shot, Wang Zhihai said eagerly as he calibrated the cannon and aimed at a distant Duoyan giant ship. Pass me the shell. A sailor cautiously handed him a shell. He cradled the hefty mortar in his hands, positioning his rear towards the cannon's mouth. Whoosh! A loud report echoed as the mortar soared into the sky, emitting a piercing whistle. Boom! In just one shot, a significant portion of the Duoyan giant ship was obliterated. Ha ha ha, incredible! Not only do we have machine cannons now, but we also have artillery. Wang Zhihai laughed heartily as he launched another mortar shell, striking the captain's cabin of the colossal ship. In an instant, the entire vessel sank towards the heart of the raging sea. On the shore, a member of the Duoyan tribe raged, witnessing a figure sprint towards the beach, shouting furiously at the first ship of the hot spring. How outrageous! The lords of Hot Spring Island, did you not declare the lifting of the ban, allowing us to construct ships? Why did you destroy my grand vessel? Do you not realize that this ship is worth at least 200,000 hot spring coins? The leader's eyes were bloodshot, brimming with tears. Were it not for the formidable naval power of Hot Spring Island, he would have relished the thought of tearing Wang Zhihai to shreds. Chapter 800 was utterly insane. Speak quickly. Why did you sink our grand ship? The leader pressed. Wang Zhihai smirked disdainfully, stating, although the shell was fired by me, it was your Duoyan people who processed it for us. This is outrageous. The leader seethed, drawing forth a curved blade. Which factory did this? It seems to be the Baida Iron Factory, as they assisted us in crafting the shell. Wang Zhihai shrugged. Seemingly having found a target for his ire, the leader pointed his blade towards Chongqing City. Brothers, let's go, smash the Baida Iron Factory. A throng of people charged towards Chongqing City with fervor. In no time, the Baida Iron Factory was invaded by a mob, its equipment smashed to smithereens. What choice did they have? If they didn't retaliate, others would think the shipyard workers easy prey. As for confronting Wang Zhihai, Hot Spring Island was too powerful for them to dare, but bullying their own was perfectly acceptable. Who else could they unleash their frustrations upon? As long as they vented their anger, that sufficed. Within a certain bedroom of the first ship of the hot spring, a formidable aura surged skyward. Wang Zhihai sensed it even from the deck. Could it be? Quickly, to Ding Tuanshuan's bedroom. A group hastened to the corridor, gathering outside her room. After a considerable wait, a figure emerged from the bedroom. Miss Ding, you have actually reached the 7th level of strength? Your cultivation speed is astonishing. Tunger, the naval commander, expressed envy and resentment. It was known that, nourished by a continuous supply of crystal pills, he had only attained the 2nd level of strength. Among all of Hot Spring Island, Ding Tuanshuan cultivated the fastest. It was likely that within a year, she would break through to the grand realm of power. Ding Tuanshuan nodded lightly, her youthful roundness having vanished, transforming her into a graceful visage. She had successfully transitioned from girlhood to womanhood. Wang Zhihai's expression grew serious, regarding Ding Tuanshuan with wariness. Hey, Miss Ding, do not look at me with such eyes. Though your strength now surpasses mine, with Fongo absent, I am still the chief of Hot Spring Island. Wang Zhihai, you have fathered over 40 children on Hot Spring Island, with all the benefits directed towards your Wang family. Never mind. I shall discuss it when Brother Yi returns. You attend to your matters, as I must continue my cultivation. With that, Ding Tuanshuan returned to her bedroom. Wang Zhihai sighed deeply and immediately summoned the higher-ups to the conference room. After the departure of Ye Feng, the conference room transformed into a realm governed solely by his will. He contemplated that while he may not match Ding Tuanshuan in cultivation, he wielded control over the bank. And now it was time to harness the power of currency. Heart, I want you to lead 1,000 individuals to Na City, the Huangsha tribe, and Giant Rock City. Dispatch representatives to implement the Spa Coin initiative across all the smaller tribes south of the temple. Catalog their possessions and assess their value. From this point onward, all transactions will be conducted using Spa Coins, including the cutting-edge weapons produced in Na City. We will entice them to exchange their goods for our Spa Coins. As for those obstinate ones, we shall mobilize our forces and directly invade their tribes, Wang Zhihai stated with a calm demeanor. Once the Spa Coin takes root, should Ding Tuanshuan dare to bully me, I will place a bounty of 1 million on a skilled fighter to teach him a lesson. Understood, Hart replied with a nod. Additionally, Na City will require fuel and iron ore, and we must remit Spa Coins to the Huangsha tribe and Giant Rock City, Wang Zhihai added. But didn't Brother Feng say that both tribes should fully supply Na City with raw materials? Implementing currency might slow down Na City's research and development, Su Yun interjected. There's no alternative. A slower start is acceptable. The key is to promote the Spa Coin. Once established, everything can be transacted with currency. And if we find ourselves in need of something, we can offer bounties to enlist the help of the world. Wang Zhihai gazed into the distance. Truly, as a financial strategist, he masterfully maneuvered currency. This initiative would solidify the dominant position of Spa Island for the next 40 years. Even without a single powerful figure, Spa Island could rank among the premier tribes of the Green Sea Desert. If Aegean Gorge sought to confront Spa Island, they could print vast amounts of money and offer bounties to summon skilled warriors to combat Aegean Gorge, as long as the currency gained widespread acceptance. Even the sand bandits would oppose Aegean Gorge for the sake of money. Very well, Su Yun nodded, acknowledging her limitations in comprehensive strategic oversight compared to Wang Zhihai. Thus, the decision is made. Brother Feng is the pioneer, and I, Wang Zhihai, shall be the improver, ensuring the stability of the territory he has established, thus necessitating the promotion of currency. Wang Zhihai rose to his feet. At your command, Deputy Island Master. Everyone responded in unison. Ye Feng emerged from the secret chamber, immediately feeling nauseous. He had not anticipated the distasteful nature of crafting the golden armored puppet. Moreover, the creation of the puppet required the use of a close kin, as only they could forge a special bond that allowed the main body to exercise control. However, it was crucial that the puppet's strength did not surpass that of the main body. Otherwise, the puppet would turn against its master. Conversely, the puppet could not be too weak, as a feeble puppet would be of little assistance to the main body. After a while, Lu Xiangtian also emerged from the secret chamber, accompanied by 3 puppets. Ye Feng had just learned that the 3 puppets were, in fact, the 3 biological brothers of Lu Xiangtian, yet he had ruthlessly transformed them into puppets, a truly heartless act. Fenger, you are still young and can bear hundreds of children. If you cannot bring yourself to harm your sons, you may wait until they have children of their own, and then you can refine your grandchildren into puppets. Lu Xiangtian remarked nonchalantly. Ye Feng's face darkened as if smeared with soot. It seemed that he could no longer pursue the art of puppetry, for he was a human, and as such, could not engage in such morally reprehensible acts. Thank you, Master, but I believe this puppetry technique is not suited for me. Please, assist me in resolving my inner demons instead. That is all I seek, Ye Feng said slowly. Let us set aside the matter of your inner demons for now. Lu Xiangtian replied. I am currently in the process of refining a puppet of the sovereign level, utilizing materials from your master's elder brother. Once successful, our giant tree city will boast 2 sovereigns, elevating us from a third-rate to a second-rate clan. Lu Xiangtian's face gleamed with pride. In the entirety of the Green Sea Desert, the most powerful beings were the sovereigns. Typically, a tribe with a single sovereign could become a prominent clan within the desert. To possess 2 sovereigns would instill apprehension even in top-tier tribes like the Sword Gorge. Should one acquire 3, it would be unimaginable, instantly elevating them to the ranks of elite clans. Very well, Master, Ye Feng nodded, taking Chun An's hand as they departed the secret chamber. Just as they stepped through the grand entrance of the giant tree, a white fox approached them. Chapter 801. What are you looking at? Today, she donned a plain long dress, the hem trailing more than 7 meters behind her, resembling the tail of a phoenix. Behind her, 8 maidens assisted in lifting the gown. Greetings, mistress. Ye Feng lowered his head. Fenger, I know you are seeking a way to resolve your inner demons. Our giant tree city has a history spanning nearly 10,000 years. Allow me to take you to the city's library. Perhaps we might discover a resolution for your plight or a means to mend your soul, the white fox said, taking hold of Ye Feng's wrist without hesitation. This was only natural, for she had come to regard Ye Feng as her son. However, to some men, this gesture bore deeper implications. The white fox was the lady of the city lord, blessed with a splendid physique and remarkable prowess, revered as a goddess by countless masters of Giant Tree City. They often buried their thoughts deep within, sometimes even daring not to meet her gaze. Now, how ironic it seemed that their goddess was holding the hand of a newcomer. How infuriating! The hearts of these attendants roared with indignation, yet they feigned expressions of congratulations. Wishing Ye Feng success as the future master of Giant Tree City, and hoping the white fox had found solace once more. Thus, Ye Feng was led by the white fox to a cluster of buildings. A cursory glance revealed an area of at least 10 acres, adorned with circular spires, guarded by 2 sovereigns and dozens of power masters. Greetings, lady. The 2 sovereigns simultaneously performed a chest salute, a gesture evidently learned from the Green Sea Desert. The white fox glanced at the library complex and promptly removed her outer gown. The maid hurriedly assisted her in arranging her long skirt, standing obediently to the sides. Fenger, let us proceed, the white fox said, once again grasping Ye Feng's wrist. This is splendid, brother Feng. We shall witness the affairs of the world. The Giant Tree City boasts a history of 10,000 years. We shall encounter numerous ancient texts, Chunin exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Attendants are not permitted inside. The white fox replied with a nonchalant turn of her head. What? Chunin was left utterly dumbfounded. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment before freeing himself from the white fox's grasp. Aunt, I share a bond with Chun and akin to that of brothers. If he cannot enter, then I shall refrain from doing so as well. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, the white fox's eyes sparkled, and a gentle smile slowly emerged on her face. You are far better than Quanger. You understand the essence of sharing. However, Chun is merely your attendant. Allowing him to accompany you inside would be quite improper, she remarked. Brother Feng, you should go in. I am fine. I can endure, Chun said, though his expression was one of dejection, masked by a forced smile. No, I still wish to remain with Chun. I shall not enter. Ye Feng resolutely shook his head. At times, it is essential to discern between the inner circle and the outer. The white fox is an outsider, while Chun is a brother. He cannot be embarrassed before so many. Very well, Chun, you ought to express your gratitude to my Fenger, the white fox said. Finally, the 3 entered the library, where a thin layer of dust covered the floor, indicative of its long abandonment. Whatever text you desire, locate the corresponding tower. Each tower categorizes the ancient tomes for your convenience, the white fox stated calmly. Thank you, Aunt. Ye Feng's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the first tower, marked with the characters for biographies. Come, Chun, let us immerse ourselves in the ocean of knowledge, he proclaimed, and the 2 hurried inside. Ye Feng casually picked up a book from the shelf and blew dust off its cover towards Chun whoosh. The dust transformed Chun-An's face into a comical spectacle. Through the faded script, Ye Feng discerned 4 prominent characters, ancestor of the giant tree. Opening the tome revealed a straightforward account of the ancestor's life. It chronicled his birth, the attainment of various realms, victories over formidable foes, significant breakthroughs, the birth of his first son, and encounters with peculiar events. After only a brief perusal, Ye Feng felt drowsy, as factual records often lack the allure of fantastical novels, which, despite their artistic embellishments, captivated readers with their thrilling narratives. In the year 1703 of the Sand Era, this ancestor celebrated his 1000th birthday, having reached the 6th tier of power. Suddenly, a giant bird with azure wings glided through the sky, its call triggering a localized earthquake in Giant Tree City. Upon its back rode a remarkably handsome man, wielding a wooden spear, the strongest individual Ye Feng had ever encountered. In the year 1903 of the Sand Era, the ancestor celebrated his 1200th birthday, having attained the pinnacle of the 9th tier of power, traversing the verdant sea of sand. In the year 2043 of the Sand Era, the ancestor's cultivation reached the mid-stage of the true martial realm, with no rivals remaining in the Green Sea Desert. In the year 3944 of the Sand Era, as the end of my ancestral existence approached, I journeyed to the far north of the desert, where I unexpectedly encountered a fierce duel between 2 individuals. One of them unleashed a sword aura, causing the earth to split and creating a vast canyon spanning hundreds of miles. By the year 3954 of the Sand Era, I, aware that my destiny was drawing near, began to excavate a colossal tree with my fingernail, leaving behind a sanctuary for my descendants. As Ye Feng perused the pages, he noticed only a final line remained, evidently penned by an outsider. The venerable tree ancestor, Green World, transcended in the year 3966 of the Sand Era. Upon closing the biography of the tree ancestor, Ye Feng realized for the first time that time indeed existed in this realm. Akin to the year one of their common era, yet here it was denoted as the Sand Era. Chunin, what are you reading? Quickly help me search for the autobiography of the spear god. Perhaps I can uncover a method to vanquish my inner demons within its pages. Chunin, what on earth are you engrossed in? Did you not hear me? Ye Feng, growing increasingly irate, hastened to Chun and sighed. To his astonishment, he discovered Chun and engrossed in a book titled The Sacred Maiden of Harmonious Union. Stealing a few glances at the cover, Ye Feng's face flushed crimson as he read about the Sacred Maiden's life and her encounters with various men, as well as the seductive arts she had devised. Techniques such as the Yin-Yang Union technique and the Sacred Maiden scripture promised to grant women control over all their muscles, including the tongue and the most intimate parts of their bodies. After only a brief perusal, Ye Feng found himself in an awkward predicament. Brother Feng, I wish to sneak this book out. It's simply exhilarating. Absolutely not. Allowing us entry into the library is already a generous act. How can you even contemplate theft? That is utterly unethical. However, you may memorize its contents and transcribe them once we are outside. As Ye Feng began his search for the divine biographies within the library, he found only dull records, primarily of true martial realm figures, which left him feeling weary. He resorted to pinching his thigh to stay awake amidst the rhythmic snores echoing through the library tower, courtesy of Chunin. At this moment, Ye Feng had entered the tower dedicated to martial arts, rich with an array of bizarre techniques, a true treasure left behind by the strong of the true martial realm. Brother Feng, it's so comfortable to sleep here. Yet, in comparison to the transcendent techniques of the Brahma's sacred demon art, these methods seemed woefully inadequate in his eyes. As for the training techniques, they appeared utterly worthless next to his blood-sucking art. In his frustration, he could only commit to memory a few suitable techniques to bring back for the citizens of Hot Spring Island, such as the curse-killing technique for Duoyan Hina, the Sacred Maiden Scripture and Jade Maiden Sword Manual for Susan, and the Giant Stone Fist Manual for Chung Li Bing. Suddenly, an idea struck Ye Feng. He hoisted the slumbering Chun and onto his shoulders and made his way to another tower of books. I found it. The tower before him bore the inscription architecture. He picked up the first book, which detailed mortise and tenon structures, and tossed it aside, only to glance at the next, foundation compaction, which he similarly discarded. After searching through dozens of books, Ye Feng finally picked up the topmost tattered volume. The Guardian Clan Formation? It's you indeed. I never expected that such formations truly exist in this world. Ye Feng excitedly grasped the book on the Guardian Clan Formation. However, as he turned to the first page, he was taken aback. This ancient manuscript was left behind by ancient cultivators, and the materials required to set up the Guardian Clan Formation were exceedingly rare. Unless the entire populace of the Green Sea Desert was mobilized to assist in the search, there was only a faint hope of gathering the necessary materials. Even if the materials were found, it would take a considerable amount of time to arrange the formation. Note, the more individuals involved in setting up the formation, and the stronger their capabilities, the greater the defensive power of the formation. Furthermore, once activated, the formation would consume an average of 1 30-level crystal pill per day. Alternatively, 2 29-level crystal pills or 4 28-level crystal pills could be used, and so forth. The lower the level of the crystal pill, the greater the quantity required. However, once the formation was completed, it could withstand the attacks of formidable, true martial realm experts. Additionally, the formation could be upgraded, with the potential to defend against the full force of demigod-level attackers. Due to the difficulty in gathering the raw materials for this formation, it could merely be regarded as an entertaining read. After finally finishing the first page, Ye Feng took a deep breath and turned to the second page. The materials needed for the Guardian Clan formation were recorded there, and upon seeing the first item, Ye Feng was left dumbfounded. The shell of a level 45 tortoise-like sand beast. Goodness, if I could eliminate a sand beast of that caliber, why would I need to set up this formation? Ye Feng calculated with his fingers, Every 9 levels constituted a major realm, so level 45 corresponded to a peak true martial realm expert. His expression darkened as he continued to read. Fortunately, the other materials were relatively straightforward to procure. That tortoise shell was merely one of the primary materials for the formation. After flipping through several more pages, Ye Feng finally committed all the materials to memory. Most of the materials were not overly difficult to obtain. They consisted of rare ores, and even included materials like iron shadow wood, albeit in larger quantities. The only 3 materials that were challenging to find were the level 45 sand beast shell, iron essence, and copper marrow. Ye Feng had never even heard of iron essence and copper marrow, but that was of no concern. He could consult the white fox later. The simple materials required were numerous and varied, amounting to nearly 1,000,000 types. If Ye Feng relied on the few thousand people from Hot Spring Island to gather them, it would likely take a millennium to collect everything, which was precisely why the Guardian clan formation had been neglected. Even in the Sword Gorge of the Green Sea Desert, there was no way to mobilize the entire desert's manpower to assist in the search for materials. After all, 100 individuals have 100 different thoughts. Who knows what motives they might have, unless there existed something that could draw everyone in. Ye Feng continued flipping through the pages until he finally reached the last one. The Guardian clan formation is difficult to arrange, so the creator of this formation also devised an alternative plan, a simplified version of the Guardian clan formation, which required significantly fewer materials than the original, and the materials needed were of a lower grade, albeit capable of only defending against 8th-tier powerhouses. Splendid. Ye Feng swiftly extracted a piece of oil paper from the hidden compartment, revealing a simplified version of the protective family formation. He showed no hesitation, tucking the oil paper into his bosom, confident that the white fox would not reproach him, for he was now the young master of the giant tree city, a cherished one in her eyes. As time passed, within the library, the resounding snores of Chun and echoed like thunder. Disheveled, Ye Feng cradled the last book in his hands. He merely skimmed the covers of the useless tomes, returning them to their places, committing only the valuable knowledge to memory. At last, he felt his journey had not been in vain, for the library indeed housed the treasures he sought. Placing the final book back on the shelf, he appeared quite disheveled, with unkempt hair, a scruffy beard, and bloodshot eyes, a testament to 2 months of sleepless nights spent in study. He had also unraveled much information about the materials in this world. Iron essence, extracted from iron, could be added to any material, enhancing its hardness. Though it required a precise balance, too much or too little would be detrimental. The method of purifying iron essence was intricate and wasteful of iron ore. Nevertheless, he would leave that task to Adolf in Nanching, to forge more formidable weapons. As for copper marrow, it too was derived from copper, and its addition to materials would bolster their resilience. Chunin, Ye Feng called, approaching the slumbering figure, who had spent the first day diligently reading but had since succumbed to sleep. Chunin, wake up. He nudged him gently. Chunin slowly opened his eyes, crusted with sleep. Brother Feng, it's so comfortable to sleep here. I feel like I could slumber for hours. Whenever I can't sleep, I'll just come here. What do you think? Enough of that nonsense. It's time to go home. Ye Feng pulled Chun out of the library. The two returned to the giant tree to wash up, and Ye Feng immediately slipped into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, the white fox treated him to a family banquet, leaving Ye Feng feeling rather bashful. Not only had he taken the life of their son, but he was also honored as a distinguished guest. He resolved that when he grew powerful, he would never harm the two. Such a secret would remain buried within him. Back in his chamber, Ye Feng instructed Chun to stand guard outside, while he retrieved the techniques he had gathered from the library. The spiritual thorn technique promised to enhance one's mental strength beyond that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, it appeared that the spirit was closely tied to the essence of the soul. Mastering this technique might help him to restore a fragment of his own soul. Without further ado, Ye Feng grasped a high-grade crystal pill in each hand and commenced the tedious practice. With the aid of the blood-sucking art, he achieved the first level of the spiritual thorn in just 1 day. Chapter 803. I am ready to follow you indeed. His mental fortitude felt significantly enhanced. Should he ever again find himself ensnared by inner demons, he might escape without relying on the soul-extinguishing bell. If one were to cultivate the 2nd level of the spirit spike, then he would possess the audacity to elevate his foundational strength to the 6th tier of mastery. 10 days swiftly passed, and Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. The second level of the spirit spike had been successfully cultivated. His spirit felt more robust. Even his temples were slightly swollen, giving him a distinguished and handsome appearance, his face round like a full moon. During this period, Shunin had diligently assisted by bringing food and drink, and even when the white fox appeared, Shunin would find excuses to say that the young master was engrossed in cultivating secret techniques, preventing any disturbance. Ye Feng then turned to the third level. The cultivation of the third level of the spirit spike was markedly more intricate. Even with the blood-sucking technique, it would require at least 3 months to master. For an ordinary person, reaching the third level in a lifetime was an unattainable feat once achieved. This level would allow for the external projection of spirit. Upon mastering the fourth level, one could transform their spirit into a spiked form, piercing directly into the enemy's mind. Although it could not slay foes, encountering a powerful adversary would leave them momentarily dazed, affording Ye Feng the opportunity to strike swiftly. Creak. Ye Feng pushed open the wooden door, gazing at Chun and by the entrance. This fellow was engrossed in the book of the Yinyang Holy Maiden, occasionally drooling in delight. Brother Feng, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. Chun hurriedly concealed the book, staring at Ye Feng with wide-eyed astonishment. Ye Feng nodded faintly. How dashing you are. Brother Feng, your face used to be lean, but now it appears much fuller, and the brilliance in your eyes is remarkable, Chun praised. Enough with the flattery. There is no longer any need to linger in Giant Tree City, for it lacks comprehensive texts on resolving inner demons. It is time to set off for Sword Canyon. However, let us first bid farewell to Master and Mistress, Ye Feng stated calmly. Are we leaving already? I feel like my days in Giant Tree City have been akin to those of deities. Shunin expressed his reluctance. Let us go. One is born in adversity and perishes in comfort. We must prepare for the future. Do you not sense the chill in the air? A cold wave will inevitably sweep across the world, Ye Feng replied. All right. Subsequently, Ye Feng visited a few other guest rooms. Sister Yu Jiao, Brother Jin Quan, Brother Imo Na Lu, as well as Han Shuang and Han Li. The situation is as follows. I intend to bid farewell to Master and Mistress now and head to Sword Canyon in search of texts. Will you remain here, or accompany me? Ye Feng inquired of those seated nearby. Of course, we shall follow you. The hospitality we receive here is entirely due to your influence. Without you, would we still be considered guests? Jin Quan replied promptly. Indeed, it is perplexing how Lu Xiang Tian treats you with such favor, but if you depart, we shall be in peril, as Giant Tree City thrives on puppetry. Yu Jiao's words startled the group. Brother Yi, I am prepared to accompany you, they all affirmed. Please notify me when you depart, lest I miss the opportunity. Others echoed their intention to journey alongside Ye Feng. Very well, Chunin. Let us go to see Master and Mistress. Understood. Half an hour later, Ye Feng arrived at another wooden cabin. Within sat Green Sky, White Fox, and behind them stood 2 golden figures, the golden armored puppets. Fenger, are you certain about venturing to Sword Gorge? White Fox inquired, her expression tinged with reluctance. Of course, Master Mother. Until I discover a resolution for my inner demons, my journey cannot cease. You wouldn't wish for me to remain trapped in the realm of the 5th-tier warrior forever, would you? Ye Feng replied respectfully. Alas, White Fox sighed, turning her head aside. Green Sky rose, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. I had initially intended to accompany you, but alas. The crafting of the Emperor-level puppet has reached a critical juncture. I must remain in the Great Tree City for the next 2 years. You shall go alone. But be cautious on your journey, Green Sky stated, glancing at one of the puppets. Fenger, I shall dispatch Poison Blade to accompany you. Its strength has reached the 9th-tier warrior level, and with its presence, many troubles can be averted. Through Poison Blade, I shall also be able to sense your circumstances. He continued, but I cannot control the Poison Blade puppet. Ye Feng expressed his reluctance, not wishing to be under constant surveillance. There is no need for control. Should you encounter peril, simply call out its name, and a fragment of my consciousness will appear in its mind to assist you in vanquishing foes and extricating you from danger, Green Sky explained. So, does that mean your consciousness won't reside within it at all times? Ye Feng's heart leapt with joy. Indeed. All right, it's settled. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master Mother. Ye Feng quickly bowed in gratitude. The following morning, Ye Feng and his 10 companions departed from Great Tree City, journeying toward the distant north. White Fox stood on the 70th floor of Great Tree City, watching Ye Feng leave, feeling an emptiness settle in her heart once more. My lady, fret not. With poison blade by his side, Fenger shall be safe. Take care of your health, Green Sky consoled, wrapping his arms around her from behind. My love, why don't we try once more? With your strength, perhaps we could conceive a child. White Fox suddenly turned and embraced Green Sky's neck. Me? Alas, I'm unsure what has transpired, but since reaching my current level of cultivation, the urge to propagate has entirely waned. Something must have stifled my reproductive system. Green Sky replied, his expression darkening. It's all right. Come now, perhaps I can stimulate your reproductive system, she teased, and soon the curtains were drawn. Now, Ye Feng's party consisted of 11 horses, 10 individuals, and 1 puppet. Ye Feng attempted to communicate with the puppet, but its eyes were as dark as an abyss. Offering no dialogue, Chunin grew bolder, striking the puppet's armor, skin, and head with the back of his blade. Along the way, they encountered several skilled warriors. It appeared that anyone at the warrior level could converse with Jin Quan. They also crossed paths with 2 groups of bandits, primarily at the warrior level, who, upon seeing a warrior queen among Ye Feng's entourage, fled in a panic, leaving Ye Feng no opportunity to display his prowess. Look, if we take a detour past this oasis, ahead lies Sword Gorge, Yu Jiao pointed forward. Indeed, Sword Gorge, I have finally arrived at Sword Gorge. Ye Feng reflected with deep emotion, realizing the arduous trials he had endured to confront his inner demons. At that moment, 10 fifth-tier power practitioners suddenly appeared ahead. Judging by their attire, they hailed from various tribes, yet their levels were strikingly uniform, all 5th-tier power practitioners. Among them, a woman clad in a green dress stood out prominently. Her trousers bore the words Green Shade, and her collar was embroidered with an exquisite green leaf. The Green Shade tribe? Yu Jiao's expression shifted slightly. Is it really necessary for you to be so anxious, Yu Jiao? You are a 6th-tier power king, even if she belongs to the Green Shade tribe. Is there any need for such trepidation? Ye Feng could not help but inquire. You do not understand. Individuals from the 3 major tribes are different. She possesses the ability to vanquish foes beyond her tier and wields many formidable weapons. Therefore, if she is indeed from the Green Shade tribe, her strength cannot merely be assessed by her rank, Yu Jiao replied gravely. The gaze of the woman in the green dress lingered on Yu Jiao's face for a moment before shifting to Ye Feng and Jin Quan, both of whom were 5th-tier power practitioners. Are you also here to participate in the Taishu secret realm? The woman inquired boldly, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of Yu Jiao. The Power King. Indeed, Ye Feng responded, adopting a conciliatory demeanor to avoid creating enemies. Then let us proceed together. The Taishu secret realm at Yijin Gorge opens only once every 500 years, and only those below the 5th-tier power practitioners may enter. The young woman in green waved her hand to Ye Feng. What secret realm? What is Taishu? Ye Feng hastily urged his horse forward, integrating himself into the group of power practitioners. He noted that although these individuals were merely 5th-tier power practitioners, their demeanor exuded an air of arrogance. Even with a power king like Yu Jiao present, they did not initiate any greetings. You are not here to search for treasures in the Taishu secret realm? The young woman in green expressed a hint of disappointment. After all, Ye Feng and Jin Quan appeared rather ordinary, and among their elite tribes. Practitioners of the same realm were categorized into several tiers. A standard 5th-tier power practitioner simply met the baseline, while an exceptional 5th-tier power practitioner could typically overpower even 9th-tier practitioners. A first-rate 5th-tier power practitioner could even annihilate a power king. The pinnacle 5th-tier power practitioners had no upper limits to their strength. It was rumored that when the ancient tree ancestor was merely a 3rd-tier practitioner, he had vanquished a power emperor, transcending 2 full realms. Treasure? Is there anything that can resolve inner demons? Ye Feng suddenly inquired. I'm not entirely sure, but there is a type of soul-stabilizing herb that should be highly effective against inner demons. I came across it in our Green Shade tribe's library. The young woman in green explained. Ye Feng's expression shifted as he turned to Yu Jiao, only to find her equally perplexed. Clearly, this power king, with her unorthodox background, had never heard of such a herb. In stark contrast, the young woman in green, being of noble lineage, possessed knowledge far beyond that of those from smaller tribes. At that moment, Ye Feng perceived the disparity between great clans and lesser ones. A 5th-tier power practitioner from a prominent clan was far more knowledgeable than a 6th-tier power king from a lesser clan. May I enroll? Ye Feng asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Certainly. However, with your current capabilities, once you enter the secret realm, You will either be devoured by the various sand beasts within or slain by your peers. I must ask, how many ranks can you contend with? The girl in the green dress inquired nonchalantly as she trotted forward. I can, Shannon interrupted, laughing. That's a great question. My brother Feng can. Ye Feng swiftly covered Chun An's mouth. Miss, I believe I could vanquish a 9th-tier force master. He opted to keep a low profile for the time being. In truth, with his remarkable abilities, even a confrontation with a Force Emperor would be manageable. If things turned dire, he could simply retreat. Well, that's rather mediocre. Perhaps even slightly lacking, the girl in green remarked seriously. Her tone was natural, and Ye Feng sensed that she meant no disrespect, but was merely stating facts objectively. To annihilate a 9th tier with 5th tier strength is regarded as subpar? Shunan exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Allow me to introduce this esteemed junior, Yu Ming. He hails from White Wall City and is considered the weakest among our 10. Yu Ming, am I correct? The girl in green slightly tilted her body. Indeed. Senior sister Qing Jun, Yu Ming responded with evident respect towards her. Very well, Yu Ming, engage in a spar with him, but remember, do not take his life. Qing Jun instructed, pointing towards Ye Feng. That one. Very well. Yu Ming appeared timid before Qing Jun, much like a wayward brother. Yet when he turned to face Ye Feng, a flicker of disdain shone in his eyes. There's no need for a spar. I would simply appreciate it if the senior sister could inform me of the level of strong adversaries he could potentially defeat, Ye Feng suggested. At that moment, Jin Quan suddenly leapt forth. Brother Ye Feng, allow me to face him. I have been to White Wall City, yet I have not heard of this individual. Does he possess a reputation that rivals mine? Jin Quan declared, drawing his curved blade. What? You are Jin Quan. Yu Ming gazed at him with an odd expression. Jin Quan smiled with self-satisfaction, puffing out his chest. Indeed, you must have heard of my esteemed name. Certainly, though I usually remain in seclusion within White Wall City. So I have not had the opportunity to meet you. It is said that you are quite renowned among ordinary force masters, and your reputation is commendable, Yu Ming admitted. His demeanor becoming slightly more respectful, though the contempt in his eyes lingered. Indeed, I, Jin Quan, am the finest of allies, Jin Quan replied with a casual smile. Since you are brother Jin Quan, I shall forego my weapon to avoid injuring you. You may wield yours. I shall manage with but one hand, Yu Ming stated. Leaping off his mount and placing his most agile right hand behind his back. What? Young brother Yu Ming, do not overstep your bounds. You must show me respect. I, Jin Quan am. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Ming effortlessly unleashed a punch. In the next moment, a gust of wind swept through, sending Jin Quan flying 20 meters away, his curved blade lost in the fray. Darling. Jin Xuan's wife hurried over to help him up, brushing the dust off his clothes. Are you all right? Yu Ming stepped forward anxiously. After all, Jin Quan was renowned, and if he were to injure him severely, it might cause him to lose face in the northern temple. I'm fine. I can endure it, Jin Quan replied, clutching his chest, his brow furrowed tightly. I intended to use 70% of my strength, but I noticed your reaction was rather slow. So I retracted 5% and only employed 20% of my full power in that punch. Yu Ming spoke earnestly, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Meanwhile, Yu Jiao chimed in. Indeed, you are truly a master from Bibi City. In a full-scale battle, even an ordinary force master would struggle against you. Thank you for the compliment. Senior, Yu Ming replied expressionlessly, bowing in gratitude. He mounted his horse again and, with a respectful demeanor, rode up to the green-skirted maiden, Qing Jun. Chapter 805. A heart still trembling with fear. Did you see that, the foreigner? Among our group of 10, Yu Ming is the weakest. Yet he can easily overpower a 5th-tier force master with merely 20% of his strength. Moreover, he has yet to reveal one of his divine abilities, the nature of which I cannot disclose, Qing Jun remarked as they rounded the oasis. Ahead lay a barren expanse, the terrain shifting from desert to something akin to a Gobi environment. In the heart of the Great Gobi, a vast fissure stretched from Ye Feng's perspective to the horizon, seemingly endless. The crack was approximately 10 kilometers wide and at least 100 kilometers long. We have arrived at Yijin Gorge. Let us enter the canyon, Qing Jun said, her expression turning grave upon seeing the 3 characters of Yijin Gorge. All right. The group dismounted immediately, leading their horses into the canyon. Although it was referred to as a gorge, its topography was so expansive that humans could easily construct castles, houses, and marketplaces within it. Ye Feng observed that Aegean Gorge was bustling with activity, its population density rivaling that of Hong Kong, nearly reaching the point of overcrowding, truly deserving its title as the largest clan in the Green Sea Desert. Brother Feng, where are you? Don't push me. I've lost track of you. Chun An's frantic voice echoed from 20 meters behind. The crowd was so dense that he had inadvertently fallen behind. Get out of the way. Ye Feng pushed aside two men and quickly dragged Chun An back. Hold on to my shirt and stop looking around, or you'll get lost again, Ye Feng scolded. Oh, I won't look around anymore, Chun An replied helplessly, prompting a few women nearby to stifle their laughter. Qingjuan's demeanor softened slightly as she turned her attention back to Ye Feng and Jin Quan. Ye Feng, Jin Quan, are you both going to register? Of course, we must register. Ye Feng hurriedly responded. However, Jin Quan appeared hesitant, taking a long moment before saying, Brother Ye Feng, you go ahead and register. I think I'll skip it. Very well. I will accompany senior sister Qingjun to register alone. You two can settle down at that foot massage parlor ahead, and I will come back to find you. Ye Feng said before being swept away by the crowd. Alas, who dares to touch me? Who is it that gropes my chest, you scoundrel? The crowd erupted with the scathing remarks of women. Ye Feng's eyes brightened as he fixated on a voluptuous figure ahead, and with fervor, he slapped it. The owner of that ample rear turned around, revealing a man with a bushy beard. Who dares? Who are you? The bearded man's gaze swept across the faces of Ye Feng and his companions. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he quickly averted his gaze. The throng pressed forward, and Ye Feng, captivated by Qingjun's graceful silhouette, could not resist swallowing hard. Thus, he pushed forward a few steps, positioning himself directly behind Qingjun, and raised his palm behind him. Slap. An unfamiliar hand clapped against Qingjun's exquisite posterior. Yu Ming, startled, swiftly retracted his hand, visibly shaken. Qingjun spun around abruptly, catching Ye Feng in the act. Humph. All men in this world are of the same ilk. If you dare act out again, I shall sever your hand. Qingjun's brows furrowed as she shot Ye Feng a fierce glare. Qingjun, please allow me to explain. It was actually Yu Ming who. Enough. Let us hasten our pace, or we shall miss the registration. Ye Feng's words were cut short by Yu Ming's interruption. As time passed, Ye Feng and his group advanced through the sea of people at a snail's pace. After an hour, they finally emerged from the bustling market. Aegean Gate. Ye Feng gazed upon the towering castle ahead, where 3 grand characters were inscribed. Indeed, this is the site for registration. Let us make haste. After Qingjun spoke, she briskly approached the castle. A few guards casually inquired about their origins before permitting them entry. After all, in 3 days, the Taishu secret realm would be unveiled, and their clan's leader had invited all 5th-level power masters from the desert to partake in the trials. However, the treasures unearthed from the secret realm would see Aegean Gorge claiming 60%, leaving the remaining 40% for them to take. Upon entering the castle, Ye Feng encountered 3 young men, all 5th-level power masters. Particularly, the leader among them exuded a calm demeanor and displayed an air of nobility, surpassing even the ostentation of the previous usurer, Brother Luohua. Upon seeing this man, Qingjun's face flushed with 2 crimson blooms, and she approached him demurely, performing a respectful knee bow, her actions radiating youthful innocence. It was a stark contrast to her earlier domineering presence. Upon noticing Qingjun, Luohua's eyes sparkled. Oh, it is my junior sister Qingjun. It has been 2 years, has it not? Luohua remarked with a smile. Indeed, it has been 2 years, brother. Your restraint is commendable. You have remained at the 5th level without advancing. Qingjun said softly. Naturally, for the sake of this journey to the Taishu secret realm, I have endured for 2 years. Once I reach the 6th level, I shall no longer be able to enter the secret realm. Luohua replied with a grin. His 2 companions also bowed to Qingjun, referring to her as sister. Are you here to register? Allow me to guide you. The Master Tsang Ju at the registration desk is an old acquaintance of my family. Thank you very much, brother. A man and woman walked side by side. A perfect pairing of beauty and grace. Yu Ming, is Luohua quite renowned? Ye Feng could not help but inquire from behind. You do not recognize Luohua? He is none other than the eldest grandson of the great elder of Birch City, renowned for both his prestigious lineage and formidable prowess, making him a figure of envy among many women who aspire to be his legitimate wife. Indeed, even if they cannot attain the status of a proper wife, they would certainly be willing to settle for a more clandestine relationship. Yu Ming wore a face of jealousy. Oh. Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement, and followed the group into a grand hall. Inside, dozens of individuals of varying stature had gathered. Brother Luohua. It's Brother Luohua. Several beautiful women immediately rushed toward Luohua. Greetings to you all, Luohua said with a warm smile. However, Ye Feng's attention was drawn to a man lurking in the corner. He was also a fifth-tier force master, with a robust physique and bare hands. Yet, Ye Feng sensed a hint of danger emanating from him. Let us first register. After that, we shall deal with those shameless women, Qing Jun remarked. Having been squeezed out by the throng of women, Ye Feng sighed quietly behind her. Indeed, whether in a civilized society or a savage one, women invariably gravitate towards the strong. Luohua, with his esteemed background and strength, stood as their prime choice. Once registration was complete, Qing Jun once again immersed herself in the crowd of women vying for attention, particularly one alluring lady who practically nestled against Luohua. How outrageous! Is he merely the grandson of the great elder from Birch City? Just then, a burly man stepped forward, radiating a formidable aura and exhibiting a solid stance. Clearly one who had dedicated himself to rigorous training. However, the enchanting woman merely rolled her eyes and deliberately leaned closer to Luohua. Brother Bai Yi, what is the meaning of this? She is conversing with Brother Luohua. She giggled, her every gesture exuding feminine charm, which left the surrounding men utterly entranced. Luohua's smile faltered as he raised an eyebrow at Bai Yi. What is it, Bai Yi? As a young clan leader from a remote area, do you seek to contend with me? Indeed, I challenge you to a duel. Do you have the courage to ascend to the arena of life and death? Bai Yi stepped forward without hesitation. Ye Feng smirked, eager to witness the pinnacle of these prodigies' combat abilities, for once they entered the secret realm, they would not adhere to any rules, and the reality of treasure theft and murder would undoubtedly unfold. He needed to be prepared. Let us go. Bai Yi led the way out of the hall, followed closely by Luohua, with dozens of beautiful women trailing behind, including Qing Jun. We shall also take a look, Ye Feng declared, following suit. Most of the attendees followed suit into the hall. As Ye Feng was about to exit, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned abruptly and locked eyes with the robust man, who scrutinized him before shutting his eyes once more. Among the throng, this man had disregarded everyone else. But upon gazing at Ye Feng, he experienced a fleeting sense of trepidation. A raucous crowd gathered at the edge of the arena of life and death. Bai Yi was the first to leap into the center of the arena. Ha ha, Luohua, you possess such a formidable reputation in the desert. Today, I shall witness your true prowess and, in the process, enlighten those ignorant maidens as to who the genuine stronghold is, he declared with unwavering confidence. Humph. Luohua soared 3 meters into the air, executing a graceful spin before landing lightly on the stage, which immediately elicited a chorus of gasps and cheers. Senior brother, catch. Qing Jun hesitated for a moment before hurling his iron sword into the arena. Luohua extended his hand, effortlessly catching the weapon, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he unexpectedly tossed the sword back. Senior brother, why? Qing Jun's expression soured. Qing Jun, it is not dissatisfaction with you that compels my actions, but rather a disdain for employing a weapon against such a simpleton. I would not wish for it to be said that the people of Huashu City bully the weak. Luohua replied with a serene smile. How charming. If only I could marry senior brother Luo, sighed one of the young women below, gazing at him with adoring eyes. Why are there such perfect men in this world? You see, Luohua, your refusal to use a weapon is a sign of contempt towards me. I believe there is no need for this contest to proceed, Bai Yi remarked, narrowing his eyes. In the presence of so many beautiful women, he certainly could not afford to lose face. Ah, are you backing down already? Junior brother Bai Yi, you are truly disappointing me, Luohua said. Posing elegantly on the stage, his hands clasped behind his back. Back down. Ha ha. Let us make a deal. If you use a weapon, I shall fight you. If you do not, I shall not take advantage of you, Bai Yi retorted, his frustration palpable. Very well, seeing as you are so eager, Luohua responded, his gaze sweeping over a janitor nearby. Good sir, might I borrow your broom for a moment? Here you go. The janitor readily complied, tossing the broom onto the stage. Eager for the entertainment to unfold, a woman named Qiu Yenner stifled a laugh, neither cheering for Luohua nor Bai Yi, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation for both competitors. Ye Feng's expression darkened. He perceived her as a source of trouble, much like the little divas of civilized society. She seemed to revel in the notion of two handsome men engaging in a fierce rivalry over her. thereby enhancing her own worth in the eyes of her friends. On the stage, Luo Hua, armed with a broom, regarded Bai Yi with calm determination. Today, I shall sweep you out of Sword Canyon like the trash you are. Then let it commence, Bai Yi replied. The two figures swiftly collided. Luo Hua's movements were gentle and fluid, dancing gracefully across the arena, captivating a throng of young women. In contrast, Bai Yi's approach was somewhat clumsy. His stance remained steady, and although he was struck by the broom a few times, it did not hinder his form. After 30 exchanges, the tide turned. Luo Hua's broom was cleaved in two, and he could no longer maintain his elegant style. Now forced to dodge left and right on the stage, Bai Yi wielded his sword with vigor, commanding the arena and forcing Luo Hua into a frantic retreat. Didn't you put on quite the show? Keep pretending if you can. In a swift motion, Bai Yi delivered another strike, cleaving through Luo Hua's pristine white attire, revealing two small spots on his chest. With a resounding thud, another blow landed, causing Luo Hua's belt to loosen, and his trousers slipped down to his ankles. Hilarity erupted as Yu Ming pointed at the stage, laughing heartily. His laughter was infectious, drawing others into mirthful fits. Luo Hua scanned the audience below, noticing the lack of fervor in the gazes of the young maidens, prompting him to hurriedly pull up his trousers. Yet, as the blade's energy swept past, he was forced to flee forward, leading to an embarrassing fall that left him sprawled on the ground. Blood streamed from his nose, staining his once immaculate garment. What's this? Still pretending? Bai Yi struck down once more. Though he appeared brash, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Luo Hua was the grandson of the Grand Elder of Birch City. He could not afford to truly harm him, for it would bring calamity upon his tribe. However, administering a thorough beating was certainly within reason. After all, Luo Hua hailed from a prominent clan that would not hold grudges over trivial matters. In a matter of moments, Luo Hua found himself battered and bruised, ultimately receiving a kick from Bai Yi that sent him tumbling off the stage. I have triumphed. I have triumphed. Luo Hua, with your esteemed reputation, how is it that your strength is so feeble? Bai Yi laughed uproariously. Qing Jun, my dear junior sister, could you inquire among your subordinates if anyone possesses a white garment? I would appreciate a change. Luo Hua, covering himself, implored. Qing Jun furrowed her brow, but gestured to Ye Feng and the others. Do we have any white clothing? None, they replied. Sister, we all lack white garments. They were eager to witness Luo Hua's embarrassment and would not part with any attire, even if they had it. Brother Luo Hua, perhaps you should make do with ordinary clothing? Qing Jun suggested, her demeanor noticeably calmer. Very well, Luo Hua conceded. Sister, I have a set of clothes here. Freshly washed and clean, a diminutive figure announced, tossing his bundle forward. Luo Hua, disregarding the onlookers, donned the clothing, only to find it a size too small, resembling a dumpling in his attire. Ha ha ha, brother Luo Hua, your physique is splendid. You look impeccable in any garment, Yu Ming exclaimed, rushing over to compliment him. Get lost, Luo Hua retorted, delivering a punch that left Yu Ming with panda-like eyes. Chapter 807. Rest assured, I am quite understanding. This life and death duel concluded swiftly. Ye Feng discerned that had Luo Hua not been so ostentatious and employed an iron sword against a curved blade, he likely could have bested Bai Yi. Moreover, Luo Hua's agility surpassed that of Bai Yi, placing his overall strength at the level of a fifth-tier power king, rivaling that of Yu Jiao. As for Bai Yi, his foundation was solid, with overall strength comparable to a fourth-tier power king. Among the gathered individuals, Luo Hua's renown marked him as likely the strongest. Thus, upon entering the secret realm, none among this assembly stood as his adversary. Even 5 Luo Huas united could not hope to contend with him, provided he had the soul extinguishing bell in hand and a reliable ally to sound its call at any moment. This dependable ally cannot be overly weak, for the one who tolls the soul banishment bell will have a significant portion of their energy siphoned away. Naturally, the bell is seldom needed. Ye Feng can easily traverse this crowd of feeble beings with merely half his strength, save for the robust youth he encountered earlier. With this thought, Ye Feng cast his gaze around. Qing Jun is an excellent candidate. Once we enter the secret realm, I shall have her carry the soul banishment bell, ready to extricate me from the clutches of my inner demons. Sister Qing Jun, let us form a team upon entering the secret realm. We can look out for each other. Ye Feng approached Qing Jun. You wish to team up with me? Pray tell, what remarkable skills do you possess? Qing Jun replied with a cool smile. Sister, he certainly lacks any extraordinary talents. He merely covets your beauty, Yin Yu chimed in, fanning the flames. Indeed, Bai Yi declared as he strode off the arena. He first cast a glance at Qiu Yan'er, then resolutely turned his attention to Qing Jun, Sister Qing Jun. We shall enter the Taishu secret realm in 3 days. I can lead your team and ensure your safety. Bai Yi was not foolish. Though he had triumphed in the arena, Qiu Yan'er had not applauded him, and there is a limit to being a sycophant. Thus, he resolved to seek a new object of admiration. Splendid. With Brother Bai Yi joining us, our team shall undoubtedly be the strongest. And we shan't be at risk of being slaughtered for our treasures, Ye Feng interjected. Bai Yi was evidently far superior to Qing Jun. If he assisted in tolling the soul banishment bell, their success would be assured. Moreover, the secret realm teemed with formidable sand beasts, and he might unleash his full potential. Yet, unleashing one's full potential would inevitably attract the attention of inner demons. What are you? Do you also wish to join my team? Let me make this clear. Among you lot, I have eyes only for Sister Qing Jun. As for you weaklings, find your own kind to team up with. Do not drag my team down, Bai Yi stated without reservation. He had been a grounded individual, but after his victory over Luo Hua, he had become rather conceited. Initially, Qing Jun was reluctant to agree to collaborate with Bai Yi, as her inclination was still towards teaming up with Luo Hua. However, Bai Yi's disparaging remarks gave her a sense of superiority. See, Brother Bai Yi disregards everyone else, yet he regards me with special favor. Very well. I shall seek another partner. Ye Feng sighed and glanced towards Luo Hua, who remained silent. After his defeat, he appeared utterly dejected. Brother Luo Hua, may I team up with you when we enter the secret realm in 3 days? Ye Feng inquired politely, as he needed a partner. Were it not for the inner demon issue, he could easily venture as a lone wolf. After all, this group of weaklings posed no threat. Luo Hua slowly turned his head, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Ye Feng. Get lost. With no choice, Ye Feng retreated in disappointment, scanning the crowd for other formidable individuals. Yet, among those present, the strongest were indeed Luo Hua and Bai Yi. He wondered if the others possessed the strength to toll the soul banishment bell. At that moment, a timid voice emerged from behind. I am willing to team up with you. Ye Feng turned to see a girl of around 16 or 17 standing behind him, her hair styled in playful twin ponytails. Though she was also a 5th-tier power master, her timid demeanor suggested she lacked the capability to confront foes beyond her level. Little sister, are you truly so frail as to venture into the Taishu secret realm? Are you not afraid of being devoured by the sand beasts within? Ye Feng inquired. I have no choice. My grandfather is on the brink of death, and only the Huiyang herb found in the Taishu secret realm can save him. I must register at the Sword Gorge. Please do not despise me, the girl replied, her large eyes brimming with tears. Clearly, others had deemed her too weak and refused to form a team with her. Ye Feng hesitated. While he felt sympathy for the girl, he needed to ascertain whether she could strike the soul-extinguishing bell. Otherwise, he was there to gather the soul-fixing herb, not to engage in charity. May I examine your pulse? Ye Feng asked. Yes. The girl quickly extended her wrist, gazing up at Ye Feng. He grasped her wrist, briefly sensing the energy within her. She was at the standard level of a typical 5th-tier power master. With her energy, she could barely strike the bell once. However, after that, she would revert to the strength of an ordinary person, lacking even the means for self-defense. Indeed, a burden. Brother, am I acceptable? Rest assured, I am very understanding. If I get injured, you can leave me in the secret realm. I will not hinder you, the girl pleaded. Ye Feng offered an awkward smile and glanced at the others. Are there any brothers or sisters willing to team up with me? Huh? Yu Ming scoffed dismissively, turning her head away. As for Qing Jun, she merely cast a glance at Ye Feng and the girl before turning her attention to Bai Yi. The others were equally dismissive, raising their brows with a hint of contempt in their eyes. I assure you, my abilities will not disappoint. While I may not be the most formidable, I am certainly of moderate strength. Ye Feng endeavored to promote himself, though he was cautious not to appear overly ambitious. For those who attracted attention often met swift demise. Yet, no one responded to him. Sighing, Ye Feng turned to the ponytailed girl. What is your name? I am called Yi Xiaoqiao. Very well, Yi Xiaoqiao. From this moment forth, we are teammates. I hope you won't hold us back too much. As for other matters, I shall explain once we reach the foot pavilion, Ye Feng said solemnly. May I ask your name, brother? Yi Xiaoqiao stammered, reminiscent of a girl long subjected to bullying, evoking a twinge of compassion in Ye Feng. I am Ye Feng. Brother Ye, she responded. Let us go, Ye Xiao Xiao. Back to the foot pavilion. With that, Ye Feng took the lead, walking towards the castle's exit. Ye Xiao Xiao hurried to keep pace, fearful that he might leave her behind. Upon reaching the bustling market area, Ye Feng discerned the flow of the crowd and maneuvered directly into it. With minimal effort, he was swept along by the throng, soon arriving at the entrance of the foot pavilion. Ye Xiao Xiao, come in, Ye Feng said, pulling her into the room. Chapter 808. I will ensure you do not suffer loss, Brother Feng. You have finally returned. The soul-extinguishing bell has caught the attention of an elderly gentleman who is willing to offer a level 30 crystal pill. Chunin quickly grasped Ye Feng's arm. A level 30 crystal pill? I wouldn't part with it for a level 50. Let him give up on that notion, Ye Feng said calmly. In the corner, at a table, a white-haired elder was observing Ye Feng closely. He was, in fact, a formidable emperor of strength. However, within the confines of the sword hero realm, where dragons coil and tigers lie, even an emperor of strength would hesitate to seize another's possessions. Yet, once outside the sword hero realm, the rules could very well change. Let us ascend to the 4th floor. I have rented a spacious room with crystal pills sufficient to accommodate 10 of us. 11, Chunin noted, glancing at the pitiable wild grass. Upon reaching the 4th floor, a throng gathered around. Brother Jin Quan, allow me to introduce, this is wild grass. And this is Brother Jin Quan, this is Chunin, and this is Ye Feng. The introductions were swift, yet Ye Feng wore a troubled expression. Brother Ye Feng, do you face any difficulties? Jin Quan inquired. Brother Jin Quan, I have only managed to find one companion, Wild Grass. However, with her limited energy, she can only sound the soul-extinguishing bell once. Finding allies is challenging, as I am not well known in the Great Desert. When forming teams, individuals typically seek those with whom they are familiar. Brother Jin Quan, could you assist me in this matter? Ye Feng implored. Jin Quan's expression darkened, his demeanor becoming somewhat awkward. Are you suggesting that I enter the Taishu secret realm as well? You have seen for yourself. I cannot even best a mere Yu Ming with all my might. The risk of demise within is exceedingly high, and furthermore, your sister-in-law is also opposed to my undertaking such a perilous venture. Very well, I shall not press the issue. What of Brother Long Feng? Ye Feng turned his gaze towards Jin Quan's kin. I apologize, but I am no match for even Brother Jin Quan. Thus I cannot venture into the secret realm either. Long Feng replied, a hint of shame flickering across his face. That is of no consequence. Once inside the secret realm, you will witness my strength. I can ensure your safety, Ye Feng stated. Brother Ye Feng, it is not merely a matter of protection. The primary threats within the secret realm do not stem solely from these 5th-grade force masters. There exist various formidable sand beasts and concealed restrictions. Should we inadvertently trigger one, your assistance would be of little avail, and with our current capabilities, we would likely perish in the initial wave, Jin Quan elucidated. Understood. I can appreciate your concerns, Ye Feng sighed, contemplating whether to muster the audacity to seek aid from Qing Jun once more. With Qing Jun present, we could strike the soul-extinguishing bell twice, thereby significantly diminishing the peril involved. Wild Grass sat obediently upon her seat, resembling a child, appearing quite docile. Yet, her docility was a necessity, for Ye Feng was the only one willing to take her along. Others might carry her only to use her as cannon fodder. Very well. Let us rest for the night, and tomorrow I shall see if I can gather 1 or 2 more companions, Ye Feng declared as he rose. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Who is it? Ye Feng squinted, sensing a formidable aura emanating from beyond the door. Young brother, I wish to discuss something with you. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to come to harm. The door creaked open, revealing a white-haired elder standing outside. Brother Feng. It is he who seeks to exchange a level 30 crystal pill for the soul-extinguishing bell, Chunin remarked. Oh, it turns out to be Lord Power Emperor. My apologies, Your Excellency. If you desire anything else, I can certainly accommodate you, but the soul-extinguishing bell is non-negotiable. I hope for your understanding, Ye Feng replied courteously, not wishing to cultivate formidable adversaries. My young friend, the soul-extinguishing bell holds immense significance for me, even pertaining to my very life. How about this? 1 level 30 crystal pill and 1 high-grade crystal pellet with 90% purity. What do you say? The elderly man with white hair proposed, producing 2 items from his robe. One was indeed the level 30 crystal pill, its hue a deep black. The other was the high-purity crystal pellet, pristine white with a few small black specks at the edges. The higher the purity of the crystal pellet, the whiter its appearance upon refinement. Even the crystal pellets bestowed upon him by his master had not reached 90% purity, as achieving such a level of refinement significantly increases the difficulty. Ye Feng compared his own crystal pellet with the elders. It was evident that his was vastly inferior in appearance. Of course, the ultimate prize would be a pellet of 100% purity, yet such a thing is virtually non-existent. No substance can be purified to the absolute limit. As residual impurities become exceedingly difficult to eliminate, much like gold, no gold found in the market could ever reach the standard of pure gold. Generally, they are classified as 1,000 gold, 10,000 gold, or 100,000 gold. Ye Feng's expression shifted, as if he had grasped the crucial insight. Senior, I cannot sell the soul-extinguishing bell. By the way, I have important matters to attend to. If you have nothing further, I kindly ask you to take your leave. He stated calmly. Given his current strength, he no longer regarded power emperor-level adversaries as significant threats. Young one, you are quite obstinate. However, rest assured that within the confines of the Sword Cliff, none shall lay a finger on you. Beyond that, however, the white-haired elder's words carried a veiled warning. Ye Feng's countenance darkened, his expression turning icy. Senior, you should leave. I, Ye Feng, am not one to shy away from confrontation. If you truly wish to pursue such endeavors, I shall stand firm. Very well. I hope you retain such fortitude in the days to come. The elder cast a resentful glance at Ye Feng before striding out through the doorway. Creak. Chunin closed the door behind him. All right, Chunin. Oh no. Senior Yu Jiao, you shall share a room with Wildgrass. And you shall share a room with the puppet, Chunin announced. I refuse. Chunin bellowed in protest. An hour later, Ye Feng returned to his solitary chamber. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, he cradled a crystal pellet in his palm. In the next moment, he activated the blood absorption technique. With his strength having reached the 5th tier of power mastery, Ye Feng's control over the technique had markedly improved. This time, he did not draw the medicinal essence from the crystal pellet, but instead directed the absorption towards the impurities contained within. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely until Ye Feng finally released his grip. In the center of his palm lay a crystal pellet, as pure and white as snow. Had he succeeded? Could it truly be possible? The blood absorption technique had entirely cleansed the impurities from the crystal pellet? Is this truly a crystal pill of 100% purity? Ye Feng was overwhelmed with astonishment. One must understand that even the slightest impurity in a crystal pill holds significant implications for a cultivator. For instance, a pill with 99% purity and another with 99.1% purity can differ in price by several times. Even a minuscule amount of impurity can greatly affect the absorption rate. If it is a crystal pill of 100% purity, an ordinary person could absorb it almost instantaneously, and their cultivation speed would not lag far behind Ye Feng's. It would merely entail a longer refinement period. The blood absorption technique surpasses the 100% purity crystal pill by eliminating the need for refinement time. Chapter 809. It is settled even so. A crystal pill of 100% purity is priceless in this world. Even a low-grade crystal pill of full purity is more precious than a high-grade pill of 99.9% purity. I have struck gold. Ye Feng placed the pure white crystal pill into another sack and retrieved another pill. Time flew by, and soon it was the following morning. Ye Feng stretched lazily, gazing at the more than 40 pure white crystal pills in the sack. With these, he could elevate Chun An's and Jean Quan's cultivation levels. Although he needed to be cautious not to hasten the process too much, lest they become unstable like himself. Brother Feng, it's time to get up. I exchanged a crystal pill for a lavish meal. Chun An's voice called from outside the door. Come in. Chunin, Ye Feng replied weakly. The blood absorption technique, while exceptionally effective, also demands a toll on one's vitality. He had spent the previous night utilizing the technique to absorb impurities and was now utterly exhausted. Brother Feng, you look considerably worse than yesterday. Did you not sleep at all last night? Chunin inquired with concern, fearing that Ye Feng had sustained internal injuries. I will forego breakfast. Take these crystal pills and distribute one to each person, including a share for Xiao Chao. Remember, just one per person. Do not give out more, or I fear they may advance too quickly, following in my footsteps, Ye Feng instructed. Understood. Chunin shook the sack filled with crystal pills and casually pulled one out. Goodness, how remarkably white. This can't possibly be a crystal pill of 99% purity, can it? Brother Feng, when did you acquire these? Chunin exclaimed loudly in the room. Ye Feng felt a surge of frustration and covered his mouth. Such purity could bring about peril. We must remain discreet. Do you understand? No loud outbursts. Yes, Brother Feng. Chunin took the 100% purity crystal pill and headed to the hall. Ye Feng, meanwhile, collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he heard the astonished gasps of Jin Quan and the others, but the sounds abruptly ceased. Clearly, they too recognized the immense value of such pure pills and understood that even a powerful monarch-level being might covet them. After distributing the crystal pills to everyone, Chunin returned to his room with the remaining sack. Sitting cross-legged, he let the crystal pill dissolve in his mouth, feeling a surge of warmth envelop his body. Gulyalu. In less than 2 hours, Chunin sat upright. Ha, I am now a 5th-tier warrior. Should I consume another pill? He pondered, eyeing the remaining crystal pills in the sack. However, he soon shook his head. I have no desire to follow in Brother Feng's footsteps. It would be wiser to first solidify my realm. Murmuring to himself, Chunin settled into a meditative posture. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaoqiao also picked up a crystal pill. She possessed some discernment, far superior to that of Ye Feng and his group of naive fellows. If I consume this high-purity crystal pill, will I ascend to the 6th tier of power? If so, I would be unable to enter the secret realm alongside Brother Yi. And I would certainly be unable to assist Grandfather in locating the resurrection herb. Perhaps it would be best to save it for later, after we exit the secret realm. With that thought, Ye Xiaoqiao returned the crystal pill to her pouch. When Ye Feng awoke in the afternoon, he led Ye Xiaoqiao through the throngs of people and back into the castle. The number of 5th-tier power masters had been steadily increasing, among whom 2 individuals particularly caught Ye Feng's attention. One was a petite woman clad in leather armor, her ample bosom contrasting with the formidable large iron hammer she wielded. Reminiscent of a violent little girl, Ye Feng could sense the dangerous aura emanating from her. The other was a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Appearing to be around 25 or 26 years of age, his expression as stoic as a zombie, yet surrounded by a throng of beautiful women. It seemed that the skilled individuals he observed yesterday were merely the tip of the iceberg. This journey into the void secret realm was destined to be fraught with peril. With a sigh, Ye Feng approached the petite girl. Miss, may I join your team? He inquired directly. The girl, in a meditative state, opened her eyes upon hearing his voice. Her gaze was devoid of emotion as she coldly uttered a single word, leave. Ye Feng was met with rejection and moved on to the young man. Brother, may I join your team? Apologies, but I, Shang, have always preferred to go solo. You might want to find someone else. I fear I would be a burden to you. To Ye Feng's surprise, this young man was quite humble, concealing his formidable strength behind an air of vulnerability. After a considerable search, Ye Feng found only a rotund fellow willing to team up with him. As for the others, most had some notoriety in the Green Sea Desert, well known to him. Brother Chong, it seems we are left with just the 3 of us. This is Ye Xiaoqiao. Xiaoqiao, this is Chong Ji. Ye Feng introduced the 2. Yes, these individuals have always looked down upon our Mangu tribe, regarding us as mere savages. Yet we, the Mangu, procreate beneath the stars. It is the nature of humanity. Nevertheless, these individuals affect a facade of superiority, Chong Ji remarked coldly. You are of the Mangu? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ye Feng's forehead. What? Do you share their hypocrisy? Do you look down upon us Mangu? Chong Ji retorted icily. No, not at all. The Mangu are quite admirable. Ye Feng quickly wiped away his sweat. He had already seen the wanted notice issued by the Mangu tribe. Could this fellow have recognized him, yet feigned camaraderie only to betray him in the secret realm? Indeed, it was a distinct possibility, one that loomed large in Ye Feng's mind. He cast a wary glance at Chong Ji. As the adage goes, a clear shot is easy to block, but hidden arrows are hard to defend against. The threat of a sneak attack from this individual was considerable. Chong Ji, I believe there is a wanted notice regarding your tribe, is that correct? Are you aware of this? Ye Feng asked casually, feigning indifference. The warrant, I am aware of it, regarding Chang'e. She belongs to the Changgu family, which, although not a significant faction, still carries weight as she is a member of their lineage, hence the issuance of a warrant. Chang Ji remarked nonchalantly. Ye Feng scrutinized his eyes, sensing no deliberate concealment, but rather a genuine ignorance of being the murderer. Never mind. Very well, senior brother Chang Ji, let us proceed as such. Once we enter the secret realm, the 3 of us, myself, you, and Wildgrass, shall form a team and assist one another. Can you swear an oath upon your most cherished possession? Ye Feng inquired. Swear? Ha ha. There are certain things that do not require an oath, but if it grants you peace of mind, I shall swear. Changji then raised his right hand. I, Changji, swear upon my wife and daughter, that if I fail to rescue Ye Feng and wild grass upon entering the secret realm, may thunder strike me, and I shall meet a wretched end, my wife and daughter subjected to torment and demise. Changji uttered a fierce oath, leaving Ye Feng utterly astounded. There is no need for such a severe vow. Now it is my turn. Ye Feng raised his palm. I, Ye Feng, swear upon Chun and that if I neglect to rescue Changji and wild grass within the secret realm, may thunder strike me, and I shall face a miserable fate. With Chunin subjected to maltreatment and death. Who is Chunin? Is he of great importance to you? Changji inquired. Of course, he is my dear comrade. A lifelong brother. Ye Feng replied. Observing this, Wild Grass also raised her hand. I, Wild Grass, swear upon my grandfather that if I fail to rescue Ye Feng and Changji, or if I kick them while they're down, or employ underhanded tactics, may thunder strike me, and my grandfather shall suffer abuse and death. With the oaths complete, Ye Feng felt a temporary sense of relief. Many believe that oaths hold little significance. However, they do impose a modicum of restraint on individuals. Once an oath is made, there lingers a twinge of hesitation in one's heart. The young girl wielding a massive hammer glanced at Ye Feng's group before closing her eyes expressionlessly. She felt this was rather childish. When the moment of truth arrived, it was unlikely she would save her teammates, let alone refrain from adding to their misfortunes. Changji, where do you reside? Ye Feng suddenly asked. The Sword Canyon charges fees everywhere. I would rather not squander my crystal pills, so I reside in a castle, making do with a makeshift bed. However, it gets a bit chilly at night. I've heard that in the southern desert, temperatures plummet to several degrees below zero. Changji responded. He is someone who knows how to live. Then you may sleep here. Wild Grass, you can return to the foot pavilion to rest. I have other matters to attend to. Ye Feng stated. I'll accompany you. Wild Grass stepped forward, closely trailing Ye Feng as if fearing he might vanish. Why are you following me? The matters I need to address are unrelated to this trial. They are personal affairs. Ye Feng said, striding away from the castle and into the depths of the Sword Canyon. Almost every few kilometers, he would encounter bustling markets, where Ye Feng indulged a little. And he too found himself at the mercy of several older women. No one walked away empty-handed. After traversing several dozen kilometers, the populace began to dwindle, and the roads were paved with blue stone slabs, no longer the muddy thoroughfares of the market districts. Excuse me, esteemed senior. Could you please tell me where the Sword Valley Library is located? Ye Feng inquired as he intercepted a young man. Shall I guide you there? The young man responded warmly, a magnificent sword embroidered on his back. No need, I can find it myself. Thank you, senior. Ye Feng clasped his hands in gratitude, sensing the goodwill emanating from Sword Valley. Truly, it was a great clan. Despite their formidable power capable of dominating the vast desert, they treated others with courtesy. In contrast, smaller clans were rife with trivial matters, each looking down their noses at others, enforcing a rigid hierarchy. Indeed, a small temple may harbor great mischief, and shallow waters often teem with turtles. After walking several kilometers, Ye Feng halted, astonished by the sight of a colossal fortress. He could not discern the full extent of the fortress's grounds, but within it stood a library soaring to a height of 100 meters, comprising over 30 stories. Above the grand fortress, the words Library Estate were inscribed. Guarding the entrance were 4 formidable warriors of the Power King level, languidly seated in chairs, pens in hand. Gradually, individuals entered the library, required to submit certain items and register their race, name, and level. Taking a deep breath, Ye Feng lined up at the back. After a while, it was finally his turn. Race? The 9th tier Power King inquired, pen in hand, without lifting his gaze. Yellow Sand Clan, Ye Feng replied. Yellow Sand Clan, south of the temple? Quite a rare visitor. Now, please provide your name and level. My name is Ye Feng, and my level is 5th tier Power Master. Ye Feng divulged his credentials. What type of books do you wish to examine? The Power King asked. I wish to see them all, Ye Feng stated. The Power King set down his pen, regarding Ye Feng with suspicion. Do you believe you can read them all? Which category of books do you wish to explore? I seek books on overcoming inner demons. Ye Feng conceded reluctantly. Apologies, but books on overcoming inner demons have yet to be catalogued. However, I estimate you may find them within the autobiographies of certain prominent figures. So, you wish to explore autobiographical books, then? Very well, I shall seek autobiographical texts. Ye Feng agreed. By the way, esteemed sir, are you not aware if the library estate possesses methods to resolve inner demons? Ye Feng ventured. Ha ha. Sword Valley has compiled texts spanning the last 100,000 years. Do you think, given my age, I could read them all? Even if I devoted every day solely to reading without cultivating, I would only manage to peruse 1/10,000th of the collection. As for books on inner demons, they surely exist, but you will need to search for them at your own pace. Once you finish, please list the titles, and I will assist with categorization. The Power King chuckled. All right, so you mean to say that within autobiographical works, it is possible to find texts on inner demons? Ye Feng asked with some trepidation. If he were to read each book one by one, it might take him 10,000 years to cover a mere 10th of the collection. Yet, he lacked such time. Indeed, do you wish to enter? If so, you must also manage your time wisely. A Tier 20 Crystal Dan allows for 1 day of reading, albeit limited to autobiographical works, and so forth, the Power King remarked. How long can I use this? Ye Feng directly produced a crystal pill of 100% purity. Oh, is this a crystal pill? Li Wang hurriedly seized the object from Ye Feng's hands, scrutinizing it with great interest. After all, having lived for so long, he had never encountered a crystal pill of such unparalleled purity. Indeed, this is a crystal pill, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. This purity must be around 99%, right? Fantastic. How many do you possess? I want them all. What do you require? I can procure something in exchange for these crystal pills. As the 9th tier Li Wang spoke, his breathing grew rapid. It is essential to understand that the higher the purity of the crystal pill, the more swiftly it can be absorbed. If he could gather several of such high-purity pills, he might just break through to the realm of the Emperor of Strength, thereby becoming an elder of the Sword Gorge. There are just 2 crystal pills. Ye Feng initially intended to claim 5, but feared attracting unwanted attention. Only 2? Please, let me have the remaining 1 as well. What do you want in exchange? A beauty? A weapon? A technique? Or anything else? Just name it, and I shall trade it with you. The 9th tier Li Wang discreetly pulled Ye Feng aside, wary of being overheard by his colleagues. Such high-purity crystal pills could save practitioners dozens of times the training duration. As typically, when one absorbs a crystal pill, impurities are also ingested. Even the tiniest trace of impurity could prolong the time required to expel it from the body. And impurities are the primary culprits for slowed cultivation. Thus, in the vast desert, high-ranking pharmacists are in great demand, especially those capable of elevating purity to 90%, who are considered exceptionally valuable. Of course, the Sword Gorge has a prominent pharmacist who occasionally achieves a purity of 95%, but this is rare, most of the time. Even a master pharmacist can only guarantee a purity above 80%. Chapter 8:11. Concern evident on their faces, this substance cannot be repeatedly refined, as doing so would extract its medicinal potency, rendering it ineffective. At times, failed refinements can waste a considerable amount of raw materials, which is why pharmacists are highly sought after in the Great Desert. Crystal pills with a purity below 60% are virtually worthless, as they contain 40% impurities. Consuming such a pill necessitates considerable time to expel the toxins, which can be detrimental to the practitioner's health. A purity of 70% is generally dismissed by most as substandard. 80% is deemed acceptable, 85% is classified as good, and 90% is considered a high-grade crystal pill. Those with a purity of 95% would likely incite a frenzy among experts at the Emperor of Strength level. As for 99%, some zealots would even barter their wives or daughters in exchange. Here's the deal. I will give you both crystal pills, but on the condition that you allow me unfettered access to the library in the book repository, without any restrictions on time or classification, Ye Feng stated. This is not for you to decide, young Ye Feng. You seem to be excessively arrogant. Although these 2 crystal pills are indeed precious, the library pavilion is not so easily trifled with. It is rumored that it conceals the secrets of this world, so do not overreach. The 9th grade Power King tossed the crystal pills back to Ye Feng. If I provide 2 crystal pills, how long may I read within? Ye Feng hastily softened his tone, for he needed to find a solution to his inner demons. Perhaps a month, but you may only access the autobiographical section. What say you? The 9th grade Power King retorted. Very well, however. I am to undergo trials in the Void Realm tomorrow, and it seems I must wait until I emerge before I can peruse the books. Hence, I shall take my leave for now, Ye Feng concluded, reclaiming the crystal pills. The timing here begins upon the surrender of the crystal pills, and he was uncertain how long the trials in the void realm would last. What if they extended for several months? Then, those 2 crystal pills would be wasted. Ah, splendid. I am Du Yifu, and my grandson, Du Bian, is also a 5th grade power master. He will accompany you into the void realm tomorrow. Accept this ring. Should you encounter him in the castle, display the ring to him, and he will lend you assistance at a crucial moment. Du Yifu chuckled. Oh, thank you, thank you. Esteemed elder, Ye Feng replied sincerely. He had been lamenting the lack of assistance in ringing the soul-extinguishing bell, and now, another ally had appeared. He speculated that his grandson, Du Bian, would not be weak in power. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Ye Feng said, admiring the ring with a joyful expression. Indeed, go forth, but remember, do not lose the crystal pills, nor display them lightly. Otherwise, you may be the first to perish in the secret realm. By the way, if I may be so bold, what is the purity of these crystal pills? Du Yifu inquired suddenly with a smile. 99%, Ye Feng lied. If he claimed they were 100% pure, he feared he would not be leaving today. Ah, indeed, that aligns closely with my suspicions. No wonder they are so pristine. If I may inquire further, who was the esteemed alchemist responsible for purifying these crystal pills? Du Yifu pressed again. Ye Feng pondered. If he claimed to have purified them himself, would he not be detained by the sword gorge and forced into servitude? For only those capable of purifying to 99% purity would escape their grasp. If he asserted they were found by chance, they would hold no value. And would Du Yifu's grandson seize them within the secret realm? Of course, he was not afraid of Du Bian. Rather, he dreaded the thought of having no one to assist him in ringing the soul-extinguishing bell should Du Bian be eliminated. I sought the aid of an elder who resides in a secretive location, and he instructed me not to disclose his whereabouts to anyone. Otherwise, he would cease to assist me in purifying crystal pills in the future, Ye Feng fabricated. Oh. Du Yifu scrutinized Ye Feng with a keen gaze, his expression becoming intriguing. Very well. You are quite clever, but sometimes, being overly clever is not a virtue. Off you go. Du Yifu waved his hand. Yes, esteemed elder, Ye Feng responded, striding away from the library pavilion. Upon returning to the foot pavilion, Ye Feng began to close his eyes and cultivate his spirit in preparation for the expedition to the secret realm the following day. He sought to maintain both his body and mind in a state of utmost comfort, for only then could he dare to enter the secret realm. Otherwise, he would face the peril of demise, for he would confront not only the formidable fifth-order power masters, but also the powerful sand beasts, the local natives, and an array of restrictions within. Time slipped away, and soon the next day arrived. As Ye Feng stepped out of his room, he observed that everyone was already awake, and a feast was laid out on the table. Wild Little Grass had begun to eat without waiting for him. The others, however, refrained from starting their meal, patiently awaiting Ye Feng, as today was the main event for him and Wild Little Grass. Go ahead and eat, Brother Feng, Chenin urged, gesturing towards a large pot of stewed meat, roasted delicacies, and a hodgepodge of other dishes. Ye Feng nodded and leaned over the table, indulging heartily in the feast. In but a short while, he had consumed a significant portion of the meal. Wild Little Grass, though her appetite was modest, made an effort to eat more, ensuring she would not go hungry once they entered the secret realm. After finishing, Ye Feng wiped his mouth with his sleeve and glanced over at Chun-Un and the others, noticing their expressions of concern. Fear not, my fortunes are great, and I shall certainly return alive. My primary objective is to seek the soul-settling herb. Of course, should I encounter other medicinal plants, I shall bring them back for you. The only regret is that the sword gorge will take 60% of the herbs I collect. Ye Feng's brow furrowed at the thought of such a steep share. A 30% cut would be more reasonable, but 60 was excessive. Brother Yi, I am also full, Wild Little Grass stated as she stood, casually placing 2 pieces of roasted meat into her bag. Let us depart, Ye Feng declared, striding purposefully towards the exit of the foot pavilion. Brother Feng, we will accompany you. Chun-In and the group hurriedly followed. Very well. Chun-In immediately began to take advantage of the crowd, eliciting a chorus of exclamations from the women around him. At last, they arrived at the castle's entrance, where Ye Feng and Wild Little Grass stood to bid farewell to Chun-Un and the others. Chun-In, senior sister Yu Jiao, while I am away, Remain here at the foot pavilion and await my return. Rest assured, we shall wait for your safe return. Take care, they replied. Brother Feng, be cautious. And if you encounter any beautiful young ladies in the secret realm, do remember to promote me, Chen added. Fear not, I shall reserve the finest for you. Ye Feng chuckled as he clapped Chen on the shoulder and confidently entered the castle. After passing through 2 gates, Ye Feng's expression turned serious. The once spacious square was now nearly filled to capacity, with at least 1,000 fifth-order power masters gathered. At the forefront stood a young man flanked by 2 elderly figures. Chapter 8:12. The little girl appears distressed. The young man possessed an astonishing strength equivalent to that of a fifth-order power emperor, while the 2 elders beside him were at the first and second orders of power emperor. Is this truly the leader of the Sword Gorge? Ye Feng gazed at the young man in shock. His appearance is remarkably well preserved, perhaps around 27 or 28 years of age. However, a closer inspection of his eyes reveals depths akin to an unfathomable abyss, with subtle crow's feet gracing the corners. Is everyone gathered? Rue Yijin inquired, casting a glance at the 9th-level power king beside him. Yes, clan leader, everyone is present, the 9th-level power king replied respectfully. Good, let us proceed to Luofeng Valley. With that, Rue Yijin took the lead, striding forward, closely followed by the 2 power emperors. Subsequently, a throng of power masters trailed behind. Ye Feng noticed that a burly man was also mingling within the crowd, presenting an inconspicuous demeanor. At that moment, he abruptly turned around, locking eyes with Ye Feng once more. A jolt of surprise coursed through Ye Feng, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. Shifting his attention elsewhere, he observed that Qing Jun's group occupied a central position in the formation, with her walking alongside Luo Hua. Bai Yi, on the other hand, appeared somewhat worse off, a lone wolf devoid of alluring companions. You must be Ye Feng? At that instant, a figure approached from behind, gently tapping Ye Feng on the shoulder. Turning to look, he found a younger version of Du Yifu before him. You are Du Bian? Ye Feng countered. Indeed, I recognize that ring of yours. For now, stay close to me. You only have 2 teammates, and they seem rather weak, Du Bian remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Ye Feng's companions, Chang Ji and Yi Xiaoqiao, his brow slightly furrowing. Yes, I have merely 2 teammates, Ye Feng responded with an expressionless nod. Allow me to introduce my companions, Du Bian continued, gesturing to the 2 young women behind him. One was plump, the other slender, each possessing their own unique charm. Without exception, both cast glances filled with adoration towards Du Bian. This is my second junior sister, Yi Ju, and this is my junior sister, Shaning. Ye Feng noted that Yi Ju was somewhat plump, her thighs sturdy and robust, suggesting considerable strength. In contrast, Shaning was significantly more delicate, standing at least 175 centimeters tall, yet her frame was slender, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. I am Ye Feng, and this is Yi Xiaoqiao, along with Chang Ji, Ye Feng introduced, attempting to shake hands with Yi Ju. However, she remained unmoved, merely casting a cold glance at him, her disdain unmistakable. Ye Feng, left without recourse, turned to offer his hand to Shan Ying instead. She quickly furrowed her elegant brows, retreating her hands behind her back to deny him. Disheartened, Ye Feng resorted to a respectful bow. Ladies, shall we proceed? He smiled. Address me as senior sister. How audacious of you to presume to call me junior sister with your status and strength, Yi Ju chastised loudly, drawing the attention of those around them. Ye Feng's expression darkened, and he could only follow in silence behind Du Bian. At the end of the formation, a petite girl wielding a massive hammer appeared. Yet she was not alone. Accompanying her was a composed young man. His lips were tightly pressed, a long sword hung at his waist, and he walked with an air of elegance and poise, unmistakably a scion of an esteemed family. Senior brother, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Although no one in the strength division can rival you, the secret realm harbors formidable sand beasts and indigenous inhabitants, and there is a possibility of encountering ancient giants of the emperor level. You must remain vigilant. The petite girl with the massive hammer wrinkled her nose slightly and made an adorable face. However, when interacting with others, her demeanor was one of aloofness. Indeed, her coolness was reserved for certain individuals, excluding the formidable senior brother Rue. Fear not, for I possess the long rainbow, capable of cleaving through all things in this world. Senior brother Rue remarked as he patted the sword at his waist, revealing the exquisite embroidery of a small sword on his sleeve. Naturally, Others from the Sword Valley also bore sword embroidery, though most were prominently displayed on their backs, chests, or hems. Only senior brother Rue's embroidery was subtle, and his small sword design was particularly intricate, indicating considerable craftsmanship. After departing from the castle, the group made their way toward a nearby staircase. Ye Feng looked up. The staircase extended from the bottom of the canyon to its summit, likely serving as an exit from the gorge. Let us proceed. The Sword Valley master flickered several times and appeared atop the 1,000-meter-high steps. The two emperor-level companions beside him followed suit, leaping up with similar agility. Now, it was the turn of Ye Feng and his cohort of novice strength masters. Up we go, Bai Yi announced, leading the ascent. A few individuals adept in agility surged ahead, their speed several times that of others, reaching the top in less than a minute. However, the majority maintained a more understated approach, climbing methodically, as if wary of revealing their true strength. The youth with the surname Rue and the petite girl brought up the rear, engaged in a hushed discussion apart from the others. Sister, are you aware of the mission for this expedition into the valley? The youth inquired. I am not. The valley master merely instructed me to heed your guidance within the secret realm, the petite girl replied, hefting the massive hammer onto her shoulder. Have you seen those individuals from the Green Pastures Valley? They are the 7th generation's most exceptional talents, Qing Jun, Qing Yu, and Qing Qian. Particularly that Qing Qian. His strength is formidable enough to annihilate a 9th-level strength king. My esteemed ancestor intends for all the geniuses of the Green Pastures Division's 7th generation to be eliminated within the secret realm. The petite girl was taken aback. Why? She asked, unable to suppress her discomfort. Clearly, at her age, she struggled to accept such a dark scheme. In her perception, the Valley Master had always been honorable, and she was shocked to discover a more insidious side. All of this is to secure our dominion in the Sword Valley. Currently, we are the strongest clan in the vast desert. Thus, it is imperative to suppress the Green Pastures Division and Birch City. Otherwise, once their talents mature, they will pose a threat to our standing, Rue Tian stated matter-of-factly. But we already hold a position of supremacy, do we not? The combined strength of their emperor-level warriors is barely equal to ours, the petite girl protested, her dissatisfaction evident. I am aware that, at present, we indeed hold supremacy. However, what of a century hence, or a millennium? As the master of the Sword Gorge, I cannot merely focus on the immediate. Thus, it is imperative to eliminate as many of their young prodigies as possible, remarked Rue Tian with a chilling demeanor. Very well. The little girl appeared distressed, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Furthermore, have you noticed the 3 talents from Birch Tree City? Luo Hua, Luo He, and Fu Zheng, especially that Fu Zheng. I sense a rather elusive aura about him, suggesting he has cultivated some fearsome abilities. Chapter 8:13. How beautiful. At this point, Rue Tian gestured towards a robust young man ahead. Alas, no matter their prowess, how could they possibly rival my senior brother? The little girl seemed to harbor absolute confidence in Rue Tian. Ha ha ha, you speak true, junior sister. With my long rainbow in hand, I can sever anything. This time, as we enter the secret realm, let us see if we can gather the hundreds of materials needed to establish a protective formation for our clan. It is said that such formations vanished 8 millennia ago. No one has ever managed to assemble the necessary materials, and even if they did, they would require a master to arrange the formation. As they conversed, both ascended to the precipice of a cliff. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing the little girl's hair to sway, rendering her expression a fluctuation of moods. Let us proceed, the master of the Sword Gorge proclaimed, striding forward. Rue Tian, meanwhile, cast icy glances at the several experts nearby. At that moment, his gaze lingered momentarily on Ye Feng. Ye Feng, sensing the attention, turned to meet his gaze. The two exchanged a silent understanding for 3 seconds before averting their eyes. Brother Yi, you appear rather pallid. Yi Xiaoqiao had been observing Ye Feng's countenance. It's nothing. Let us continue. Ye Feng replied, quickening his pace. After traversing over 100 kilometers, they finally halted beside a valley. The master of the Sword Gorge approached the cliff's edge, clasping his hands behind his back while gazing skyward. Ye Feng followed his line of sight. There was nothing to behold, only the vast expanse of air. Yet, in the next instant, the gorge master unsheathed his sword and struck towards the sky. Swish! A subtle sound of slicing air resonated. Though faint, the sound penetrated the ears uncomfortably. In the ensuing moment, all present widened their eyes. They beheld a flickering shadow materializing in the space where he had struck. This shadow was ethereal and hollow, as if it originated from the distant past or perhaps the far future. The illusory void realm has been unleashed. The master of the Sword Gorge turned, casting a cold gaze upon the thousands of fifth-tier power masters. I shall reiterate, upon entering the valley, should you encounter formidable sand beasts, all must unite and confront them together. Moreover, once within the secret realm, it is essential that we assist one another. Should any acts of murder or treasure theft transpire, I shall not show leniency. Regardless of what you obtain within the secret realm, our Sword Gorge retains the right to claim 60%, while the remaining 40% may be carried back to your respective tribes. Regardless of the number of medicinal treasures you may discover within the secret realm, you must reach the exit within 3 months. The realm is likely to close automatically after this period, and if you remain trapped inside, the spatial forces will crush you. Does anyone have any objections? The leader of the Sword Valley inquired loudly. No objections. We have no objections, Valley Master. A chorus of scattered responses echoed back. He nodded and signaled to a nearby 9th-tier Power King. The 9th-tier Power King promptly opened a sack and distributed scrolls made of beast hide to everyone. Ye Feng received one as well and unfolded it. The scroll detailed the shapes, scents, colors of various medicinal herbs, as well as the environments in which they thrive. Providing meticulous records, he fully unrolled the scroll, which surprisingly extended over 3 meters, cataloging at least 1,000 types of herbs. Each person's scroll was unique, and upon entering the secret realm, you could examine one another's scrolls to gather these herbs, with the older varieties being the most precious, the Sword Valley Master stated calmly. Understood. We shall comply. Excellent. The last words came from Ye Feng, eliciting puzzled expressions from those nearby. Very well, you may now enter. With that, he swiftly stepped aside. Bai Yi surveyed the surroundings and was the first to approach the shadow. As he neared the shadow, approximately 20 meters away, a force from within began to draw his hair forward, obscuring his face entirely. Bai Yi inhaled deeply and moved forward. Whoosh. His entire body was drawn into the shadow. From a distance, Ye Feng watched with palpable tension. This felt eerily akin to a black hole. With someone leading the way, others followed suit, leaping into the shadow in an orderly fashion, as if herding ducks towards the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Finally, it was Ye Feng's turn. He hesitated briefly, grasping wild grass with his left hand and Changji with his right. Wild grass, Changji. Let us hold hands so we 1T get separated during the transfer, Ye Feng instructed. They nodded gravely, a mixture of excitement and trepidation etched on their faces. Up we go. After uttering these words, Ye Feng took 3 steps forward, and in an instant, a powerful force pulled them inside. Glug, glug. Ye Feng felt as though he had entered a bizarre passageway, enveloped in a viscous black substance, within which many entities seemed to writhe. He glanced at Changji beside him, only to find Changji's face stretched to an unusual length, gazing at Ye Feng with a curious expression. Astonished, Ye Feng looked down to see his own chin elongated. Was my face also being distorted? He then turned to Wild Grass, and in the next moment, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wild Grass's body had been compressed into the shape of an egg, constantly morphing in form. Yet, they felt no discomfort. Rather, there was a sense of ethereality. The 3 of them soared through the passageway, and after an indeterminate period, Ye Feng suddenly noticed a figure struggling within the viscous substance beside him. Although he could only discern a vague outline of the face, Ye Feng recognized it instantly. Chen Jihua. His eyes widened in astonishment. He never anticipated encountering a deceased person in such a bizarre corridor. Meanwhile, Changji was also calling out a stranger's name. Just as they were about to communicate, a sudden whoosh echoed through the air. A fragrant breeze filled their nostrils, as a gust of wind tousled their hair wildly. Are we falling? Ye Feng grasped the hands of the others and quickly lowered his head to look. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 of them plunged into a crystalline lake, sending splashes soaring high. Ye Feng was the first to surface, hastily scanning his surroundings, ready for any potential threat. Yet, to his surprise, there was no danger in sight. To be precise, this was not a lake but rather a pond, surrounded by vibrant red lotus flowers, filling the air with a refreshing scent of flora. A few small birds flitted about the lotus, while in the distance, dozens of industrious bees flitted among the blossoms. And the birds in the trees chirped incessantly. Splash, splash. Yi Xiaoqiao and Changji emerged from the depths, their eyes wide with wonder at the breathtaking scene. How beautiful! It resembled a fairyland, and Ye Xiaocao's eyes sparkled with delight. I observed that the environment here did not resemble a tropical or polar climate, but rather that of a temperate zone. Let us ascend to the shore and prepare to seek treasure. Chapter 8:14. You must detoxify me at once. After speaking, Ye Feng unfurled the scroll from the sack. Ha ha ha, treasures abound. This is Jihong grass, one of the materials for refining crystal pills. Changji beamed with joy, quickly reaching for a cluster of the pointed red and black wild grass. Be careful, Ye Feng suddenly shouted, but it was too late. A red shadow shot out from beside the Jihong grass, sinking its fangs into his artery. Ah, it hurts. What is this? Changji screamed, yanking the small snake from his abdomen and forcefully crushing it against the ground. The red serpent burst open. Brother Changji, are you all right? Ye Feng observed him with vigilance. I'm fine. After all, I am a fourth-tier force master. But this snake, this venomous snake. Just as Changji uttered these words, he stuttered, and in the next moment, his face turned crimson as he howled towards the sky. Oh, oh, oh. Like a rooster crowing. As his voice faded, Changji's body collapsed to the ground, limbs twitching violently. Brother Changji. Ye Feng and Ye Xiaocao exchanged worried glances and rushed to support him. However, at that moment, Changji's complexion darkened, resembling someone gasping for breath. Ye Xiaocao checked his nostrils, and her eyes filled with terror. Brother Yi, he's dead. He just entered and died. Her voice trembled with a hint of sobbing. Ye Feng's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. This was no fairyland. It was a hell disguised as one. Gather the Jihong grass into the sack, but be cautious. First, use the curved dagger to strike these grasses, ensuring there are no venomous snakes within. Ye Feng swallowed hard, using his curved blade to strike a small patch of chicken red grass. After just 3 blows, a crimson shadow flickered once more. Before Ye Feng could react, a small red snake had coiled itself around his neck. With a sudden gasp, Ye Feng felt the blood scales on his body rise. The snake bit down, only to shatter its 2 venomous fangs upon contact. Damn it! He seized the snake with one hand, applying pressure with his fingers. With a resounding pop, the snake burst. Presumably, there were no more venomous snakes around. Time to gather the herbs. After saying this, the two placed the entire patch of chicken red grass into a burlap sack. Brother Yi, what is the deal with the scales on your body? The wild little grass inquired curiously. Don't ask what you shouldn't, Ye Feng replied coldly. Oh. The two became cautious, stepping carefully as they ventured deeper into the grassy expanse. Within the depths lay a dense forest. Is that the ghost flower? My scroll has recorded it. The wild little grass pointed to a pale flower about 5 meters away, though it dared not approach. Be careful. There may be guardian sand beasts near the ghost flower, Ye Feng warned, gripping his curved blade as he cautiously advanced toward the ghost flower. The wild little grass also drew its blade, keeping watch over Ye Feng's rear. As they drew closer to the ghost flower, they swung their blades around it, checking a radius of 5 or 6 meters. It seemed there were no guardian beasts present. It appears not every herb is fraught with danger, Ye Feng remarked, reaching out to pluck the ghost flower and placing it in the burlap sack. Just as he prepared to move forward, an intense itch suddenly coursed through his fingers. Brother Yi, your hand. Why has it turned black? The wild little grass gasped, pointing at Ye Feng's right hand. No way. Ye Feng lifted his hand to find it covered in black spots, which appeared to be writhing slightly. With each subtle movement, they doubled in size, transforming in the blink of an eye into toxic sores the size of broad beans, sending chills down one's spine. Oh dear! Ye Feng finally felt a twinge of pain, realizing how treacherous the ghost flower was, having evaded the passive effects of his blood scales and the passive skill of the Brahma's sacred demon art. The black toxic sores continued to writhe rapidly, spreading toward Ye Feng's wrist, causing the wild little grass to raise its blade in alarm. Brother Yi, I won't abandon you. Extend your hand. I'll help you sever your right hand. The wild little grass exclaimed anxiously, fearing it would be left defenseless. What? Cut off my hand. At this critical moment, Ye Feng's expression shifted, and he suddenly pressed his left hand against the toxic sores on his right. Blood-sucking technique, he mumbled. In mere seconds, Ye Feng's right hand shrank noticeably, the toxic sores disappearing entirely, along with the numbness that had accompanied them. The energy within him surged back into his right hand, restoring its former strength. Brother Yi, how did you detoxify? What antidote did you use? Could you spare a little for me? The wild little grass gazed at Ye Feng in astonishment. I can't share it. But if you ever get poisoned, I can help you detoxify, Ye Feng replied, his face a mixture of surprise and delight. Now he is certain that the blood-sucking technique is an unparalleled martial art, transcending the boundaries of this world, even beyond any realm. It is a novel ability he has cultivated through a series of fortuitous coincidences, allowing him to absorb anything into his being without experiencing rejection. I adore you, blood-sucking technique. Suddenly, Wild Grass let out a sharp cry, vigorously striking her chest. A bee has entered my chest. What should I do? Ouch, it hurts. Without a hint of modesty, Wild Grass tore open her clothing, revealing two pink, delicate peaks. Gulp. Ye Feng swallowed hard. Brother Yi, my chest hurts so much. Please help me detoxify. I don't want to die. What will happen to my grandfather if I die? Tears streamed down Wild Grass's cheeks, while a dark aura began to spread from her chest. Oh no, that's not just a bee. It's a venomous wasp. I've run out of antidote. The only option left is to suck it out with my mouth, Ye Feng declared. Utilizing the blood-sucking technique, he absorbed the dark energy, and in no time, the malevolent aura dissipated, restoring a rosy hue to her face, making her look extraordinarily adorable. He released Wild Grass and swallowed once more. All right, I've neutralized the poison, Ye Feng said, taking the initiative to help her fasten her clothing. Wild Grass bowed her head, silent, her face flushed to the roots of her ears. However, just 2 seconds later, she abruptly lifted her head, concern etched upon her features. Brother Yi, since the poison entered your mouth, why didn't you expel the toxic blood? Could you also be poisoned? Ye Feng replied, Oh dear, I feel quite dizzy, but it's all right. You are my comrade. A little dizziness won't hinder us. Let us proceed. There are too many treasures here for us to squander. Inside, Ye Feng felt a surge of excitement. With the blood-sucking technique, he could eliminate any toxins, implying that the treasures here could be harvested without any risk. The two continued deeper into the forest. Ye Feng unfurled the scroll, comparing the surrounding flora. Chapter 8:15. Killing and robbing. Leaving no survivors. This must be the golden silkwood tree. Its bark is remarkably tough, one of the essential materials for crafting formations. Judging by its age, it has grown for at least 200 years, making it perfectly suitable. After speaking, Ye Feng efficiently pried off a piece of bark and placed it into a sack. They not only carried sacks, but also had a large, compressed backpack. Though the backpack appeared small, it was of superior quality. Once unfurled, it could hold several hundred kilograms of items. Brother Yi, let us place these materials on me. I will carry the heavy load. You are stronger than me, so conserve your energy for facing danger, Wild Grass suggested, willingly taking Ye Feng's sack. All right, Little Grass. You are quite considerate. Then please carry my backpack as well, Ye Feng replied, setting his heavy backpack on the ground. After a bit of tugging, the backpack opened, revealing an ancient little bell inside. Is this the soul-settling bell? Ye Feng was surprised to see that Wild Grass possessed some knowledge. The insight is commendable. Yet this is merely a replica of the soul bell, known as the annihilation bell. Should I suddenly become statue-like and immobile, I implore you to sound this bell. Ye Feng said gravely. I comprehend. You have succumbed to inner demons due to an unstable foundation, Wild Grass nodded. Correct. From this moment forth, my life shall rest in your hands, Ye Feng stated, bowing deeply at 90 degrees and presenting the annihilation bell. Very well. Wild Grass accepted the bell, and the two resumed their journey forward. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the heart of the forest. Ye Feng's heart tightened, and he swiftly pulled Wild Grass to flee ahead. After running a mile, Ye Feng spotted the trio of Du Bian. Du Bian was wiping the blood from his curved blade on the hide of a sand beast, an unmistakable gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. His two junior sisters gazed at him with deep admiration. Huh. Ye Feng, junior brother, Wild Grass, junior sister, what of that scruffy creature from the Manka tribe? Is he not with you? Du Bian sheathed his blade. Brother Changji, he has perished, slain by a venomous serpent. Wild Grass's countenance darkened. Ha ha. No matter, accompany me. This time, I seek not glory, but merely to avoid faults. A gentle breeze at the fringes will suffice. The combined herbs on our scrolls will be ample for our leisurely gathering. By the way, have you taken Changji's scroll? Du Bian inquired. Yes, it is in our possession, Ye Feng replied with a stoic nod. Excellent. 6 scrolls will be sufficient for us to compare the surrounding herbs. One more thing. We shall operate at the periphery and not venture into the depths, for the sand beasts therein are formidable and riddled with more restrictions, Du Bian stated coolly, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Brother Du Bian, do you seem to harbor ulterior motives? Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. Naturally, we shall remain at the exit. Those fools will pass through here after gathering their herbs from the depths. At that time, we shall eliminate the weaker ones and seize their treasures, leaving no survivors. If we encounter someone stronger, we shall lie in wait. Do you not find my strategy astute? Du Bian asked with a grin. Ye Feng remained silent, directing his gaze towards his two junior sisters. Indeed, a fleeting expression of displeasure crossed their faces. Brother, you possess such strength, why not venture into the depths? Moreover, such actions might tarnish the reputation of our one-sword gorge, spoke Du Bian's younger sister, Shanning. Shanning, you comprehend nothing. Simply heed your elder brother's words, Du Bian sighed. On the surface, one-sword gorge is the bastion of justice in the world. However, their clandestine actions are far more sinister, even to the extent of harming the seedlings of other tribes. The objective is straightforward, to prevent other races from surpassing one-sword gorge and becoming the overlords of the desert. Of course, some truths cannot be spoken aloud, yet may be executed covertly, and even the lowest ranks within one-sword gorge dare not utter a word. Shan Ying's expression darkened as she exchanged glances with Wild Chrysanthemum beside her, both visibly discontented. Young girls idolize heroes, never schemers, evidently. Du Bian's words had left them greatly disillusioned. Unfazed by the thoughts of his junior sisters, Du Bian picked up 3 scrolls and began to compare the surrounding environment. In this region characterized by the confluence of mountains and waters, the winds blow from the west. Logically, one would expect the presence of bone transformation. Oregon Ye Feng. Do not linger idly. Wield your curved blade and probe the earth, for beneath the surface there may lie a milk-white mineral, bone transformation, or an essential component for establishing the protective array for our clan. Recently, the Valley Master has been pressing for its swift arrangement. With a nod of understanding, Ye Feng began to thrust his curved blade into the grassy ground, probing here and there. Senior brother, is this in preparation for the impending catastrophe? Ye Xiaoqiao inquired suddenly. Ha ha ha, indeed. It is common knowledge that the high priest has foretold a dire calamity, an extreme cold disaster. The temperature may plunge below absolute zero. In such conditions, ordinary structures are utterly inadequate, unless fortified by the protective array. Du Bian chuckled heartily. Ye Feng's expression darkened, resonating deeply with Du Bian's words. He had ventured into the Black Tree River Basin, where even one who had cultivated the sacred demonic arts like himself dared not expose their skin to such an environment. For an ordinary person, entering such a climate would render them rigid, while only those of the Strength King or Strength Master rank could withstand the cold for a time clad in thick beast skins. As for the Strength Emperor, their endurance would likely surpass the rest, and the frigid temperatures would scarcely affect them. Yi Ju and Shanning also commenced their search for bone transformation or probing the earth with their blades. Just then, 7 figures emerged from the valley ahead. The leader, a middle-aged man wielding a spear, counted Ye Feng's group and hesitated momentarily, glancing at the empty sacks of his companions. Ah, Du Bian, it seems you have not gathered much material, the middle-aged man remarked. Indeed, what about you? Du Bian replied, eyeing the sacks of the 7, which were also far from full. We have found little ourselves. With that, we shall take our leave, the leader stated. And the 7 turned to depart, appearing disinclined to engage further. Phew! Ye Xiaoqiao exhaled in relief, loosening her grip on the hilt of her blade. With everyone lacking sufficient materials, there was no incentive for violence or thievery. However, as time progressed, the situation might change. Encounters between factions typically resulted in fierce conflicts, especially since a significant portion of their materials was required to be submitted. In such times, rules would be cast aside, and might would dictate right. Ding! At that moment, the tip of Shan Ying's blade seemed to strike something solid, igniting a spark of joy within her as she hurriedly cleared the soil. Beneath, she discovered a pale pink mineral that appeared quite delectable. Ah! Du Bian pushed Shan Ying aside, unfurling the scroll once more to compare it with the mineral. Bone transformation, or this is it, though it is regrettably only a piece the size of a head. Ye Feng, place this mineral into your sack, he commanded authoritatively. Ye Feng replied coldly, I'm afraid I cannot carry anything too heavy. This bone transformation or appears quite weighty, and I must conserve my strength for any potential exigencies. Oh, with a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth, Du Bian slowly rolled up the scroll, placing his hand upon the hilt of his sword, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Ye Feng. Youngster, when I call you junior brother outside, it is merely out of respect for the reputation of the One-Sword Gorge. However, here, in the absence of others, do you truly believe you can act like a naive fledgling? Do you not possess even a modicum of reverence for the strong? Du Bian's voice was laced with coldness. Reverence for the strong? Ye Feng scoffed disdainfully. Brother Ye, please cease your quarrel. I shall take this mineral, said Ye Xiaoqiao, hastily placing the heavy bone-transforming stone into the burlap sack, causing it to sag considerably. Ye Feng's gaze flickered momentarily before he gradually released the grip on his sword hilt. However, Du Bian continued to fixate on him with an intent gaze, attempting to instill a sense of pressure upon Ye Feng. After 3 tense seconds, he too relinquished his hold on the hilt. Look, junior sister Xiaoqiao is far more perceptive than you, Ye Feng. Consider this a concession this time. Should you defy my orders again, I must regretfully inform you that even with your grandfather's ring, I will show no mercy. With that, Du Bian turned and strode ahead. Dan Ying and Yi Jiao exchanged a glance with Ye Feng, a flicker of hesitation crossing their faces. Yet ultimately, they chose to follow closely behind Du Bian, recognizing that in the secret realm, it was far easier to navigate alongside the powerful. Brother Yi, should we not pursue? Ye Xiaoqiao inquired. Of course, we must follow, Ye Feng replied with a calm smile. But what if he decides to strike next time? Ye Xiaoqiao said nervously. Ye Feng sighed, reluctant to reveal his true capabilities. Perhaps I should yield a bit to him next time. He will not dare to lay a hand on me. He concluded, trailing behind Du Bian and the others. A deafening roar suddenly erupted, causing their ears to ring. Du Bian's expression shifted, and he instinctively drew his curved blade. Before them loomed a colossal black tiger, its size approximately 3 times that of a normal tiger, its eyes an eerie crimson. A level 21 sand beast? Du Bian's countenance paled slightly. A level 21 sand beast equated to the prowess of a second-tier power king. Brother Du, should we flee or fight? Danning asked. Flee. Where would we run to? This is a crimson-eyed tiger. Its eyes are one of the materials for cultivating the Shura eye, so we cannot let it escape. You all watch from the sidelines. Leave this to me. With that, Du Bian dashed towards the immense tiger. The confrontation between man and beast raged from the mountain's peak to its base. With a swift slice, Du Bian severed the tiger's head, which rolled to the ground. However, his protective leather armor had been torn, leaving his chest bloodied and his stamina significantly depleted. Quickly, remove its eyes and place them into Ye Feng's sack. Du Bian gasped as he descended to the foot of the mountain. Ye Feng nodded and promptly extracted the crimson eyes. Given Du Bian's considerable exertion, it was only fitting that he handle some of the aftermath. At least you are sensible, Du Bian remarked, wiping his blade on the tiger's pelt before sheathing it. The 5 continued onward, yet they refrained from venturing deep into the heart of the realm. Ye Feng inhaled deeply, savoring the sweet fragrance of the air, a testament to the purity of this secret domain. However, in places where the air is pristine, formidable beasts are inevitably drawn. Once again, a lone wolf with a green back appeared ahead. With a swift flourish of his curved blade, Du Bian effortlessly dispatched the wolf. Open all the scrolls and check if there are any organs of the green-backed wolf among the herbs, Du Bian commanded. Yes. A group hastily unfurled the scrolls, comparing them one by one. Here it is, the nose of the green-backed wolf. With a swift stroke, Ye Feng placed the wolf's nose into a sack. He had devised a plan. Once he gathered the materials for the clan's protective formation, he would seek a simplified version from Jinxia, capable of enveloping the entire hot spring island. There is a cave. Let us 5 rest here and recover our strength, Du Bian declared, gesturing towards a natural cavern halfway up the mountain. The others quickly followed, while Ye Feng discreetly inserted his hand into the wolf's wound. The blood-sucking technique restored his vitality almost instantaneously. Upon reaching the cave, Du Bian sat cross-legged, immediately beginning his recovery. After a moment's hesitation, Danning sat beside him to guard him. Yao Ju, you and Xiaoqiao should cut some meat from the wolf to make roasted meat. Du Bian needs to eat soon, she instructed. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing a shift in dynamics. He realized that Du Bian and his companions would not assist him in sounding the soul-extinguishing bell. Only Danning held a slight possibility of becoming an ally. Brother Yi, no, I'll go. Yao Xiaoqiao tugged at Ye Feng's sleeve, taking the curved blade to begin her task. By midnight, a fire had been kindled at the cave's entrance, and the five gathered around it to consume the wolf meat. It must be said, it was truly unpalatable, lacking seasoning, and the meat was excessively tough, as the greenbacked wolf had lived far too long. Nevertheless, in order to replenish their strength, they forced the fatty meat down, while the lean meat was virtually inedible, akin to chewing on wood. "Brother, let me massage your shoulders. You worked hard during the day," Danning offered, taking the initiative to knead Du Bian's shoulders, who appeared to accept this attentively, eyes closed in enjoyment. "Brother, may I also massage your legs?" Yao Ju chimed in, eager not to be outdone. The situation had become quite clear. Du Bian, indeed a powerhouse, had slain a beast equivalent to a second-tier strength king. Thus it was only prudent for them to cling to his support. If they kept him content, he would likely not stand idly by in their time of peril. Du Bian opened his eyes slowly, casting a disapproving glance at Yao Xiaoqiao. "I can sing for you," she stammered quickly. "If your singing is unbearable, then forget it. By the way, do you play any instruments?" A faint smile graced Du Bian's face as he glanced at his trousers. Yao Xiaoqiao's initially pitiful expression transformed into one of icy coldness, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. "Perhaps you should advise your teammate. She is utterly thoughtless." "What woman could Du Bian not have? Her ability to play an instrument would be her fortune," he remarked, turning his gaze towards Ye Feng. Yet, Ye Feng merely stared back at him, expressionless, as if regarding a corpse. "Oh." Du Bian pushed aside his two junior sisters and slowly rose to his feet. "What? You two, who have enjoyed my protection, are unwilling to assist me with a trivial task. It seems I have no choice but to teach you a lesson," he declared, drawing his curved blade with a sharp sound. Ye Feng also stood up, meeting Du Bian's gaze without flinching. This time, Ye Xiaoqiao did not play the peacemaker but resolutely positioned herself behind Ye Feng, drawing her own blade with a sharp sound. Chapter 8:17. You are too arrogant. The flickering campfire swayed in the mountain breeze, casting shifting shadows across Ye Feng's face. He slowly reached for the hilt of his knife, preparing to eliminate Du Bian at once, leaving the matter of Du Yifu for later. Just then, a voice emerged from the shadows. "Am I interrupting? Are you two factions actually turning against each other?" As the voice fell, a dark figure landed beside the fire with a resounding thud. Du Bian aimed the tip of his blade at the shadow. "Who are you?" The figure wore a golden mask, obscuring their face, yet the aura they exuded was profoundly dense, accompanied by an ethereal brilliance that flickered, explaining their audacity to reveal themselves before five others. "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you have found the bone transformation stone. Hand it over to me. I have no interest in the other rubbish." The man in the golden mask stated coolly. "Ha, give it to you? You are exceedingly arrogant," Du Bian retorted, swinging his blade without reservation. Clang. The golden-masked man smoothly met the strike, and the two blades clashed, forcing Du Bian to retreat several steps until he collided with Shannying, finally halting. In that moment, Du Bian's breath became rapid. He stealthily transferred the curved knife to his left hand while concealing his right behind him. Ye Feng, keen-eyed, noticed the gash in Du Bian's right hand. Blood oozing forth. Overestimating oneself, are we? "Hand it over." The golden-masked man directed his gaze towards Ye Xiaoqiao, realizing that her sack was the heaviest, implicating the bone transformation stone's presence within. I won't give it." Ye Xiaoqiao stepped back defensively. Seeking death? The golden-masked man seemed disinclined to waste time. Shifting to grip his knife with both hands, he swung fiercely at Ye Xiaoqiao. Dodge! Ye Feng yanked Ye Xiaoqiao back, his muscles tensing. A Sanskrit character erupted from his form, swirling rapidly around him. Clang! Clang! The two blades collided, both combatants remaining steadfast. Puff! The golden-masked man's curved blade shattered into two pieces. Subsequently, his golden mask cracked and fell to the ground with a soft thud. "You? Impressive indeed," the golden-masked man exclaimed, before his body split in two, lifeless and irrevocably defeated. Du Bian could not restrain his astonishment, his mouth agape. Shannying and Ye Ju were equally stunned. Their jaws dropped wide enough to swallow an apple. Ye Xiaoqiao, initially shocked, then filled with delight, could scarcely believe her eyes. Ye Feng sheathed his blade and knelt down to inspect the golden-masked man's sack. The contents were plentiful. He decided to take the sack itself and casually tossed it at Du Bian's feet. "Du Bian, take the sack," Ye Feng said nonchalantly. Du Bian clenched his jaw tightly, his face shifting from a pallid hue to a deep shade of blue, then to a vivid red. Eventually, he nodded and obediently lifted the burlap sack. Brother Ye, you are perspiring. Ye Xiaoqiao swiftly retrieved a delicate handkerchief from her bosom to wipe the sweat from Ye Feng's forehead. There was no remedy for innate deficiencies. Such frailties often led to excessive sweating. Brother Ye, oh no, I mean Brother Ye, where shall we go tomorrow? Danning suddenly stepped forward, distancing herself from Du Bian, and slowly approached Ye Feng. Indeed, Brother Ye, please guide us, said Ye Ju, not wishing to be left behind. Let us discuss our course in the morning. For tonight, we must rest. It is crucial to conserve our energy in this secret realm, as we are unfamiliar with the environment, Ye Feng replied with a calm demeanor. Understood. Brother Ye. Both women nodded in unison. Du Bian silently returned to sit by the fire, his head bowed, feeling quite embarrassed. Sit down and rest, Ye Feng said as he also took a seat. After a while by the fire, Ye Feng walked directly into the cave, sitting cross-legged and holding a crystal pill in each hand. Even in this mysterious realm, he did not cease his practice of the sacred demon technique. After all, unable to level up, he could only enhance his strength through alternate paths, refining various abilities and techniques to their utmost potential. Du Bian, you guard the cave entrance. Do not enter. We three shall protect Brother Yi inside, Danning stated coldly. Previously, she had regarded Du Bian as somewhat honorable, yet upon entering the secret realm, his true character had been laid bare. Du Bian raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Danning, causing her to retreat 2 steps in fright. At that moment, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes, locking onto Du Bian's gaze. Du Bian's heart quaked, and he could only nod in acquiescence. Very well. I shall remain outside to guard Brother Yi. With that, Du Bian dutifully assumed the role of a watchful guardian. Time slipped away, and dawn soon broke. Ye Feng rose with a somewhat grim expression. The sacred demon technique was indeed formidable, with the speed at which he practiced his blood-sucking technique. He had only made the slightest progress. For an ordinary person, it would likely take 2 years to achieve what he had accomplished in a single night. Du Bian. Brother Ye Feng's voice dripped with sarcasm. He called out. Du Bian hastily stood, obediently stationed at the cave entrance. Let us proceed according to your plan. Seek materials in the surrounding area. Our team shall follow your lead, but refrain from revealing my true strength. Understood? Ye Feng stated calmly. He had heard tales of the numerous restrictions at the center of the secret realm. He was unafraid of the sand beasts or poisons, but dreaded the various intricate traps. To stumble into one could spell doom. Yes, Brother Yi, Du Bian respectfully nodded. After a night of internal conflict, he resolved to yield. After all, Ye Feng's strength was quite appealing. In 3 months, with Ye Feng's prowess, he could easily seize all the sacks from the other teams. No, please call me Brother Yi instead. It sounds more pleasing to my ears, Ye Feng remarked, his hands clasped behind his back. This seems inappropriate. The strong command respect. How could I dare to address you as my junior disciple? Moreover, given your demonstrated prowess, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to you as a senior. Du Bian has indeed shown some insight, as he effortlessly cleaved the golden-masked man in 2, a feat that even a king of strength might struggle to achieve. Having tested the golden-masked man's abilities, it is evident that he has reached the level of a 9th-tier king of strength. Yet he was unable to resist the might of Ye Feng's blade. Just follow my instructions. I have no interest in superficial displays. It suffices that one's inner strength is formidable, Ye Feng remarked with a hint of indifference. Very well, Yi, junior disciple Yi. Du Bian quickly nodded in agreement. Shan Ying and Yi Jiu exchanged glances, then turned to Ye Feng. Should we also address you as junior disciple Yi? Certainly. Feel free to revert to the previous arrangement. Furthermore, when facing weak foes, the 3 of you should handle the situation yourselves. I will only intervene if you are unable to resolve it. However, should you choose not to exert your full effort, then I regret to inform you that even if you were to perish, I would not come to your aid. Ye Feng warned. He understood human nature. Those with great strength often bear heavy burdens, and he saw no reason to become the most burdened among them. Thus, it was preferable for Du Bian to lead the group. He could not act carelessly. What if the demon of the heart were to invade? The energy of Ye Xiaoqiao could only toll the soul-extinguishing bell once. As for Du Bian and the others, he held no trust in them. He would refrain from adding to their misfortunes, but he could hardly expect them to awaken him from the grip of his inner demons. All right, junior disciple Yi. Let us now traverse the surrounding areas and continue our search for materials. With that, Du Bian took the lead, wielding his curved blade as the vanguard. Ye Xiaoqiao walked alongside Ye Feng, carrying the soul-extinguishing bell on her back, while the remaining materials were entrusted to Yi Jiao and Shan Ing, who served as the logistics team. Chapter 818. Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers. Ye Feng felt the lightest burden, having entrusted his backpack and sack to the logistics team. All he needed was to wield the curved blade. This is golden hemp. Haha. The secret realm is indeed teeming with treasures. Golden hemp can be spun into golden threads, which can be sewn into inner armor capable of withstanding the full force of a king of strength. If the materials are further refined, they might even endure a strike from a king of power. Du Bian uprooted 2 stalks of the fibrous plant, his grin widening. Junior sisters, what are you dawdling for? Come and take the golden hemp. Should we let senior brother Yi? Oh, I mean junior disciple Yi and senior sister Xiaoqiao carry these? Du Bian reprimanded, seizing the opportunity to settle personal scores. The 2 women exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they begrudgingly accepted the golden hemp. Ye Feng shrugged, opting not to concern himself with such trivial matters, provided they did not encroach upon his interests. This is the resurrection grass. Ahead, Du Bian exclaimed once more in astonishment. Resurrection grass? Yi Xiaoqiao darted forward, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at several small plants. I'll collect this. With that, she uprooted 2 of the plants and joyfully stowed them in her sack. Sister, let those 2 behind help with the gathering. You can stay by junior disciple Ye's side and keep him company. Du Bian seized the moment to flatter Ye Feng while disparaging his 2 seemingly treacherous junior sisters. No need. I wish to carry this myself, Yi Xiaoqiao replied, returning to Ye Feng's side once more. Dan Ing cast a cold glance at Du Bian's retreating figure. Though she remained silent, her eyes brimmed with disdain. In contrast, Yi Ju was forthright, unafraid to voice her thoughts. Some individuals, lacking in merit themselves, resort to petty acts of revenge, revealing their true nature. How could I have overlooked your ineptitude before? She insinuated. Du Bian's face darkened as he strode ahead. Pushing aside a few small trees, he emerged upon a riverbank. However, 2 groups were confronting each other there. Upon noticing Ye Feng and her companions, both factions retracted their curved blades, feigning nonchalance. Ye Feng recognized one group as Qing Jun and Luo Hua, accompanied by Yu Ming and others. They were numerous, totaling 12, while their adversaries numbered only 10, none of whom she recognized. Ah, it is quite the coincidence to see you here, Du Bian. Qing Jun's face displayed a hint of ingratiation. Although Du Bian's prowess might not match hers, he was, after all, a native of the Sword Gorge and deserved a modicum of respect. Observing this, Luo Hua also smiled and nodded at Du Bian, acknowledging their acquaintance. Du Bian's face flushed, and he discreetly glanced at Ye Feng, seemingly seeking her approval. Do not mind me. Feel free to interact as you usually would, Ye Feng cautioned him, anxious that he might inadvertently reveal his true capabilities. Ha ha ha. Indeed, what a coincidence. Luo Hua, Qing Jun, with your skills. Why linger in the periphery instead of venturing into the heart of the territory? Du Bian approached with a smile. The opposing group, seeing the numerical superiority of Qing Jun's side, gradually retreated from the riverbank, quickly vanishing upstream. Oh, are you not also preparing to venture deeper? With your strength, Du Bian, should you not be heading into the heart of the territory rather than meandering about? Qing Jun retorted with a smile. Their exchange was laced with veiled sarcasm. They were all cunning foxes, each with similar intentions, yearning for an effortless gain. Ha ha. I too am planning to delve deeper, Du Bian chuckled. Really? Splendid. Let us form a team and head directly into the heart, Qing Jun suggested tentatively. Very well, let us go. Du Bian's expression shifted, leaving him with no choice but to comply. At that moment, Dan Ing interjected coldly. Du Bian, do you simply declare you will go without consulting us? Suddenly recalling something, she cautiously glanced at Ye Feng, only to find Ye Feng glaring back at her. Thus, she altered her tone. Have you consulted our 4 teammates? Very well. Then let us first linger in the periphery. Luo, Qing Jun, you may proceed ahead. We will follow shortly, Du Bian replied, clasping his hands in salute. The others regarded Dan Ing with curiosity. They were aware of Du Bian's temperament. Although he appeared affable, he was a man of strong opinions. Why today? Did he seem to be chastised by his junior sister without daring to retort? Could it be? In an instant, the group cast solemn glances at Dan Ing. Your faction truly harbors hidden talents, Qing Jun remarked. Impressive, this young sister of yours. We take our leave. With that, Qing Jun led her group downstream. their direction indicating they were not heading into the heart after all. After all, committing homicide for treasure is far less arduous than laboriously gathering medicinal herbs. Given the prowess of her group, it is likely that among the 1,000 or so challengers, only a handful will be able to escape their clutches. Once several individuals vanished, Dubian turned his gaze menacingly toward Shannying. If mere glances could kill, Shannying would have perished hundreds of times over. Junior brother Ye, you need not concern yourself with this matter. My little junior sister has behaved most inappropriately, undermining my authority in front of outsiders. I must teach her a lesson now. So I ask you not to interfere, Dubian stated, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Shannying exclaimed in shock, quickly retreating behind Ye Feng, exposing only her small head. No. She is part of our support team. If you injure her, no one will assist with the heavy loads. We cannot afford internal strife at this moment. Any disputes must wait until we exit the secret realm, Ye Feng replied, then turned to Shannying. In the future, do refrain from embarrassing your senior brother. He remains our captain in appearance. Yes, junior brother Ye, Shannying nodded earnestly. Dubian cast a cold glance at Shannying, but nodded in acknowledgement as well. Wild Xiao Xiao stepped forward. Brother Ye, which direction shall we proceed next? Upstream or downstream? Heading downstream would lead us to Qingtian and her group, which would put Dubian in an awkward position. Therefore, let us journey upstream, Ye Feng suggested. Thus, the group made their way upstream along the riverbank, gathering numerous herbs along the way. Midway through their journey, Dubian was bitten on the chest by a venomous mosquito, prompting Ye Feng, with no other options, to extend his finger and employ a blood-sucking technique to neutralize the poison. Wild Xiao Xiao observed this entire scene. She tilted her head in confusion, pondering why Brother Ye opted to use his mouth for the antidote instead of his finger. However, after a brief moment, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her demeanor grew more composed. She then took out a comb, tidying her somewhat disheveled hair, allowing her twin ponytails to fall into a cascade of long locks. Xiao Xiao, please check how many items we have in our sack, tally the quantities, and deduct the 6% tax to see what remains, Ye Feng instructed, pausing as he noticed the transformation in Wild Xiao Xiao's hairstyle. She nodded slightly, her movements suddenly becoming more reserved. Ye Feng stroked his chin, several large question marks popping up in his mind. Chapter 819. Are you defying my orders? I am not entirely certain. Team Leader Dubian. Let the planning be yours from now on. You shall act as my right hand while I operate from the shadows. Should we encounter formidable foes, I will assist you. For weaker adversaries, you may handle them yourself, Ye Feng remarked, casting his gaze at the distant Dubian. Yes, junior brother Ye, Dubian replied with a nod. As the group prepared to advance, 5 figures suddenly appeared ahead, their hands resting on the hilts of their blades, glaring intently at the 5 of them. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and glanced backward. Downstream from the riverbank, another 5 figures emerged, similarly poised with their hands on their blades. Dubian felt a tightening in his chest as he regarded the leader, a flicker of wariness crossing his face. This man had alluring peach blossom eyes and was the only one among them wielding a sword. As for the others, they all wielded curved sabers. He quietly stepped beside Ye Feng and, with a hint of anxiety, remarked, "This man possesses considerable strength. He is a well-known hunter in the Great Desert, adept at earning bounties from wanted notices." Oh, Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement, having discerned the prowess of the leading youth himself. You should negotiate with them. Inquire about their intentions. Ye Feng nudged Dubian. But at the critical moment, you must protect me. The others are inconsequential, but that hunter has extensive combat experience. I may not be able to match him, Dubian said before stepping forward. Gentlemen, what is your business? What business? Aren't you affiliated with that lawyer Qingjun? You just ruined my plans, yet you dare to approach? Now, hand over all your belongings, and I might leave your corpses whole, the youth replied nonchalantly. So there is nothing to discuss? Dubian retorted, drawing his curved saber with a sharp sound. The youth took a step back, refraining from engaging directly. Instead, he commanded the remaining 9, leave none alive. Do not damage the materials in the sack. The 9 nodded in unison, drawing their curved sabers and advancing menacingly towards Dubian. Kill. 3 of them lunged at Dubian, and combat erupted swiftly. Among the remaining 6, for surrounded Daning and Yi Ju, while the last 2 charged toward Ye Feng and Ye Xiao Xiao. Must you proceed in such a manner? Ye Feng inquired. Too many words. One man swung his weapon towards Ye Feng's head, clearly intending to kill. With a sigh, Ye Feng abandoned any pretense of civility. Clenching his fists, he let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The full might of the diamond roar struck the two assailants. Boom! Their leather armor shattered, exposing their bare flesh. Blood spurted from their mouths as their internal organs were crushed and their eyeballs exploded. Thud! The two corpses collapsed to the ground. Although the others were not directly impacted by the diamond roar, they clutched their ears, faces contorted in agony. After a moment, they released their hands. Staring at Ye Feng in shock, the youth regarded Ye Feng with a serious expression, his eyes filled with fear. I did not expect a master to be present. I, Sha Li Fei, have offended you. Please forgive me. He quickly clasped his hands in apology. With considerable combat experience, he understood from the power of Ye Feng's roar that his group was no match for him, prompting him to submit readily. Unlike the scions of noble families who might prioritize their pride, for them, wandering souls, survival was paramount. Ye Shidi, we cannot show mercy. They aim to kill us, clearly intent on silencing us. We must not relent now, Du Bian urged swiftly. Ye Feng, with a stoic expression, glanced at Sha Li Fei, raising an eyebrow. I may spare you, but do you possess anything of value? Surrender it all, not a single item shall remain. This, Sha Li Fei hesitated. As a hunter, he led a nomadic existence, his entire fortune carried with him. To surrender it to Ye Feng would equate to his financial ruin. If unwilling, so be it. Upon concluding his statement, Ye Feng clenched his fists once more. No, I shall comply. Sha Li Fei, gritting his teeth, ultimately relinquished his backpack and sack at Ye Feng's feet. Ye Feng, with a swift kick, sent these items tumbling before Dan Ing and Yi Ju. Discard the worthless items and retain only the most valuable, lest I fear it may prove cumbersome for the two of you, Ye Feng remarked indifferently. As you command, Brother Yi. Indeed, Brother Yi. The two women bowed respectfully to Ye Feng, observing their leader's submission. The remaining 7 had no choice but to cast their backpacks and sacks as well. In an instant, a substantial pile of materials accumulated at Ye Feng's side. My lord, we have surrendered our belongings. May we now depart? Sha Li Fei inquired. Not yet fully surrendered, I presume? Ye Feng's lips curled in a smirk. But we have given you our backpacks and sacks. A sense of foreboding crept upon Sha Li Fei. No, you have yet to relinquish your weapons, Ye Feng stated coolly. Weapons? Sha Li Fei's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening. My lord, you clearly intend to strip me of my equipment. Without weapons, we would be utterly defenseless, ripe for slaughter. He was not foolish. After all, he had years of combat experience. Moreover, Ye Feng's tactic was one he had once employed against others. So, you dare defy my command? Ye Feng advanced a deliberate step. Sha Li Fei's countenance paled, involuntarily retreating a step. Yet, he quickly stepped forward again, drawing his long sword with a sharp hiss and pointing it at Ye Feng. Brothers, this fellow is clearly intent on exterminating us. Let us all charge together. Even at the cost of our lives, we must severely wound him. With that, Sha Li Fei was the first to lunge at Ye Feng. Whoosh! The other 7 figures followed suit, rushing towards Ye Feng. Thud! As Sha Li Fei thrust his sword forward, Ye Feng effortlessly caught it with his bare hands. You? He was taken aback, straining to withdraw the sword, but Ye Feng's grip was as unyielding as steel, rendering his efforts futile. With a slight twist of his wrist, Ye Feng contorted the long sword into a twisted shape. Clang! One of the subordinates struck Ye Feng's shoulder, yet his blood scales absorbed the blow. This person has cultivated a defensive ability. Do not relent. Keep striking. No matter how formidable his defense, it cannot withstand our relentless assault. Clang, clang, clang. 3 more curved knives struck Ye Feng, but his blood scales continuously emerged, requiring not even the invocation of the venerable sacred demon art to deal with these mere minnows. He reached back to grab Sha Li Fei, but the cunning fellow abandoned his sword and retreated. Consequently, Ye Feng seized a robust middle-aged man to his left. The man gasped in shock as his curved knife struck Ye Feng's shoulder. Clang! The knife was deflected, leaving the man's palm bloodied and raw. It is impossible. I have practiced the Diamond Sutra, and your strength cannot be so immense. Ah! A robust man struck Ye Feng fiercely on the forehead. Clang! It resembled the sound of metal colliding. Chapter 820. A hint of seduction appeared on his face. Ugh! My hand. His 5 fingers bent at an unnatural angle, looking quite tragic. The others quickly retreated, anxiously observing the robust man. Is it my turn now? Ye Feng seized the robust man with his left hand and drew back his right fist. Wait, my lord, I submit, I submit. Bang! A fist crushed the skull. Ye Feng lifted the headless corpse of the robust man, aiming it at the two strength practitioners behind. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the two fell unconscious on the spot. Kill! Seeing this, Du Bian and others rushed forward, slashing a few times. The remaining individuals could no longer maintain their composure. With a shout, they fled in all directions. Want to escape? Ye Feng picked up the curved blade from the ground and hurled it forcefully at the fleeing figure's back, his form unceasing as he charged toward the other survivors. In less than 10 minutes, Ye Feng returned, radiating an aura of murderous intent. The remaining strength practitioners had been thoroughly eradicated, and the young man was cleaved in two by the curved blade he had thrown. Have the materials been organized? Ye Feng directed his gaze toward Du Bian and the other three. The four were taken aback, including Yi Xiaoqiao, who simultaneously stepped back, their eyes reflecting only fear. Although Ye Feng was indeed a teammate, they understood they faced a formidable being capable of easily ending their lives. I inquired about the materials. Ye Feng frowned. They have been organized. Some are useful, some are not, my lord. Du Bian stammered, her eyes devoid of admiration, only filled with terror. Earlier, they had witnessed Ye Feng slay the masked man, believing that even if they could not defeat him, escaping would not pose a problem. Yet just moments ago, Ye Feng had annihilated the few experts attempting to flee. This meant that if Ye Feng wished to eliminate them, they would have no chance to escape. Observing the expressions of the four, Ye Feng silently cursed himself for being too conspicuous. He had inadvertently revealed a fraction of his true capabilities, thoroughly intimidating his teammates. Well, in truth, my abilities are sometimes reliable and sometimes not. My earlier strike, though seemingly effortless, actually exhausted 90% of my energy. Consequently, I will be rather weak now. So you must protect me well. Ye Feng feigned vulnerability to alleviate the awkwardness of being scrutinized by his companions. The four remained silent, their eyes glimmering with distrust. My lord, you are so powerful. Whether I accompany you or not makes no difference. I fear I may hinder you. Instead, let my two junior sisters assist you in gathering the items, while I regroup on my own. Du Bian knelt before him, her expression one of utmost respect. While stronger teammates are undoubtedly advantageous, someone as powerful as Ye Feng transcends mere partnership, becoming akin to a tiger, dangerous and prone to backlash. No, no, no. The two women were utterly terrified and simultaneously knelt on one knee. Master Yi, our strength is far too insufficient. If you require assistance in retrieving items, Brother Dubian possesses more strength than both of us combined. He is the finest logistics personnel. Therefore, it would be prudent to release us, as our capabilities may hinder your progress, stammered Yi Ju. Although Dan Ing remained silent, she nodded incessantly in agreement. Ye Feng, infuriated, coughed up blood, his eyes gleaming with a sudden idea as he forcibly expelled a mouthful of crimson liquid, collapsing to the ground. Alas, I have sustained grave injuries. Xiaoqiao, swiftly assist me in rising. Brother Dubian, esteemed sisters, I implore you to safeguard me henceforth. Ye Feng uttered weakly. Xiaoqiao, Dubian, and the two sisters complied. Subsequently, Ye Feng draped his arm around Xiaoqiao's delicate shoulder, trailing behind the trio step by step. Dubian frequently turned his head, casting a perplexed glance at Ye Feng. Although Ye Feng feigned weakness, the frightening prowess he had previously displayed instilled a psychological shadow in Dubian, rendering him hesitant to exhibit any disrespect. Dan Ing and Yi Ju were laden with backpacks and sacks, brimming with valuable treasures. Ye Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Let us rest here and unfurl their scrolls to ascertain if there are any descriptions of the soul-settling herb, he suggested. Understood. The group settled on the riverbank and commenced their examination of the scrolls belonging to the 10 individuals. Ye Feng was only aware of the existence of the soul-settling herb, yet lacked knowledge of its appearance, characteristics, scent, or preferred habitat. None of the 3 scrolls contained any information regarding the herb. I do not find any mention on my scrolls either. Neither do I. Ye Feng sighed. Let us inquire with others we encounter. Perhaps their scrolls will provide insight. Brother Feng, while the soul-settling herb is rare, it holds little significance for most. Thus others likely would not venture to the center of the secret realm to harvest it. If we aim to seize treasures from the periphery, their packs probably won't contain such items, Dubian interjected. Are you suggesting that we must personally venture into the heart of the territory to collect the soul-settling herb? Ye Feng's expression darkened. That is the most probable scenario. However, fret not. With your prowess, Brother Ye, your survival odds in the depths are significantly higher than others. We, on the other hand, face a 3 in 10 chance of perishing if we enter, Dubian remarked cryptically. You propose that I delve into the center alone while you remain at the periphery? Ye Feng's demeanor turned icy, a murderous intent flickering within him. His purpose for entering the secret realm was to enlist a few allies to sound the soul-extinguishing bell. Without that, what need had he for companions? Well, it is a matter of practicality, Brother Ye. Perhaps you and Xiao Chao should venture into the center, while we remain on the outside to keep an eye out for the soul-settling herb, Dubian suggested with a smile. No, you 3 cannot stray from my sight. Ye Feng's countenance hardened. Dubian's expression darkened, and he could only acquiesce with a nod. The group continued onward, gathering rare materials, primarily for the concoction of holy water or the arrangement of formations. Time swiftly passed, and at this moment, Ye Feng had traversed approximately 5 kilometers into the depths of the terrain. The path was rife with rare medicinal herbs, which impeded their progress considerably. Moreover, the incessant emergence of sand beasts and toxins further slowed their advance. As night fell, a fire crackled beside the riverbank, where Ye Feng sat with his eyes closed. Seeking a moment of respite, Du Bian maintained a vigilant watch around them, guarding against any potential ambush. After exchanging glances, Shan Ying and Yi Jiao nodded in unison. Brother Yi, are you asleep? Yi Jiao gently prodded Ye Feng. I am not, Ye Feng replied, opening his eyes. Brother Yi, it can be quite dull in this secret realm. My junior sister and I have discussed it and would like to keep you company for a while, just to relax. Remaining in a constant state of tension may not be beneficial for your well-being. As she spoke, a subtle smile graced Yi Jiao's face. Ye Feng furrowed his brow and discreetly glanced at Shan Ying. Although she did not dare to meet his gaze, her cheeks were flushed. No need for that. We must conserve our energy in this secret realm. It would be unwise to expend it on trivial matters, Ye Feng admonished. The 2 lovely women were indeed quite appealing, each possessing their own unique charms. Yet Ye Feng felt it was essential to exercise restraint, at least until they exited the realm. Nearby, Yi Xiao Chao let out a sigh of relief, her gaze towards Ye Feng softening. It's all right, Brother Yi. If you're worried about wasting energy, you can always hold back at critical moments. Rest assured, my sister and I know our limits, Yi Jiao assured him, placing a hand on Ye Feng's thigh. Hold back at critical moments? Then what joy would there be in that? While you indulge in pleasure, I would merely become a beast of burden, Ye Feng retorted. There is no need for further discussion. It is well known that I, Ye Feng, am a man of integrity. I kindly request that you both maintain your decorum. He spoke with a calm demeanor, though his discomfort was evident. The flaw of the Fan Sheng Shun MO technique lay in its inability to master the balance of control, leading him to struggle against his bodily instincts when provoked by beautiful women. Very well. The 2 women departed, disappointment etched on their faces. In truth, their intentions were not solely to seek intimacy with Ye Feng. Rather, they hoped that by offering themselves, Ye Feng would remember their gesture and refrain from being excessively harsh in critical moments. The greatest strength of a woman lies not in her martial prowess, but in the allure of femininity, as the strongest men often find themselves at a disadvantage. After the 2 women left, Yi Xiao Chao took the initiative to sit beside Ye Feng, almost pressing against his arm. Ye Feng inhaled deeply and was instantly captivated by the sweet fragrance emanating from her. Some maidens, despite not bathing for days, possess an enchanting scent rather than an unpleasant odor. The sweetness radiating from Yi Xiao Chao was irresistible, stirring an almost primal urge within him. Simultaneously, it was as if Ye Feng's very genes had chosen her. Had he not been drawn to her, the scent would have been far less appealing. Brother Yi, do not fall for their tricks. They do not have good intentions, Yi Xiao Chao whispered softly beside him. For reasons unknown, she felt a pang of jealousy upon witnessing 2 flirtatious women approaching her beloved Yi Dage. The fact that Ye Feng had allowed her to carry only the small bell, while denying her the burden of a backpack, bestowed upon her a sense of superiority. Behold, I, Yi Xiao Chao, was the first to ally with Yi Dage. You 3 belong to a secondary tier, those not particularly familiar with him. Thus, it was only natural for her to regard Ye Feng as her personal possession. At times, it is not solely men who uncontrollably perceive women as their own. Women too harbor such sentiments, and Yi Xiao Chao epitomized this kind of woman. As time passed, dawn quickly approached. Ye Feng opened his eyes and glanced at Du Bian, who was keeping watch beside him. Du Bian promptly nodded to indicate that he had not been idle throughout the night. All right, prepare to set forth towards the heart of the secret realm, Ye Feng declared. Rising to his feet, Dan Ing and Yi Ju, still in a semi-slumber, swiftly gathered all their backpacks and sacks upon hearing Ye Feng's words. As for the scrolls, they burned all those they had memorized, retaining only the more difficult ones or tearing them apart entirely. They understood that following Ye Feng would surely yield abundant rewards within the secret realm, thus they aimed to lighten their loads. Suddenly, Danning had an idea. Ye Shitty, how about we bury some of the heavier ores in a hidden spot and retrieve them after exiting the center? This way, it won't attract too much attention. Otherwise, should anyone glimpse the multitude of items we carry, they would immediately suspect us of having committed murder for treasure. First, they might report us, and all our materials would be confiscated. Secondly, carrying such a bounty would incite others to covet our spoils. Upon hearing Dan Ying's suggestion, Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Very well, let us find a discreet location to dig a pit, bury these treasures, and ensure our disguise is sufficiently convincing to avoid detection. Understood, they replied. Immediately, the group proceeded to a mountainside, where they used curved blades to excavate a small pit and buried the medicinal materials within. Yi Xiaoqiao tore off a piece of sod to perfectly conceal the pit. The others busied themselves erasing their footprints from the ground. Are we ready? Let us leap forward 30 meters together. This way, others will be unable to locate our treasure site, Ye Feng instructed. Ready, they echoed. With a synchronized spring, the 5 of them vaulted 30 meters forward, landing at the riverbank. Dan Ing and Yi Ju felt considerably lighter, sharing laughter behind them. Of course, they still carried a few backpacks, albeit empty, making their strides light and effortless. Yi Xiaoqiao, however, did not bury the huiyang grass but kept it close, deeming it too precious to lose. After walking for a kilometer, Ye Feng came to a halt. Before them stood a robust youth, trampling the ground while holding a piece of sod, preparing to camouflage a certain area. Bai Yi? Du Bian's eyebrows arched slightly. Bai Yi simultaneously noticed Ye Feng and his companions, and his expression shifted slightly as he held the patch of turf, seemingly at a loss. It appeared that not only Dan Ing harbored such thoughts, but others as well, concealing materials to avoid attracting malicious intent. Humph, Du Bian, is it you? Bai Yi cast the turf aside and cautiously glanced at the ground beneath him. Bai Yi, what are you doing here alone? Du Bian remarked, noticing a trace of blood on Bai Ye's curved blade. It was evident that this fellow had not engaged in commendable deeds earlier. The materials he buried here were likely acquired through murder and plunder. Ha ha ha, nothing much, what about you? Bai Yi replied with a laugh. We're preparing to head to the center of the secret realm. Care to join us? Du Bian cleverly suggested. He had devised a plan to have several skilled individuals accompany him. If Ye Feng were to unleash his fury, their combined efforts might instill some caution in him. Join you along the way? Bai Yi stroked his chin, appearing somewhat hesitant. Bai Yi, it's easy for you to fall prey alone. If you encounter a weaker team, it might be manageable, but should you cross paths with a team from Birch Tree City, you are likely to suffer greatly. Did you not have a grudge with that Luo Hua? Du Bian cautioned. Huh, and what of our enmity? Even if I cannot defeat them, I can always flee. They may possess the strength to conquer me, but if I merely run, they will find themselves powerless against me, for I am but a member of a minor tribe. Unburdened by the pretensions of those grand clans, Bai Yi scoffed coldly, resuming his excavation with the curved blade. Before long, he unearthed a burlap sack filled with materials. Now that he had been seen, he could no longer bury it here. As for silencing anyone, he deemed himself no match for Du Bian. Since Bai Yi does not wish to form a team, then so be it. Farewell, Du Bian said with a slight bow, disappointment evident in his voice. At that moment, Ye Feng suddenly spoke. Bai Shixiang, may I take a look at your scroll? Bai Yi frowned. What are you to dare request to see my scroll? How about you first show me yours? All right, here you go. Ye Feng casually tossed the scroll over. Bai Yi, puzzled, picked up the scroll and examined it briefly. He seemed to be searching for something significant. Evidently, Ye Feng's scroll contained none of the valuables he sought. Bai Shixiang, may I now have a look at your scroll? Ye Feng inquired. Fine, here it is. There is nothing of particular importance on it, Bai Yi replied, tossing the scroll back to him. Ye Feng's eyes brightened, eagerly catching the scroll and unfolding it. After a mere glance, his eyes widened in astonishment. In the center of the scroll was depicted a 3-leafed herb, with a red dot at its core. The soul-settling herb, one of the principal ingredients for the soul pill, when combined with other herbs, can be refined into the soul pill. Upon ingestion, depending on the purity of the pill, it can partially restore the spirit of those deficient in innate abilities. The scroll further elaborated on the growth conditions and scent of the soul-settling herb. Thank you, Bai Shixiao. You have truly been a tremendous help. Here is your scroll back. Ye Feng tossed the scroll back. Bai Yi nodded slightly, casting a deep glance at Ye Feng. It seems you have found what you were seeking. Congratulations. You're welcome. By the way, I have several scrolls here that are of no use to me. Perhaps I could gift them to you. Senior brother, replied Ye Feng. Upon finishing his words, Dan involuntarily tossed 3 scrolls over. Bai Yi nodded and hurriedly began to sift through the scrolls. Ye Feng noticed that when Bai Yi glimpsed the second scroll, his expression brightened with joy, only to be swiftly subdued again. Senior brother Bai, have you discovered what you were looking for? Ye Feng inquired. Of course not. These scrolls hold little value for me. Farewell. With that, Bai Yi returned the scrolls and strode away with his burlap sack. Ye Feng sniffed, having already caught the scent from the sack, within a kilometer. His keen sense of smell could lead him to the buried location of the sack. However, he reconsidered, deeming it somewhat unethical. After all, if he were to pilfer something that someone had painstakingly concealed, it would surely lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Bai Yi, who had initially departed upstream, hurriedly returned, his arm mysteriously absent. Ye Feng squinted. The others quickly drew their curved blades, adopting a defensive posture. Bai Yi was formidable. Any adversary capable of forcing him to flee must be extraordinary. After a brief interval, a swordsman emerged from behind Bai Yi. He was clad in simple linen garments, the cuffs adorned with an embroidered birch leaf. Fu Zheng. Du Bian's expression shifted, and he sheathed his curved blade. Du Bian, please help me. This fellow launched a lethal attack on me the moment he arrived. Bai Yi rushed over, but he was still 10 meters away from Du Bian. Fu Zheng's form flickered, darting past Bai Yi. Clang. The sound of a sword returning to its sheath echoed. A gentle breeze swept through, and Bai Yi's head rolled to the ground, his body clawing at the air a few times before collapsing lifelessly. Fu Zheng was now a mere 5 meters away from Ye Feng and the others. Ye Feng locked eyes with him, and he with Ye Feng, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the riverbank. Fu Zheng, did Bai Yi attempt to seize your belongings, only to be slain by you? Du Bian suddenly remarked with keen insight. Fu Zheng's figure quivered slightly as he turned his expressionless gaze toward Du Bian, who felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his blade. In the next moment, a broad smile broke across Fu Zheng's face. Du Bian, you have completely guessed correctly. That is precisely the case. Are you all heading to the center of the secret realm? Would you care to join me? Fu Zheng inquired. Du Bian was about to respond, but was interrupted by Ye Feng. Indeed, with a master like Brother Fu accompanying us, our expedition into the secret realm will undoubtedly yield great rewards, Ye Feng said slowly. All right, Brother Fu, let us journey together, Du Bian quickly added with a smile. Fu Zheng cast a deep glance at Ye Feng before striding forward. As a top-tier expert, he could naturally sense the formidable aura emanating from Ye Feng. It appeared that among Du Bian's group, Ye Feng possessed the greatest strength. Before Fu Zheng entered the secret realm, he had received instructions from the Lord of Birch City to eliminate some of the geniuses within the realm, while avoiding any confrontation with the Green Grass tribe, focusing instead on the One Sword Gorge. The upper echelons of the 3 top tribes were well aware of this unspoken agreement, yet they remained absolutely confident in the talents they dispatched. After all, the resources of the Green Sea Desert were limited, and it was only natural to seek to eliminate the geniuses of the other 2 tribes. However, discretion was paramount in order to maintain the dignity and reputation of their esteemed clans. Du Bian glanced at Ye Feng and then at Fu Zheng, suddenly taking a few steps forward to walk alongside Fu Zheng. While Fu Zheng was indeed formidable, he had yet to reach a level that instilled despair. Ye Feng, on the other hand, possessed unfathomable strength, and Du Bian harbored concerns that, after the trial concluded, Ye Feng might eliminate them all. Ye Ju hesitated for a moment before following closely behind Fu Zheng, maintaining a distance of 10 meters from Ye Feng and the others. Shanning looked at the 3 ahead, then at Ye Feng and Ye Xiaoqiao. Ultimately, she chose not to follow but instead remained obediently behind Ye Feng. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. Sister Shanning, I have a favor to ask of you, Ye Feng said politely. Ye Shidi, please feel free to ask. It is no trouble at all, Shanning responded hastily. If one day I suddenly become a statue and cannot move, I would appreciate it if you could sound the soul-extinguishing bell to liberate me from my inner demons, Ye Feng stated. Of course, that is what teammates should do. Even without your request, I would do so, Shanning sighed in relief, having feared that Ye Feng was about to pose a difficult challenge. Yes, as long as Sister Shanning assists me, once we exit the secret realm, we shall share everything equally, apart from the soul-stabilizing herb. I will ensure you do not suffer any losses, Ye Feng assured. Indeed, Shanning nodded excitedly, feeling that she had gained Ye Feng's trust. Ahead, Fu Zheng momentarily paused, having overheard Ye Feng's words. You are quite audacious. Do you truly have such confidence in your survival within the secret realm? Fu Zheng remarked without turning around, his tone laced with hostility. Such a powerful individual, wherever he went, was the center of attention. Yet now, two beautiful women preferred to follow Ye Feng rather than him, which left him feeling quite displeased. Young people often possess a competitive spirit, and even someone of Fu Zheng's caliber was no exception. Whether or not I can survive the secret realm is of no concern to you, Fu Shixiao. Shall we continue on our journey? Ye Feng inquired nonchalantly. Of course. We must proceed. However, I believe it would be best to keep some distance, Fu Zheng replied as he turned to face the others. At this moment, I do not wish to be associated with Ye Feng, as I find him rather disrespectful. Those who wish to follow me, please step behind me. Those who prefer to follow Ye Feng, please stand behind him, Fu Zheng stated coolly. Chapter 823. What an unfortunate coincidence. Du Bian was elated and immediately positioned himself behind Fu Zheng. Yi Ju, however, found herself in a quandary but, after a mere 2 seconds of hesitation, also stepped behind Fu Zheng. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, casting a cold gaze at Fu Zheng and Yi Ju. Sister Shanning, and you as well, do you truly wish to follow Ye Feng? Fu Zheng asked calmly. Before the two women could speak, Du Bian interjected. Junior Sister Daning, come here quickly. Do not attempt to negotiate with a tiger. Otherwise, you may find yourself unaware of your own demise. Daning cast another glance at Ye Feng, her lips twitching as if she wished to speak. I apologize, Du Bian, and Yi Ju, but you two cannot accompany Fu Zheng. You must remain by my side. Ye Feng stated coldly. It was no jest. These two had witnessed a fragment of his true prowess. Should they wander outside and speak carelessly, others would wield their utmost strength against him in the future. As the saying goes, while one can easily evade a blatant attack, a concealed threat is far more perilous. Ye Feng resolved firmly not to allow them out of his sight. Du Bian's countenance paled, and he cast a pleading glance toward Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng remained expressionless, rhythmically tapping the hilt of his sword. A bit presumptuous, yet it seems you have overlooked my presence. Fu Zheng stepped forward, shielding Du Bian and Yi Ju behind him. Ye Feng sighed and approached Fu Zheng. He had made up his mind. Today, he would not hesitate to eliminate these three if it meant preserving his secrets. Such audacity? Fu Zheng seethed with anger, feeling belittled for the first time in his life. In the next instant, he drew his long sword halfway, unleashing a surge of sword energy. Clang! Fu Zheng's sword met Ye Feng's curved blade in a fierce clash, the latter snapping into 2 pieces. Haha, I thought you were more formidable, Fu Zheng proclaimed, raising his sword as a stream of sword energy surged toward Ye Feng. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, a Sanskrit character erupted from Ye Feng's body, rendering him ethereal, as if ripples of water cascaded across his form. You? Fu Zheng retreated a step, but his sword lunged toward Ye Feng's chest. Thud! It felt as though he had stabbed a pliable substance, and Fu Zheng's blade began to bend. Impossible. You actually managed to defend against my full-force thrust? Fu Zheng was taken aback, attempting to retract his sword for another strike. Yet, Ye Feng would not grant him that opportunity. He seized Fu Zheng's wrist and yanked him forward. Boom. As he pulled back, his right fist struck fiercely. Thud. Fu Zheng arched his back, spitting a mouthful of blood, his aura quickly dissipating. However, Ye Feng had no intention of leaving any survivors. He pulled back his fist once more, aiming for Fu Zheng's head. What is happening here? At that moment, a voice filled with surprise echoed from behind. Qing Jun and Luo Hua emerged, accompanied by their original group, along with an additional young swordsman. Brother Fu Zheng? The young man's expression shifted, and he leaped behind Ye Feng, thrusting his sword forward. With no other choice, Ye Feng released Fu Zheng and countered with a palm strike against the sword. However, the long sword seemed to possess a will of its own. Circumventing Ye Feng's palm wind, and continuing toward his chest. Thud! The sword was halted by the Sanskrit, and Ye Feng's palm pressed against it. A wave of frost began to creep toward the hilt, and in an instant, the young man's wrist was enveloped in ice. Do not engage, junior brother Ye Feng. We are allies. Qing Jun swiftly leaped forward, while beside her, Luo Hua unsheathed his long sword without hesitation, embodying a readiness to engage in combat at any moment. Ye Feng cast a cold gaze upon the group, his expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. What unfortunate circumstances! He forcefully pushed aside the young man and retreated to the side of Yi Xiaoqiao and Shanning. Faced with such a multitude of skilled fighters, Ye Feng felt confident in his ability to eliminate them all. However, the risk of succumbing to his inner demons loomed large, rendering any display of strength unnecessary. What on earth is happening? Qing Jun approached and helped Fu Zheng to his feet. At that moment, Fu Zheng had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as if Ye Feng's punch had the force of a mountain, displacing his internal organs. No, it's nothing, Fu Zheng asserted, striving to maintain his dignity. As the foremost expert among the younger generation of Huashu City, especially in front of his juniors, he could never admit to being defeated by Ye Feng. Meanwhile, the young man wielding the sword had dispelled the frost from his hands, casting a grave look toward Ye Feng. Luo He, is your hand all right? Luo Hua inquired, eyeing the young man's palm with caution. Luo He remained silent, instead raising his right hand and flexing his fingers. It was only then that sensation returned to his fingers, which had been numbed by Ye Feng's chilling energy. As Ye Feng's cultivation deepened, the potency of his extraordinary abilities intensified, far surpassing the former Wu Xia A Meng. Any singular ability he now possessed had evolved into a formidable skill. Not to mention, he also wielded techniques such as the blood-sucking great method and the divine demonic art of the venerable saint. What exactly is going on? Why did you engage in combat? Qing Jun stepped forward, scrutinizing Ye Feng from head to toe. Ye Feng disregarded her gaze, focusing instead on Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng glanced at the few juniors beside him and slowly remarked, nothing happened. Just now, I was instructing junior brother Ye Feng in a few techniques, intentionally using only 10% of my strength to spar with him. Correct, junior brother Ye Feng? His final words were directed at Ye Feng. Internally, Ye Feng felt elated, realizing that Fu Zheng was merely posturing. Given this, there was no need for excessive violence today. Indeed, senior brother Fu Zheng only utilized 10% of his strength, which is why I was able to subdue him, Ye Feng affirmed with a nod. Instantly, a collective sigh of relief escaped the others, especially Luo Hua and Luo He from Huashu City. Fu Zheng had always been their revered senior brother. If he had been defeated, it would have dealt a devastating blow to their morale. Qing Jun cast another glance at Ye Feng and finally exhaled in relief, saying, I knew it. That explains everything. However, the fact that you could contend with senior brother Fu Zheng at just 10% of his strength is quite impressive. It's worth noting that when senior brother Fu Zheng was merely a third-tier strength master, he was able to simultaneously vanquish 5 ninth-tier strength masters. That battle earned him renown throughout the desert. Ye Feng could not help but examine Fu Zheng once more, only to be met with a warning glare from Fu Zheng, indicating him to remain silent. Indeed, senior brother Fu is indeed formidable, Ye Feng acknowledged, giving a thumbs up, then directing a cautionary glance toward Du Bian and the other 3, signaling them to refrain from speaking out of turn. On the other side, Fu Zheng also cast a warning look toward the 4, prompting them to obediently lower their heads. Senior Fu, shall we proceed together or split up? Ye Feng inquired suddenly. Of course, we shall part ways. You will go alone, while the others will accompany me, including your little follower. Fu Zheng indicated towards the wild grass carrying the soul-extinguishing bell. I refuse, Wild Grass exclaimed, hurriedly moving closer to Ye Feng. Huh. Fu Zheng glanced at Ye Feng. Junior Ye Feng, I trust you want to protect her? Apologies, but Wild Grass remains invaluable by my side. I cannot concede this point. I shall only allow the 3 of you to accompany me, Ye Feng replied calmly. If Fu Zheng insisted on resorting to violence, he would have no choice but to unleash all his power and eliminate everyone present. At worst, he could ring the soul-extinguishing bell. Fu Zheng's eyes widened, staring intently at Ye Feng as if attempting to overwhelm him with his presence. Luo Hua and Luo He also stepped forward, casting unfriendly glances at Ye Feng. Such audacity to challenge Senior Fu. It seems you are courting death. At that moment, a figure emerged. It was Yu Ming from Bai Bai City. Yu Ming, this does not concern you. Step aside, Fu Zheng said indifferently. Fear not, Senior Fu. Allow me to teach this Ye Feng a lesson today and make him more compliant. Yu Ming declared, unsheathing his curved blade with a clang. Boom. Without warning, Ye Feng launched a punch. Before Yu Ming could react, his blade was sent flying 30 meters away, and his body was propelled backward 10 meters, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. After a moment, the blood scales on Ye Feng gradually receded. He had merely exerted 20% of his strength to incapacitate Yu Ming severely. How can you be so strong? Impossible. Aren't you supposed to be weaklings from south of the Divine Hall? Yu Ming stood up defiantly, coughing out another mouthful of blood. Ye Feng retracted his fist and coldly regarded Fu Zheng. Senior Fu, I have no intention of being your enemy. Let us part ways here. Little grass, let us go. With that, Ye Feng gestured forward. Wild grass nodded, trembling with fear, and moved ahead. However, Luo he swiftly intercepted her path. Trying to leave? Did Senior Fu give you permission? Wild grass gasped, quickly glancing back at Ye Feng. Ye Feng's expression turned ominously dark as he looked back at Fu Zheng. Senior Fu, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Fu Zheng felt a twinge of hesitation. Ye Feng's display of power had been formidable. He estimated that even if the three of them attacked simultaneously, they might not emerge victorious. Unfortunately, his habitual arrogance prevented him from backing down at such a critical moment. Humph. He snorted lightly, signaling Luo he to take action. Little girl, you are rather charming. Too bad you chose the wrong side. Prepare to die. The curved blade shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Wildgrass's head. Yet, in the next instant, a figure positioned itself in front of her. Ye Feng clenched his fists tightly, a sacred script flying from his body as he became as ethereal as flowing water. Die. The curved blade struck Ye Feng's body, yet it failed to even graze his skin. Impossible? Luo he gasped in astonishment, quickly reacting by flipping the blade in his hand. Unfortunately, Ye Feng's right hand had already pressed down upon his head, rendering him immobile. The others were taken aback, stepping forward in alarm. Unable to move, Luo he struggled to utter a few words. Ye Feng grasped Luo he's head with one hand, his icy gaze sweeping over everyone present. In the next moment, he tightened his grip. Boom. Luo he's head burst open like a watermelon. The headless corpse spun twice before collapsing to the ground. Junior brother, Brother Luo. A group rushed forward in haste, but upon witnessing the transformed Ye Feng, they abruptly halted. I will fight you. Luo Hua roared in fury. Leaping 30 meters into the air, the curved blade poised to strike down. Ye Feng showed no hesitation, pulling his right fist back before delivering a devastating blow. Boom. Luo Hua was sent flying 50 meters away, his chest caving in, a small portion of his innards spilling from his mouth. With the mask of civility torn away, Ye Feng no longer held back, charging into the crowd. This guy has gone mad. Various screams and the sounds of chaos erupted from the throng. In mere moments, 10 dismembered corpses lay scattered on the ground. Qing Jun, having clashed with Ye Feng, was hurled 30 meters away, narrowly escaping with his life. The others, including Yu Ming, perished beneath the might of the sacred demon art. Fu Zheng gripped the hilt of his sword with such intensity that his fingers turned white. His lips were pressed tightly together, maintaining a facade of composure, yet a profound terror flickered in the depths of his eyes. Too powerful. In the wake of the sacred demon art, hardly a single complete corpse remained. Those who fell were either obliterated by a single punch or torn asunder. Lying on the ground, writhing in agony, the battlefield resembling a hellish realm. Ye Feng's expression hardened as he strode towards Fu Zheng with thunderous steps. His physique had grown significantly, towering over 2 meters, with sacred script swirling around his ethereal form, resembling a demonic deity manifested. Clang. Fu Zheng's long sword extended 2 inches, but in the next instant, he sheathed it without hesitation and knelt on the ground. I submit. Lord Ye Feng, Fu Zheng, concede to you. Please spare my life. As he spoke, a tear of surrender rolled down his cheek. Yi Xiao Chao exclaimed in surprise, unable to resist stepping forward. However, upon witnessing the terrifying visage of the transformed Ye Feng, she halted in her tracks. After a moment of hesitation, Ye Feng finally retracted his aura, the sacred script dissipating, returning to his normal appearance. Fu Zheng, if you wish to survive, you must heed my words in the days to come, Ye Feng stated coolly. He had intended to eliminate Fu Zheng. But just as he was about to summon the energy within, the scene before him began to shift into a desert, then transforming into a castle, and finally morphing into a riverbank. The inner demon stirred restlessly once more. A figure flashed by, and Qing Jun approached, clutching his chest. A moment ago, Ye Feng had delivered a single strike that left her gravely injured. Lord Yi, we acknowledge your strength and hope for your continued guidance in the days to come, Qing Jun proclaimed, stifling the pain in her chest as she performed a respectful kneel before Ye Feng. Ye Feng neither nodded nor shook his head, but instead turned his gaze towards the other survivors. Luo Hua stumbled forward, clenching his teeth. Lord Yi, we shall heed your commands from now on. With such a formidable ally, we are certain to uncover various treasures in the depths, he said slowly, though a flicker of resentment sparkled in his eyes. For the one Ye Feng had slain, Luo He, was his own brother. At that moment, a figure darted forward and slapped Luo Hua across the face. You? Luo Hua seethed with rage, ready to retaliate. When speaking to Lord Yi, why not take a page from Fu Zheng's book and kneel? Du Bian asserted, exuding an air of false bravado that made Luo Hua grit his teeth in frustration. He quickly glanced at Ye Feng, only to find him coldly fixed on him. This caused Luo Hua's heart to sink, and he hastily knelt on one knee. Lord Yi, we will follow your lead from now on. Chapter 825. How are you feeling? That's more like it, Du Bian remarked, then turned to Yi Ju. Junior sister, are you not going to apologize to Lord Yi? If you remain obstinate, do not blame your elder brother for taking drastic measures. At Du Bian's words, Yi Ju's fury made her spit blood, forcing her to kneel submissively and bow her head towards Ye Feng. Brother Yi, please forgive our earlier ignorance. My sister and I still wish to follow you. Please do not disdain our lack of strength, Yi Ju lamented. Shaning, startled, quickly followed Yi Ju's lead and knelt, fearful of inciting Ye Feng's wrath. Ye Feng nodded. From now on, within our group, Fu Zheng shall take the lead. Do not refer to me as Lord. I am merely a fifth-tier power master like you. I cannot bear such an honor. Brother Fu Zheng, you shall guide our next actions. Fu Zheng could hardly believe his ears, pointing to himself. Me? Lord Yi? With my meager strength, how can I be in charge? It is best if you lead instead. What nonsense! Du Bian roared, advancing with his hand raised high, yet hesitated as he caught sight of the piercing gaze Fu Zheng directed at him. Fu Zheng, you are truly foolish. Do you not comprehend Brother Ye's intent? Unlike us, he does not relish in boasting. He is a person of noble character who acts with humility. Allowing you to take charge means you will forge ahead, following your plan to gather precious herbs. Of course, if he finds your strategy unsuitable, he will voice his concerns. Now do you understand Brother Ye's meaning? Du Bian scolded. A surge of anger ignited within Fu Zheng. He glanced at Ye Feng, and, noting that Ye Feng did not reprimand Du Bian, understood everything. Yes, Lord Yi. Fu Zheng replied slowly. Fool, did I not make myself clear? Brother Yi is a modest individual. You must address him as Brother Yi and never disclose his true strength to others, Du Bian admonished once more. This fellow was clearly anxious about retribution from Ye Feng and was eager to ingratiate himself to prove his worth. After reprimanding Fu Zheng with a stern expression, he turned to Ye Feng with an ingratiating gaze. Yi Shidi, was I correct in my actions? Ye Feng cast a cold glance in his direction and gestured towards Fu Zheng. Brother Fu Zheng, you may assume command now and lead us to the heart of the secret realm. Fu Zheng exhaled a sigh of relief, gradually straightening his posture as he pointed ahead. Yi Shidi, my plan is to proceed directly to the center of the secret realm. If we encounter those laden with treasures, we shall seize their bounty. Should we come across precious medicinal herbs, we will gather them. Of course, there is no need for Yi Shidi to take action personally. I, Fu Zheng, possess a modicum of strength in this vast desert. Unless we face particularly formidable foes requiring Yi Shidi's intervention, I can manage the rest alone. Naturally, Du Bian should assist as well. His strength is not to be underestimated. I propose that Du Bian and I take the lead, allowing Yi Shidi to reap the rewards. As Fu Zheng concluded, he could not resist implicating Du Bian. Huh! Du Bian exclaimed in shock, quickly looking to Ye Feng for his opinion. Very well. We shall heed Brother Fu's counsel. Let us set forth without delay. Ye Feng, eager to gather the soul-determining herb, had no time to ponder the undercurrents of rivalry between the two. Thus, the group embarked on their journey, their spirits dampened, save for Ye Feng and Yi Xiaoqiao, who bore expressions of ease. The rest wore faces of concern. After all, a master capable of annihilating them lurked within their ranks, which hardly contributed to their comfort. After advancing several dozen meters, Fu Zheng abruptly raised his right hand, halting the entire party. He dashed into a bamboo grove, cutting several stalks to fashion a rudimentary slide. Du Bian, and you, Yi Xiaoqiao, carry Yi Shidi. He is our cornerstone. We must preserve his strength, even for the journey, Fu Zheng stated matter-of-factly. Du Bian and Ye Feng were taken aback. Ye Feng had not anticipated that flattery would lead to such developments. There's no need for that. We can proceed normally. Ye Feng replied coldly. In Chongqing City, a queue formed at the entrance of the hot spring district. The line consisted of people from Duoyin, Naching, the Huangsha tribe, and the people of Jushi City, along with various smaller tribal groups. Sir, how many hot spring coins can I obtain for this crystal pill? My wife is ill and requires hot spring coins to seek treatment on Hot Spring Island. I have heard that there is a specialized apothecary in the Hot Spring Hospital who treats insect diseases, a Huangsha tribesman lamented. Let me see. Ah, indeed. It is a 10th level crystal pill. It should fetch around 2,000 hot spring coins. However, keep in mind that you will need 500 coins for the boat fare. And upon reaching the Hot Spring Hospital, you will have to pay a registration fee of 5 coins, with expert consultations costing 500 coins. The recovery from insect diseases necessitates a prolonged hospital stay, which is 100 coins per day. Thus, I advise you to procure more crystal pills. Ma Lebi responded with a stoic expression. Very well, the Huangsha tribesman said, dejectedly departing. Next, Brother Ma, we are all acquaintances here. I possess 50,000 hot spring coins and wish to purchase a curved blade from Naching, spoke the commander of Duoyin. 50,000 is insufficient. You must also pay taxes. I suggest you keep it in hot spring silver, as it will earn some interest, Ma Lebi replied with a businesslike demeanor. Very well. On that fateful day, he turned towards the branch in the City of Eternal Life and deposited a sum of 50,000 coins. It was bitterly cold. My lord, I wish to exchange these hot spring coins for some frozen fish, for we can no longer consume the flesh of the sand beast. We discovered parasitic worms within its carcass, spoke a resident of the city of NAC. Very well, that should suffice for 100 pounds. You may enter the concession zone. Ma Lebi nodded in response. At that moment, a woman in the crowd collapsed into the snow with a resounding thud. This is dire. She has contracted that illness. The area was immediately cleared, with everyone covering their mouths and noses, casting terrified glances towards the woman. Burn her. Otherwise, the worms will crawl into our mouths. Someone shouted in panic. However, Ma Lebi approached calmly, retrieving a small vial from his pocket. Without hesitation, he pried open the woman's mouth and poured the entire contents of the vial into her. After a short while, her body began to convulse violently, and she expelled a mouthful of vomit onto the ground. Although he battled his own nausea, Ma Lebi used a knife to extract several worms from the vomit, tossing them into a nearby brazier. Indeed, the antidote contained within the vial was a concoction developed collaboratively by Chushiwa and New Duo, appearing precious yet surprisingly simple to create. The only challenge lay in the cost of the primary ingredient, which required crystal elixirs as the main medicinal component, supplemented with some pungent herbs, allowing one to expel the parasitic worms. All is well now, dear lady. How do you feel? Ma Lebi assisted the woman to her feet. Her complexion remained pallid, devoid of any color. Thank you so much. I never expected that the island of hot springs would possess an antidote, the woman exclaimed, grasping both of Ma Lebi's hands with fervor. Chapter 826. Take care of yourself. The vial you just received merely expelled the adult worms. However, there are certainly many eggs remaining within your body. I fear that in about 10 days, those eggs will mature into adult worms once again. So you must take care of yourself. Ma Lebi's words struck terror into the woman. Please, my lord, I do not wish to die in such a manner. Could you allow me to receive treatment at the Hot Spring Hospital? I have heard that those who return from there are in good health and are less likely to contract the parasitic disease a second time. The woman clung desperately to Ma Lebi's leg. Sighing heavily, Ma Lebi revealed his compassion, yet he was bound by the stringent orders of Wang Zhihai, who mandated that the antidote must be purchased with hot spring coins. Those who dared defy the order would be expelled from the island. You should earn more hot spring coins. With sufficient funds, you may receive treatment at the hospital. Unfortunately, I cannot assist you further. This is a direct order. He helped the woman to her feet. I have money. Here are 500 hot spring coins. The woman quickly produced 5 banknotes from her bosom. Indeed, 3 months ago, the island of Hot Springs began issuing paper currency, thus introducing new hot spring coins. 500 coins can only purchase 2 vials of the antidote. This vial is a gift for you. Keep it safe. As for whether it will eradicate the eggs within your body, that depends on your fortune, Malebi concluded, pulling out another vial of the antidote. The onlookers were utterly frenzied, clamoring and surging towards the concession, brandishing their newly acquired spring coins. I wish to purchase deworming medicine. I need several bottles. Me too. Who will help me, Q? Isn't it just 250 per bottle? I am the second elder. I possess ample wealth. Whoever allows me to cut in line, I shall reward them with 100 spring coins. The crowd surged forward with a tumult, causing the guards atop the concession walls to raise their crossbows in alarm, fearing an insurrection from this rowdy assembly. Just as the throng was about to breach the gates, a voice rang out from behind. I have deworming medicine available at 300 per bottle, an additional 50 spring coins on the original price. First come, first served. A great rush ensued as a multitude of people surged towards the Spring Island citizen, swiftly engulfing him. 20 minutes later, the deworming medicine was sold out, transforming into a thick stack of banknotes. Ha ha ha. He brought the stack to his lips for a kiss, savoring the scent of the spring coins. Is this the aroma of spring coins? I adore it, ha ha ha. Yet, just as he reveled in his fortune, 2 guards seized him, binding his hands behind his back and securing them with chains. Such audacity, speculating at the concession's entrance. We shall confiscate your personal belongings and, given your status as a Spring Island citizen, escort you back for a trial by the triumvirate to determine your punishment. Soon, the speculator was dragged onto the Spring No. 5. In the temple's vicinity, a squad of Herculean beast hunters was harvesting crystal elixirs when, unexpectedly, one member collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. What is happening? His comrades inquired, hastily assisting him. However, he could utter no words, only continuing to cough loudly. After half an hour of relentless coughing, he suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood. The leading 9th-tier warrior, upon witnessing the blood, was overcome with goosebumps, for within it, slender parasites writhed ominously. Parasitic disease. How is it possible that even a 5th-tier warrior could be afflicted? The man retreated several paces, covering his mouth and nose with animal hide. The others discarded their torches and incinerated their fallen comrade on the spot. He must have been overexerted and injured recently, leading to a decline in his physical condition, thus allowing the parasites to take hold. Henceforth, we shall hunt only 1 sand beast a day. For the remainder of the time, we must rest well, sleep soundly, and eat heartily to avoid exhausting ourselves, the 9th-tier warrior proclaimed. He exhibited some knowledge, likely having discerned preventive measures against the parasitic affliction. Meanwhile, at Spring Island, warships traversed the harbor, transporting countless steel plates to the docks, where laborers from contracting companies would carry them to the castle's site, subsequently welded to the castle's outer walls by specialized technicians. Among the 30,000 laborers, merely 50 were Spring Island citizens, mostly engineers or technicians, who were spared from manual labor, as the majority of physical tasks were undertaken by the contracted laborers. Consequently, since settling here, no citizen of Spring Island had contracted the parasitic disease. There is no other reason, but simply due to the high quality of food, clothing, and extended leisure time. Each day consists of merely 4 hours of work, accompanied by 2 days off each week and an annual month of paid vacation. Naturally, citizens may choose to recline in idleness. Even without labor, they receive a monthly poverty assistance of 10,000 hot spring coins. Wang Zhihai further announced that for the children of Hot Spring Island, all expenses from birth until graduation from Hot Spring University will be covered by the official government. Additionally, every family that welcomes a child will receive a child subsidy of 20,000 hot spring coins for each child, continuing until the age of 18. Consequently, Wang Zhihai's popularity on Hot Spring Island began to soar. Although still not surpassing Ye Feng, he had significantly outstripped Secretary Susan, as well as the president of Hot Spring University, Su Yun, and the director of the Hot Spring Hospital, Nu Duo, along with deputy director Bai Chuxue. Wang Zhihai rose from his slumber at noon, casually consumed a meal, and then commenced his work. Under the protection of Jin Shi, he held gifts in hand and began to visit the contracted citizens from the Doyen, Huangsha, and Giant Stone City. Friend, I am a visitor from Hot Spring Island, and I would like to conduct a follow-up with you. How much do you earn in a month while working on Hot Spring Island? Wang Zhihai inquired gently. Not much at all. Our wages have been embezzled by the upper echelons of Doyen. Originally, you folks on Hot Spring Island offered us 10,000 coins a month, but half of that has vanished into the pockets of Chongqing City. Furthermore, 1,000 coins must be paid as tribute to the company, another 1,000 to the foreman, leaving us with a mere 3,000 coins in hand. It is truly a life worse than that of a dog, replied the laborer with indignation. Then why don't you file a complaint with Hot Spring Island? Isn't there a suggestion box right at the dock? Wang Zhihai asked, astonished. Is that so? Please look beside the suggestion box. Not only are there 5 crossbows, but over 30 skilled guards are stationed there. Who would dare to drop a letter into that box? They would promptly lose their job or even be sent back to that wretched place, Chongqing City, the laborer retorted angrily. Ah, but you could also work in Chongqing City, Wang Zhihai suggested once more. Upon hearing the mention of Chongqing City, the laborer scoffed. Pa, the wages there are even lower. If you're a manager, you might earn 500 hot spring coins a month. But on Hot Spring Island, despite being exploited, you still receive 3,000. I have it all figured out. I will endure for 5 or 6 years, save up 100,000 coins, and then buy permanent residency on Hot Spring Island. I shall never return to Chongqing City. The laborer appeared to have found a channel for his grievances, pouring forth his thoughts to Wang Zhihai. Chapter 827. Very well, I shall give it a try. Young man, keep striving, earn your money, and then deposit it in the hot spring bank. With that, he feigned interest and moved on to other locations for follow-ups. At the Chongqing City Labor Company, several high-ranking officials immediately spotted Wang Zhihai. Oh no, it's President Wang. He seems to be listening to the workers' opinions. What should we do? Elder 5? Elder 5, the head of the Chongqing Labor Company, was in fact a white glove appointed by the prominent families of Chongqing City. He did not receive much in terms of dividends. Quickly, prepare 500,000 hot spring coins. I will go and bribe President Wang. In a certain secret chamber on Hot Spring Island, Ding Tuanshuan slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, her face had transformed entirely into the shape of a goose egg, and her gaze no longer reflected the vivacity of her earlier days. Instead, it exuded a hint of composure. To my astonishment, I had already ascended to the rank of a first-tier strength master. Ding Tuanshuan caressed her own body, an immense aura emanating from her being. Under the guidance of Jin Yimei, after cultivating each realm to perfection, she ultimately broke through to become a strength master on this very day. Her pace of advancement was astonishing. Had Ye Feng not mastered the blood-sucking technique, he would have been unable to keep pace. Not to mention the others. That evening, Wang Zhihai celebrated the emergence of a new strength master on Hot Spring Island by hosting a grand banquet. Even the laborers from the contracting company each received 2 pounds of frozen fish, a jar of fruit wine, and 50 hot spring coins. However, once in their possession, the 50 hot spring coins mysteriously vanished. At that moment, Ye Feng had ventured 100 kilometers into the heart of the territory, where traps and prohibitions abounded. Du Bian had lost a leg due to the perilous environment, yet he persisted in leading the way with a cane, determined to prove his worth. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng. Rest assured, I still hold value, Du Bian remarked with a grim smile. Ye Feng remained expressionless, silent. Fu Zheng, however, scoffed disdainfully. What use is a one-legged waste? Brother Feng, what I mean is, this guy is of little worth now. It would be better to. Ye Feng waved his hand. No, he has contributed in the past. How could I indiscriminately take innocent lives? Let him continue with the group. Indeed, Brother Feng, that is precisely my thought. Please don't misunderstand. Fu Zheng quickly acquiesced. Qing Jun, no longer clinging to Luo Hua, now stayed close to Ye Feng, often wiping the sweat from his brow and occasionally offering him water. Displaying a complete turnaround in attitude, the young wild grass, still in her youth, found herself no match for the other women in vying for attention and could only sulk in the background. At this moment, Fu Zheng had ascended a small hill. Gazing ahead, Junior Brother Yi, splendid news. There is a violet flower ahead, approximately 1,000 meters away. However, the spatial fluctuations beside it are quite severe. It may be another one of those prohibitions we encountered last time. Fu Zheng called out from the hilltop. Let us go take a look. In a few swift motions, Ye Feng stood beside Fu Zheng, directing his gaze towards the distant site. Indeed, amidst a marshy expanse, a purple flower was blooming and closing rhythmically. He quickly glanced at the scroll in Fu Zheng's hand. The violet flower. It turns blue at 100 years, turns purple at 1,000. And becomes violet at 3,000 years. The violet flower below had completely transformed into a violet hue, indicating it was at least 3,000 years old. Surrounding it, mist rose, and the space twisted slightly. Upon observing the situation, Ye Feng understood the challenge ahead. It was likely that prohibitions encircled the flower. If the violet flower were so easily plucked, it would have been harvested long ago by the earlier generation of powerful beings when the secret realm opened 500 years ago, and it certainly would not have survived for so long. Brother Ye, the violet flower is one of the primary materials for setting up the protective array for our clan. Its uses are manifold, whether for upgrading, cultivating certain special techniques, or even for saving lives. I observed its surroundings, and it seems the space here differs from ours, said Brother Fu. Ye Feng's eyes brightened. He was precisely in search of materials for the protective array. After all, relying solely on the castle of Hot Spring Island would be utterly insufficient to withstand absolute zero, leading to the tragic freezing of many citizens. Now that he had become a citizen of Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng felt a profound responsibility towards them. In return, the citizens of Hot Spring Island would undoubtedly extend their utmost assistance during his times of need. This was the very essence of the island's ethos. Brother Fu, why not test the power of the barrier? Suggested Ye Feng. Me? Very well, I will try it at once, Fu Zheng replied, glancing around before heaving a massive boulder and hurling it towards the violet flower's position. The boulder soared smoothly for 20 meters, but upon reaching 30 meters, it collided with an invisible barrier, shattering into fragments with a resounding crash. Let us go. Ye Feng swiftly moved to 30 meters away, gently probing forward with his curved blade. Indeed, a transparent barrier was present, imperceptible under normal circumstances, but revealing its defensive capabilities upon contact. Had Fu Zheng dashed through at his maximum speed, he might have met his demise upon striking the barrier. Brother Yi, step back a bit. I shall test the strength of this barrier, Fu Zheng declared, drawing his long sword with a swift motion. Ye Feng nodded and retreated 20 meters. Hiya! With a powerful swing, Fu Zheng's sword struck the barrier, causing it to ripple like water, its transparency diminishing from complete clarity to a mere 50%. The impact sent his sword flying, leaving his hands numb. Thankfully, he had only exerted 80% of his strength. Had he used his full force, his hands would have been injured. What formidable defense! Brother Yi, let me try with full strength. If worst comes to worst, my hands will be sore, Fu Zheng remarked before stepping back to retrieve his sword. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoqiao and others approached, astonished at the sight of the semi-transparent barrier. Its defensive power far surpassed that of the divine spear, rendering it impossible for ordinary individuals to breach. However, in terms of versatility, the divine spear's restrictions were clearly superior due to its internal golden threads that would slice anyone daring enough to penetrate the barrier into pieces. Hiya! Fu Zheng's muscles tensed as he delivered a powerful strike. Clang! His sword shattered into 2 pieces. Yet, the effect was evident. The entire barrier materialized before the crowd, forming a hemispherical shield with a radius of several hundred meters. The ancient violet flower, over 3,000 years old, seemed to sense the external attacks, its petals beginning to open and close rhythmically, already resonating with spiritual energy. Remarkable. Yi Xiaoqiao could not help but step forward, her face aglow with wonder as she gazed at the violet flower. Such a high-grade violet flower must possess immense medicinal potency, capable of breaking through bottlenecks, something that ordinary practitioners would seldom utilize during their daily cultivation. Shall we attempt to dig down? Shanning suddenly suggested. Indeed, let us commence. A group hastily began to excavate the earth beneath them. Yet, after delving less than half a meter, they soon abandoned their efforts. Chapter 8:28. A hint of apprehension from above. The barrier appeared as a hemisphere, but beneath the soil lay another hemisphere, firmly safeguarding the purple flower. 5 centuries prior, the forceful practitioners had been utterly incapable of plucking this flower, indicating its formidable nature. We must devise an alternative strategy instead of relying solely on brute strength. Fu Zheng paced restlessly, as though the flower would belong to him once acquired. Ye Feng rhythmically tapped his fingers against the hilt of his sword, ultimately refraining from employing the transcendent technique. Given his current predicament, should he unleash his full power, inner demons would inevitably surge forth. However, if 100 siege crossbows could be summoned from Nanchung, they might just breach the barrier. A solitary crossbow would surely fail to penetrate it, but a relentless barrage from 100 could certainly shatter the defenses. Brother Yi, your physical prowess is remarkable. Why not attempt your method? Fu Zheng hesitated for a moment before finally turning to Ye Feng. No, some matters cannot be forced. If even Brother Fu cannot breach this barrier, I certainly cannot. Let us seek other materials instead. With that, Ye Feng resolved to bypass the purple flower. Just as he turned, he noticed a young man approaching. accompanied by a petite girl wielding a massive hammer. Brother Rui? Du Bian exclaimed joyfully, swiftly joining Rui Tian's side. Yiju hesitated briefly before also moving beside Rui Tian, leaving Shanning still by Ye Feng, albeit with a conflicted expression. Brother! Brother! The two called out obediently, positioning themselves behind Rui Tian and casting disdainful glances at Ye Feng. Fu Zheng squinted, placing a hand on his broken sword. Fu Zheng, ha ha ha. Do you covet this purple flower? Rui Tian remarked coolly. Both were top-tier practitioners, fully capable of sensing the undercurrents of hostility between them. Rui Tian, it appears that none shall leave with the purple flower. Should you doubt this, feel free to test it for yourself, Fu Zheng chuckled, though Ye Feng discerned a hint of uncertainty in his laughter, as if he held a deep-seated wariness towards Rui Tian. At that moment, Du Bian leaned in to whisper something into Rui Tian's ear. Rui Tian's expression shifted as he turned to gaze at Ye Feng from afar. Ye Feng, is it true? Rui Tian inquired, uncertainty lacing his tone. Indeed, it is true, came the reply from Yiju. Rui Tian's demeanor grew serious, his countenance darkening. Ha ha. Brother Fu Zheng, it seems fortune smiles upon you. I shall take my leave. With that, Rui Tian turned and departed without hesitation. He had indeed contemplated eliminating Fu Zheng, but the words of his two companions compelled him to reconsider. Though he held the confidence to obliterate both Fu Zheng and Ye Feng, he was mindful of the costs involved. As individuals exert themselves to the utmost, they unleash boundless potential. Even if one were to vanquish two formidable warriors, it is likely they would sustain some injuries. Furthermore, there remains an adversary yet to be dealt with. He cannot afford to be harmed. At this juncture, Fu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze towards Ye Feng. Phew! Ye Feng too exhaled deeply. Moments ago, upon encountering the so-called senior brother, he experienced an unsettling sensation of trepidation. That individual undoubtedly possesses some arcane powers. Brother Feng, let us proceed in another direction, Fu Zheng declared, his earlier bravado having dissipated as he sensed the murderous intent radiating from Rui Tian. A splendid idea, let us go, Ye Feng nodded in agreement. The group continued their journey, and after a moment's hesitation, Shanning chose to follow suit. She could not fathom why. Despite having the perfect opportunity to part ways with Ye Feng, she felt an inexplicable reluctance to leave his side. This sentiment was undeniably peculiar. Could it be? Shanning glanced once more at Ye Feng's retreating figure, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Junior Sister Shan, please pass your backpack to Luo Hua. After serving as our support for so long, you must be weary, Ye Feng remarked, turning abruptly. Oh, it's nothing. I can still manage this little bit. Shanning replied in a fluster. Ye Feng offered a gentle smile, choosing silence as he continued to trail behind Fu Zheng. Junior brother Yi, Rui Tian is exceptionally powerful. Among all the warriors in the vast desert, he ranks among the top 10. When he was merely a 9th-tier warrior, he drove the bandits near Sword Canyon into retreat. Fu Zheng elucidated. Given his strength, could he annihilate a 9th-tier king? Ye Feng inquired further. Certainly, he was capable of this 3 years ago, and his current prowess can only be described as unfathomable, Fu Zheng responded. Understood. We shall avoid him whenever possible, even if we cannot escape. We must strive to avert conflict, Ye Feng affirmed. Junior brother Yi, I believe we cannot separate within the secret realm. If we do, Rui Tian will pick us off one by one. If the abilities you have displayed thus far are your entirety, I can assure you that you would not stand a chance against Rui Tian. However, with my assistance, the dynamics would shift. While we may still not be his equals, at least we could instill a measure of caution in him, Fu Zheng expressed, clearly anxious. His previous arrogance vanished. Look, ahead lies Enyang grass. The finest material for cultivating techniques. Qing Jun suddenly pointed forward. Oh, Ye Feng exclaimed joyously, hastening a step forward. There stood a single diminutive plant on the slope. Yet around it, for dozens of meters, not a single blade of grass thrived. Its appearance was strikingly unique, with several leaves white and others black. Brother Fu, I count on you, Ye Feng said. Of course, Fu Zheng replied, gripping his curved blade as he cautiously approached the Enyang grass, displaying far more wariness than before. Just as he was about to draw near, his steps faltered, and he began to circle erratically around the grass, his pathway utterly misguided, as though ensnared by some enchantment. This is not good. Ye Feng swiftly unleashed a slicing palm strike, propelling Fu Zheng beyond the grass's bewitching aura. After a moment's pause, Fu Zheng regained his composure, shaking his head as his dazed expression sharpened. Such formidable illusionary techniques. As I stepped into the desolate expanse, a labyrinth emerged before my eyes. Fortunately, with the assistance of my junior brother Ye, I was spared from the clutches of entrapment. Fu Zheng's face was devoid of color. Although he had lingered within that barren realm for mere seconds, it felt as though hours had elapsed. Ye Feng remained oblivious to the depths of despair Fu Zheng had experienced, wildly swinging his blade within the maze until utterly exhausted. At that moment, a group of 6 approached, 5 women and 1 man. Qing Jun's heart soared with joy as she rushed towards the man. "Senior brother Qing Yu, it's me, Qing Jun." She dashed into his embrace, as if she had found a long-lost kin. "Junior sister Qing Jun, you look quite unwell. Have you been injured?" Qing Yu initially cast a wary glance at Fu Zheng before releasing Qing Jun from his grasp. "Yes, I have sustained serious injuries." After a moment's hesitation, she refrained from revealing that it was Ye Feng who had inflicted them. Chapter 829. Everyone joins forces. She believed that Qing Yu might not stand a chance against Ye Feng. However, if senior brother Qing Qian were present, the situation would be different. Fu Zheng had already been bested by Ye Feng, thus his current strength was likely on par with Qing Yu. Both were evenly matched. "Brother Fu Zheng, are you here to collect this Enyang herb?" Qing Yu inquired. "No, there's enough for all. Junior brother Qing Yu. Why don't you take it?" Fu Zheng replied with a sly grin. "Huh, if you cannot retrieve it, how could I possibly succeed? Now that I have found my junior sister, I shall take my leave." With a courteous gesture, Qing Yu prepared to escort Qing Jun away. "Wait." Fu Zheng suddenly obstructed their path. "What is the matter?" Qing Yu's expression darkened as he grasped the hilt of his blade. "Do not misunderstand. I encountered Rui Qian earlier. As a genius of the Greenery Division, you must be privy to some insider knowledge, correct?" Upon hearing this, Qing Yu's expression shifted, and he slowly relaxed his grip on the sword. "He did not attack you?" Qing Yu probed. "No, the circumstances were peculiar. I believe that your Greenery Division should consider an alliance with us from Huashu City. Otherwise, with Rui Tian's strength, we could easily be taken down one by one. What do you think?" Fu Zheng proposed an alliance. Qing Yu remained silent, turning to glance at Qing Jun. "Yes." Qing Jun nodded, discreetly assessing Ye Feng's demeanor. "Junior brother Ye, senior brother Qing Yu has agreed to join us. We can now proceed deeper into the heart of the territory," Fu Zheng declared with a smile. "Let us not rush into the depths just yet. I must secure the Enyang herb." Ye Feng interjected, striding towards the herb. In the next instant, his form became ethereal, rippling like water's surface, with a sacred script swirling around him. Boom! With a single punch, the space surrounding the Enyang herb began to distort. Yet Ye Feng did not relent, delivering blow after blow with increasing speed. After 30 strikes, the ground around the herb had been thoroughly tilled. Ye Feng smiled faintly, reining in the sacred technique, and plucked the Enyang herb into his grasp. "Got it." He tossed the herb towards Dan Ing. "Yes." Dan Ing quickly caught it and stowed it in a sack. "Oh." Qing Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he directed his intense gaze towards Ye Feng. The 5 attractive women surrounding him similarly scrutinized Ye Feng with curiosity, as if he had transformed into a rare treasure. "Let us proceed. We must not squander time," Ye Feng thought, calculating that they had been in the secret realm for a month. There remained a considerable distance to the core, and upon reaching it, they would need to allocate another month to journey towards the exit, making their time exceedingly precious. "I shall venture ahead to clear the path for junior brother Ye," Fu Zheng exclaimed with delight. Ye Feng's displayed prowess had evidently surpassed what Fu Zheng had witnessed during their initial encounter. Remarkable. He had not anticipated that this expedition into the secret realm would unveil an extraordinary talent. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Feng had diligently utilized his time within the realm. Whenever he gathered materials, he would absorb their medicinal properties through his blood-sucking technique, quietly employing them to cultivate the Fan Sheng divine demon technique. He believed that soon he would break through to the second level of this technique. The first level was already astonishing. The strength of the second level was beyond Ye Feng's imagination. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the secret realm. The group clutched their heads in agony, their faces contorted with struggle. The roar persisted for a full minute before subsiding, accompanied by the distant sounds of sand beasts fleeing. What could it be? Wild Xiao Xiao loosened her grip on her head, her face devoid of color. It must be a sand beast of at least level 28. Equivalent to a sovereign-level beast. Qing Jun also uncovered her ears. Within the entire party, only Ye Feng remained unaffected. Though the roar had triggered the passive mechanism of his Fan Sheng divine demon technique, the Sanskrit inscriptions on his body danced momentarily before vanishing. No, a level 28 sand beast could not produce such a powerful roar. I estimate it to be at least level 35 or higher. Fu Zheng corrected Qingjun. Your word is law? Qingjun, now backed by Qinyu, no longer felt the need to appease Fu Zheng. Junior sister, Fu Zheng is correct. If it were a first-tier sovereign-level sand beast, our senior brother would possess the ability to vanquish it. Thus, its roar would not carry such an effect. Only a sand beast of level 35 or above could exude such a presence, Qingyu stated objectively. Oh, Qingjun pouted, clearly displeased. After advancing over 1,000 meters, Fu Zheng pointed to a low-lying area nearby. That is diamond fruit. Senior brother Yi, diamond fruit is specifically used for body refinement. It may greatly benefit you. After comparing it with the scroll, Fu Zheng spoke earnestly. Is that so? Ye Feng felt a surge of joy. Most of the herbs he had absorbed previously were not specifically for body refinement. In that case, I shall retrieve it, though there is only one. With that, Ye Feng dashed to the diamond fruit, swiftly plucking it from the plant. The fruit bore a layer of golden patterns and emitted a pungent medicinal aroma. Senior brother Fu, please bring the scroll for me to examine. I need to confirm if this is indeed diamond fruit. Ye Feng called out, aware that, based on his experience, items with a sharp odor often contain toxins. What if Fu Zheng were leading him astray? The notion of guarding against others is imperative. With that, Fu Zheng tossed the scroll towards Ye Feng. Suddenly, a colossal golden figure leapt down from the hillside and landed with a thunderous crash before Ye Feng. This was alarming. Everyone drew their weapons. Before Ye Feng stood a towering 7-meter-tall golden gorilla, reminiscent of the King Kong from the movies. This was a formidable sand beast of the royal strength level. Everyone needed to act in unison. After Fu Zheng spoke, he thrust his sword towards the gorilla's back. With a piercing sound, the sword embedded itself, causing the beast to leap into the air in pain, retaliating with a powerful punch aimed at Fu Zheng. Fortunately, Fu Zheng was no weakling. With a few agile movements, he evaded to a distance of 100 meters. Meanwhile, Qingzhou also joined the fray, sweeping his curved blade from side to side, leaving cross-shaped gashes on the gorilla. The creature's intelligence was questionable. In a fit of rage, it abandoned Fu Zheng and charged after Qingyu instead. However, it had barely taken a few steps when Ye Feng clenched his fists and delivered a devastating blow to the gorilla's back. This strike was formidable, amplified by the power of the Brahma's sacred demon technique combined with the third layer of the Chongyang technique. The gorilla, weighing several tons, was sent flying 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, spewing out a mass of internal organs. Roaring in fury, it struggled to its feet, swaying as it lunged toward Ye Feng. Yet, Qingyu seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack with his curved blade, inflicting a 2-meter-long wound over the imprint of Ye Feng's punch on its back. Blood gushed forth, and the gorilla, now staggering, oscillated between attacking Ye Feng and pursuing Qingyu. At that moment, Fu Zheng leapt 10 meters into the air, swinging his sword with ferocity. A thunderous crash ensued as a half-ton head rolled onto the ground. This royal-strength sand beast immediately collapsed, kneeling and perishing on the spot. Ye Feng retracted the sacred inscriptions on his body and strode toward the gorilla's abdomen. Shortly after, a resplendent golden crystal pill was extracted. Fu Zheng and Qingyu also sheathed their weapons and gradually approached Ye Feng. Brothers, this crystal pill was obtained through our combined efforts. How about we divide it into thirds? Ye Feng proposed. Sounds good. Qingyu nodded. No. Ye Shidi exerted considerable effort. I shall forego my share, Fu Zheng insisted, waving his hands. Having experienced the might of Ye Feng, he understood the principle of respecting the strong. Although Qingyu had witnessed Ye Feng's prowess, he had not faced any consequences from him, so he felt entitled to his third. Are you certain you don't want it, brother Fu Zheng? Ye Feng inquired once more. Indeed, I do not want it. I am not primarily focused on body refinement, and this crystal pill clearly benefits those who practice physical cultivation, Fu Zheng responded resolutely. Very well. Ye Feng allocated 1/3 to Qingyu while retaining 2/3 for himself. Qingyu cast a suspicious glance at Fu Zheng, but ultimately accepted the 1/3 of the crystal pill into his bag. Let us set forth, Ye Feng declared, reaching into his bag to discreetly grasp the 2/3 of the crystal pill. A surge of scorching energy flowed into his palm, rapidly transforming into cultivation power. How extraordinary! Ye Feng exclaimed joyously, feeling the transformation within his marrow. Within his introspection, the bone marrow gradually transformed into a deep purple hue, progressing at a pace at least tenfold that of absorbing other medicinal herbs. Merely 10 minutes had elapsed when Ye Feng thoroughly consumed the crystal pill. Subsequently, he grasped the Vajra fruit, and after another 5 minutes, it too was entirely absorbed. Ye Feng, with a visage brimming with astonishment, gazed inward at his own body. The marrow had turned purple and was evolving towards a deeper shade. Strands of golden light emerged from his bones, appearing thicker and sturdier than before. It was evident that, before long, this energy would permeate through his muscles and manifest upon his skin, elevating his Brahmin sacred demon technique to unprecedented heights. The blood-sucking art possessed this remarkable advantage. One could cultivate while in motion. Although it was not as swift as meditative practice, it was inexhaustible. Senior Brother Leaf, I perceive that your skin seems to have changed color, spoke Qing Jun from behind. Changed color? Li Feng exclaimed, startled. Indeed, it has changed color, she affirmed. Am I turning into a person of darker complexion? Li Feng's expression darkened. Well, it is somewhat darker, but not in an unappealing way. Rather, it is a comfortable shade, like a healthy tan, not quite that, but robust and vibrant black, Qing Jun elaborated. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. As an individual of East Asian descent, he naturally hoped for a lighter complexion and had no desire to appear as someone of African descent. Brother Leaf, although your skin has darkened, you are even more handsome than before, said Yi Xiaoqiao, seemingly perceiving Li Feng's inner turmoil and hastily adding a compliment. Really? Li Feng, lacking confidence, gingerly touched his cheek. Absolutely. You are far more attractive than previously, Yi Xiaoqiao assured him. Thank goodness, Li Feng sighed in relief, contemplating seeking out by Chu Xue upon his return for some skin-lightening cosmetics. After traversing over 100 meters, they unexpectedly encountered another Vajra fruit. Li Feng cautiously plucked it. Yet the guardian beast did not appear this time. It seemed that the previous Vajra guardian was the protector of all the Vajra fruits in the vicinity. Let us search the area and see if we can find more Vajra fruits, Li Feng suggested. There is no need for pleasantries. Mutual assistance is expected. The group promptly dispersed to search. Time passed, and they eventually regrouped. Li Feng counted, discovering a total of 5 Vajra fruits. He hastily placed them into a sack and quietly activated the blood-sucking art. Luo Hua scrutinized Li Feng's skin and suddenly inquired, Junior Brother Leaf, your body refinement technique does not appear to resemble the Vajra technique or the dragon elephant skill. Might it be a different body refinement technique? Indeed. It is another body refinement technique, Li Feng replied evasively. So it is a different body refinement technique. However, this method is extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing techniques like the dragon elephant skill. Might I request a copy? Luo Hua asked, having been profoundly impacted by Li Feng's strength. He felt compelled to adopt a similar path focused on body refinement. A copy? Li Feng hesitated. The divine sacred demon technique is a martial art bestowed by the gods. And to be candid, its guardian is rather reluctant to share it with others. Lo Hua, mind your manners. Do not be disrespectful, admonished Fu Zheng, who seemed to perceive Ye Feng's hesitation. Lo Hua nodded in acknowledgement and continued to forge ahead. After traversing several hundred meters, Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. Before them lay an expanse of woodland, and he recognized the species of trees all too well. Were they not the iron shadow woods from the Great Tree City? Strangely, this grove appeared to be half-cleaved, leaving behind several dismembered corpses. Is this iron shadow wood? Fu Zheng, possessing some knowledge, dashed into the thicket. He cast a glance at the fallen bodies, and his expression grew grave. Do you recognize them? Qing Yu inquired. I know 2 of them. Their strength was akin to 6th-tier power kings. Moreover, their weapons, whether curved blades, long swords, or spears, have been severed by some exceptionally sharp object. They did not even have time to draw their arms, Fu Zheng replied solemnly. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was caressing the smooth cut of an iron shadow wood tree. The incision was remarkably smooth. What kind of weapon could cleave such a resilient tree with a single stroke? Unwilling to yield, Ye Feng unsheathed his curved blade and struck fiercely at the iron shadow wood. Clang! The blade chipped upon impact, while the iron shadow wood sustained a small gash. This indicated that, although the hardness of the iron shadow wood did not quite match that of the colossal trees in the Great Tree City, it was still formidable. What sort of weapon could level this grove? The others, too, were examining the cut on the iron shadow wood, their expressions fluctuating between concern and uncertainty. Could it be the claws of a true martial realm sand beast? Qing Jun suddenly suggested. True martial realm? Are you jesting? Historical records indicate that previous batches of trial participants have never encountered such beasts in the secret realm. If it were indeed a true martial realm sand beast, why did it not consume the bodies? Fu Zheng countered. Qing Jun, seemingly displeased by the rebuttal, pouted. If it wasn't a beast, then it must have been humans. But are there indigenous humans in the secret realm? Ye Feng retorted. There are ancient giants, but their weapons are heavy at most. In terms of sharpness, they cannot compare to ours. Qing Yu interjected. Does that imply that this grove of iron shadow wood was decimated by trial participants? Ye Feng's face darkened. Chapter 831. Do not let her suffer. He discerned that within the secret realm, whether it be indigenous giants or sand beasts, they generally would not trouble you if you did not provoke them. However, trial participants were different. Being human, they often engaged in murder and treasure-seeking. If indeed trial participants wielded such sharp weapons, did it not suggest that even practitioners of the divine sacred demon technique could not defend against them? Wait. Yi Xiaoqiao suddenly paused. If such a sharp weapon exists, it should be capable of slicing through the barrier of the purple flower, right? She exclaimed joyfully. Her grandfather's time was running out. Although the resurrection grass could prolong his life, to truly extend it for several more decades, they would need a purple flower aged over 3,000 years. Indeed, as we make our way back, let us observe whether that barrier has been breached. Should it be cut, it would signify that the challenger has acquired such a weapon. If that individual is weak, we shall seize it. If strong, we shall retreat. Fu Zheng decisively declared, It is settled, let us advance. No sooner had Ye Feng uttered these words than a group of 20 emerged before them, one woman accompanied by 19 men. The woman appeared disheveled, her gaze vacant, as though she had endured unspeakable torment. Ye Feng's expression darkened, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Without needing to inquire, he could surmise the vile deeds committed by the 19 men. Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow, placing his hand upon the hilt of his sword. My dear junior sister, do you require assistance? He inquired. The men, lacking any notable reputation, did not intimidate him in the least. Alas, the woman had succumbed to madness. Upon hearing Fu Zheng's words, she suddenly broke into a frenzied, maniacal laughter. Hee hee, come on, keep going, do not stop. The men, upon hearing her words, wore grins of disdain. This woman has already been toyed with. Brother Fu, ha ha ha, why not partake in the experience yourself? The leader suggested. None among them belonged to the 3 great clans, for those individuals would maintain a semblance of honor and would not stoop to such depravity. Moreover, practitioners from the 3 great clans were not in need of women. Yishidi, what say you? Qing Yu also drew his curved blade. Very well. Ye Feng swiftly maneuvered, positioning himself behind the 19 men, effectively sealing their escape. Kill. Qing Jun was the first to plunge into the fray, his curved blade sweeping left and right. And in an instant, 2 heads rolled upon the ground. You seek death? The remaining 17 men quickly reacted, launching their attacks towards Qing Jun. Unfortunately for them, Fu Zheng and Qing Yu joined the fray as well. While Fu Zheng and Ye Feng found themselves unable to unleash any techniques against one another, they dispatched this feeble group with the ease of cutting through vegetables. With each swing of his sword, a life was extinguished. In a mere moment, 15 of the 19 men lay dead, while 4 others suffered severed limbs, writhing in agony upon the ground. Let me deal with those 4, Qing Jun declared, discarding the red curved blade and retrieving an iron rod from the ground. He proceeded to strip one of the incapacitated men of his trousers, aiming for his posterior. Thud, 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 thud. In and out, in and out. After a relentless barrage of strikes, the unfortunate man was left in a state of excruciating suffering. Qing Jun employed similar methods on the other 3 afflicted, torturing them to death. Once he cast aside the iron rod, Qing Jun turned his gaze toward the vacant-eyed woman. Yishidi, brother Qing Yu, this woman has lost her sanity. Rather than allowing her to suffer in life, should I not grant her release? Qing Jun proposed, picking up the curved blade once more, aiming for the nape of her neck. Be swift, do not let her linger in pain. Qing Yu nodded in agreement. No. Ye Feng interjected, halting Qing Jun's action. Perhaps due to cultural differences, he believed that this woman could benefit from psychological counseling back on the hot spring island. As she had endured great suffering, evoking his compassion. Very well. Qing Jun retracted his curved blade and casually picked up a piece of clothing from the ground to drape over the woman once more. Let us go. Qing Jun offered to carry the woman on his back. At that moment, Ye Feng experienced a moment of existential doubt. By all accounts, participants in the secret trial should be ruthless and heartless, yet he perceived a glimmer of virtue among this group. At least they possessed a sense of justice within them. Particularly noteworthy was Fu Zhang, who garnered Ye Feng's admiration, for the anger reflected in Fu Zhang's eyes was not feigned, it was genuine outrage. Indeed, those who relish in pretense often cherish their pride, and those who value their pride naturally harbor a sense of justice. Initially, Ye Feng had intended to eliminate these individuals before departing the secret realm, taking only the wild grass with him. However, his resolve began to waver. For the sake of survival, he could resort to any means, yet deep within, he still yearned to uphold justice. The group continued to gather various materials, and along the way encountered two waves of individuals who intended to rob them. However, upon recognizing Fu Zheng and Qing Yu, they hastily fled. Ye Feng did not pursue them, for their burlap sacks were likely empty, just as they were, having buried their precious materials along the path home. At that moment, Ye Feng suddenly twitched his nose. He kept silent and moved behind a thicket, kicking aside a patch of grass. Indeed, the soil here had been disturbed, and it was evident that something was buried within. Ye Feng refrained from excavating it immediately, contemplating the idea of taking it with him when he returned home. Above the valley, the entrance to the illusory realm swayed uncertainly. The master of the Sword Gorge stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the two uninvited guests. Lord Luo, it seems you are quite concerned about your family's prodigies, to have personally come to my Sword Gorge, the master remarked coolly. Since my juniors are here, as the city lord, I naturally must come to take a look. Surely the Gorge Master would not deny my presence alongside the Moonlight Fairy? Lord Luo replied, gesturing toward a young girl of around 14 or 15 years. Clad in a green dress, her bare feet adorned with a string of silver bells around her ankles. She appeared youthful. However, a closer inspection revealed a depth of wisdom in her gaze that belied her apparent age. Senior brother, I have heard that you recently forged a divine weapon using the celestial meteorite. May we have the honor of witnessing it? The Moonlight Fairy inquired directly. The master of the Sword Gorge's expression shifted slightly. Such well-informed news. It seems the fairy has stationed quite a few individuals in my Sword Gorge, he remarked nonchalantly. I wouldn't dare. Are you not the same, senior brother? Might we be granted a glimpse of that divine weapon? The Moonlight Fairy pressed on. The master of the Sword Gorge shook his head, then nodded. Very well, but it shall be shown only after the trial concludes. Upon hearing this, both the Moonlight Fairy and Lord Luo exchanged glances, their expressions changing simultaneously. With their intellect, they had already deduced the whereabouts of the divine weapon. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Ye Feng and his companions continued their steady advance. As we approach the very heart of the secret realm, we find ourselves surrounded by traps, restrictions, and the elusive sand beasts, more accurately referred to as extraordinary creatures. Chapter 832. Caution is paramount in the vast desert. They are known as sand beasts. But within this mystical domain, they can only be described as otherworldly beings. Brother Fu, given your esteemed reputation in the great desert and your vast knowledge, have you ever encountered a method to quell one's inner demons? Ye Feng inquired casually. Fu Zheng glanced at the soul-extinguishing bell resting upon the wild grass and began to grasp the implications. The matter of inner demons is quite manageable. One merely needs to progress steadily, mastering each realm to its utmost perfection, and the inner demons shall cease to manifest, at least within the realm of power sovereigns. Inner demons are unlikely to arise. Beyond that, we have not yet contemplated. Fu Zheng replied. Ye Feng thought to himself, isn't he merely stating the obvious? If I were capable of such steady advancement, would I even be seeking a remedy for my inner demons? However, he pondered further. But what if that individual has not adhered to a steady path and has already reached the realm of power masters? Is there a way to re-establish the foundation of a power master? As far as I know, there is no solution. Even if that person were to completely forfeit their cultivation and start anew, it would not resolve the issue, for the initial journey of cultivation is singularly unique. A fresh start appears to offer little solace to the mind. Fu Zheng continued, having deduced that Ye Feng was referring to himself. The others, not lacking in insight, cast sympathetic glances towards Ye Feng. Coming from esteemed families, they understood the significance of a solid foundation, and thus, from a tender age, elders would personally guide them to ensure they established a robust groundwork while reaching the level of power masters, achieving perfection in each realm. Yet, Ye Feng had taken an unconventional route, advancing directly to the realm of power masters without guidance. Surely the library of One Sword Gorge holds solutions to the issue of inner demons? Ye Feng posed another question. Perhaps, after all, the library boasts over 100,000 years of accumulated texts, even if there are 100,000 new martial arts and biographies published annually. The collection could be counted in the billions. Thus far, even among those at the power sovereign level, they have only perused a fraction of One Sword Gorge's vast repository. Fu Zheng responded. Ye Feng felt a headache coming on, even if he gained entry to the library. His 2 eyes would be insufficient to absorb the wealth of knowledge contained within. Even dedicating a century to reading would leave him unable to peruse every cover. If only there were a computer to facilitate keyword searches. Isn't the soul-settling herb the remedy for inner demons? The wild grass interjected suddenly. The soul-settling herb is known for its ability to complete the soul, and while it may offer some assistance against inner demons, it must be refined into a soul pill. One single herb would certainly be inadequate. A substantial quantity is required alongside other materials. After gathering the necessary components, one must seek out an alchemist, who may not succeed in crafting the soul pill on the first try, potentially resulting in wasted materials. It was now Qing Jun who spoke. Ye Feng's countenance darkened, realizing the complexity of the inner demon dilemma. Of course, he could not dismiss the possibility that Qing Jun might be deceiving him, withholding certain secrets. The relationship between the two individuals is undoubtedly intricate, teetering between that of partners and rivals, yet lacking the depth of mutual admiration. Thus, the subsequent steps must be taken. Gather the materials for crafting the soul pill, exit the secret realm unscathed, and ensure that none of the materials extracted from the Six Sword Gorge include those needed for the soul pill. Only then can he seek the assistance of a senior alchemist to refine the soul pill. Any misstep could render Ye Feng's expedition into the secret realm futile. His primary objective in entering the secret realm is to confront his inner demons. Even if he successfully crafts the soul pill, it will not entirely eradicate his turmoil. Do you all know the ingredients required for the soul pill? Ye Feng inquired, surveying the group. I do not, Fu Zheng replied, shaking his head. The others exchanged glances, also shaking their heads in unison. Very well, from now on, any medicinal herb bearing the character soul should be collected without exception, Ye Feng commanded. As you wish. Junior brother Ye, they responded, nodding in agreement. At that moment, a pungent odor of blood wafted towards them. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and swiftly maneuvered into a stone forest. Before him lay a clearing, ravaged by some force, at the center of which lay the carcass of a colossal sand beast. Fu Zheng hurriedly approached the creature's remains, examining its skin and bones. Junior brother Ye, this is a formidable beast of the power sovereign level. It is likely a tier above the diamond beast we defeated last time, nearing the second tier of power sovereign. Fu Zheng remarked, his expression fluctuating with unease. Ye Feng approached to inspect the beast's carcass, confirming Fu Zheng's assessment. Is its crystal core still intact? Ye Feng inquired. Indeed. Fu Zheng reached towards the beast's abdomen, but slowly shook his head. The crystal core is gone. Furthermore, judging by the incision, it was made by a sharp object. If it were another beast, the abdomen would bear a torn wound. Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement. This indicated that among their group of trialists, there was a top-tier expert wielding an indomitable weapon, as evidenced by the cleaved stone forest. Who could it be? Ye Feng asked. I suspect it is likely Rue Tian. Though it could also be. Fu Zheng looked towards Qing Yu and Qing Jun. Do not look at us. If senior brother Qing possessed such a weapon, we would have long since formed a team with him, Qing Yu replied. Then it must be Rue Tian, Ye Feng mused, narrowing his eyes. It seems we must exercise caution when next confronting that individual. We cannot afford to give him the opportunity to draw his sword. It is best to unleash a relentless assault until he is vanquished. It could also be another trialist. After all, the vast desert conceals many formidable individuals, and some small tribes harbor notable figures. The three major races do not encompass all that the desert has to offer, Qing Jun remarked. Indeed, we must remain vigilant. Ye Feng concluded. Just as he finished speaking, Luo Hua, who was at the forefront, suddenly let out a horrified scream, leaping 5 meters into the air. What happened? Junior brother? Fu Zheng rushed over. However, the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he wildly brandished the broken sword in his hand towards the forest, as though defending against an unseen threat. Ah! Lo Hua let out a piercing scream once more, staggering toward Ye Feng with a face contorted in agony. Ah! Fu Zheng also cried out, clutching his broken sword as he fled the grove. Upon reaching Ye Feng, Lo Hua immediately tore open his clothing, revealing several small red spots on his chest. It hurts, ugh. To everyone's horror, he seized a butcher's knife and slashed at his own chest. The red spots writhed ominously, and at the moment of the incision, a swarm of ants surged forth from within. This is bad. These are parasitic ants. Once they penetrate human skin, they reproduce at an alarming rate. Yi Xiaoqiao, glancing at the scroll's description, quickly sought refuge behind Ye Feng. It seemed the parasitic ants had found a new target. They launched themselves toward Ye Feng with powerful leaps. Clang, clang, clang. Blood scales manifested, effortlessly blocking the onslaught of the parasitic ants. Chapter 833. I do not wish to face death. The others gasped in shock, retreating far from Lo Hua, particularly Qing Jun, who covered her mouth, nearly retching. Lo Hua had completely lost his sanity, methodically slicing into his own chest, exposing his innards, yet he showed no signs of stopping. The parasitic ants had fully burrowed into his organs, gnawing at his flesh and rapidly multiplying. Fu Zheng, now 100 meters away, gritted his teeth and severed a chunk of flesh from his thigh, flinging it away as if it were cursed. Before their eyes, the piece of meat gradually vanished, transforming into a swarm of parasitic ants. Quickly, let's move away from here, Ye Feng exclaimed, grabbing Yi Xiaoqiao and shielding her from the incoming ants with his back. The others, terrified, hurriedly clustered around Ye Feng. After running 200 meters, Ye Feng glanced back to see Lo Hua still mutilating himself, now completely covered in parasitic ants. Even his chin reduced to bone. Junior brother. Fu Zheng squinted, a flicker of sorrow crossing his face. Moments later, Lo Hua collapsed to the ground, convulsing, his throat emitting a hoarse wail. Let us go, he cannot be saved. Ye Feng sighed deeply. It was no surprise that the heart of the secret realm could claim even a master like Lo Hua. Mark this location. We must never return here, Fu Zheng urged. Indeed, this place is too dreadful. Even our elders might perish here. Yet, Yi Shidi is commendable. His physique is robust enough to withstand these parasitic ants, Qing Yu remarked gravely. At that moment, a series of mocking laughs echoed ahead. Come here, little sister. No one is around. Let us three brothers indulge ourselves. You won't lose a piece of flesh. It will feel quite pleasant. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's expression darkened as he led the group over the nearby hill. Below in the valley, 3 men wielding curved knives had surrounded a young girl. The girl, brandishing a massive hammer, was none other than the fierce little girl Ye Feng had encountered earlier. Is it true? Will it really feel good? The little girl blinked her large eyes, staring at the 3 men. Indeed, certain experiences, once encountered, become indelibly etched in one's memory. Engaging in clandestine affairs within the mystical realm, will surely transform into a cherished recollection for a lifetime. The foremost man, unable to contain his impatience, hastily shed his trousers. In the next instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The petite girl leaped 10 meters into the air, brandishing a colossal hammer that descended with ferocity. Bang! The leading man was instantly reduced to a pulpy mass, blood splattering everywhere. How audacious! The remaining 2 men, engulfed in fury, charged at the little girl simultaneously. Bang! Following another strike, only 1 man remained. His trousers visibly withered, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Bang! With another swing, the last man too was smashed into a gruesome pulp. The little girl then set the giant hammer down on the grass, brushed it clean of its gruesome contents, and abruptly lifted her gaze towards Ye Feng and his companions. Although Ye Feng's team included formidable individuals like Fu Zheng and Qing Yu, she exhibited no fear. She had just been with Rui Tian. Could he be lurking nearby? Fu Zheng spoke with evident trepidation, revealing his apprehension towards Rui Tian. Ye Feng, equally startled, quickly scanned the surroundings. The little girl cast a deep glance at Ye Feng before hoisting the giant hammer onto her shoulder and striding forward. Did I permit your passage? Queried Qing Yu, as 2 of her female companions approached, seemingly intent on obstructing the girl. No, let her go, Qing Yu swiftly interjected. Ultimately, the little girl vanished into the dense forest. Ye Feng nodded to himself, No wonder she carried herself with such aloofness. She indeed possessed the merit to do so. How long have we been in this mystical realm? Ye Feng turned to inquire of Ye Xiaoqiao. Ye Xiaoqiao promptly retrieved a small notebook, densely filled with characters. It has been 47 days. What? The others gasped in astonishment. They had yet to accomplish anything significant, and it was hard to believe they had been in the mystical realm for 47 days. This meant they had merely 43 days left to gather materials. Ye Feng's expression darkened. The group had grown weary over the days. Tonight, they would rest well. And then with renewed vigor, they would seek to gather all materials within 7 days. After 7 days, we must return the same way, Ye Feng instructed urgently. He had inquired about the realm's closure time, which was uncertain, approximately 3 months, but it could also be 2.5 months or 3.5 months, leaving room for some discrepancies. Understood. The group hurriedly kindled a fire and hunted some lesser sand beasts for roasting. After eating, Ye Feng positioned himself at the rear of the fire, shrouded in darkness. Only Fu Zheng remained vigilant, meditating 20 meters away from the fire. The others, however, were less alert, gathering closely around the flames. Once everyone fell into a semi-sleep state, Ye Feng finally opened his eyes, discreetly retrieving some aged medicinal herbs. Clasping them in his palm, gulp, gulp, gulp. As the blood-sucking technique activated, the potency of the herbs was entirely absorbed into Ye Feng's body, utilized for cultivating the sacred demon technique. The medicinal herbs were either unearthed or seized, each one extraordinarily precious, yet carelessly squandered by Ye Feng. As time swiftly passed, dawn broke, and Ye Feng opened his eyes in astonishment. Moments ago, after absorbing a herb aged 1,500 years, his cultivation in the Brahma's sacred demon art experienced a remarkable leap, reaching the pinnacle of the first layer, just a step away from breaking through to the second layer. Once he perfected the second layer, Ye Feng was confident that even a third-tier power monarch would not be his match. Turning to look, he noticed the others still deep in slumber. Rise and prepare for the journey, Ye Feng urged as he nudged Qing Jun. After traversing over 10 miles towards the center, they encountered another herb, this one over 3,000 years old. It grew atop a solitary peak, but beneath it lay a faint red mist, exuding a deadly aura. What should we do? Should we attempt to harvest it? Qing Yu inquired. Of course we must, Fu Zheng replied. A 3,000-year-old herb is nearly extinct in the vast desert. Only in secret realms can it be found. After speaking, he scanned the surroundings and suddenly pointed to one of the women. You, go test the potency of that toxic mist. The woman nervously retreated several steps, stopping only behind Qing Yu. Senior brother Qing, I do not wish to court death. It appeared she was also from the greenery faction. Ye Feng had initially thought Qing Yu would protect her, but to his surprise, Qing Yu's expression remained impassive as he suddenly kicked her forward. The woman shrieked as she was propelled towards the toxic mist. The moment she entered, a chilling scream escaped her lips. Boom. Chapter 834. This time, they were truly alarmed. The blade-like light flickered as she swiftly dashed out of the mist's reach. However, by then, her eyes were swollen shut, and her exposed skin was riddled with ghastly sores, a truly grotesque sight. You? Senior brother you? The woman uttered 4 words before collapsing to the ground, her complexion shifting from green to black, her body lying still. The remaining women gasped in horror, covering their mouths. It seems the poison is quite formidable. Junior brother Yi, do you have any other methods? Qing Yu asked, his face betraying neither sorrow nor joy despite the loss of a fellow clanswoman. Light a torch. I will test this toxic mist, Ye Feng instructed the wild grass. Yes, brother Yi, wild grass replied, tears brimming in her eyes. Although she did not know the woman's name, they had spent over 10 days together, and she was taken aback by Qing Yu's ruthless treatment of his companion. Ye Feng, on the other hand, appeared far more reliable, at least not treating anyone as expendable. Once the torch was lit, Ye Feng raised his right arm and hurled it into the red mist. The toxic vapor swirled but remained enveloping the herb. Does anyone recognize what type of herb that is? If not, I suggest we take a detour, Ye Feng sighed. The others quickly retrieved scrolls to compare. I see it, Qing Jun exclaimed, pointing to the scroll in her hand. A group of them gathered around. This is red demon grass, one of the materials used to set up protective tribal formations. It can release toxic gas within the array, Qing Jun explained. Ye Feng's expression shifted. He required nothing more than the protective formation on the island of hot springs. It seemed he would have to take a risk. Moreover, His blood-sucking technique should be capable of digesting the toxic mists. I shall give it a try, Ye Feng declared, striding boldly toward the edge of the crimson fog. The others gasped collectively, stepping forward in unison. Ye Feng first extended his palm, gradually immersing it into the red mist. Indeed, a prickling sensation coursed through his skin, as if countless steel needles were incessantly piercing him. Blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The red mist, encountering its nemesis, was swiftly absorbed into Ye Feng's skin through his technique. The stinging sensation soon dissipated, and Ye Feng's courage swelled. He plunged his entire body into the fog. The noxious gas that had previously inflicted such pain now posed no threat to him. After absorbing a modicum of the toxic mist, his body had begun to assimilate with it. Ha! What a remarkable technique! Ye Feng exclaimed, embracing the solitary peak and ascending step by step. 10 minutes later, he emerged from the toxic fog, clutching the 3,000-year-old red demon grass. Incredible, junior brother Ye. Qing Jun gazed at him in astonishment, while the others remained silent. Their expressions were rife with caution, wary of any lingering toxins on Ye Feng's skin. Let us proceed and strive to gather the materials, Ye Feng remarked nonchalantly. He sensed that the absorbed toxins had incited a reaction within his body, as if they were stimulating his marrow, causing his sacred demon technique to stir restlessly once more. After traversing for half an hour, Fu Zheng, at the forefront, suddenly halted. Why have we stopped? Ye Feng inquired. Senior brother Ye, look at the ground. Fu Zheng pointed ahead, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Ye Feng leaned closer and discerned a corpse on the ground, its face now blackened. It was indeed the woman from the green grass sect who had been kicked into the toxic fog moments ago. So, after traversing in circles, we have returned to the starting point. Qing Yu approached, kicking the corpse with his foot, confirming its authenticity. From now on, follow me closely, do not pause, and maintain a straight line, Ye Feng commanded, pushing Fu Zheng aside and taking the lead. This time, he scaled mountains and crossed rivers, adhering strictly to a straight path. They encountered two ferocious beasts along the way, which Ye Feng dispatched with a single blow. However, after another half-hour of walking, they astonishingly found themselves back at the origin. The corpse had begun to exhibit signs of grotesque enlargement, its face contorted. The previously composed group instantly paled. What do we do? Is this an illusion? If we remain trapped here, when the secret realm closes, we will all be crushed by the spatial forces. Yi Xiaoqiao cried out, her voice rising in pitch. No, we do not wish to die. Senior brother Qing Yu, think of a way quickly. The remaining women grew frantic, pacing frantically on the flat ground. Qing Yu, his complexion wan, turned to Fu Zheng. Senior brother Fu, do you have any tricks up your sleeve? Fu Zheng remained silent, suddenly leaping 50 meters into the air, scanning the surroundings for several thousand meters. Boom. After falling to the ground, Fu Zheng ran in a certain direction without uttering a word. Do not follow me. I shall see if I can find a way out. Upon saying this, Fu Zheng's figure vanished from view. Half an hour later, Ye Feng suddenly noticed a movement in his ears and turned to look behind him. There. Fu Zheng emerged with a flash, a hint of excitement gracing his face. However, upon seeing Ye Feng and the others, the expression of joy instantly evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. How is this possible? How did I return? Just moments ago, I clearly saw that stone forest. Wasn't he that the path out? Fu Zheng paced anxiously. The prodigy from Birch Tree City had finally lost his composure. Do not panic. Let us all proceed in different directions while maintaining a straight path, Ye Feng declared, seizing the soul-extinguishing bell and striding purposefully in one direction. Observing this, the others promptly followed suit. Another half-hour passed before they all found themselves beside a corpse, despair flickering across their faces. I refuse to believe this, Fu Zheng exclaimed in fury, charging into a thicket. Moments later, the air was filled with the sound of sword energy, and the forest was quickly reduced to rubble. Yet, it proved futile. They remained trapped within the illusion. Is there anyone among you knowledgeable in array formations? Please, share any methods to resolve this predicament, Ye Feng inquired, glancing at the group. If we understood formations, our tribe would not have allowed us to enter this secret realm, Qing Jun retorted, showing little respect for Ye Feng. With death imminent, we are all equal. There is no hierarchy of strength here, Fu Zheng returned, disheveled and with a distant look in his eyes. Though I am not well versed in formations, I have heard that every array possesses a life gate. We simply have yet to locate it. But how do we find this life gate? I am utterly clueless. Another method to break the array is through brute force. Ye shitty, perhaps you could give it a try. Suddenly, Fu Zheng cast an expectant gaze towards Ye Feng. Brute force? I understand the concept. However, how should I apply it? Should I beat you all? Or should I strike something else? Ye Feng felt an abundance of power surging within him, yet he lacked a target. The group found themselves at an impasse. To break an array with brute force, one must have a target. It is akin to a strong man drowning, wishing to utilize his strength to escape, yet lacking the knowledge of how to exert it. Why not punch that massive boulder? Fu Jing suggested. All right. Ye Feng clenched his fists, a Sanskrit incantation manifesting from his body. With a thunderous impact, the boulder shattered. Yet the illusion showed no signs of loosening its grip on them. What now? Ye Feng was rendered speechless. He feared nothing, not even a fifth-tier power monarch. But faced with the unknown, he was thoroughly flustered. Chapter 835. Let me slay her. Panic washed over the others. Strike at the sky. Fu Zheng leaped 50 meters high, swinging his broken sword fiercely at the heavens. A sharp sound echoed through the air. Only the sound of air being sliced through lingered, yet the illusion remained intact. The ethereal realm, indeed, lived up to its illustrious reputation. It seemed that the most formidable constraint within was this very illusion. Junior brother Ye Feng, I fear we may all perish here. Fu Zheng turned around, a wry smile etched upon his face. Had I known, I would have devoted more time to studying formations at Sword Cliff. I previously thought formations had no place in the vast desert, which led me to neglect them entirely. Alas, Qing Yu could not contain his frustration and pounded the ground with his fist. Ye Feng paced restlessly, his hands clasped behind his back. He was unwilling to meet his end here, for there were many awaiting his return to Hot Spring Island. Duo Yan, Hina, Yi Xing, Susan, Ding Tuan Tuan. Just then, he caught a whiff of an herbal fragrance, though there were no spiritual herbs in sight. Could it be? He raised his backside and sniffed towards the source of the scent. After walking over 100 steps, Ye Feng halted before a stone. Stone herbs? Could it be? A realization struck him, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The stone did not shatter, but rather transformed into a mirage, his fist effortlessly passing through it. The others gasped in astonishment. Ha ha ha, this must be the place. This stone is a mere illusion. Fu Zheng laughed maniacally, swinging his tattered sword fiercely. In the next moment, the surroundings rippled like water, appearing dreamlike and surreal. This is it, I shall strike. Qing Yu similarly swung his blade. The water-like distortion quivered violently, as if on the brink of collapse. 20 meters away, a young girl's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily picked up a grayish-white stone and repositioned it. Although she was merely 20 meters from Ye Feng, he and his companions were oblivious to her presence, like blind fish sensing blood in the water. Employing all manner of supernatural techniques against the stone. Boom. Ye Feng struck with his fist, and the once ethereal stone exploded into fragments. Simultaneously, the surrounding water-like distortion reverted to its original state. What is happening? It appears that the illusion has restabilized. A glimmer of terror crossed Fu Zheng's face. They had exerted all their powers, poised to shatter the illusion, yet it seemed to have fortified once more. Outside the illusion, the young girl breathed a sigh of relief, regarding Ye Feng and his companions with a mocking gaze. Indeed, she hailed from a small tribe in the vast desert, where formations were exceedingly rare. Although her tribe possessed knowledge of formation techniques, the scarcity of materials rendered it rather impractical. However, within this secret realm, materials for arranging formations were abundant. In a moment of impulse, she had set up an illusionary formation, inadvertently ensnaring so many skilled individuals within it. Junior brother Yi, what now? Fu Zheng inquired. Ye Feng remained silent, instead twitching his nose, suddenly sprinting to the left for 100 meters before unleashing another punch. That iron shadow tree was also an illusion, as Ye Feng's fist passed right through its trunk. This is it. Upon finishing his words, Ye Feng clenched his fists and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The might of his golden roar struck the heart of the formation, causing everyone to cover their ears in an attempt to shield themselves from the overwhelming sound. As the roar echoed for a full 10 seconds, a peculiar scene unfolded. The surroundings transformed, and Ye Feng and his companions found themselves on a riverbank. Upstream, a young girl stood, holding a grayish-white stone, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Ye Feng. Ha! We have escaped. We are free. Wah! Wild grass first erupted in laughter, only to collapse to the ground in tears soon after. The others mirrored her contradictory emotions, oscillating between laughter and sobs, their minds in disarray. Moments ago, they had been engulfed in despair, fearing they would be trapped in an illusion forever, ultimately crushed by the spatial forces of the secret realm. The overwhelming joy of having narrowly escaped death had rendered them momentarily insane. "Hey, miss, how did you end up on the riverbank? Ha ha, you seem in good spirits. You may leave," Qingyu remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Unbeknownst to him, this girl was the true instigator behind their plight. "What? Am I to leave?" The girl stammered, panic evident in her demeanor. "Why not? Do you wish to join our team?" Qingyu inquired. "Ah, yes. I shall take my leave," the girl exclaimed, hastily retreating downstream as if pursued by phantoms. Wait. At that moment, Ye Feng and a few others swiftly appeared before her. Seizing the burlap sack she carried, he opened the sack to inspect its contents, casting a suspicious glance at the girl. "It appears that your sack is filled entirely with formation materials. Are you a master of formations?" Ye Feng challenged. Though he was unaware that she was the mastermind behind their troubles, her frantic demeanor suggested something was amiss. "And no, that's not it." The girl quickly shook her head, stepping backward in trepidation. Ye Feng's suspicions solidified. He reached out and grasped the back of her neck, pulling her closer. "Were you the one causing all this chaos?" A barrage of glares converged upon the girl, particularly from Fu Zheng, who dashed forward, his remaining sword raised high. He had nearly been terrified out of his wits, only to discover that this girl was the source of their troubles. "You shitty, step aside. Ensure that blood does not splatter on you." Fu Zheng's voice dripped with menace. "Please, no. I want to do it again. Spare me." The girl was utterly paralyzed with fear. She had certainly heard tales of Fu Zheng's formidable reputation. "Oh, you little rascal. I merely intended to frighten you. And yet it turned out to be truly you." Ye Feng seethed, blood boiling in his veins as he lifted the girl off the ground. With a resounding slap, he delivered 3 swift blows to her face, rendering her unconscious. "Let me take care of her," Fu Zheng declared loudly. "Wait, Fu Zheng, allow me to land a few punches on her. This wretched girl nearly scared the life out of me." Qing Jun rushed forward, eager to join in. "Hold on." Ye Feng intervened, stopping both of them. "The woman is a master of formations. We must not harm her. Should we encounter an illusionary array again, her expertise would be invaluable to us. Otherwise, none among us possesses the knowledge to decipher such illusions, and if we find ourselves ensnared once more, I cannot guarantee my ability to unravel these formations," Ye Feng explained. Upon hearing these words, the anger of the others was swiftly extinguished. When weighed against the instinct for survival, venting frustrations pales in significance. "What is your name?" Qing Jun inquired, gripping the girl by her collar. "I am called Guogua," the girl hastily replied. "Guogua? Is that a fabricated name meant to deceive me?" Chapter 836. The Loss of Will to Fight Furious. Qing Jun raised her hand, poised to teach the girl a lesson. "I truly am called Guogua." "Enough. A name is merely a designation. For now, we must leverage her knowledge of formations," Ye Feng interjected, blocking Qing Jun strangely, upon seeing the girl. He was reminded of Ding Tuan Tuan. "Junior brother Yi, I sense we have ventured deep into enemy territory. There is no need to press further. Should we encounter an ancient giant, even someone of your caliber might meet their demise. Therefore, I propose we return home," Fu Jing suggested. Having been trapped in the illusion earlier, he was now gripped by fear and yearned only for safety, shunning any further contemplation. Ye Feng turned to the others. "What are your thoughts?" "I, too, wish to return home. After all, we have already gathered a substantial number of herbs by the roadside. Even if we only manage to retrieve 60% upon exiting, we shall still return with ample rewards," Qing Jun concurred. Ye Feng cast his gaze upon the others, who appeared pale and shaken, all subtly nodding in agreement with Fu Zheng's sentiments. "But we have yet to locate the soul-determining grass. I entered this secret realm specifically for that purpose." Ye Feng shook his head. At that moment, Yi Xiaoqiao placed a small hand on Ye Feng's shoulder. "Big brother Yi, I will accompany you. I shall not leave your side," she declared. This gesture warmed Ye Feng's heart. At least one person was willing to stand by him and ring the bell of annihilation at a crucial moment. "Junior brother Yi, I believe we should position ourselves at the exit and ambush other trial participants. The cost of downfall would be considerably low. While you may not contend with the ancient giants at the heart of the secret realm, dealing with these trial participants should pose no challenge, except for Rue Tian," Fu Jing advised. After spending half a month together, he had cultivated a sense of camaraderie with Ye Feng. Indeed, he had previously acted arrogantly, a consequence of seldom encountering worthy opponents. Even those of the sovereign rank treated him with deference. Thus, this prodigy could only resonate with those who were equally gifted. Big brother Ye, what he says bears some merit. If we search for the soul-determining grass among us, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, if we block the exit and ambush others, our chances of finding the grass would increase. Ye Xiao Chao tugged at Ye Feng's sleeve. Very well. Ye Feng nodded, acknowledging the undeniable truth of his character. It is well known that I, Ye Feng, am a person of integrity, and I had no desire to engage in the nefarious act of highway robbery. However, compelled by the will of the majority, since the prodigies of Birch City and the Green Grass sect urged me to partake in this venture, I shall proceed with this singular undertaking. Following this, Ye Feng and his companions retraced their steps. After traversing several kilometers, he unearthed the sacks they had buried 7 days prior. With a subtle twitch of his nose, he proceeded to excavate the sacks buried by other teams. With a considerable number of allies at his disposal, Ye Feng was poised to unleash his prowess and seize the fruits of victory from others. At the heart of the Yellow Sand tribe, a residential area sprawled over approximately 50,000 square meters. The entrance bore several powerful characters: Hot Spring Island, Yellow Sand Tribe Concession. Ma Lebi had ascended to the 6th tier of strength and was newly appointed as the leader of the Yellow Sand Tribe's concession. Meanwhile, Wang Zhihai, driven by selfish motives, sought only the resources of the Yellow Sand Tribe, neglecting the welfare of its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. Consequently, he relinquished any ambition to govern the tribe, preferring instead to establish a mere concession. At the entrance of the concession, 3 long lines formed, composed of Yellow Sand Tribe members, some seeking labor opportunities, others in search of deworming medicine. Notably, the members of the Bloodstained Hall, being the offspring of nobility within the Yellow Sand Tribe, hoarded deworming medicine despite not yet being infected by parasites. Originally priced at $250 per bottle, the medicine had been cornered into a market price of $5,000 per bottle. This led to widespread discontent among the common folk of the Yellow Sand Tribe, who found themselves powerless to remedy their plight. Ma Lebi approached the concession entrance with his hands clasped behind his back, only to be surrounded by a throng of Yellow Sand aristocrats. Mr. Ma, could you make an exception? I wish to purchase 1,000 bottles of deworming medicine at once. Ma Lebi raised an eyebrow. Is it not a shame that you, the newly appointed leader of the Yellow Sand Tribe, would deplete the supply of deworming medicine? What will your people do? People? The frigid temperatures will soon envelop this place. Their demise is of no consequence. As long as we nobles survive, that is sufficient. Moreover, I have deposited 2 million hot spring coins in the hot spring bank. When the time comes, I can migrate my entire family. Even if we spend 200 hot spring coins a day, that will sustain us for 10,000 days. Ha ha ha. The Yellow Sand leader shamelessly proclaimed. Be cautious. Ma Lebi warned gravely. Director Wang initiated a vote on Proposal 558 7 days ago to freeze all funds belonging to the Yellow Sand Tribe. If the votes surpass the majority, your 2 million will be frozen. The Yellow Sand leader, struck by fear, fell to the ground. However, his eyes quickly darted with cunning. I must take my leave. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he returned home to convene a meeting, the agenda of which revolved around the potential freezing of their family's assets. It was resolved to intensify the exploitation of their subjects. Effective immediately, all taxes would double, and the fuel base would be contracted to private entities, such as hot spring mining, thereby allowing them to make a lump sum payment of tens of millions of hot spring coins. Little did he know that his actions would become the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. In the year 5565 of the New Sand Era, Shipo Tian of the Huangsha tribe unearthed a one-eyed stone figure at the fuel base. Wang Zhihai not only established a concession in the Huangsha tribe, but also in the Great Stone City. In a world where all crows are black, the nobility of Great Stone City deposited their wealth in the hot spring bank. Upon learning that Wang Zhihai was initiating a vote on Bill No. 558, they promptly followed suit, intensifying the exploitation of the common folk. Relatively better off was Na City, blessed with numerous scientists and engineers. Within the Na City concession, Ambassador Jin Shi picked up a weapon shaped like the number 7. Adolf, is this what you call a handgun? Jin Shi inquired. Indeed, this is a newly developed product. I kindly ask Ambassador Jin to relay a message to Director Wang, requesting additional research funding. Otherwise, the materials wasted on development alone are worth over 100 million hot spring coins, Adolf replied courteously. Since Wang Zhihai forcibly promoted the currency, materials in their region were no longer free. Na City was compelled to exchange new weapons for hot spring coins, which were then used to settle the cost of raw materials, effectively tightening the noose around Na City's neck. Let me give it a try. Chapter 837. A slight sense of unease. Jin Qi aimed the handgun at a wooden target 200 meters away. Bang, 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 bang. The wood was swiftly shattered. Is this weapon's power limited to merely destroying wood? Jin Qi furrowed his brow. He was pleased with the gun's portability, but dissatisfied with its firepower. Yes, however, if Director Wang allocates additional funds for research, we could replace the projectile with tungsten steel. In that case, even the great warrior would struggle against such sustained firepower. They might withstand 5 or 6 shots with their bodies, but if hundreds of handguns unleashed their fury upon him, he would undoubtedly perish, Adolf remarked. Very well. I shall write to Director Wang and let him decide. Jin Qi nodded. In Hot Spring Island, he recognized only 2 figures, Ye Feng and Wang Zhihai. Ye Feng had demonstrated what it meant to be a peerless genius, while Wang Zhihai revealed that conquering the world need not rely on brute force. It could be achieved through currency. By the way, Mr. Jin, we have phased out the old generation of sand vehicles. We now possess the second generation, capable of withstanding Na City's crossbows, and they are lighter and more powerful than the first generation. Excellent. Then let us sell the first generation of sand vehicles to the nobles of other tribes. The second generation is not for sale, regardless of how many you produce. I shall acquire them all for Hot Spring Island, Jin Qi stated nonchalantly. He had now fully identified himself as a citizen of Hot Spring Island. Anyone daring to label him as a denizen of Great Stone City would immediately face his wrath. Simultaneously, he had brought his entire family to the concession to enjoy the warmth of family life. At that moment, a researcher unexpectedly collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. This is bad. He has contracted the worm disease, Adolf exclaimed, taking several steps back in fear. Mr. Jin, could you please lend me a vial of anti-worm medicine? He is a researcher and cannot perish, Adolf hurriedly implored. A bottle costs 250. You pay first, and I shall promptly send someone back to the concession. Jin Qi displayed an air of business-like formality. Very well. In the secret realm, Ye Feng awkwardly clutched a recently unearthed sack, casting an uneasy glance at a line of trial participants ahead. Ah, now I understand why all the materials we buried have vanished. It turns out you pilfered them all by yourself. Brother Chong, shall we eliminate these 2? A woman glared furiously at Ye Feng and Ye Xiaoqiao. Meanwhile, Fu Zheng and the others had dispersed to unearth other sacks. They had buried dozens themselves. Ye Feng, however, specialized in thievery. Today, he had finally been caught red-handed. Though he could easily eliminate the 7, a sense of guilt tinged his resolve. Please refrain from using the term steal. Take would be more fitting. I presume these sacks were unclaimed. With the secret realm closing in a month, why not take advantage? Since you have witnessed this, let us split the spoils in half. Ye Feng rubbed his nose, his face flushing with embarrassment. Ah, caught in the act of thievery, and you still dare to propose a division? The woman from the manga tribe seethed, brandishing a massive axe. The man leading the group, surnamed Chong, likely belonged to the same family as Chong Yi. Ye Feng's expression turned icy. I insist, 1/2 for each of us. Furthermore, how can you prove that the sacks buried here are your materials? Did you urinate on them? Can you identify them by scent? I can assert that they contain soul-breaking stones, soul-calling flowers, soul-setting grasses, and spirit-fragrance wood, as well as the crystal cores of sun and moon beasts. Open it and see if these materials match, the woman from the Mangu tribe asserted. Despite their seemingly reckless nature, they possessed their own cleverness. Ye Feng and Ye Xiaoqiao appeared somewhat feeble, yet surviving in the secret realm thus far indicated they possessed extraordinary means. Hence, it was best to avoid conflict among those who managed to endure the trials, valuing harmony above all. Such a plethora of soul-related materials? Ye Feng hastily opened the sack, spilling its contents onto the ground. Indeed, a small plant conformed to the description of soul-setting grass. Huh, splendid. I never anticipated unearthing soul-setting grass. By the way, may I boldly inquire what you intend to do with so many soul-related materials? Ye Feng queried. Needless to say, they are intended to fortify and complete our spiritual essence. Now do you believe these sacks belong to me? The woman replied. I do believe. Thus, let us exchange the contents of another sack. Upon finishing his statement, Ye Feng tossed a sack before the woman. She opened it, took a glance, and promptly kicked it back to him. Garbage. These soul-related materials were all discovered at the heart of the secret realm, for which we sacrificed 5 or 6 of our kin, she retorted. As for the man named Chong, he remained silent, cautiously observing Ye Feng. His formidable strength allowed him to sense Ye Feng's threat. The sacrifice of your kin is of no concern to me. After all, the contents of this sack are what I and Ye Xiaoqiao buried, correct, Xiaoqiao? Ye Feng prepared to play the scoundrel. He could return everything else, but the items marked by the character for soul were something he would never surrender, even in death. The wild grass lowered her head. Unlike Ye Feng, she was not adept at verbal sparring. You must be Ye Feng, she stated. I've heard of you. You are the new young master of Giant Tree City. Our Mangu clan is quite well informed. If you wish to retain a shred of dignity, return the items in the sack. Otherwise, once we are outside, I shall make your city's reputation known far and wide. The man with the surname Chong spoke suddenly. Ye Feng thought to himself, no wonder this fellow dares not strike at me. He has already recognized me. Go ahead and spread your tails, regardless. I intend to keep this sack. Ye Feng was undeterred, for his base was on Hot Spring Island. As for Giant Tree City, he had never regarded it as home. Yet, he remembered the kindness shown to him by the city. The entangled debts and grievances were not easily articulated. Ye Feng, you truly refuse to return it? Chong raised his spear. Indeed, I shall not. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. At that moment, figures flitted about, and Fu Zheng along with Qing Yu returned, each dragging several sacks and backpacks behind them, clearly having been up to no good. Fu Zheng. The man sheathed his spear, casting a deep glance at Ye Feng before resolutely departing with his entourage. Although Fu Zheng could not match Ye Feng's strength, he could certainly scare off these rabble. Should we eliminate them all? Fu Zheng inquired. That seems unnecessary. I feel a bit embarrassed, Ye Feng replied. His principle was to not oppress others with his strength. It appeared that some traits were ingrained in one's very being, unchangeable throughout a lifetime. Had anyone else possessed such formidable power, none of these barbaric tribesmen would have survived. Well, I did not expect that you, Brother Yi, hailing from a small clan, would exhibit the same noble demeanor as those from our great clans. Quite impressive. Fu Zheng nodded in approval. Chapter 838. Can I deceive you? After uttering this, the 4 women following Qing Yu cast admiring glances at Ye Feng, making him feel rather bashful. Let us proceed. We still have some sacks unburied, Ye Feng declared, leading the way forward. Given the multitude of sacks they had buried, each person had become a burden bearer. Just then, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. A giant bear-like beast appeared before them, standing 4 meters tall and nearly 8 meters in length, yet possessing only a 10th level realm. Half an hour later, Ye Feng grasped the beast's nose with one hand, while the bear bore an innumerable load of sacks upon its back. Brother Yi, you are truly clever to utilize the beast to carry our belongings, Qing Jun praised, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Have you not tamed sand beasts before? Ye Feng countered. We tried, but it was too troublesome, so we did not consider it. Qing Jun replied. Very well, let us continue. In the future, I will teach you how to tame sand beasts, Ye Feng said with a self-satisfied smile. Just then, Fu Zheng suddenly turned his gaze forward and leaped 50 meters into the air. Boom. As soon as his body hit the ground, he anxiously exclaimed, "You shitty. Trouble has arisen. The barrier surrounding the purple flower has been breached, and the flower has been plucked. We must hasten to the exit and seize it. That purple flower is one of the primary materials for array formations, and it is 3,000 years old. Indeed, let us hurry." Ye Feng was about to rush forward when a single remark from Ye Xiaoqiao brought them back to reality. If someone can dismantle the barrier of the purple flower, their power must far surpass ours. Once we find them, will they be robbing us, or shall we be robbing them? Fu Zheng quickly halted, a trace of dread crossing his face. He almost forgot that someone capable of breaching the purple flower's barrier must either be an extraordinary genius or wield divine weaponry. If they were to encounter such an individual, the outcome of the encounter would remain uncertain. Ha ha, here comes another group. Brother Qing Qian. We can make a move on them. It's Brother Qing Yu and his companions. Just then, a group of people emerged from around the corner. Leading them was a figure of exceptional charisma, cold and aloof, wielding a silver spear. Beside him was a stunning woman, closely following him. It was Qiu Yenner. Big brother. Big brother. Qing Yu and Qing Jun hurried towards the silver spear youth, their faces filled with admiration. Disciples, I wondered when I would encounter you. Have you been lingering on the outskirts? Qing Qian inquired. Not at all. We have ventured deep into the secret realm, Qing Yu responded. Ah. Qing Qian nodded and then turned his gaze to Fu Zhang. Brother Fu, your aura has diminished significantly. Last time, the people from Huashu City killed 2 of our geniuses. Shall we settle this score? Qing Qian suddenly stated. Fu Zhang's face turned ashen. Yet for the sake of pride, he stepped forward. Then come at me. Do not underestimate me because my aura seems diminished. Dealing with you, Qing Qian, is not beyond my capacity. Big brother, I think it would be wise to refrain from this. Brother Fu has been traveling with us and is quite amiable, Qing Jun interjected. However, Qing Qian suddenly glared at her, causing her voice to dwindle to a mere whisper. It appeared that Qing Qian held considerable authority among the younger generation. Even someone of Qing Juan's caliber dared not defy his command. Fu Zhang, let us settle this like men. I shall not allow Brother Qing Yu to intervene, Qing Qian declared, thrusting his spear forward. Who fears whom? Fu Zhang, lacking confidence, was the first to strike. Ye Feng quickly pulled Ye Xiaoqiao back to 100 meters away. Their combat was extraordinarily fierce, turning the earth within several dozen meters into a churned landscape, with trees falling in layers. Bang! Qing Qian seized the opportunity, delivering a palm strike to Fu Zhang's chest, sending him flying 30 meters away. Haha, Fu Zhang from Huashu City is nothing extraordinary. It seems your reputation is not well deserved. Qing Qian laughed heartily, treating Fu Zhang as a mere imagined rival. Brother Qing Qian, you are remarkable. I take pride in you. Qiao Yin'er suddenly approached, nestling her soft form against Qing Qian's embrace. Qing Qian raised an eyebrow, seemingly relishing Qiao Yin'er's flattery. Fu Zhang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and once again brandished his broken sword. Qing Qian, let us engage once more. Ye Feng initially wished to intervene, yet he found himself devoid of justification to do so. Any attempt to mediate might fail, and it could provoke the formidable Greenery sect, a powerful clan that could effortlessly ascertain the location of his sanctuary on Hot Spring Island with merely a fleeting moment of inquiry. He had not yet set up the protective array for his clan, which could lead to potential annihilation. At that moment, Ye Feng suddenly sniffed and turned his gaze toward a mountain peak 100 meters away. Qing Qian, Fu Zhang, I believe it would be prudent for you both to cease hostilities, he stated, positioning himself before Fu Zhang. What are you? Qing Qian replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet his heart seethed with anger at the audacity of a nameless individual daring to obstruct him. I am Ye Feng, the young master of Giant Tree City. I humbly request that you grant me a modicum of respect. Giant Tree City? Haha, are you the newly appointed young master under Green Xiang Tian? The disdainful Qing Qian scoffed. Let me enlighten you. While Giant Tree City may be regarded as a significant clan by others, in comparison to our Greenery sect, it is but a second-rate lineage. It would be wise for you to step aside, lest Green Xiang Tian seek a new disciple. At that juncture, Qing Yu interjected. Master brother, this is junior brother Yi. We must not be disrespectful. He lowered his voice to a whisper. Qing Qian's earlier disdain gradually morphed into confusion. Is that truly the case? Of course it is. Would I deceive you? Oh. Qing Qian sheathed his silver spear and scrutinized Ye Feng from head to toe. It seems Green Xiang Tian possesses some discernment to have taken on such a formidable disciple. However, I cannot rely solely on Qing Yu's testimony. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall temporarily spare Fu Zhang. Very well. Ye Feng nodded, his gaze once more directed toward the distant mountain peak. Prepare to receive my first strike. Qing Qian set aside his long spear and unleashed a dual-handed assault. In response, Ye Feng clenched his fists, and a sacred Sanskrit emerged from his body, swirling around him in graceful arcs. Simultaneously, he experienced a sudden surge in stature, transforming into a towering figure of 2 meters. Remarkably, his form became ethereal, rippling with waves akin to water across his surface. No, junior brother Yi, do not resort to your ultimate technique. Qing Yu and Qing Jun gasped in astonishment, taken aback by Ye Feng's immediate unleashing of his most potent blow. Alas, it was too late. Boom. It was as though a miniature sun erupted at the center of the two. Qing Qian was sent hurtling back 50 meters, suspended in midair, as blood gushed from his mouth. Chapter 839. I am aware of my heart. After repelling Qing Qian, the potency of the Sanskrit divine demon art remained unabated, surging toward the mountain peak with a force that seemed poised to shatter it entirely. At that moment, a surge of sword energy ascended into the heavens. A figure leaped 50 meters high from the mountain peak, brandishing a long sword that struck fiercely against Ye Feng's fist. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated, causing all present to clutch their ears in agony. The entire mountain peak was leveled, and a golden sun rose majestically, its blinding radiance compelling everyone to shut their eyes. After a while, a shadow gracefully descended onto the grassy field. As the brilliance faded, the face of Rui Tian was finally revealed. He held a dark green longsword, his expression grave as he regarded Ye Feng. Is it him? Rui Tian? Both Fu Zheng and Qing Qian were taken aback simultaneously. Ye Feng sighed, a hint of regret crossing his face. Moments ago, he had intended to exploit the opening against Qing Qian to eliminate Rui Tian atop the mountain. However, Rui Tian's formidable strength had effortlessly shattered the majority of the power of the Fan Sheng Shun Mo technique. It seemed that among those who entered the secret realm, aside from myself, your prowess is the most formidable. What is your name? Rui Tian did not rush to attack. Instead, he inquired about Ye Feng's name. Ye Feng. Ye Feng announced his name. I have not heard of you. Which tribe do you hail from? You appear quite low-key. It seems you have suppressed your true strength, maintaining yourself at the 5th-tier power master level, solely for the sake of the 500-year void mirage. Rui Tian continued. He was uncertain of Ye Feng's hidden cards, hence he refrained from making a move. Indeed, if I were to unleash my full potential, I would have long since attained the rank of Power Emperor. All for the void mirage. Ye Feng readily agreed with his words, as boasting incurs no cost, and a display of bravado can be beneficial. As for Rui Tian's true strength, Ye Feng was currently unaware, but that dark green longsword he wielded was undeniably impressive, having effortlessly pierced through the energy of the Fan Sheng Shun Mo technique, even seeming to take the initiative. In such circumstances, it was certainly wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict. Power Emperor? Rui Tian scrutinized Ye Feng from head to toe, slowly shaking his head. Nonsense. After finishing his words, Rui Tian suddenly sheathed his longsword and tossed it toward a corner. Junior sister, please hold on to the Chonghong for me. From the corner, a petite girl emerged, catching the Chonghong with one hand. Ye Feng, considering your impressive capabilities, if you can withstand 3 punches from me, I shall spare your life, Rui Tian stated nonchalantly. 3 punches? Ye Feng felt a surge of joy within, though he feigned a troubled expression. As long as Rui Tian refrained from using the Chonghong, he could easily defeat him with a single punch. However, at that moment, Fu Zheng stepped forward. Rui Tian, what do you mean? Do you intend to spare only Ye Feng? What about us? You? Ha ha. Rui Tian did not respond, but erupted into laughter. Clearly, he had no intention of sparing the geniuses from Huashu City and the Levine tribe. Fu Zheng's expression darkened as he took a step back, exchanging glances with Qing Qian. Just moments ago, Qing Qian had exchanged a punch with Ye Feng, and although he had only absorbed a fraction of Ye Feng's punch, it had still inflicted internal injury upon him. Now, his strength was on par with Fu Zheng. Ye Feng, do you dare to exchange 3 punches with me? Rui Tian no longer paid attention to anyone else, instead focusing intently on Ye Feng. Ye Feng pondered for a moment. Clearly, this individual sought to gauge his capabilities. If he could withstand Rui Tian's 3 punches, all would be well. If not, Rui Tian would no longer have any reservations and would annihilate his companions without mercy. At that moment, he glanced at the Chonghong sword held by the petite girl. Something feels amiss. The long rainbow sword is remarkably sharp, and it undoubtedly has its limitations. Otherwise, why would Rui Tian entrust it to his junior sister? He could simply swing the sword endlessly, and even with the prowess of the Brahmin holy demonic art, he would surely be unable to withstand ceaseless assaults. In an instant, Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. Ye Feng, do you lack the courage? Rui Tian's gaze glimmered with a piercing intensity. Due to Ye Feng's consistent reluctance to engage, Rui Tian concluded that the Brahmin holy demonic art could not be sustained for long. After all, in this world, though powerful techniques may dominate, they undoubtedly incur significant consumption. One cannot unleash them at will. Very well, just 3 punches. And I hope my senior brother will show mercy. Ye Feng clasped his hands in respect. Rest assured, I am well aware, Rui Tian replied, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He had no intention of holding back. His initial strike would be lethal. Otherwise, should Ye Feng unleash the Brahmin holy demonic art, it would require considerable effort to contend with him. Previously, he had unleashed 7 sword strikes, finally breaking the restraints of the purple flower. Although the long rainbow was indeed sharp, each swing absorbed a portion of his energy, and now Ruetian was nearly depleted. Fortunately, he had brought numerous high-purity crystal pills into the secret realm, allowing for timely replenishment of his strength. Under normal circumstances, he had only tapped into the surface power of the long rainbow. The true might of the long rainbow, even a sovereign-level powerhouse, could not fully unleash. Perhaps only the legendary true martial realm could manifest its full potential. "I am coming," Ruetian declared, his energy surging as he launched both fists towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, his blood scales shimmering into view. Boom. Ye Feng was sent flying 20 meters, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Ruetian's legs remained firmly planted. After delivering a punch, he seemed to have gauged Ye Feng's strength, tightening his fists once more, denying Ye Feng any chance to recover. Second punch. Boom. This time, he exerted 90% of his power. The air howled within a radius of several dozen meters, uprooting small trees. Bang! Ye Feng was once again propelled 20 meters back, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, his aura significantly weakened. What? Fu Zheng and the others gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed at Ruetian. They had not anticipated Ruetian's strength to be so formidable that he could send the physically robust Ye Feng flying without the long rainbow. This was merely the second punch. If a third were to follow, Ye Feng might not survive. Qing Qian's face turned ashen as he glanced around, subtly shifting his feet backward, poised to flee at any moment. "Ha ha. At first, I thought you were formidable, yet you are easily defeated." Third punch. Ruetian would not grant Ye Feng an opportunity, tightening his fists once again. "Stop." Ye Xiaoqiao suddenly brandished a curved blade, leaping between the two. "What?" Ye Feng, enraged, spat blood. His plan was on the verge of success, and now this wild grass. In exasperation, he could only push Ye Xiaoqiao aside with a palm. Unfortunately, it was still a moment too late. Thunderous sounds erupted as two immense forces surged forth like a tidal wave. The curved blade of the wild grass twisted and contorted, while her body was flung 20 meters away, resembling a tattered cloth. "Xiaoqiao." Ye Feng glanced back at the wild grass, the force also impacting him. Boom. "Ha!" Ruetian was about to burst into laughter when his voice abruptly ceased. Chapter 840. The time is approaching for as a Sanskrit character erupted from Ye Feng's body. His entire form transformed into an ethereal apparition, akin to a reflection on water. The full might of Ruetian's punch struck Ye Feng, yet it seemed entirely absorbed by the illusion. "How is this possible?" Ruetian gasped in astonishment, hastily extending his hand. "Junior sister, quickly, the Longhong." Too late. Ye Feng crouched in a horse stance, his fists tightening. Rumble. Two pitch-black fists directly impacted Ruetian. Boom. Ruetian's stance was remarkably solid, firmly rooted to the ground, preventing him from being sent flying. However, in the following instant, his garments tore apart, revealing his bare body. Puff. Ruetian spat a mouthful of blood, his aura rapidly dwindling. "Splendid, junior brother Yi. Deliver another punch." Fu Zheng, who had initially prepared to flee, squeezed back in to guide Ye Feng after witnessing his formidable prowess. Boom. Another punch landed squarely on Ruetian's chest. Yet, a layer of translucent fabric clung to Ruetian's skin. Golden hemp garment? No wonder it could withstand my full force strike. Ye Feng altered the trajectory of his fist, targeting Ruetian's head. Bang. Dazed from the previous two punches, Ruetian lacked the strength to evade. His head burst like a watermelon, and his headless corpse swayed briefly before crashing to the ground. The three punches Ye Feng delivered transpired in the blink of an eye. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend, the foremost master of the younger generation had perished. "Senior brother." The little lowly screamed, swiftly drawing Longhong, aiming a fierce slash at Ye Feng. "Not good." Fu Zheng darted forward, brandishing his broken sword to intercept Longhong. Clang. The sound of metal being torn asunder echoed as Fu Zheng's sword shattered into fragments, propelling him backward 5 meters, a gruesome gash appearing on his chest. Longhong, undeterred, struck Ye Feng's body. The Sanskrit character suddenly enlarged, perfectly lodging itself against the sword's energy. In an instant, the offensive and defensive forces clashed, stirring a tempest, with dust and debris swirling around. Boom. Ultimately, the Sanskrit character was cleaved into pieces, and Ye Feng's ethereal form was forced back into reality. Puff. He coughed up blood, glancing at the dark green longsword in the little lowly's grasp. A look of trepidation on his face. This weapon is extraordinarily potent. No wonder it could sever the restrictions of the Ziluo flower. I must seize it, otherwise. Even if I establish a formidable protective array for Wonshu Island in the future, it would be powerless against this Longhong strike. The little lowly was not in a much better condition either. Upon striking with her sword, she felt an overwhelming surge of energy within her, all of which surged into the long rainbow. Once the long rainbow had drained her of all her energy, it began to absorb other elements from her being, such as her blood, and even something inexplicably mystical. With each essence consumed, the young girl sensed a gradual loss of vitality. At that moment, a strand of white hair appeared at her temple, and she appeared to age a decade. When she attempted to wield the long rainbow once more, Ye Feng had already leaped in front of her with a thunderous force. Die! The young girl cried, throwing a punch, only to have her wrist effortlessly seized by Ye Feng. He deftly grasped the long rainbow in his hand. Ha ha ha! For reasons unknown, upon gripping the long rainbow, Ye Feng was engulfed by an intense sense of madness, as if with the sword in hand, the world belonged to him. The young girl suddenly collapsed to the ground, her eyes slowly closing, her lips forming a layer of dead skin. Ye Feng recalled that he had scarcely harmed her. How could she have come to this? Hey, don't pretend to be dead. However, her body lay still, as if she had succumbed to a deep slumber. This darkened Ye Feng's expression. It seemed that while the long rainbow was indeed formidable, each strike exacted an exorbitant toll on the body. In truth, the young girl had not been skilled in using the long rainbow. Her full-force strike had drained her energy entirely. Although her blood was initially destined to be consumed, her body's protective mechanism had redirected the supply from her blood to her lifespan. When Rui Tian first wielded the long rainbow, he too had unleashed a full-force strike, resulting in a 3-month slumber. Thus, within the mysterious realm, he wielded his sword with utmost caution, striving to exert only a modicum of force. Though he could not unleash the true might of the long rainbow, even its residual power was unparalleled among the Force practitioners. The only regret was that he had encountered the extraordinary Ye Feng. Junior brother Yi, we cannot leave any survivors. Fu Zheng picked up a curved blade. Very well. You may deal with her. Ye Feng nodded. Fu Zheng grinned mischievously, seizing the young girl's hair and stretching her neck. With a swift motion, blood sprayed forth, and the violent young girl fell lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Qing Jun held a wildflower in her arms. What has happened to her? Ye Feng inquired with concern. She is gravely injured, but she should survive, Qing Jun replied. Ye Feng let out a sigh of relief and then cast his gaze towards the others. Qing Chen tensed, instinctively stepping back. The astonishing power Ye Feng had just demonstrated assured her that even an ordinary Force monarch would stand no chance against him. Only those with extraordinary abilities among the Force monarchs could possibly rival Ye Feng. Why, Ye junior brother, are we exiting directly now? Danning asked in a hoarse voice. The shock of witnessing Ye Feng slay her sex elder brother was too intense. After all, she had known Rui Qian for over a decade. He had always been a revered idol among the crowd, yet now he lay slain at Ye Feng's hands. There exists a young girl, though their encounters have been few. She is acutely aware that this child is the prized disciple of the revered Qinghua saint. Even if Ye Feng manages to escape the secret realm, he may not elude the influence of the Sword Gorge. The untimely demise of two extraordinary talents would compel the Sword Gorge to act against him, regardless of their concern for reputation. Of course, we must exit directly, and I sense the time is nigh, Ye Feng remarked nonchalantly. Yet, if we emerge with such a trove of materials, and with both Rui Tian and Qing Mei perished, what would the Gorge Master think? Danning gently cautioned. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Indeed, with the prowess of a fifth-order sovereign, they would surely perceive something amiss. Moreover, with so many present, it would only take one traitor among them to seal his fate. While the Sword Gorge might refrain from executing him on the spot out of respect, remaining within their domain would inevitably lead to his demise. Even if he were to retreat to Hot Spring Island, the Sword Gorge could easily muster an army to lay it to waste. In summary, it all boiled down to his own inadequacy. Were he to possess the strength to eliminate a fifth-order sovereign, the Sword Gorge might think twice before acting against him. Chapter 841. The consequences foreseen. The immediate priority is to ensure that no information leaks. With this thought, Ye Feng's gaze sharpened. Why, Ye junior brother? Fu Zheng, the strongest among those present, was the first to sense Ye Feng's murderous intent. Ha ha ha, the purple flower. It is the purple flower. At that moment, Qing Yu discovered the purple flower amidst the remains and an array of 3,000-year-old herbs, erupting into wild laughter. Everyone, place all your materials on the ground and gather over here, Ye Feng commanded coldly. Junior brother Yi, although our Birch City and the Sword Gorge appear to be on amicable terms, we often engage in covert rivalry. Rue Tian's entrance into the secret realm with such formidable weaponry aims to eradicate all talents from Birch City and the Greenery Department, thus maintaining the Sword Gorge's supremacy. Fu Zheng explained, swallowing hard. Is that true? Ye Feng's demeanor shifted slightly, his murderous aura diminishing. Indeed, it is true. There are unspoken rules that only we core members are privy to. They must remain confidential. Fu Zheng continued. Ye Feng fell silent, turning his attention to Qing Qian. Startled, Qing Qian hastily nodded. Lord Yi, Fu Zheng speaks the truth. Both our Greenery Department and Birch City aspire to usurp the Sword Gorge's dominance and seize their resources. Hence we shall remain tight-lipped. Afterward, Qing Qian turned to Qing Yu and the other talents of the Greenery Department. Qing Yu, tell everyone how Rue Tian and that young girl met their end, Qing Qian inquired aloud. Qing Yu, being astute, quickly responded. Rue Tian and the young girl were ensnared in an illusion and ultimately succumbed to the forces of space, which obliterated their bodies. Indeed, Qing Qian nodded with satisfaction. Casting a beseeching glance towards Ye Feng, her eyes seemingly brimming with a hint of desperation. Judging by Ye Feng's earlier display of power, it was evident that if he so desired, he could effortlessly eradicate everyone present. The others, astute as they were, sensed Ye Feng's lethal intent and thus gazed upon him with hopeful anticipation, praying that this formidable figure would show mercy. Qiu Yin'er hesitated momentarily before swaying her way to stand before Ye Feng. Lord Yi, may I accompany you? She implored, her voice sweet and delicate. I was compelled to follow Qing Qian. Had I not, he would have resorted to violence. Truthfully, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself quite taken with you, though I failed to express it at the time. She added with a sly wink. Humph. Qing Qian seethed with anger, yet refrained from unleashing her fury in Ye Feng's presence. Shameless, Qing Jun muttered under her breath. Ye Feng sighed deeply, casting his gaze skyward before lowering it to the lifeless body on the ground. To speak candidly, I did contemplate eliminating all of you just moments ago. However, given the enjoyable interactions we've shared during this expedition, I find myself in a rather difficult position, he articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, the others seemed to seize upon a glimmer of hope. Rest assured, junior brother Yi, we shall keep your actions in this realm a secret. I swear upon my mother that should I reveal anything about you, may I face dire consequences. Qing Qian was the first to make an oath. Seeing this, Fu Zheng raised his hand in agreement. I swear by the names of my 3 sons that I will not divulge any information regarding junior brother Yi. One after another, everyone present pledged their solemn vows before Ye Feng. The fervor of the oaths, particularly those uttered by the men, sent a chill down Ye Feng's spine. Merely swearing is insufficient, Ye Feng remarked coldly. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they instinctively recoiled a step back. Given Ye Feng's formidable prowess, coupled with the weapon he wielded, they realized they might not even have the chance to flee. In the next moment, Ye Feng retrieved a coin from his pocket. This is a token from a hot spring. I shall toss it into the air, should it land with the written side facing up. I will place my trust in you. However, if it shows the side with a human head, I regret to inform you that it will signify dire consequences. He stated with icy resolve. Silence enveloped the group as they fixated on Ye Feng. Taking a deep breath, he hurled the coin skyward. After a series of rotations, he deftly caught it once more. Slowly, he extended his right fist before the onlookers. Fu Zheng could not help but crane his neck, fixated on Ye Feng's clenched hand. Moments later, Ye Feng gradually unveiled his fist. Come on, come on, the others urged fervently. Yet, as Ye Feng fully opened his hand, the coin revealed its outcome. Human head side up. Gulps of disbelief escaped, and Fu Zheng staggered back 3 steps, instinctively reaching for the hilt of his blade. Qing Qian's countenance turned ashen, her hand mirroring his, resting on her weapon. The air seemed to have solidified, and an eerie silence enveloped the foot of the mountain, where even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Ye Feng's piercing gaze swept over the crowd, and suddenly he pinched the warm spring coin in his palm. Flipping it over, The coin transformed from the side, depicting heads to the side inscribed with characters. You are fortunate. The coin has indeed revealed its inscribed side. Ye Feng suddenly broke into a grin, showcasing his gleaming white teeth. Huh. Yes, yes, the coin shows the inscribed side. Brother Feng, Qing Jun stammered with emotion. They all realized that Ye Feng had intentionally granted them a chance for survival. Brother Feng, let us do this. We shall divide these materials equally amongst ourselves. And once we exit the secret realm, we will collectively present them to Aegean Gorge to share the spoils. If you were to leave with so many precious materials alone, the Gorge's master would surely suspect you of having slain Ruetian, Fu Zheng cleverly proposed, immediately thinking of a way out for Ye Feng. Brother Feng, you cannot take Changhong with you. If you do, the Gorge's master will certainly suspect you, and you will not survive. Danning suddenly pointed at the Changhong in Ye Feng's hand. Alas, Ye Feng let out a long sigh. He had foreseen this consequence the moment he acquired Changhong. Of course, he could fabricate a tale, claiming to have found it within the realm, supposedly left behind by Ruetian in his final moments. But would they believe him? Even if it were true, Aegean Gorge would undoubtedly find a way to eliminate him, preferring to wrongfully condemn than to let him escape. Brother Yi, at that moment, Yi Xiaoqiao awakened. Brother Yi, let me take Changhong out. I am so weak that the Gorge's master would not suspect me of killing Ruetian, she said weakly. No, taking it out would be futile. It would still be confiscated by Aegean Gorge. Thus, let it remain in the secret realm, Ye Feng replied, tossing Changhong far away. With a splash, this extraordinary weapon landed in the midst of a small river. Chapter 842, Do not let my death be so tragic. The others could not help but step forward, their faces etched with regret. What a pity. This weapon is nearly indestructible, yet it would be seized if brought out. Let us go. The materials are too plentiful. We must exit together, Ye Feng said calmly. However, just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. The others seemed to sense something amiss and reached out their hands, grasping at the air. Not good. The spatial force is compressing. This illusory realm is closing prematurely. Run. We still have several hundred kilometers to the exit. Run. The group could no longer maintain their composure, cursing their parents for not granting them 2 additional legs. Desperately fleeing into the distance. Damn it. Ye Feng hoisted Yi Xiaoqiao onto his shoulder, with a large backpack on his back and a string of burlap sacks in his hands. After running for merely 2 kilometers, Ye Feng felt as if he bore a weight of 1,000 pounds, with the gravitational force of the space acting directly upon the outsiders. As for the indigenous creatures within the realm, they were not affected by gravity at all. I can't go on. I can't run anymore. A woman collapsed onto the ground, beads of sweat struggling on her brow. Damn it. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, discarding several less valuable burlap sacks as he continued to sprint forward. Brother Yi, please let me go. Each of these materials is worth more than I am. However, could you take the resurrection grass to my grandfather? He resides at the number 7-foot spa, known as Wildfire. After saying this, Yi Xiaoqiao laboriously pulled out a small herb from his bosom. Do not speak, Ye Feng commanded, his body emanating blood scales to resist the gravitational force of the space around him. With the blood scales, his speed surpassed that of the others, swiftly placing him in the lead. After running another 10 kilometers, other trial teams emerged, some discarding worthless burlap sacks, while others even abandoned their weapons. Help me, save me, junior brother Yi. At that moment, Ye Feng spotted Du Bian collapsed on the ground. Having broken a leg, he could hardly move, crawling painfully on the ground. Ignore him. Run. Fu Zheng surged past Ye Feng from behind. Gritting his teeth, Ye Feng pressed forward. Along the way, he encountered Yi Ju. She was laboring to move her legs. A vine tied around her waist with 5 or 6 burlap sacks dangling from it, presumably filled with precious medicinal materials. Ye Feng quickly surpassed her. With determination, Yi Ju grasped a few sacks and rifled through them, ultimately selecting the most valuable one and discarding the others. Puff! Qiu Yin'er lagged behind, having taken nothing with her. Not even a curved blade. Despite this, the force of the space still bore down on her, making every step a monumental effort, as if she were expending all her strength with each motion. In desperation, she tore her clothing, immediately rendering herself bare. The other men cast her a glance, but soon gritted their teeth and pressed onward toward the exit. The overwhelming force of the space drenched them in sweat. One man even wrapped his arms around his legs to assist in moving forward, while a heavier individual resorted to rolling on the ground to advance. After a while, a towering mountain loomed ahead, standing over 100 meters tall with a steep incline of 60 degrees. Under normal circumstances, they could easily navigate such a peak with a few agile movements. Yet today was different. They were compelled to climb to the summit like ordinary individuals. Using both hands and feet, let us push harder. Once we scale this mountain, the terrain will lower, making our journey easier, Qing Qian called out from the front. Despite being a formidable presence, his pace resembled that of a regular person running swiftly. The weaker members, however, felt as if they were burdened with several hundred pounds, needing to rest every few steps. Some, upon sitting down, found they could not rise again. Puff! One individual succumbed to the pressure of space, both knees fracturing under the strain. No, no, he cried out, shifting to crawl on the ground. Yet, he had scarcely crawled 10 meters before his body was crushed into a mist of blood by the force. My goodness! The others were terrified, discarding everything they could, including their weapons. There was no other choice. Ye Feng tightened his muscles, a Sanskrit character erupting from his body, swirling around him in an elegant dance. At this moment, the weight upon him vanished entirely under the influence of the sacred and demonic powers of the Brahmin. Without hesitation, Ye Feng sprinted backward for several dozen meters and effortlessly lifted Qiu Yin'er, unable to bear the thought of such a captivating beauty perishing within the secret realm. Brother Feng, lend a hand. Qing Yu called out from behind. Me? Brother Feng, don't forget me. Pull me up too, and I promise, once we're out, I'll devote myself to you. It'll be a first for me. I beg you, Brother Feng. Qing Jun shouted, completely disregarding her ladylike demeanor. Others observed the scene, noting that only Ye Feng moved freely amidst the oppressive spatial pressure. Hey there, brother, give me a hand. I have plenty of high-grade crystal pills waiting outside. Another voice chimed in. Brother Yi, take me with you. I'm a master of formations. I can teach you how to set them up. The last to speak was Guogua, her eyes wide with terror. Indeed, a master of formations is invaluable. Ye Feng, undeterred, unfastened his belt and secured Guogua. Yi Xiaoqiao and Qiu Yin'er around him. Peering ahead through Guogwa's flowing hair. Junior brother Yi, what about me? Fu Zheng, now prone and gasping for breath, joined the fray. The current spatial force weighed heavily, surpassing 3,000 pounds. For these formidable beings, shedding such weight was feasible. Yet traversing with it could only lead to exhaustion. Perhaps they could manage a few kilometers, but reaching the exit would surely be fatal. Moreover, this spatial force was not static. It would escalate to 5,000 pounds, 10,000, and eventually 100,000, obliterating all foreign entities in its wake. This was the true horror, as fear often extinguishes the will to fight. At that moment, a ferocious beast charged forth. Its level was 10, and typically, a mere 5th-tier power master could easily vanquish 10 of these creatures. However, this native beast was unaffected by gravity, darting swiftly around. With a single bite, it decapitated one 5th-tier power master, devouring the entire corpse in mere moments. It extended its long tongue, eyeing the other trial takers sprawled on the ground. Oh my, Daddy, save me. Celestial beings, spare me this cruel fate. Panic ensued. Even the usually formidable Qing Yu found himself dampening his trousers. The beast's fierce gaze swept across the gathered, landing upon Ye Feng. In an instant, it leapt before him, jaws agape. Come at me. Chapter 843, Your Turn. Ye Feng delivered a powerful punch, stunning the beast momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped onto its back, gripping its ears to steer its direction. Excellent, Junior Brother Yi. Please take me with you on its back. Fu Zheng urgently called out. After a brief hesitation, Ye Feng tilted his body and grasped Fu Zheng's hand. The ordinarily light Fu Zheng now felt as heavy as several thousand pounds, and it took considerable effort for Ye Feng to hoist him onto the beast's back. Heaven possesses a benevolent nature. Come forth. Subsequently, Ye Feng gathered Qing Jun, Qing Yu, Qing Qian, and several others capable of accompanying them. In a brief moment, the back of the beast was filled with people. Even 2 individuals clung to each side. Move forward. Ye Feng struck the creature's head with a powerful fist. The beast roared in fury, unable to dislodge Ye Feng from its back, and charged ahead, venting its wrath. Hey, don't run away, take us with you. Please, don't leave us. Those left behind were rendered speechless, repeatedly bowing on the ground. Yet, Ye Feng and his companions had already traversed the high mountains, vanishing from their sight. Just then, Another beast emerged from the woods. Ah, no, don't eat me. The remaining trial participants emitted continuous cries of despair. Ye Feng heard the dreadful sounds behind him, but he was powerless. He had but 2 hands, capable of controlling only one beast. Go. The creature swiftly ran for several kilometers, and a forest appeared ahead, with the exit of the secret realm just beyond. Ye Feng could sense the spatial fluctuations emanating from that location. He strained to maintain his balance on the creature's back, gazing into the distance, where a shadow twisted in the sky, seemingly on the verge of collapse. This is bad. The exit is about to close. Why is it shutting so soon? Ye Feng sat once more on the beast, which soon burst through the trees. However, as he emerged, he was taken aback. Behind the forest stood nearly 100 individuals, survivors who had fled to the exit. Unfortunately, between them and the exit lay 5 or 6 beasts. These creatures were at most equivalent to the strength of a king of strength. Ordinarily, they could easily be annihilated by the survivors. Yet, the situation had drastically changed. They felt as heavy as mountains. Even walking was a challenge, let alone battling these beasts. The 5 or 6 beasts had gained a semblance of intelligence. It seemed they understood that these individuals were on the brink of being crushed, thus obstructing their escape from the void's secret realm. Just then, one trial participant suddenly crouched down and was crushed with a resounding boom. Damn it, no time to hesitate. Just charge forward. It's only 100 meters. If we make it, we live. If not, we die, a bearded man declared, staggering ahead. A beast lunged at him. The bearded man hastily swung his blade. However, under the constraint of spatial forces, his strike was slower than that of an ordinary person, allowing the beast to easily evade and circle behind him. In one swift bite, half of the bearded man's body was devoured. Yet, refusing to succumb to death, he crawled with one hand, his fingers pointing towards the flickering shadow. Charge! Ye Feng struck the beast beneath him with all his might. However, it seemed the creature had also gained awareness. It stubbornly refused to advance, instead leaping side to side in an attempt to shake off its burdens. Die! With a powerful punch, Ye Feng struck down, inadvertently delivering a fatal blow to the otherworldly beast. The remaining individuals collapsed to the ground, with only a few managing to stand, while the majority remained incapacitated. Little grass. I apologize, Ye Feng said, seizing a leg of the wild Xiao Qiao and spinning her around before releasing her. She soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the shadowy figure, thus escaping the illusory realm and returning to reality. This is wonderful. Brother Yi, since you possess the ability to move, please throw me out as well. A man clung to Ye Feng's thigh. Get away, Ye Feng retorted, as the Sanskrit inscriptions on his body flickered erratically. The Brahmin's sacred demon art was indeed formidable, but after enduring the pressure of spatial forces for so long, it was nearing its limit. He grasped the right leg of the formation master, Guogua, and flung her towards the distance. With a thud, the shadow devoured Guogua, liberating her from the realm. This is splendid. With Brother Feng here, we shall survive. Fu Zheng, in a moment of resignation, sat cross-legged on the ground, awaiting Ye Feng to toss him out. However, this time Ye Feng did not throw him. Instead, he began hurling burlap sacks towards the shadow. The beasts leapt into action, intercepting several sacks. Yet the majority were successfully launched by Ye Feng. Once the sacks were exhausted, he proceeded to toss backpacks. A roar erupted as 2 beasts, unable to maintain their composure, charged at Ye Feng. He seized one by its jaws, applying force to pry its mouth open, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The other beast, terrified, hastily sidestepped. Thinking of fleeing? Ye Feng pursued, but the oppressive spatial forces kept him just a step behind the creature. Qingyu, it is your turn to escape, Ye Feng declared, grabbing his leg and flinging him outward. Yet, the immense spatial force was overwhelming. Qingyu soared 50 meters before gravity pulled him back to the ground, nearly shattering all his teeth. Why Yi, Brother Yi? Qingyu barely uttered a few words before the remaining beasts surged forward, tearing him apart. Brother, Qingjun cried out. Come here. This time, Ye Feng grasped Qingjun's leg with the intention of throwing her higher, utilizing a parabolic trajectory to ensure her entry into the black void. With a whoosh, Qingjun was propelled 50 meters into the air. However, after flying 80 meters forward, she plummeted rapidly, as if a powerful suction force awaited her below. Fortunately, Ye Feng's understanding of the parabolic arc allowed her to land near the shadow. The The formidable gravitational pull drew her into the black hole. Witnessing Qing Jun's successful escape, Ye Feng then grasped the bare form of Qiu Yener. With a resounding impact, she too was liberated. Brother Fu, it is your turn now. Ye Feng seized Fu Zheng's right leg, spinning him around before loosening his grip. After rescuing Fu Zheng, the inscriptions on Ye Feng's body turned translucent. As if on the verge of collapse, he turned to the others and said, I am sorry, I lack the power to save you all. Leave, Brother Yi. And do not concern yourself with us, suddenly uttered Shuying from behind. Ye Feng rolled his eyes and seized Shuying's right leg, swinging her to safety. Once Shuying was rescued, the sacred inscriptions on Ye Feng's body disintegrated, and the terrifying gravity bore down upon him. Chapter 844. She must be feeling quite satisfied. Humph. Ye Feng let out a muffled groan, involuntarily dropping to one knee. Hurry, Brother Yi, toss me out as well. Qing Qian cried out in panic, scrambling towards Ye Feng. You all should take care of yourselves. Farewell. As Ye Feng spoke, a tremor coursed through him. The sacred inscriptions reappeared, albeit diminished, their brilliance dimmed by half. Nevertheless, they sufficed for him to break free from the spatial constraints, though he was rendered incapable of further combat. The remaining beasts, noticing Ye Feng's approach, stepped forward eagerly. Their intent clear. Die. Ye Feng launched a punch, causing the beasts to retreat several paces. He exhaled in relief, cautiously advancing toward the shadow ahead. However, the sound of rushing wind from behind indicated that the beasts were closing in once more. One beast lunged, sinking its teeth into Ye Feng's shoulder. Clang. Ack. The beast howled in agony as dozens of its teeth shattered. What a jest! The hardness of the sacred demon art rendered it impossible for its teeth to penetrate. Yet, after that bite, the inscriptions on Ye Feng's body grew increasingly indistinct, on the verge of collapse. Hastily, he lifted his gaze forward. The shadow appeared even more distorted, as if it might shatter at any moment. Not good. The exit is about to close, came Qingqian's terrified voice from behind. With no time to spare, Ye Feng dashed toward the shadow, rolling and scrambling. The others, gritting their teeth, summoned their remaining strength to rise. Quickly, while he draws the beast's attention, let us flee forward. We may yet escape. A trial participant shouted, their voice breaking. Ye Feng had taken 5 steps when the beasts encircled him once more, clawing and pushing against him. They had discerned the resilience of his body. Their sole aim was to hinder his progress, for once the exit sealed, the spatial forces would annihilate all outsiders. At that moment, the gravitational force exceeded 10,000 pounds, and Ye Feng's sacred demon art extinguished with a sudden flare. The oppressive gravity bore down upon him again. Both of Ye Feng's legs sank into the rock, and he struggled to free himself, but to no avail. Ugh! A cacophony of screams echoed from behind. The beasts were reaping lives. Yet Ye Feng lacked even the strength to turn his head. Taking a deep breath, he painstakingly pulled his legs free. Puff! However, in the next instant, his legs sunk another meter forward. A beast staggered towards him, extending its long tongue to lick his face. Puff! Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and bit down on its tongue. Blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The beast, terrified, pushed against Ye Feng with its claws, attempting to shove him away. Yet, once the blood-sucking technique unleashed its power, not even divine beings could save it. In the brief moment of distraction, the monstrous creature's body shrank significantly. Ye Feng sensed the energy within himself and clenched his fists once more. A sacred mantra erupted from his being. Boom! Ye Feng propelled himself upward, casting his gaze upon the other beasts. He nearly forgot the blood-sucking technique. With that thought, he stepped purposefully toward another creature. However, the beasts in this secret realm exhibited remarkable intelligence. Having witnessed one of their own perish from his attack, they now kept their distance, avoiding him and targeting other humans instead. Junior Brother Yi, I implore you, please help me escape. Qing Qian pleaded with great difficulty. Very well. Ye Feng grasped his right leg and swung him with great force. Boom! Qing Qian was drawn into the shadow, liberated from his predicament. Brother, please save us. Ye Feng nodded, seizing the ankles of 2 others and forcefully tossing them outward. After repeating this action several times, he managed to throw a small portion of the group to safety, yet nearly 50 individuals remained behind. My apologies, Ye Feng uttered, hastening toward the dark shadow. Boom! The instant his body made contact with the shadow, the sacred mantra disintegrated. Then came the familiar scene. he beheld a distorted space, his body stretching and compressing erratically. The walls of the passage were coated in a viscous black substance, which morphed into countless human faces. By Ye Feng recognized by Ye Feng struggling against the wall. Just as he exclaimed her name, his body was suddenly transported to a precipice. A gentle breeze enveloped him, filling his nostrils with familiar air. I'm out. I've emerged. A familiar voice resonated, and before Ye Feng could regain his composure, a soft figure collided into his embrace. Xiao Qiao? He looked down at Ye Xiao Qiao. Yes, big brother Ye. I thought you wouldn't make it out. How wonderful. She exclaimed joyfully. Ye Feng lifted his gaze, surveying the others around him. He noticed the master of the sword gorge, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, unwaveringly fixated on him. After a moment of scrutiny, the master glanced back at the shadow, a hint of concern shadowing his brow. Flanking the master were two unfamiliar sovereigns, their auras resembling that of the master, suggesting they too were at the 5th tier of power. This revelation darkened Ye Feng's expression, compelling him to retreat to the side discreetly. Junior brother Ye. Qing Jun stood behind a young girl, waving at him. Ye Feng nodded, observing the girl in front of Qing Jun. She appeared to be around 10 years old, adorned with a string of bells around her ankle, exuding a calm and composed demeanor reminiscent of duo Yan Na. Is she your junior sister? Ye Feng inquired. Shoo. Qing Jun signaled for silence. The girl remained focused on the exit, not uttering a word or casting a glance at Ye Feng. Hello, junior brother Ye. Turning at the sound, Ye Feng saw Fu Zheng greeting him. Greetings, he replied, then shifted his attention to the elder beside Fu Zheng. With an ethereal presence. The elder was likely a senior member of their clan. Since Ye Feng's emergence, the shadow has grown increasingly unstable. Within merely half an hour, the shadow abruptly vanished into the void. The expression of the sword gorge master turned ashen, his eyes gradually reddening. In contrast, the leaders of the Greenery clan and Birch City, while somewhat sorrowful, maintained a much calmer demeanor. Has anyone among you seen Rui Tian and Qing Mei? The sword gorge master cast a piercing gaze over everyone. Ye Feng felt a heavy pressure weighing upon him. What formidable authority! No one responded. Qing Mei was understandable, as she belonged to the esteemed Qingyue Saintess, but Rui Tian was his great-grandson, who might one day ascend to the position of sword gorge master. Has anyone seen him? The sword gorge master inquired once more, yet still, no one replied. Who would be foolish enough to venture forth and invite misfortune upon themselves? Ye Feng noticed a glimmer of concealed delight in the eyes of the elder before Fu Zheng. As for the young woman in front of Qing Jun, her expression was impassive, yet Ye Feng sensed her inner satisfaction. After all, the foremost talent of the Greenery clan, Qing Qian, had survived, as had Fu Zheng. The top talent of Birch City, that was already sufficient. Chapter 845, Is there room for bargaining? Though the 2nd and 3rd ranks had suffered great losses, the toll was significantly lighter than that of Sword Gorge. Without comparison, there can be no sense of superiority. Senior brother Rui, please accept my condolences. Should we not proceed to allocate these materials? The young woman suddenly stepped forward, startling Ye Feng with her magnetic voice, reminiscent of a woman in her 40s. Indeed. Senior brother Rui, once life is lost, it cannot be regained. Let us first complete the distribution of the materials, the elder named Luo added nonchalantly. The sword gorge master looked up to the heavens and let out a long sigh. Finally, he nodded. Very well. All the materials you have gathered, place them before you. Sword gorge will take 60%. A sigh of relief swept through the others as they hastily placed their sacks and backpacks before them, ready for the inspection of the two elders from Sword Gorge. Ye Feng, however, was taken aback, for he had emerged with nothing but his bare self. Junior brother Ye. These 2 sacks of herbs were cast aside by you. I will return them, Qing Jun suddenly offered, carefully placing 2 sacks before Ye Feng. Thank you, Sister Qing Jun. Your integrity is commendable, Ye Feng expressed with a nod of gratitude. At that moment, the young woman cast a glance at Ye Feng, then turned her gaze back to Qing Jun. To her knowledge, Qing Jun had always been proud. Even when facing Qing Qian, she merely displayed superficial respect. What had prompted such kindness towards this unfamiliar young man? As an elder, she felt it was inappropriate to comment further. Fu Zheng hesitated briefly before approaching with 4 sacks in hand. Junior brother Ye, this is what you deserve. You have greatly assisted me in the secret realm. Fu Zheng stated. Thank you, senior brother Fu. Ye Feng responded with a nod. Thank you? No, this is what I ought to do, Fu Zheng replied hastily. Your ability to keep your word is already a source of great gratitude for me. Ye Feng spoke softly. In the face of easily attainable benefits, Fu Zheng and Qing Jun's willingness to relinquish their share was indeed a rare quality. In the next moment, a young man approached. Brother, I appreciate you for extricating me from the secret realm. This bag of goods is for you. Thank you, my friend. I offer you this sack as a token of gratitude. In an instant, at least a dozen individuals presented sacks to Ye Feng, and soon, the bags accumulated before him, forming a small mountain that nearly obscured him and the wild grass beside him. However, not all those Ye Feng had rescued were inclined to express their gratitude. Faced with immense temptation, some chose to disregard his kindness. The master of One Sword Gorge also took notice of Ye Feng's side. It seems you have performed some commendable deeds within the secret realm, he remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Ye Feng. I dare not claim such honor. I merely kept watch for them, helped them through the night, and handled some logistical tasks, hence their gratitude towards me. Ye Feng hastily replied. Is that so? Young man, do you believe I am so easily deceived? The master of One Sword narrowed his eyes. Ye Feng quickly lowered his head, unable to meet his gaze. Elder Rui, you wouldn't make things difficult for a junior, would you? I believe it would be best to promptly take your 60% cut and allow these youngsters to return home with their materials, the Moonlight Fairy interjected. Elders, once you have sorted the materials, proceed with the extraction based on their value. The master of One Sword finally ceased his probing. Earlier, he had sensed a trace of Rui Tian's aura from Ye Feng, indicating that Ye Feng had indeed encountered Rui Tian. However, he found it hard to believe that Ye Feng had vanquished Rui Tian. His conclusion was that Rui Tian had grown too arrogant, venturing deep into the heart of the secret realm, only to be trapped when the realm closed prematurely, resulting in his demise under the forces of space. Nevertheless, it mattered not. They would extract 60% of these materials, utilizing the 5th-tier power masters from the Great Desert every 500 years to gather resources from the secret realm. Thus, One Sword Gorge stood to gain significantly, for the entrance to this elusive secret realm lay within their territory. With these materials, he was confident that within a century, they could cultivate 5 more prodigies akin to Rui Tian. The only lamentation was that the long rainbow had been left behind in the secret realm. Yet, it was of little consequence. In the next 500 years, he would dispatch other power masters to seek out the long rainbow. Its might was formidable, and even he, a 5th-tier power emperor, could not unleash its full potential. The two elders began to open each sack, calculating the value of the materials, categorizing them into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. 40% is yours. The remaining 60% we shall take, they declared as they collected the majority of the materials and loaded them onto a cart. Could you spare me some bone-dissolving stone? One of the trial participants inquired. The extraction is determined by us at One Sword Gorge. You have no authority to dictate what remains, one elder retorted without reservation. How about this? I will only ask for the bone-dissolving stone. I am indifferent to the other materials. The trial participant, seemingly intent on acquiring the bone-dissolving stone, was insistent. I am afraid this is not a marketplace. This is One Sword Gorge, where bargaining holds no sway. Take your materials and depart, the elder concluded before moving on to the next individual. Ye Feng's expression shifted slightly. He had entered the secret realm solely for the soul-fixing herb, and he couldn't help but worry about that old fellow potentially seizing his prized possession. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng hastily retrieved the sack containing the soul-fixing herb and concealed it within his bosom. Oh, and the violet flower. This was the principal material for setting up the grand array. Just then, one of the elders bellowed, "How dare you hoard materials on your person? Evading the taxes of the Sword Gorge? I declare that 80% of your materials will be claimed, and hand over what you have hidden as well." The imposing elder gazed fiercely at a young man nearby. What, 80%? The youth's face fell, and he reluctantly surrendered the concealed items. Ye Feng's countenance darkened as he was left with no choice but to return the soul-fixing herb and the violet flower to the sack, fervently hoping that those 2 old geezers would not take them away. Otherwise, he would suffer a tremendous loss. At last, it was Ye Feng's turn. The elder's eyes gleamed with excitement as he surveyed the mountain of sacks surrounding Ye Feng. You 4, come over and assist in sorting the materials, the elder commanded. Immediately, 4 9th-tier power kings approached and emptied the contents of Ye Feng's sacks onto the ground, beginning to categorize the materials into high, medium, and low grades. Violet flower? The elder's eyes lit up upon spotting the violet flower. Not only he, but even the master of Sword Gorge, the Moonlight Fairy, and the Lord of Luo City cast peculiar glances at the violet flower. The violet flower is the finest material for establishing the protective family array. Congratulations, Brother Rue. The cold wave from the south will soon sweep across the land. With this violet flower, we can withstand the invasion of the cold wave, remarked the Lord of Luo City with a hint of envy. Ha ha. The Master of Sword Gorge laughed heartily. Indeed, while we have found the violet flower, setting up the protective family array still necessitates the assistance of top-tier array masters. It's still a long way off. Chapter 846. Are you two together? That is indeed true. 1,000 years ago, we had not seen any arrays in the Great Desert. The so-called array masters here can only attempt to set up arrays based on book knowledge without the necessary raw materials. Whether they succeed is uncertain. Therefore, Brother Rue, would you be willing to part with the violet flower? I would gladly exchange 50 pounds of iron essence for it, the Lord of Luo City proposed. 50 pounds of iron essence. The Master of Sword Gorge's expression flickered, but he soon shook his head. While iron essence was undoubtedly precious and could be gradually refined in the real world, the violet flower was unique to the secret realm. Comparing the two, he decided against the trade. I must refuse, he stated firmly. A wise choice, the Lord of Luo City replied awkwardly. Half an hour later, the materials from Ye Feng's side were finally counted. Remarkably, there were over 1,700 types of superior materials, more than 3,000 types of medium-quality materials, and over 10,000 types of inferior materials. The elder scratched his head and pulled out an ancient tome for comparison. Master of the Gorge, ha ha ha. It has succeeded. Ye Feng's materials have indeed gathered all the necessities for establishing the protective family array. Wait, we're just short on iron essence, and in large quantities. The elder exclaimed with delight. Ye Feng's expression shifted, as he had not anticipated that a mere excursion into the secret realm would yield all the necessary materials. Oh, the Master of One Sword Gorge approached, first examining the ancient texts with a hint of unease. Excellent. Everything is indeed gathered, save for one iron essence. Ha ha ha, young brother. Your name is Ye Feng, is it not? The Master of One Sword Gorge smiled at Ye Feng. Ye Feng's countenance darkened. He had already surmised the turn of events. Indeed, it is the younger generation. Ye Feng, our esteemed Rue Tian has perished within the secret realm. Would you care to become a member of One Sword Gorge? I shall nurture you as a prodigy, providing you with 10 crystal pills of 95% purity each month. Furthermore, you will have unrestricted access to the library of One Sword Gorge, and when the time comes for your advancement, I will personally safeguard you. The Master of One Sword Gorge proclaimed. Thank you, Master of the Gorge, but I fear I may not be worthy, Ye Feng replied. The old face of the Master of One Sword Gorge darkened immediately. Boldly spoken. The Master holds you in such esteem. Do not be ungrateful, an elder admonished. Very well. Then I shall express my gratitude to the Master of the Gorge, Ye Feng conceded, recognizing that he had no choice but to yield for the moment. Excellent. I hereby announce that Ye Feng, starting today, officially becomes a member of One Sword Gorge, and shall enjoy all the privileges of the Genius Pavilion. Fourth Elder. Take all the materials back. From now on, Ye Feng is family, the Master of One Sword Gorge declared. Ye Feng was momentarily flabbergasted. Was this fellow truly intent on claiming his 40% as well? Master of the Gorge. Ye Feng stuttered, frustration bubbling within him. What? Is there a problem, Feng? The Master of One Sword Gorge inquired. Did I not possess 40%? Ye Feng asked. 40%? Ha ha ha, my foolish Fenger, you possess far more than that. 100% is yours, for you are now a member of One Sword Gorge. Once the protective array is established, you too will benefit from its safeguarding, correct? The Master of One Sword Gorge regarded Ye Feng with kindness. While that may be true, I still wish to manage that 40% myself, Ye Feng stated. A look of discomfort crossing his features. Of course, that is entirely feasible. I shall keep your 40% safe for you, and present it when you require it. Rest assured, you are now a member of One Sword Gorge. Would I, as the Master, truly covet such trifles? Do you wish to make a fool of the Moonlight Fairy and Lord Luo? The Master of One Sword Gorge adopted the tone of a venerable elder. I would like to take that 40% and depart from One Sword Gorge. Is that permissible? Ye Feng laid his cards on the table, unwilling to engage in a verbal spar with the old man. Are you implying that you look down upon One Sword Gorge? No. It is not a matter of disdain. I simply believe we should adhere to the agreement established prior to entering the secret realm, where I would take 4 and you 6, Ye Feng insisted. What a jest. He had never regarded One Sword Gorge as his true home. His actual home lay on Warm Spring Island. Meanwhile, Moonlight Fairy and Lord Luo exchanged peculiar glances, causing the master of One Sword Gorge's face to redden. Humph. Allocate him 40%. Yes, master of the gorge. The elder, having spoken, cast a meaningful glance at Ye Feng before commencing the distribution of materials. This one is yours. This one is mine. This piece is yours, and this piece is mine. This is the soul-binding herb. The elder, holding the soul-stabilizing grass, scrutinized Ye Feng's expression. The soul-stabilizing grass is mine. The bone transformation stone is yours. How about this, senior? You take the bone transformation stone, and I shall keep the soul-stabilizing grass. Ye Feng felt a surge of anxiety. He had ventured into the secret realm specifically for this item, and it was evident that even the slightest change in his demeanor did not escape the keen eyes of this old man. This is Sword Cliff, not a marketplace. There is no room for bargaining. Hold on to the bone transformation stone, the elder declared, a flicker of triumph crossing his face before he began to allocate other items. These 20 herbs are yours. As for this violet flower, it has been claimed by Sword Cliff. Ye Feng inwardly cursed. What nonsense. They've taken all the precious items, leaving me with nothing but worthless scraps. It took a full hour for Ye Feng to receive his share of materials. Well then, this 40% belongs to you. Young brother Ye, the elder said, his smile more of a grimace. Wonderful, brother Ye. My resurrection grass was not taken. The wild grass exclaimed excitedly. Are you two together? The elder inquired suddenly. Yes, brother Ye and I have been a team in the secret realm, wild grass nodded. Almost forgot. The resurrection grass belongs to me. This herb is yours. The elder snatched away the item most cherished by wild grass. You can't do this. That is meant to save my grandfather. Please, give it back. Wild grass pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. Impudent. Speak again in such a loud manner, and I shall take an additional 20% from you, the elder warned, causing wild grass to faint from anger. Ye Feng clenched his fists, rage simmering within him. Had he been capable, he would have relished the thought of obliterating this elder and the master of Sword Cliff. At that moment, Fu Zheng approached. Junior brother Ye, fortunately, you have retained some materials related to the soul, which should help you confront your inner demons, he whispered. However, his words did not go unnoticed by the elder. Almost forgot, the soul-severing stone, the spirit wood, and the awakening flower are all useful to Sword Cliff. I shall exchange 10 superior herbs for them, the elder announced. Seizing all items associated with the soul, Ye Feng glared at Fu Zheng, wishing he could annihilate him on the spot. I apologize, junior brother Ye. I did not anticipate the royal power's keen hearing. Fu Zheng hastily offered his apologies. By the way, Ye Feng, you have an excess of materials. Do you require Sword Cliff's assistance in escorting them back to your clan? The master of Sword Cliff suddenly shifted his demeanor. Chapter 847. I will be sure to thank you properly. Ye Feng's expression darkened considerably. I almost forgot. While Sword Cliff appears to be a prestigious clan, who can say what they engage in behind the scenes? Moreover, my 40% of materials include supplies for setting up protective formations for my clan. With the impending cold wave threatening to engulf the world, one must question whether Sword Cliff can maintain its righteous facade in the face of survival. Rest assured, senior, I shall manage to transport the materials myself, Ye Feng replied stiffly. With a chuckle, the master of Aegean Gorge remarked on Ye Feng's tenacity, expressing both concern and a warning. However, be cautious. Beyond the confines of Aegean Gorge, one encounters numerous sand bandits, including those of the formidable royal level. They may well covet your materials, so tread carefully. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he regretted participating in this expedition, feeling he had unwittingly assisted others in their pursuits. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly broke into a broad smile. Master of the Gorge, does what you said earlier still hold true? Ye Feng inquired. What did I say? The master replied. You mentioned allowing me to become a member of Aegean Gorge and ensuring my cultivation, Ye Feng clarified. Indeed, that stands. However, should you join Aegean Gorge, I, as the master, possess the authority to safeguard your materials and utilize them to forge array flags and discs, thereby establishing a protective formation for the clan. Are you prepared to part with 40% of your materials? The master asked. I am willing, since I am now a member of Aegean Gorge. These materials are naturally to be submitted to the master. Please proceed with the formation, Ye Feng nodded. The master and two elders exchanged knowing glances, a hint of cunning glimmering in their eyes. Very well, Fenger. I shall not shortchange you. Speak, what do you desire? The master inquired eagerly. I wish to peruse the library for any text that may aid in overcoming inner demons, Ye Feng responded. Ah, that? The library is vast, and I have only glimpsed a fraction of it. Nevertheless, I shall inform the library that you, Ye Feng, may freely browse its contents, the master assured, then added. But this reward alone is insufficient. What else do you seek? Crystal pills? Weapons? Superior crystal elixirs? Or perhaps you fancy one of the young ladies from the elders' families? I could arrange an introduction. No need for that. I solely desire the privilege of permanent access to the library. Nothing else is required, Ye Feng declared resolutely, a glint of determination in his eyes. Since you have taken the initiative, do not blame me for my own actions. Ah, promising youth. You must have relatives in Yijin Gorge. Summon them all to the Master-S Hall shortly. I shall grant them all the status of Yijin Gorge members. After all, with outsiders present, the master must maintain a respectable appearance for the clan's dignity. Indeed, I have a few friends. Are they also eligible for permanent access to the library? Ye Feng asked. That, I fear not. Only you possess that privilege. As for them, I shall permit them 1 month's access to read as much as they can absorb. The master replied. Very well. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. After a while, the allocation of materials was completed, and Ye Feng found himself standing empty-handed behind the master, identifying himself as a member of Yijin Gorge. Fairy Haiyue, Lord Luo, why not join me in my hall? The master politely suggested, aware of the need to maintain decorum with the 2 fifth-tier royal-level individuals. Regrettably, we have an abundance of materials to return. Another time, they replied slowly. Indeed. Do visit me at Huashu City soon. Farewell, junior brother Yi. Qing Jun waved goodbye to Ye Feng. Brother Yi, the disciple called out. Do come to my greenfield department when you have the time. Qing Qian waved at Ye Feng. Soon, Fu Zheng approached and embraced Ye Feng. Brother Yi, upon arriving in Birch City, I shall treat you as an esteemed guest. Indeed, Ye Feng replied. A long line of those whom Ye Feng had saved gathered to bid him farewell, creating a rather touching scene. Yi Xiaoqiao wept inconsolably. For Ye Feng's promise to join One Sword Gorge had returned her rejuvenating herb to her possession. Big brother, a charming voice called out. Xiao Yener, draped in a coarse garment, nestled half her body into Ye Feng's embrace. Big brother, I am now homeless. Might you take me in? You can do as you wish. Ye Feng shivered slightly. Junior sister Qiao, please comport yourself. It is well known that I, Ye Feng, am a man of integrity, he said solemnly. How annoying. I have set my sights on you. Wherever you go, I will follow, she declared. Yi Xiaoqiao, who had initially prepared to seek her grandfather, rushed over and linked her arm with Ye Feng's, casting a hostile glance at Xiao Yener. Ha ha ha, Fenger, it appears your romantic prospects are not lacking. Handle this matter as you see fit, and when resolved, come find me at the Gorge Master-S building. The master of One Sword Gorge remarked as his caravan began to move. A total of 17 carriages, laden with rare materials not of this world, rolled away. Others began to depart as well, though a few women lingered at a distance, casting flirtatious glances at Ye Feng. Xiao, let us return to the foot pavilion. I have some friends waiting for me there, Ye Feng suggested. Yi Xiaoqiao nodded emphatically. At that moment, Guogua, the formation master, approached. Ye Feng had previously set aside grievances and expelled her from the space within the secret realm, so she remained grateful. Brother Yi, if you have the time, please come to foot pavilion number 47. My master and I would like to express our gratitude, Guogua said. Very well, I shall surely pay a visit. Ye Feng replied gravely. It was imperative to befriend the formation master, otherwise, subsequent plans could not unfold smoothly. After bidding farewell to Guogua, Ye Feng and Yi Xiaoqiao strode purposefully towards the valley below. Wait for me. Xiao Yener trailed behind them, clutching the hem of Ye Feng's garment with a tenacity that would not wane. Brother Feng, this is splendid. Who would have thought that your journey into the secret realm would yield 2 women for me? In the hall of the foot pavilion, Chunin leaped around Xiao Yener and Yi Xiaoqiao, as if the 2 women were already his wives. Though the 2 women refrained from retaliating out of respect for Ye Feng, their brows furrowed in displeasure, had it not been for Ye Feng's sake. They would have long since turned Chun into a swollen mess. Yu Jiao, brother Jinquan, you need not stay at the foot pavilion any longer. From today onward, you may reside in One Sword Gorge, which is surely far more spacious than the foot pavilion. And you will no longer have to pay the crystal pearls to the pavilion master every day, Ye Feng announced with a smile. What are we waiting for? Let us gather our belongings and depart. A group of people eagerly shouldered their packs and made their way toward the Gorge Masteress building. Chapter 848. Dragon 5. In the city of eternal life, temperatures plummeted to over 100 degrees below zero. The streets were nearly deserted, with only a few pedestrians, bundled in thick clothing, hurrying along. However, a golden figure strode aimlessly down the street, bare-chested, seemingly unfazed by the frigid air. Goodness, in such cold weather. You're flaunting your muscles? Hurry home. Who are you? Hart's eyes widened in surprise. The tumultuous sea remained unfrozen, with 3 warships anchored nearby. Their cannons trained on the surrounding concession, wary of the Doyen people succumbing to hunger and attacking. Tungner cautiously stepped onto the deck, quietly removing his mask. The next moment, the warm breath escaping his nostrils crystallized into icicles, and his skin prickled with a stinging sensation. This is unbearable. Just as he was about to retreat, he noticed a small boat approaching the warship. What on earth is that person doing? Showing off muscles in this freezing weather? Tungner gasped in astonishment. Tungner, it's me. Hart. It seems Fifth Brother has returned and recognizes me. Quickly, lower the rope. Oh, it's freezing. Hart's voice emerged from beneath his mask. At that moment, Hart had already become a second-tier warrior, and Tungner was not far behind. With the continuous aid of crystal pills, he had achieved the status of a first-tier warrior. After all, a third of the population on Hot Spring Island had attained first-tier warrior status, thanks to their abundant resources. Meanwhile, on Hot Spring Island, Wang Zhihai was entertaining 2 foreign guests. Mr. Charlie, Mr. Hanu, with talents like yours, having even developed artillery, why not consider a position on Hot Spring Island? Rest assured, a monthly salary of 50,000 Hot Spring coins awaits you. Along with the benefits you've already witnessed, food and accommodation are covered. Even if one day you cease to be engineers, there is still a poverty subsidy of 10,000 coins. Wang Zhihai spoke within the castle's Grand Hall, where the temperature was maintained at 2 to 3 degrees due to the underfloor heating. Outside the castle, the biting wind howled, with temperatures dropping to 100 degrees below zero. However, we are citizens of Nanching, and Mr. Adolf would not be pleased. Charlie still held a sense of collective honor. Reluctant to betray Nanching. What does his displeasure matter? I merely ask, as the chief engineer in Nanching, how much do you earn in hot spring coins each month? Wang Zhihai inquired. 10,000 hot spring coins, Charlie replied, a hint of pride on his face. It should be noted that hot spring coins, referred to as hot spring gold, could purchase anything in the world, including food, weapons, and even women. In contrast, other researchers earned merely 3,000 hot spring coins a month. As for non-research personnel, even those at the upper echelons of a company earned only slightly over 5,000 hot spring coins monthly. And what about benefits? Wang Zhihai pressed. Charlie and Hanu lowered their heads. Are you joking? With 10,000 a month, what more benefits could you possibly want? I comprehend. Thus, there are no benefits. However, my hot spring island is quite distinct. Raising children incurs no expenditure of hot spring coins, nor does healthcare or education. For individuals of other races who come to study at our esteemed Hot Spring University, monthly expenses exceed 5,000 hot spring coins, not including additional fees. Only the noble offspring of various tribes possess the means to attend our university. As for healthcare, with the rampant spread of the parasitic disease, any citizen of Hot Spring Island can consume deworming medication as if it were candy, available in abundance. Furthermore, possessing citizenship of Hot Spring Island ensures that when you visit the Yellow Sand Tribe, Giant Stone City, Eternal Life City, or any other smaller tribes, their leaders will prioritize your protection and seek to please you, as they wish to utilize your resources and establish cooperative relations with our island. Do you recall Manhanu? He has now partnered with an elder from the Yellow Sand Tribe to establish a labor company, earning over 10,000 hot spring coins daily. Do you see that villa on the side of the castle? That belongs to Manhanu. After much earnest persuasion from Wang Zhihai, the two finally relented. After all, they are both prodigies in research, having developed the second generation of sand vehicles, which not only retain the mounted machine guns, but also feature artillery capable of breaching the walls of Eternal Life City with a single shot. Additionally, all naval vessels of Hot Spring Island have been retrofitted with naval cannons, and the ammunition was developed by Charlie. Wang Zhihai's objective has finally been realized. to utilize hot spring coins to reap the talents and resources from a radius of several thousand miles. President Wang, look who I've brought. Hart's voice echoed from afar. What? Wang Zhihai exclaimed in astonishment. The dragon 5? Quick, inform Susan and the others. An old friend has returned. Also, notify Shi Zhongliang that we shall host a grand feast tonight to celebrate for 7 days and nights. That evening, laughter and merriment filled the castle of Hot Spring Island, with the aroma of various meats wafting through the air. Surrounding the castle, smaller, slightly less grand structures had been erected, each with charcoal burning within. Heads peeked out from these dwellings, gazing enviously at the castle. Those citizens are truly fortunate, indulging in abundant feasts and residing in a warm castle, while we, despite maintaining an indoor temperature of -5 to 6 degrees, face an outside chill exceeding -100 degrees, and food is a luxury we cannot afford. Indeed, another man nodded in agreement. With our meager wages, after accounting for food and drink, we barely have over 1,000 coins left each month. And this paltry sum must be sent back to Eternal Life City for our families. Enough talk, let's grit our teeth. Once we save up 100,000 coins, we can secure permanent residency on Hot Spring Island. While those with permanent residency are not citizens, they will still garner some trust from the citizens. Then, we can devise a plan to smuggle our families over. Good idea. My neighbor did just that. He obtained permanent residency here, and within a year, he brought his family over. They now seem to be living in the Northwest Settlement area. Hot Spring Island is divided into the Castle District, 8 major districts, and a dock area. In the main castle, the underfloor heating maintains a consistent temperature of around 1 or 2 degrees. The territory is divided into 8 distinct zones: east, west, south, north, northeast, northwest, southwest, and southeast. The east zone is affluent, inhabited by the nobility from Na City, the Huangsha tribe, Stone City, and Everlife City. These nobles have expended considerable wealth to secure a coveted position. However, they were ultimately disqualified during the voting process, preventing them from becoming citizens and residing within the castle. Consequently, their families have settled in the East Zone, which, while lacking the grandeur of the main castle, boasts luxurious villas. The streets are paved with bluestone, beneath which lies a sophisticated drainage system. The wealthy here utilize hot water for their sanitation needs, resulting in heated drainage systems that elevate the temperature of the affluent district beyond that of the other areas. Chapter 849. You fool, he is taking advantage of you. Notably, these affluent individuals have established their own armed company, whose sole purpose is to guard the principal entrances of the East Zone, barring entry to the impoverished. The armaments of this company have been procured at great expense from the Hot Spring Armory, including the first-generation Na City crossbows, which, while inferior to the third generation, are more than adequate for dealing with commoners. The second-generation crossbows are sold in limited quantities, with only 20 available each month. The third-generation crossbows, however, are not for sale and can only be possessed by citizens of the Hot Spring Island. The dock district is the poorest and the most densely populated among the major areas, with over 100,000 laborers crammed into its confines, resulting in a chaotic, filthy, and odorous environment reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. The population here surpasses that of all 8 districts combined with the main castle, rendering it a haven for smugglers. As the patrols of the Hot Spring Island dare not venture inside, fearing violent reprisals. Within the Master Hall, the Master of the One-Sword Gorge sits in the principal seat, with a veiled woman to his upper left. At a distance from the two, the other elder powerhouses of the One-Sword Gorge are seated. Ye Feng gazes at this assembly, his frustration boiling over. Master, you previously assured me that I could access the library for my readings. Why have you now reneged on that promise? Ye Feng demanded. The One-Sword Gorge is not solely mine. The other elders oppose your entry into the library. Understand that these tomes have been painstakingly collected over generations, forming the very foundation of our One-Sword Gorge. Therefore, you, Ye Feng, may only read in the library for a duration of 6 months. After that period, based on your contributions, we shall determine if you may continue your studies. The Master of the One-Sword Gorge replied coolly, indifferent to Ye Feng's ire. Does that mean the rewards you promised me in crystal orbs are nullified? Ye Feng pressed further. Rest assured, you will indeed receive your crystal orbs. I can authorize the granting of a crystal orb with a purity of 95% right now, the Master responded. Ah, I see now, Ye Feng chuckled coldly. The words spoken by the master in the valley were evidently intended for the Greenfield Department and Birch City, and now that no outsiders were present, he felt free to exploit the situation to his advantage. Ye Feng, you have now become a member of the Sword Gorge. As the leader of the Sword Gorge, I must assign you some tasks. There are numerous bandits in the vicinity who have been raiding my merchant caravans. I require you to eliminate them. I do not wish to hear any further news of their rampant activities within a month. The one speaking was the Grand Elder. I have just joined the Sword Gorge, yet I have not received any rewards, and now you want me to help eliminate the bandits? Ye Feng inquired, his tone laced with indifference. Humph. What kind of place do you think the Sword Gorge is? To join us, you must demonstrate your sincerity, and dealing with the bandits is your greatest show of goodwill. Will you comply? The Grand Elder questioned. Me? Ye Feng felt a heaviness and pain in his chest, a pool of blood welling at his heart. You at the Sword Gorge are being unreasonable. During my time in the Void Secret Realm, I gathered the most resources. Yet you not only took all of them, but also offered no rewards, expecting me to serve you. Bai Guogua could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to defend Ye Feng. Bai Guogua, this is our internal matter. You should look after your own tribe first. The second elder remarked coolly. Bai Guogua's tribe was a small one, with fewer than 10,000 members, and the Sword Gorge hardly regarded it, deeming it unnecessary to put on a show for such a minor group. They only performed for larger tribes, showcasing the fairness and justice of the Sword Gorge. Yet, once outsiders were absent, the smaller clans were subject to their whims. Brother Yi, let us leave. You will not find fairness here. Yi Xiaoqiao tugged at Ye Feng's sleeve, her eyes ablaze with anger. She had returned with the reviving grass and managed to extend her grandfather's life by another 5 or 6 years. However, the fundamental issue remained unresolved, the basic lifespan of practitioners. Unless her grandfather could advance to the King of Strength realm within that time, they were still at a loss. Brother Feng, confront them directly. Chenin stepped forward. Leader of the Sword Gorge, my brother Feng has decided not to join your ranks. Kindly return the 40% of the resources to us. We shall manage on our own. The leader of the Sword Gorge appeared unsurprised and smiled faintly. I'm afraid those materials have already been sent to the Secret Research Institute for the crafting of formation flags and discs. Therefore, I cannot return them. However, I will compensate you in another manner. Now, in my capacity as the leader of the Sword Gorge, I hereby accept Ye Feng as the 79th closed-door disciple. The other elders sneered disdainfully, casually bowing to Ye Feng. Congratulations, Ye Feng, on becoming a closed-door disciple of the Gorge Master. This honor surely compensates for the materials you lost. Indeed, should you not express your gratitude to the Gorge Master? They laughed. How many among the younger generation can claim such a title? The elders offered their congratulations with words, yet their eyes were filled with mockery. Ye Feng felt a surge of rage and bitterness, but the circumstances left him no choice but to swallow his indignation. Truly, the situation was insidious. To exchange the identity of a disciple for the precious materials he had risked his life to retrieve from the secret realm was beyond mere exploitation. It was a ravenous act that left no bones to pick clean. Moreover, what significance does it hold to become a closed-door disciple? If one does not impart knowledge, such a title is merely superficial. I am grateful for the Master's kindness. I accept. Ye Feng slowly lowered his head. Brother Feng, you are foolish. He is merely taking advantage of you. Chenin nudged him. Ye Feng shot him a glare. Isn't that the case? Silence. Ye Feng reprimanded sharply. Ha ha ha, splendid. Ye Feng, return to your own residence. As my closed-door disciple, you possess certain privileges. The master of Yijian Gorge laughed heartily, firmly grasping Ye Feng's attention. A group of individuals arrived in high spirits, only to depart from the master's tower with faces covered in dust and dismay. Once they left, the master of Yijian Gorge exchanged glances with the elders, unable to contain their laughter. This foolish lad does not consider what kind of place Yijian Gorge is. Indeed, if he were to obtain treasures within the secret realm and not relinquish them entirely, would we allow him to leave? At that moment, the masked woman slowly spoke. Senior Rue, do you intend to keep Ye Feng here at Yijian Gorge, or will you seek a chance to send him away? Let him remain at Yijian Gorge for now. I will ensure he faces discomfort here. Once he finds it intolerable, he will depart on his own accord. After all, we must maintain our reputation externally, replied the master of Yijian Gorge. Agreed. Everyone nodded in unison. The ordinary populace perceives Yijian Gorge as righteous and trustworthy, primarily because they hold little value for exploitation. However, Ye Feng is different. He has gathered numerous materials within the secret realm. Thus, for Ye Feng, the most fair and just place turns out to be the most repugnant. After leaving the Master's tower, Ye Feng resolved to visit the library. For half a year of reading time should not go to waste. As for Chun-Un and the others, their reading privileges were naturally revoked. Chun-Un, you all stay here. I shall take a look inside. With that, Ye Feng strode towards the library. He was once again greeted by Du Yifu, though the latter wore a rather grim expression, having lost his grandson in the secret realm. Senior Du, I have come to read, Ye Feng announced. Ye Feng, the newly accepted closed-door disciple of the master? Du Yifu replied coolly, having just received orders from above. Indeed, it seems your sources are quite reliable. Senior, Ye Feng nodded. You may enter the library. However, you are restricted to reading only biographies. You lack the qualification for other texts, Du Yifu stated. What? But the master mentioned I could read freely within the library, without restrictions. Ye Feng nearly suffered an internal injury from the shock. The master's decree is correct. Yet the library is not solely governed by him. We, the library staff, have decided that you, Ye Feng, may only read biographies. Du Yifu ceased feigning politeness. Offering no explanation, Ye Feng first shook his head, then nodded. Very well, I understand. With that, he resolutely turned to leave the library. Chun-Un, let us return to my residence. Immediately, the group fell into a heavy silence as they made their way to the residence. Fortunately, no one in the courtyard sought trouble with Ye Feng, for he was, in name, still the closed-door disciple of the Gorge Master. The Master of the Sword Gorge could not allow his unsightly nature to be exposed to all within the Sword Gorge. It sufficed for only the higher-ups and core members to be aware. The courtyard was quite spacious, accommodating Ye Feng and his companions without issue. Choose your rooms as you wish. I must first take a nap. Upon waking, I shall explore other places, Ye Feng declared. All right, Brother Yi. Do take care to remain calm. Do not let your emotions cause internal injuries, said Yi Xiaoqiao. Fear not, replied Ye Feng. Brother Yi, we shall take our rest now. Bai Guogui added. Immediately, the group selected their respective rooms and fell asleep, while Ye Feng returned to his master suite. The space was vast, constructed from wood and stone. Once he confirmed that he was alone, Ye Feng retrieved the soul-fixing herb. Though all his materials had been confiscated, he had persistently insisted on retaining the herb. Typically, individuals absorb the medicinal properties of herbs through ingestion. However, Ye Feng was different. He grasped the herb and initiated his blood-sucking technique. Time flowed by, and eventually, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. Truly, the herb from the secret realm could replenish a fragment of his soul. Regrettably, he possessed only a single soul-fixing herb. Had he 100, perhaps he could fully restore certain aspects of his soul. With his soul fortified, the unsettling sensation within him diminished significantly. This indicated that he could now elevate his strength to the 6th-tier Force Master. Nevertheless, prudence prevailed. He resolved to first cultivate the sacred demon art. Considering promotion only upon reaching the 2nd tier, contingent on the circumstances. With that said, Ye Feng produced 2 high-grade crystal pills. As seconds ticked by, 3 days swiftly passed. Chun-Un and the others were dining in the hall when a sudden dragon's roar emanated from Ye Feng's bedroom. Boom! The master's suite crumbled as if made of paper. Struck by an enigmatic force, the entire courtyard trembled. Brother Feng? Chun-Un exclaimed joyfully, rushing into the dust with his bowl in hand. As the dust settled, Ye Feng's true form was revealed. At that moment, 2 golden Sanskrit characters swirled around him, dancing gracefully. Most astonishingly, a faint golden halo enveloped his body. Congratulations, Brother Feng, on achieving mastery of your divine skill, Chun-Un exclaimed, tossing his bowl aside in excitement. After an indeterminate period, the speed of the swirling Sanskrit characters slowed, and the golden halo around Ye Feng gradually faded. He had successfully reached the 2nd tier of the sacred demon art. Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes and first glanced at his hands. What had once been somewhat darkened skin had transformed into a porcelain-like whiteness. He then touched his cheek. Brother Feng, how is it that you have become so fair? Chun-Un approached, exploring Ye Feng's form. Do not touch recklessly, Ye Feng admonished, pushing Chun-Un away. Brother Yi, what has happened to your skin? It appears exceptionally clean and healthy. Previously, your skin had a slightly darker hue. If you skipped a day without washing your face, it felt a bit unkempt. However, now you look remarkably fair. Though your complexion is pristine, I sense a certain thickness and resilience to your skin, which is difficult to articulate. The wild little grass sparkled with stars in her eyes. The man she admired indeed possessed an extraordinary charm, transforming into a strikingly handsome figure. Is that truly the case? Ye Feng felt similarly. At that moment, two strong men from Aegean Gorge entered the collapsed bedroom. Senior brother Yi, did you cause the annex to collapse? One of the strong men inquired cautiously. And what of it? Ye Feng's expression turned cold. Oh, we understand. The two strong men exchanged glances with Ye Feng, instantly feeling an overwhelming pressure, prompting them to hurriedly retreat to report the incident. This time, Ye Feng consumed a whole sheep, 2 plump sand chickens, and a beef leg. The second level of the Brahmin sacred demon art demanded increasingly finer food, and Ye Feng insisted on only the most delectable portions. Guogua, accompany me for a stroll in Aegean Gorge, Ye Feng proposed. Bai Guogua's cheeks flushed with delight, her heart brimming with joy. In contrast, the other women, including the wild little grass, appeared dejected. Ha, brother Feng, rest assured. I shall accompany the other ladies on their outing. Xiao Yenner, come, let me take you to a mysterious place, Shunan proclaimed with a gentlemanly gesture. Get lost. Your presence disgusts me, Xiao Yenner retorted angrily. Oh well. Shunan howled and scurried back to the bedroom. At this moment, Ye Feng and Bai Guogua strolled along the main street of Aegean Gorge. Occasionally, they encountered bustling areas, where Ye Feng seized the opportunity to indulge in a bit of mischief, provoking a chorus of complaints. However, donned in the attire of Aegean Gorge, the women he bothered dared not voice their grievances. Bai Guogua obediently trailed behind Ye Feng, her face flushed throughout, eagerly awaiting his confession. The Research Institute? Ye Feng noticed a cluster of buildings and slightly twitched his nose. He memorized the scent of his batch of herbs. Indeed, all those materials were located within the Research Institute. Even when refined into array flags and discs, they would still carry a faint scent, which could not escape Ye Feng's keen nose. Guogua, if I locate the array discs and flags, do you have confidence in setting up the protective clan formation? Chapter 851. You must speak. Ye Feng turned to Bai Guogua. Bai Guogua thought Ye Feng was about to confess his feelings, but instead, she responded. As long as the array discs and flags are intact, I can certainly arrange the grand formation because I am a rare talent in formations within the tribe. As my master has said, not merely my self-proclamation. Bai Guogua replied with a hint of pride. Ha, splendid. Ye Feng exclaimed, effortlessly blending into the Research Institute wearing the inner sect's attire. As the creation of array discs and flags was Aegean Gorge's first endeavor, their security measures at the Research Institute were insufficient, providing Ye Feng with an opportunity. However, as time progressed, the Research Institute would undoubtedly be heavily guarded, making it impossible for even a fly to enter. In the mysterious institute, there were numerous warriors clad in white linen garments, alongside the occasional presence of a power king. Their brows were furrowed, and their demeanor was hurried. Given the gravity of the task, crafting the protective array for the clan, every herbalist and priest from the tribe had been summoned. Nevertheless, the herbalists and priests from the main hall of the Sword Gorge were still somewhat insufficient. Thus, additional experts in array formation were invited from other tribes to assist. Once established, the protective array could envelop an expanse of several hundred kilometers, forming a translucent barrier. The temperature within this barrier could be regulated through the formation disk. Although complete control was unattainable, should the temperature descend to absolute zero, the protective array could only raise the temperature within by a modest 100 to 200 degrees, failing to entirely avert the onslaught of such frigid gales. Crucially, the protective array served both offensive and defensive purposes. Arrows shot from within the array would double in potency. Yet arrows released from outside, even if they managed to breach the barrier, would suffer a significant reduction in their effectiveness. Even if the barrier were compromised, it was of little concern, as an unceasing supply of crystal cores could restore the formation to its original state. The master of the formation could also manipulate the airflow through the formation disk. Hey, don't block the way, kid. A power king exclaimed, shoving Ye Feng aside. You're being utterly inconsiderate. The protective array requires over 20,000 materials. Do you not realize that the temperature south of the temple has plummeted to 100 degrees below zero? After reprimanding Ye Feng, the Power King hastily continued on his way. Ye Feng, unfazed, pressed onward towards the center with Bai Guogua. The air was filled with various booming sounds and the rustling of materials being polished. He casually seized a warrior's arm. What are you doing? The warrior fumed. Esteemed brother, May I inquire how long it will take to refine the formation disc and flags? Ye Feng asked politely. How should I know? Don't block my path. I still have to assist several masters with the fire-resistant materials for the protective array, the warrior replied, hastily moving forward. In such a chaotic environment, Ye Feng managed to blend in without being questioned. He then caught hold of another warrior. Brother, may I ask what project you are working on? Why do you care? Came the curt response. Those engaged in research tended to be rather aloof. Honestly, I was sent by the Gorge Master to check on the progress. Please be forthcoming with your information, Ye Feng asserted seriously, his attire indicating his status as an inner disciple, with only a small golden sword adorning his sleeve. Is that so? My 30 colleagues and I are tasked with the low-temperature defense of the array. The High Priest has designated this as the primary project. Thus we have over 30 experts involved, the warrior explained. Ah, I see. Thank you for your hard work. May I ask how long it will take to complete the formation disc and flags? Ye Feng inquired again. I truly cannot say, as our great desert has not seen formations of this nature in a long time. We are all novices, merely following the ancient texts, the warrior admitted, appearing troubled. Could you perhaps estimate how long it might take? Ye Feng pressed, growing impatient. I am uncertain about the duration of the entire project. However, I am aware that our main undertaking will require, at the very least, 3 months to reach completion. 3 months? Surely that is an unrealistic timeline, said the Strength Master. Incredulously. This is the protective formation of the clan, a vast array that can envelop an area of 100 kilometers. Ye Feng felt as though this individual was mocking him. Indeed, 3 months may seem swift, yet one must consider that this is the esteemed elder of the gorge, who has summoned the finest talents from the entire desert to assist. Within this secret institute, there are at least 10,000 pharmacists, priests, and formation experts, which accounts for the expedited progress. If other races were to attempt the crafting of such a protective formation, they would likely require decades, if not centuries. Merely to complete a single facet of the project, let alone the entirety of it, the Strength Master explained. Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently released the Strength Master. Next, he invoked the name of the Gorge Elder to commence an evaluation of the various projects. Ultimately, he concluded that, even with the collective talents of the entire desert, it would still take no less than 6 months to fabricate the array discs and flags, and success was not guaranteed. Furthermore, they could not assure the complete restoration of the protective formation's potency. This was due to the fact that certain materials, having undergone millennia of evolution, had altered in their properties and were no longer suitable for the formation. After departing from the secret institute, Bai Guo stared intently at Ye Feng without blinking. Big brother Ye, I believe I have discerned your intentions, she remarked. What intentions? Ye Feng's expression shifted slightly. Hee, I shall not divulge, Bai Guo teased, winking mischievously. You must tell me, Ye Feng insisted, pinning her against the wall. What if this little girl truly guessed his intentions and went to report him? Indeed, his intention was to wait until the Sword Gorge crafted the array discs and flags, then use his keen sense of smell to stealthily acquire these items and set up the protective formation on Warm Spring Island. With the formidable power of the protective formation, even if the Elder of the Sword Gorge came to confront him, he would be unable to breach it. In fact, more accurately, it would be the entire desert's inhabitants who would find themselves incapable of overcoming the protective formation on Warm Spring Island. Ye Feng escorted Bai Guo to the guest residence, only to discover 2 9th-tier Strength Kings stationed at the entrance. Chen En and others were in a standoff with the 2 Strength Kings, appearing quite agitated. Brother Feng, it is good that you have returned. These 2 fellows claim we have destroyed the guest residence and intend to send us to the foot hall. Chen En rushed over to report. Ye Feng nodded, pulling Chen En aside, and confronted the 2 9th-tier Strength Kings directly. Ye Feng, our Gorge Elder has graciously accepted you as a disciple, yet you have brought ruin to the guest residence. This shows your dissatisfaction with the Elder. Thus from this moment forth, you shall no longer reside in the guest area. You are to move to the foot hall, one of the 9th-tier Strength Kings declared. I have procured all the materials necessary for establishing the protective formation for the Sword Gorge. Once the formation is successfully arranged, it will allow everyone to survive the cataclysm that occurs every 80 years. Is this how you treat a benefactor?